In the backdrop of a novel, Seoul, South Korea, lay in ruins, life had descended into chaos, and the once beautiful existence seemed like a distant memory. At that time, Seoul entrusted its future to a single individual, the chairman of the Younghwa faction, Jang Shiwan, a seasoned hunter with the title of a hero who rescued everyone from the apocalypse. He stood before a villain, and the surroundings appeared to have just experienced a catastrophe or a fierce battle, with many casualties belonging to the Younghwa faction. The surrounding citizens were extremely worried, unable to believe what they had witnessed. It seemed that the Younghwa faction was on the verge of defeat, and the only hope was about to be extinguished, with several of them dead. The current battle now only involved Shiwan and this figure in black. Finally, only the two of us remained. You and I were the sole survivors. Now let's have a decisive battle. And these were the words uttered by a villain, known as the enemy of the world, Shin Kanghu. Shiwan, at this moment, was stooping due to injuries sustained earlier. His opponent was not a simple adversary, and it seemed that the recent battle had depleted the Younghwa faction significantly. Now, there were no skilled hunters left to assist him against that villain. That's why Shiwan spoke to him, stating that the meaningless battle he had started had caused everyone to suffer. All because of a demonic figure like you. Don't you feel remorse for the people here? Do you want to destroy this world? Goodness gracious, look at you, finding this all amusing. Literature is truly horrifying. Who do you think you are, the embodiment of justice, or some kind of superhero appearing to protect the innocent like in stories? I detest those who pretend to be heroes and act all virtuous. It's just hypocrisy, Shiwan angrily exclaimed. Kanghu, do you dare mention the word justice? You are the one who has destroyed everything. As for me, I fight on behalf of all people. Yet, you always block my path, hinder me. If you're not a devil, then what are you? A devil like you must be punished and sent back to hell. As Shiwan stood up, the people cheered and rallied behind him. Everyone called out the name of the hero Shiwan, hoping he would quickly defeat the other, restoring peace to the area. Hearing the cheers, Shiwan was filled with determination and the fervor to fight. This battle was for the honor of the righteous hunter, for the lives and happiness of the people of South Korea. The responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders. Because they had placed their trust in him, Shiwan would never succumb. Even if it meant facing death, he would face it with the utmost satisfaction. Shiwan's passionate response resonated with the onlookers, inspiring them to believe in the hero standing before them. The battle now symbolized not just the fight for justice but also the defense of the well-being and happiness of the people. With unwavering trust from the people, Shiwan vowed never to fall, even in the face of death, and the magical brilliance of his spirit turned the tables, attacking the sinister Kanghu. The power was so overwhelming that he couldn't withstand or dodge in time. A loud explosion erupted, instilling fear in the onlookers. Some covered their eyes, others plugged their ears, and some cowered, burying their heads. Thanks to that final move, Kanghu was defeated, and now it was his turn to kneel from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Shiwan stood majestic before the vanquished villain. Kanghu's face was smeared with blood, yet his eyes still bore a deep-seated resentment, loneliness, and a desire to rise and retaliate. Furthermore, what led to his defeat was not just the formidable strength of the Younghwa faction's leader but also losing the support of the people. No one here sided with him. He was a solitary assassin. As he fell, the crowd cheered, clapped, and celebrated enthusiastically. We believe in you, Shiwan. Put an end to that wretch. Restore justice for those who have perished. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Finish him off, just kill him. Listen and see what the people want. They all want us to kill you immediately. I truly sympathize with you, when no one wishes for you to survive. So this will be the final punctuation for you, and tranquility will return to this place. Shiwan delivered the decisive blow to the villain as suggested by the people. His lifeless body lay amidst the ruins, with no one caring, as everyone believed that a cursed soul like his deserved death. Finally, the Younghwa faction completed its mission, despite facing initial difficulties and suffering significant losses with several members sacrificing their lives. But with collective efforts and the support of everyone, Shiwan accomplished the task. He joyfully jumped up and announced to the surrounding people, "Everyone, our preparations have finally come to fruition today. Perfect freedom will now be bestowed upon this land, as we have always desired. The light of happiness will shine everywhere." Hearing these words, people couldn't hold back their emotions, shedding tears of joy, young and old, men and women alike. It seemed like they had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Thank you," they said, grateful to both Shiwan and the heavens. "Finally, we have waited for this." However, at that moment, the sky suddenly turned blood red. From the center of the blood-red circle, something appeared, seemingly pulling Shiwan into the sky. The lightning bolts began to appear, transforming the once serene and peaceful scene into a horrifying and deadly spectacle. The strange red light emanating from it did not resemble the freedom and happiness that he had promised. From within that abnormal red light, a gigantic hand of a monster emerged. The citizens barely had time to rejoice before plunging back into fear, but this time they had no idea what they were facing. What they saw before them exceeded their wildest imaginations. Was it an omen of good or evil? Seemingly, Shiwan should have been terrified as well, but his expression was completely the opposite. Somehow, he was laughing right at this moment. Shiwan looked up joyfully and exclaimed, "Ha, finally, the Demon King has descended. Welcome to the new realm, where true peace will reign." Meanwhile, down below, the people started to panic, running and screaming, urging each other to leave quickly. Shiwan looked up joyfully and exclaimed, "Ha, finally, the Demon King has descended. Welcome to the new realm, where true peace will reign." As the true horror unfolded, the deceitful pseudo-hero, Kanghu, was confronted. Shiwan mocked, "Kanghu, how are you still alive? Your insect-like family has been reduced to the lowest. Behold and open your eyes to witness the Supreme Demon King. This is the just world I have created. Don't you find it beautiful and ideal, you fool?" And so, the world perished as the Demon King descended. The people had been deceived and misled by the wretched Shiwan, sacrificing their lives to him as if he were a hero. However, look at what he had done. All of this will become ours, and the foolish humans will have to die or sell their souls to us. Those who are with us shall live, those against us shall die. Anyway, I appreciate the sincerity that your family has shown. The life of a villain, in the end, becomes a savior. Unfortunately for you, there's no one left alive to praise you. These are the final words you'll hear in this world. It's the end, and that's how the story unfolded. An amateur author, this novel initially captured the hearts of many readers. However, after the conclusion was revealed, the readers' expectations seemed to have shattered. When the protagonist, Shiwan, turned out to be a minion of the Demon King, he excelled at disguising himself as a righteous hunter protecting the place, upholding justice and idealistic light. He and his companions, the 13 celestial beings, were loyal high-level demons, yet, they operated under the guise of the righteous organization Younghwa to deceive the people. Something seemed off about this outcome. Despite that, the novel is just a reflection of reality. Even if internet users express disappointment, the author created the story based on his own student life. It was a terrible time, akin to hell, where the wealthy and powerful could easily conceal school violence, revealing the true face of the world. Power could transform good into evil. I drew inspiration from that story to incorporate reality into my novel, but unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect, turning my story into a sarcastic joke. Reading their comments, I truly feel disheartened. All my effort and passion in this novel have been rated 2 stars, and everyone criticizes it. Why is the ending like that? The author should have made himself the main character. It would have been better if he died first. Why did the author have to insert an open-ended conclusion? I hate this genre so much. As he reads the comments, he clenches his teeth, sighs, probably giving up on rescue. I don't understand why I had that idea when writing the ending. Well, no more reading, so, the guy closes the comment window and decides to go to sleep to get through the day. Just saying, it's not like he can sleep. Sitting alone in a dimly lit room, surrounded by clutter, he feels discouraged thinking about those criticisms. His mind is in turmoil. Why did the author have to insert an open-ended conclusion? I hate this type of story so much. This guy must be one of those show-offs who flexes outside of writing. The ending should have had a resolution. With a story like this, no one will bother reading anymore. You're also a lackey, destroying the reader's world. Stupid. I feel like I wasted my time following this nonsense story from beginning to end. It's really not like that, but do they need to exaggerate like that? However, no matter what, I can't rewrite it anymore. Well, let's just go to sleep. Thinking too much isn't the solution. So, he gradually sinks into sleep, a deep slumber. But after only a moment, he heard loud noises somewhere around him. Why is it so noisy? It sounds like someone is hammering or digging something into the ground, and there's cursing and fighting too. You miserable beggar, how dare you defy the grace of our celestial faction? You should consider working here a blessing for your family for 3 lifetimes, planning to escape. The young man didn't understand at all. The one speaking just now mentioned celestial faction. Wasn't that the faction named in his own novel? What's going on? The person being beaten looks familiar. Oh no, damn it, now that annoying guy from school who used to get bullied by friends is appearing in my dream. I'm still dreaming. I see the guy in the black cap attacking him and constantly cursing, "You useless piece of trash, keep your uselessness to yourself, don't go spreading it to others. You know where to stop, you jerk, believe me, I can punch your mouth until it's broken." Seeing him preparing to punch the guy in the face, the author, not understanding what's happening or where he is, still rushes to intervene. Stop it. However, it seems like no one is willing to listen to me. Not only that, but I also get slapped. He raises his fist and says to my face, "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you, another low-class scum. This moronic jerk, if you can't stand another second here, what else can you do? Pretending to defend that guy, are you going to take a beating together with him, you scum?" He raises his hand and pokes a finger into my face, and at this moment, what bewilders me is that I'm dreaming, but I still feel pain when he hits me. That lunatic was about to kick me a few more times when another guard runs over to stop him. "Hey, leave. This guy still has a long way to meet the target. Why bother with him? Leave him here to die, and we can torture him as much as we want." Wait, is this really a dream? Why is it so confusing? This feeling is too real. Clearly, I'm in pain. Can you feel pain in a dream? Just when I'm caught up in the confusion of whether it's a dream or reality, the guy doesn't bother to continue beating us. He listens to his comrades and leaves, but not without warning me with threats like, "I'll choose a day, and when it comes, I'll punch you to death, you useless idiot." After the whole group of guards leaves, he runs up to me and asks, "Kanghu, are you okay?"
Wait, why is he calling me that? Why did he call me Kanghu? Don't tell me. No way, what's going on?
I look down at my hands and hear him calling me Kanghu or something. I really want to lose my mind. I don't understand what's happening. Why am I in this dream? I immediately run to the nearby water to splash it on my face, trying to wake up and escape from this. But as soon as my hands touch the ground, something glowing green appears. Then I feel like my hands are absorbing energy from beneath the ground, but it makes me uncomfortable. I recognize this phenomenon. It's mana. Could it be that I can absorb mana at will? This is definitely an innate sensitivity to mana. Damn it, does this mean I'm Kanghu? Oh my god, it's unbelievable. What the heck is this?
No one else, I am Kanghu.
And that blonde guy is a character I created in the novel. He always gets bullied, and if he's still alive, it means that the present is about 5 years before the climax. As in the plot I wrote, if I become Shiwan, even if I reveal myself as the antagonist towards the end of the story, at least I will be hailed as a hero in the world. But in this case, everything will end with the Demon King descending. And at that time, only his loyal minions will be saved, the rest, if they don't obey, will face a gruesome death. Right now, I've been transformed into Kanghu. If I don't change the ending, I'll die a tragic death at his hands, and to make it worse, I'm misunderstood as the villain, damn it. But it's okay, the good news is I still have a way to get out of this. I'll negotiate with that constellation. Just as I thought, when entering someone's body, everything will change completely. I'm not entirely my present self anymore. I feel like Kanghu's past and experience have become mine.
I can even see the status window.
Name, Kanghu, level 10, occupation, assassin, with 2 main skills at a very low level, short jump and instant teleportation, both at level 1. Even though I'm still at level 10, my endurance is too weak. Every time I touch a mana stone, I experience headaches and dizziness, as if my whole body is falling apart. I shouldn't have set Kanghu's innate weakness as being sensitive to mana, just because he's a new antagonist. Who would have thought I would end up possessing the body of a half-baked villain? Poor me. Just as I thought, this is the only way, but right now, I'm exhausted, my limbs feel like they have no strength left.
Seeing me slump down from exhaustion, the blonde guy quickly ran over to inquire. Kanghu, are you okay? What happened to you?
I reassured him that everything was fine, that he shouldn't worry. However, seeing my condition, he still wanted to go out and ask them to let both of us rest for a bit. But think about it, if they were kind-hearted people, they would have allowed us to rest if we were tired or had any issues. They wouldn't have brought us to this place, a place no different from hell on earth. This is a detention center set up by the Celestial Crime Organization, Celestial, one of the 3 major factions in Korea at that time. Newbie hunters with the ability to use mana are captured and brought here. They are forced to work like slaves to mine mana stones for them. They force the slaves to work endlessly to obtain as many mana stones as possible. If anyone dares to stop, they will be beaten, and some even die from exhaustion or the beatings. So, there's no chance of resting here. He shouldn't worry about me, he should go and mine mana stones. If they see us sitting here talking like this, you'll get another beating later. And hey, never even think about escaping, just forget about it. Now, focus on your work, or else you'll attract the attention of the guards again. Don't do anything foolish, don't even think about trying to escape. I know. I've tried to warn him and do what I can, but I don't know how it will turn out. After all, he is a character I created following the plot, I can't change the novel. He's definitely going to cause trouble, but let's see if something good comes out of it. As for me, escaping from this place is not an easy task. While everyone is diligently working, the guards continue to shout, push, and keep an eye on notable figures like us. The others are tirelessly mining mana stones, while I, due to my low endurance, can only pick up a few stones that others have already mined and pile them onto a cart. But at this moment, there's noise coming from over there, another incident, and I didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. The guard has caught him again. Since the guards always focus on newcomers and notice that someone tried to escape, they become more vigilant. Keep a close eye on those scoundrels, any opportunity they find, they'll try to sneak away, punish them, they won't be afraid unless we enforce discipline. As for this guy, you'll have to take responsibility for the crazy things you just did, trying to escape, unless you're a magician, you won't get away with it. After saying this, he thrusts a sword into the back of the person. People around see it, and there's panic as they witness the brutality, nobody dares to think about leaving anymore. This serves as an effective warning for those who intend to escape. The options are either to live as a slave, working until exhaustion leads to death, or attempt to run away. The latter, if successful, is almost unimaginable. Because most cases end up being caught again, it turns into such a tragic scene like this. Bloodshed and killing are daily occurrences here. Foolish scoundrel, I told you not to do anything thoughtless, your fate was predetermined.
I'm speechless with you, too. I also want to escape from this place, but I won't be foolish like you. When I stand there looking at him lying there, dead and covered in blood, the guard tries to provoke me again. Perhaps he's still upset about what happened earlier when I spoke up in defense of that guy. Hey, why don't you step forward to save him like last time? No one will stop me this time, so I'll kill you too. He thinks that by saying this, I'll get angry and do something like yelling or attacking, giving him a reason to catch me again and execute me. But I'm not that foolish. I quickly change the subject and act indifferent to everything happening. Whether he lives or dies, I don't care. There's nothing worth discussing. What's more important to me right now is that I need to go to the bathroom immediately. If I don't relieve myself soon, I won't be able to hold it. This miserable guy, do you pee a lot, or is there an issue with your kidneys, or are you planning to go alone to play some tricks? I didn't bother saying anything and just shrugged. He had no other choice, so he reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll let you go. Follow me and leave your soul there. Don't do anything to annoy me. You have 1 minute. If you take longer, I'm sure this place will become your grave. Remember that, you dog. As I entered inside, the first thing that caught my eye was the corpses of the rookie hunters lying lifeless around. I didn't know what had happened to them, but some were stabbed to death, and others had their throats strangled with ropes. It was quite grim in this place, even for a restroom. I didn't care much about those corpses and wasn't here to unload my emotions. My main purpose was something else. I quickly looked around and searched. It should be around here somewhere. Where is it? The guard started counting down from 1 minute, seemingly eager to find a reason to kill me. Finally, I spotted it. Found it, right here. As he began the countdown from 50 seconds, I also started my move. With my hand in blood, I drew something. 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed. He saw that almost all the time had elapsed, and I hadn't turned back yet. He continued counting while grinding his teeth in frustration. Inside the door, I had finished drawing a magical constellation. It was something I had created in the novel, and also the only way for me to escape this place. From the bloodstain, a strange light began to emit. I started communicating with it, ignoring the curses from the guard outside. I know you are watching me, aren't you? I also know that you are driven mad by tragedies, hardships, and despair. As I spoke, I was interrupted by the loud voice of that despicable guard. You have 10 seconds left, you scum. Stop peeing, pull up your pants, and get out immediately. If not, I'll come in there and send you and your friend to the afterlife together. Ignoring his threats, I continued talking to the constellation. You might wonder why someone low-ranked like me can summon you. I don't want to live as a slave here. If I stay a bit longer, the one from the novel will appear. If I hesitate for another day, the hope the world is seeking will become more distant. The constellation responded with a brighter glow, indicating that it had heard and understood my words. I couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. It was time to act. I responded to the summoning, and the constellation seemed to agree with my plea. It spoke back, acknowledging that I, Kanghu, would be the chosen hunter for a contract. The constellation expressed its belief that I could use its power most efficiently, unlike anyone else. As the contract was established, the chosen celestial being turned out to be a space thief. The sound resonated in response to him, and the contract was set between the constellation and Kanghu, just as described in the novel. The space thief, with a scornful attitude, mocked me for being a low-ranked hunter but having a mouth that talked big. Nevertheless, he acknowledged my potential and decided to lend me his power for a while. Now, it was time to prove my abilities to the constellation. The space thief challenged me to show what I was capable of. I accepted the challenge confidently, stating that I would demonstrate how I could deal with the guard outside. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside the door. The guard, infuriated, had forcefully broken the door. He shouted, expressing his anger and impatience. Are you kidding me? It's already been a minute, and you still haven't come out. Do you plan to sleep in there? The guard, infuriated, had forcefully broken the door. He shouted, expressing his anger and impatience. Are you kidding me? It's already been a minute, and you still haven't come out. Do you plan to sleep in there? The guard kicked, but when he stepped in, he saw nothing. The star circle I drew had disappeared. He looked around and couldn't find me. However, I was still right there, not invisible. It was because of the established contract. The constellation of the space thief had lent me its power, so my skills were maintained at the highest proficiency. Short jumps and instantaneous shifts had upgraded from level 1 to the maximum level. My movement now was so fast that the naked eye couldn't perceive it. I darted past him several times, deliberately teasing him. But he still couldn't sense me. He continued to rage and look around. Surveying from one side to the other, the room remained empty without a trace of anyone. The corpses of the rookies had been tidied up, leaving the room dark and ideal for an ambush. He thought I was playing tricks and sneakily escaping. But no, I rushed out like lightning and used a small iron rod to stab deep into his neck. Even in death, he couldn't believe that this foul-smelling restroom in the detention camp would become his burial ground. He screamed one last time before being beckoned by the Grim Reaper. You scoundrel, how could you? You're just a useless slave. You're the useless one, now die writhing in your own filth, you devil. My move had killed the guard, a fatal stab to his neck causing blood to splatter across the floor. Thanks, you idiot. Because of you, today I've decided to leave this place. Seeing me easily kill a guard like that, the Constellation began to find it intriguing. At that moment, it believed that making a contract with me was incredibly accurate, and now everything was complete. A broken iron rod could make a difference. With this, I've avenged him. Now, I'll take the sword of that scoundrel to equip myself. Anyway, I need a weapon for self-defense when necessary. As soon as I lift the sword, the system sends a notification: a new weapon has been recorded, and the item inventory has increased by 1 unit. From now on, I, Kanghu, will never look back at this place again. At that moment, it was already late at night. The moon and the stars in the sky were shining brightly everywhere. In that dark restroom, the guard was dead, and Kanghu began to plan his next steps for his escape. The gasoline had been spilled all over the floor. It wasn't by chance, he deliberately did it, because there were many steps to take for his escape plan. The first step was to get the uniform of the prison guard. Kanghu would exchange clothes with him. Although his uniform was far from fresh, it would still help Kanghu disguise himself effectively. Next was to create a fire as a distraction, causing chaos in this place and confusing the guards. Once this area was on fire, it would spread, and they would have to mobilize firefighting and security forces at the mining tunnel. At that point, the number of gate guards would decrease. And Kanghu's final step was to escape. Trying to avoid detection by anyone, thinking quickly, Kanghu blew up the restroom and managed to escape before they arrived. As soon as the lighter hit the ground, flames erupted. The crowd outside panicked and screamed, "Fire! Fire in front of building number 18, is anyone providing assistance? Quick, call the fire department to extinguish the fire, is anyone trapped inside, search quickly, beware that the lowlifes from the prison might take advantage and escape. Hurry up, don't just stand there, assist us." The commander ordered calmly, directing the firefighting team and dispatching people to check the situation at the prison. Meanwhile, Kanghu had moved to the parking lot, jumped into a car, and told the soldiers that he was tasked with hunting down the escapee. Although the people in the car noticed Kanghu wasn't part of their driving team, they trusted him because of his prison guard attire. The driver found it odd and hesitated, glancing at the mirror and asking, "Hey guard, do you have some business to attend to and leave this area today? Seems like you switched tasks with someone. I've never seen you come over here before." "I indeed have business to attend to. Today, someone escaped from building 18 when it caught fire. Those wretched souls must have pulled a stunt. He fled through the north building, then headed northwest, crossing the forest. We've just gathered this information. Why haven't we set out yet? If we delay, he'll escape, then who will be responsible for their negligence?" All right, let's go right away," the driver responded. Sitting in the back of the car, Kanghu thought that if they followed this northwest forest route, they would likely reach Chungmyeong Mountain. It seemed like an excellent path to escape, with its dark corners, low traffic, complex routes, and few guard checkpoints, making it easy to hide. However, there were challenges. The road was riddled with natural traps, making it hazardous and rarely traveled. Even the guards would fall into the traps if they weren't familiar with the terrain. Fortunately, Kanghu had prior knowledge of these traps. Only a few guards knew the area well, and he would leverage this advantage to escape, but to gain the trust of the other 2 guards, he needed to say something. "It seems he fled this way, but we haven't found any traces yet. He may have run towards Chungmyeong Mountain, which would make him harder to find. Therefore, our superiors ordered that if we can't capture him alive, we should bring back his corpse." "Got it, understood. Capture if possible, kill on the spot if not," the driver affirmed. After driving for a while, the car reached the gate, where we encountered a guard. At that moment, both sides exchanged the customary signals for the vehicle to pass through the station. After the orders were confirmed and approved, the gatekeeper opened the gate for the car to exit. I had never felt such tension before. The first hurdle was successfully overcome. Finally, Kanghu managed to escape through the perimeter fence of this prison camp. It was just the beginning of his journey to find himself and fight for true justice. The road ahead was long and perilous. The car had traveled a considerable distance, the 3 of us traversing through the night, into the deserted forest road. The atmosphere was quiet and tense. The driver made some small talk, asking me a few questions. "It must have been a tiring night for you, so much has happened, and now we have to chase after the escapee from building 18. Your team must be working hard too. Those fools never stay put, do they?" "Yes, those wretches are quite stubborn. I'd rather kill them outright than chase after them like this. They disrupt our peace and cause sleepless nights. They're always complaining, lazy, and only think about escape," Kanghu replied. "Exactly, they're just a bunch of useless fools, with their hunter pretensions. If they were any good, they wouldn't be slaves," the driver added. "They definitely treat prisoners differently. Prisoners mean nothing to them." The driver sitting next to Kanghu glanced at him and asked, "So, how long have you been working at building 18? The man asked again, "Oh, really, so, you're new there, huh?" Kanghu replied, "Yes, I just started working there yesterday." The man continued, "You must be in Unit 9 in Building 18, right?" Kanghu confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." Upon hearing Kanghu's response, the man started to suspect something. Unit 9, he knew that Unit 9 didn't exist in that building, so he intentionally led Kanghu on to expose his lie. Oh, it must have been established just yesterday, right? What do you do there? The man asked further. As the car continued to drive through the dense forest, no one could predict what would happen in the next few seconds. It seemed Kanghu sensed the man's suspicion and his intention to inquire about his background, so he decided to take action first. Yes, that's right, it was just established, there's not much to do there yet, Kanghu replied calmly, tightening his grip on the sword in preparation for action. In a flash, Kanghu drew his sword and struck while speaking, my job is simple, to eliminate all you wretches. Before finishing his sentence, Kanghu's sword severed the man's head. Despite the guard's intelligence in being vigilant against unfamiliar faces, he was no match for Kanghu's sword in this situation. The driver panicked and slammed on the brakes, causing the wheels to skid for a long stretch, and the whole car seemed to tip to one side. Because he acted so quickly and decisively, the two of them couldn't react in time. The guard seemed to suspect that his companion had died instantly a moment ago. His body lay sprawled on the ground, but his head was nowhere to be seen, severed cleanly by the swift strike. Even if he were a higher-level hunter, resurrection was out of the question. The driver, seeing this, panicked and turned around to get a clear look at who this guard really was. And at that moment, Kanghu stood right behind him. So, do you want to know what my job is? Kanghu asked, his voice low and dangerous. Do you want to follow his fate? Do you dare to deceive us? He continued, as he conjured up a large flame. His energy source was quite powerful, enough to send Kanghu flying off the car. Because if he didn't dodge the fireball heading straight for his face, he would have become a living torch lighting up the dark forest tonight. Watching everything burn behind him, the man laughed, thinking Kanghu was surely dead. Don't think I'm just a guard doubling as a driver, at the very least, I'm a level 50 hunter. But his laughter lasted only 2 seconds before he noticed something strange in the rearview mirror. Why isn't he burnt to a crisp? What kind of demon is he to survive like that? Kanghu evaded the attack and leaped out of the car, landing unscathed. Not only that, he moved instantly like a gust of wind. The mirror only managed to reflect a faint streak of light as Kanghu shifted, sweeping up leaves in his wake. In the blink of an eye, his sharp sword was at the driver's throat. Without much ado, he pierced through his neck, using immense force. The sword went through the windshield, shattering it into shards. Let me tell you, this is the end for those who underestimate prisoners and trample on them like slaves, Kanghu declared. Whether it's words or actions, the way they treat them deserves this death. After killing the driver, Kanghu drew his sword and kicked the man out of the car. He intended to use the vehicle for a swift escape. However, something didn't feel right. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had stabbed him. He became dizzy, disoriented, and started sweating profusely on his forehead. This isn't good, I've used too much mana, or maybe the driver's mana triggered my sensitivity. No, if this continues, they will catch up with me. Just then, another car approached. Why is there a car passing through this area at this hour? Kanghu glanced in the mirror and recognized it as a patrol vehicle for this area. Oh no, why tonight of all nights, patrol guards on this road now? I didn't anticipate this, it's a significant inconvenience. With the situation becoming increasingly precarious and his energy depleted from overusing mana, Kanghu had no choice but to jump out of the car and escape immediately. The forest was vast and dark enough for him to evade pursuit. Thinking quickly, Kanghu disregarded the potential risks and threw himself down a nearby cliff. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and he landed relatively safely. Thinking he could finally flee, Kanghu hadn't even caught his breath when another unfamiliar figure appeared ahead, walking towards him. The stranger taunted, well, I didn't think you could take down 2 guards and escape like that. Quite cunning, aren't you? You low-ranking scum. Kanghu didn't know who he was or why he suddenly appeared there, but the man had a red celestial mark on his forehead, indicating he must be a hunter who had made a pact with a constellation. Unsure of the man's power, Kanghu decided to access his status window to analyze his opponent. The man had adeptly connected with a mid-level constellation. Its power enabled him to track the mana traces of others, regardless of where they hid. Once activated, his eyes could see through everything, be it forests, cliffs, or anything else. Tracking mana traces of others, that's how he found me so quickly, impressive. The man didn't understand what Kanghu was muttering about. Seeing Kanghu's lack of fear when facing a higher-ranked opponent, he thought Kanghu might be confused or even insane. As for Shin Kanghu himself, he couldn't comprehend why he could see the constellation tied to that man. Recognizing the red mark on his forehead, he didn't know why he had this ability to perceive celestial patterns. But for now, he pushed those thoughts aside. The most crucial thing was the present situation. After the first step of leveling up skills through the covenant with the constellation of the space thief, the next step, the second one, is by defeating another hunter. Then I can seize the covenant constellation of the victim. To put it simply, if I can kill him, I will acquire the constellation on his head. The issue here lies in the difference in levels. I am at level 10, while he is several times higher. Luckily, the system notification informs me that I can seize the power of this constellation. The time to hesitate has passed. It will be interesting to see. This is my chance to use the skill of seizing constellations for the first time in my life, but the noteworthy thing is that he already has a covenant with a constellation, so surely his level must be at 100, making it impossible for me to confront him directly. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. I will leverage the terrain and my experience to sneak up on him and take him down by surprise. Thinking so, Kanghu gets up and runs as fast as he can. Seeing this, the other person sneers with disdain, mocking, "This guy is indeed a low-level fool. When he sees me, he only knows to run away. You go ahead and run, try to hide well, I will easily find you, let's play a game of chase and hide in the night." After activating the skill to search for mana, he began scanning the area with intensity to observe. With the covenant with the constellation, he believed he could see everything here as clearly as in broad daylight. Even if the prey were hiding in the bushes or crouched behind a rock, he would detect them immediately. But this time, it took a little longer. He looked here and there several times but still couldn't see Kanghu anywhere. "It's strange, where did that fool hide? Are you hiding over there? Come out quickly. Damn it, I have to increase my power to prevent it from escaping. Oh, there's a glowing tree over there, it must be standing behind that tree. Alright, I see him now, it's time to start hunting. You wretch, come out and meet your end." As he approached, the person threw a spear. The spear flew straight toward the tree trunk and split it in half. However, strangely enough, he didn't see anyone standing there. He was surprised. Where did he go? How could he escape his keen eyes? At that moment, he himself was hunted down by Kanghu. Without a sound, without a shadow, Kanghu lunged out of nowhere and thrust his sword straight into the hunter's neck, leaving him no chance to utter a word. "Indeed, you have been too complacent with that tracking skill. You thought you could detect me for sure, forget about it. Now you have to suffer the consequences of being overly confident. Because you dared to underestimate your opponent. Go to hell and give me back that tracking skill, you wretch." System notification: you have defeated a target and successfully acquired the skill Proficient Connection with the constellation. The Proficient Connection skill will now be owned by the constellation, the Space Raider. This covenant cannot be lost. All skills related to Proficient Connection have been successfully learned. System recorded new skill. The level of this skill will be similar to the previous two skills, both reaching the maximum level. Tracking mana and night vision are recorded at the highest level. Great, I did it, success, I can't believe it. Or should I try to use it to see how it feels? First, activate the mana scanning network. Wow, I can see everything like this. It seems like there's no hunter tailing me anymore. Now it's safe. I have to admit this is cool. If I walk at night, turning on this skill would be interesting. But no, right now I feel dizzy and coughing heavily. What is this feeling? Am I allergic? I can't even stand. And I'm coughing up blood, damn it. It seems I've pushed myself too hard in this battle. After escaping from here, I need to buy a few things to prepare for such situations. Because earlier, to be able to hide the energy when being hunted by him, I reduced the level of mana transportation to the lowest. Then I transferred all the mana spots into the mana absorbing stone. This is something I must do because if I let mana transport in the usual way, he will definitely detect the mana fluctuations around and catch me immediately. Therefore, hiding the mana transportation and transferring it into the mana absorbing stone is necessary, even though it's not simple and can cause self-harm. Finally, after concealing the mana, I threw the mana stone to another place. The stone was embedded in a tree trunk, which was the same tree he detected and threw the spear at earlier. Because he could only sense the strongest mana flux around here, he was deceived. And thanks to that, I managed to defeat him. Actually, it was just the first step. To approach and defeat him quickly, I had to use the short-distance jumping technique. With a series of actions like that, Kanghu's body couldn't adapt immediately, which is why he feels so exhausted. If I had to continue fighting under pressure, there's a possibility I would die right here. Not joking. Fortunately, things are okay now, and I need to find a safe place to rest. I've been walking for so long, searching endlessly, but haven't found anywhere safe to hide. It's truly exhausting. The sky is already bright, and I can't keep dragging my body around like this forever. I wish I had a vehicle to move faster. Oh, there it is, an ideal hiding spot. That sand truck, it will help conceal my presence well. Having finished thinking, Kanghu decided to jump into the car to lie down for a bit. After thinking it over, Kanghu decides to jump down into the truck to lie down for a while. Luckily, his mana reserves are sufficient for such an accurate jump, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Once again, he executes a safe landing. Phew, it's enough to make one pass out. Who could have predicted the situation would turn out like this? First, dreaming, then transmigrating into a novel, inhabiting the body of a villain, fighting, and escaping from prison. In just one day, I've killed 3 guards in a row while fleeing, something that wasn't in the original novel I wrote. My mere existence has disrupted everything. I don't know if the future will change anymore, but no matter what happens, I need to be stronger. I'll achieve that with the knowledge I gained from this novel. However, with this weak body, even with prior knowledge, I still need to work hard to change that miserable future. I don't want to die in agony in the final segment of the novel. I don't know why I wrote such an ending back then, but it seems like karma. Now, I have to embody it to repay my debt. But this place is beautiful, isn't it? I never thought it would be so peaceful and serene here, sitting on the truck, feeling the gentle breeze, contemplating life. It's truly something. On the other hand, at the headquarters of the Celestial gang members, they have reported the incident to their leader. They are discussing the next steps to capture Kanghu. We need to quickly capture those low-level scoundrels, they say confidently. Don't worry, it's nothing difficult, just follow the action plan, it's clear. While lighting a cigarette, the commander thinks about the special escapee. Seems like he's quite clever, he muses. He performed multiple actions to cause chaos, then escaped from the prison camp using a transport truck. No one has ever escaped the Celestial Gate before, except for him. Oh, it's not good. I've used too much mana. Luckily, I could safely jump off the truck earlier, but now I can't go on. The lost mana won't recover quickly. It'll probably take at least a few days. After wandering with the sand truck for a while, Kanghu eventually found a public telephone booth to call for help from acquaintances. He wasn't sure if this place was safe because the Celestial faction was scouring everywhere to capture him. You still haven't found that level 10 assassin? Huh, he has defeated our level 45 and 55 guards, along with a freelance hunter, who's at level 100 and has a constellation contract. Unbelievable yet intriguing. It holds significance, indeed. Hello, it's me, Kanghu. Kanghu, how are you? Your voice sounds off. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm in front of the Taijin station. Can I ask you for a favor? He's quite interesting. He'll make this hunting game much more exciting. If everyone were useless like those brainless guys, it would be truly boring. Capturing that wretch will also enhance our faction's reputation among other associations. Switching to another scene, after a hurried phone conversation at the station, Kanghu was taken home by a girl named Han So-yeon for treatment. She carefully disinfected and bandaged his wounds. Thank you, Han So-yeon, for bandaging me up like this, the girl worriedly asked. What happened? Did you go to the battlefield? How did you get injured all over your body like this? No, I was captured by the Celestial faction as a prisoner. What, were you taken to the Mana Stone Mine? They specialize in capturing hunters there. Yeah, that's right, the Mana Stone Mine. All the mana is concentrated there, so low-level hunters like me have to work like slaves to mine the stones for them. If we don't die from exhaustion, we'll just become prey for other hunters. In this world, I have no one else to turn to. Although I've been separated from her for quite some time, I still trust Han So-yeon and reach out to her. Well, more accurately, Kanghu in the novel has parted ways with her, not me. She still loves him very much, now that I'm in his body and identity. Upon learning that I've been captured to work as a slave in the Mana Stone Mine, she burst into tears. She apologizes to him, blaming herself for not being there for him more often after that incident, which could have prevented him from going to the mine. She regrets listening to him and leaving like that. It's all her fault. I remember when we broke up, she was still a newly awakened hunter, with a level lower than mine now, but currently, she has reached level 150 and even has a contract with another constellation. She has truly progressed rapidly. If she had stayed with me back then, she might have been dragged into the Chungmyeong detention center. I couldn't have protected her, so breaking up with me was the right and best thing for her. She's done enough. Now, anything related to me won't end well. The Celestial faction will pay attention to her and harm her. I have to leave now. I won't involve her. Han So-yeon tries to stop me. Now that she's at level 150, she can't lose to an ordinary hunter. She'll worry about me. She just needs to use that strength to protect herself well. Seeing Kanghu determined to leave, she can't do anything else, so she prepares clothes and essentials for him to take. She just needs to use that strength to protect herself well. Seeing Kanghu determined to leave, she can't do anything else, so she prepares clothes and essentials for him to take. Here, there for you. I've put some money and a phone in there. It's safe, and you won't be tracked, you can rest assured. Looks like her guild isn't simple either. Thinking back, it's true that both in the past and even now, a guild like that always suits her. Hey, do you want to join our guild? There, you'll be safe, we'll have each other's backs, and we can go back to how things were before. Before So-yeon could finish her sentence, Kanghu interrupted her. Don't get stuck in the past, we can't go back, don't cling to me anymore, it's better for you. Despite being in great pain, the girl understood the situation well and always respected his decision, so she held back her tears and let him go. Yes, that's what I thought. I used to think we would be back together, living happily. No matter what happened, we wouldn't let go of each other again, but since you said so, I'll follow you. Besides, I have a friend who is the leader of a mercenary guild. I've saved her information in my phone. If you need anything, you can contact her. Take care, okay, feel free to call me whenever you need something. You take care too, thank you. And then, the two of them temporarily parted ways, Kanghu leaving under the young girl's regretful gaze. He got down the street and hailed a taxi to his appointment. Driver, please take me to Taijin Station, he requested. Sitting in the cab, Kang-hoo gazed thoughtfully out the window, possibly reflecting on yesterday's events or thinking about his girlfriend. At that moment, the driver asked, "Do you mind if I turn on the radio? There's breaking news today." "No problem, go ahead," he replied. "Hello, esteemed listeners, the latest news from our reporters reveals that the Younghwa Society has attacked and suppressed the mercenary conglomerate Bachman Co. Following the verdict day, a wave arose, targeting the headquarters of Bachman Co., under protection in Jungseon, Gangwon Province, where criminal syndicates are rapidly increasing. Finally, Judgment Day has arrived, unexpectedly and silently, yet, it unfolded disgustingly as demons attacked humans everywhere, in administrative buildings, supermarkets, airports, and even upscale apartment complexes. Recent reports tell of a young man driving his girlfriend when he noticed the streets were oddly empty for a weekend. After chatting for a while without receiving any response from his girlfriend, he turned to find her turned into a dark, lifeless corpse. Who wouldn't startle and scream in fear in such a situation? But before fear could settle, the unlucky fellow met a grim end at the hands of the demon's wrath. Numerous similar cases have occurred, with them attacking humans and turning this place into a hellish realm filled with atrocities, corpses, and flames. Reporters present at the scene report that this is the rooftop of a building in Gangnam, Seoul, where the sky has turned a blanket of purple. According to a conclusive report, this area has been completely overrun by monstrous creatures. Humans are under attack, with many casualties. Those who received evacuation orders fled to other places to survive. However, dungeons erupted, appearing everywhere, and bloodthirsty monsters poured out, madly killing civilians. In a short time, Seoul plunged into a state of chaos like never before. At that time, some who gained powers were called hunters. However, many unexplained events shattered human faith in God. Hunters who once hunted monsters to save people now began hunting other players because doing so would yield more items. Greed and moral decay worsened the tragedy. But later, they were all accused by the entire hunting community for their wicked actions. They didn't even spare rookie or low-level hunters, regardless of gender, despite pleas. "Please, no, don't," despite the girl's begging, they still wanted to kill her to seize her items and skills. "Someone might think I'm bullying you, but don't worry, just a little more, it'll hurt a bit, then it won't hurt anymore," they said. Just when everyone thought the end had come, the world's savior appeared. Shiwan emerged. Starting from Seoul, he rescued many from demons, monsters, and even mutated hunters. He helped, protected, and healed people, founding the Younghwa Guild. That's why everyone wants to live in Seoul now, at least there, it's safe under the protection of Younghwa and Shiwan. And most recently, the Bachman Co. conglomerate was confirmed by Hunter Shiwan as responsible for the terrorist incident at Gangnam Seoul Station. However, Kang-hoo knew very well in this case, Bachman Co. wasn't a terrorist organization, and obviously, they weren't behind the terrorism either. But in the thoughts and understanding of the people, it was entirely the opposite. They believed that the Younghwa Guild and President Shiwan were righteous organizations, and his expectation was to eliminate all terrorist conglomerates. They always believed he was the best hero hunter in Korea, but no one knew it was all Shiwan's act. "It seems this taxi driver idolizes and appreciates him a lot," the old man said. His son just woke up, and his dream is to join Shiwan's guild. Therefore, his power is immense, coupled with the label of world-saving hero, which makes people worship him. If I were to plan to oppose that wretch by exposing his actions, he would undoubtedly turn me into a criminal, resorting to righteous killing. Under the pressure and influence of the people towards criminals, the outcome for oneself is as clear as day, death being unavoidable. That's why I hope to join the mercenary conglomerate, because most other guilds are already under his control. Today, I took a taxi to the headquarters of the mercenary conglomerate, and finally, I've arrived. Now, becoming an associate of the mercenary conglomerate aligns well with me. Upon my arrival, a woman stepped out from inside, as if she had heard about me earlier. "Hello, I heard about you from Soyeon. My name is Lee Yeren." Despite being introduced by my ex-girlfriend, I wasn't ready to reveal my identity, so I came up with a different name to talk to her. "Hello, I'm Young Sung-kyu. Nice to meet you. Judging by your current abilities, I think I have a good job for you. It should suit you well." I looked over the job description and found it quite mundane, so I asked her to skip it. I wanted something with better rewards, even if it meant more challenging tasks. This one is just too ordinary. She seemed surprised and double-checked if I was at level 10. I confirmed that I was indeed at level 10. Right at that moment, Lee Yeren burst into laughter, as if she thought I was being humorous or delusional about my strength. "Haha, you're quite funny," she chuckled, tears streaming down her face. "As they say, being too brave can be suicidal, and you're quite daring. But you want me to go clean up corpses for you? Aren't mercenaries supposed to rely more on skills than levels? Although my level is quite low, my skills are pretty decent." "Are you mistaken about something? Who do you think you are?" In reality, Kang-hoo understood this girl very well, as she was just a character he had put a lot of effort into building in this novel. Meeting her in person felt strangely surreal but fascinating. She's an enigmatic observer, with a neutral constellation,
capable of distorting and obstructing opponents' visions. Li Yaren, a mage with additional support skills, has signed a contract with a mid-level constellation. She's a character I created to counter Xuan's 13 spirits. To successfully join the mercenary organization, I need to gain her trust. I began reasoning. Initially she said she only needed someone with high skills, not caring about levels, as that wasn't the mercenary's goal. But Sunkyu, reality and ambition are very different. At level 10 like you, I doubt I can assign any higher level tasks. Prejudice and truth are very different. You haven't tried, so how do you know I'm not capable? This statement of mine impressed her. She probably started to see me in a different light and decided to give me a chance to prove myself. Alright then, let's see how far your skills go. For hunters, skill assessment is easiest through trial combat. I will evaluate just one thing. And that evaluation will depend on whether you can evade my skills or not. You don't need to attack or anything. If you can dodge my moves, that's good enough. So she just wants to see if I can defend myself. That's it. If I can dodge her attacks accurately, then I'll pass the test. Exactly, dodging your opponent's moves means you can create opportunities to counterattack. While preparing, Yaren summoned energy for her spell, covering herself in a green aura. I realized she was using mist to create puppets that could track my position, even in far-off places, and the puppet, resembling her, was the mist stalker. This isn't an offensive skill that causes damage, so even if I get hit, I won't die, but if I can't dodge it, it will leave a trace, and the test will immediately stop, leading to not only a failed test but also being seen as delusional about my strength. So I can't afford to be complacent. Alright, let's begin. Here we go. As soon as she pointed towards me, the puppet obeyed and flew towards its target. With this, I think I'm fully capable of dodging it because it's quite similar to the skill that Hunter used to trap me in the dark forest that night. I didn't rush to run, I waited for it to come a bit closer before adding some drama. As soon as the puppet spotted me within its range, it thought it could capture me, but life isn't that easy. It's time now, let's play catch. No, how could he? Not only did he dodge the move, but he also jumped so high. It's impossible. At that level, jumping 1 meter is already difficult, but he leaped all the way up there. It seems he's very adept at using basic assassin skills, like the short jump. What a surprise, so he's quite skilled after all. I'll have to try again. Let's see if he can dodge again this time. Enhanced tracking power, attack. After she unleashed her second move, indeed, the puppet's speed increased significantly. It moved more agilely, and at this moment, it seemed to have flown very close to me, in just under 2 seconds. The spins were really mesmerizing. In no time, its hand was about to reach my back. It's dangerous. Even if I perform a short jump, I can't dodge it like last time. But it's okay because I have another trick up my sleeve. From afar, Li Yaren thought I was about to be caught by the puppet. She thought she had nabbed a clueless guy. But no, he dodged again. Not to mention, what kind of move was that to be so fast? Instantaneous teleportation. While she was still looking for where I was, I teleported behind her and brought my sword up to her neck, speaking with a cocky tone. Let's stop the test here. Humph, you're not bad yourself. Although I passed the test easily, I have to admit, she's faster than I thought. No wonder she's the commander of the mercenaries. Hey, have you been trained before? No, why? You're lying. A level 10 like you couldn't make those moves. You seem very proficient in your skills, unlike the low-level hunters I've encountered. So, did I pass the test? Yes, I think I can entrust you with tasks equivalent to level 50. Good, that's what I thought. After finishing the small test, Li Yaren and I got into the car to go to our first mission location. She was driving, and she didn't forget to glance at the mirror and see me lost in thought in the back seat, as I always am when I get into a car. Hey, are you interested in bulletproof glass? Lately, there's a gunman who's been bothering me, so I had all the windows of my car replaced with bulletproof glass. Looks cool, right? A gunman, why would he attack you? Yeah, I'm quite loved by those scoundrels from the faction of the True Heaven. They often send snipers to take me out when I'm out on the streets. Pathetic, isn't it? They want to make it like a turf war. I don't know, but never mind those guys. Here, take a look at this. This is a mission contract for you. It's to track down a wanted criminal. I'm the contractor, and this authorization paper will be very useful for you. The location is at Gyeonggi-do-san, an abandoned dungeon ruin, and the wanted person is a guy named Kim Mukyun, level 50, a mage by profession. The mission is to retrieve a level 3 item, Bartaro's shoes. So, do I need to bring him back alive, or can I just kill him on the spot? You can kill him because Mukyun has already killed too many innocent people. You can execute him right there if you want. If so, the National Hunter Security Agency will be pleased because you helped eliminate a dangerous criminal. I understand. I'll start immediately. By evening, our car had reached the destination. At that moment, Li Yaren remained outside the car to receive and observe, while I advanced alone inside. Before I entered, she cautioned that he would likely be hiding somewhere within the area, not easily surfacing for me to capture. Given the largeness of the area and its many hidden nooks, locating the target would be quite difficult, and there was a risk of him mounting a counterattack if my infiltration was detected. However, for me, this wasn't a bad area to begin the hunt. This was a location Kanghu had used as a hideout in the novel, so I was quite familiar with it. Furthermore, there were several mid-level bosses here, which could prove quite useful if subdued. If I managed to capture them, I would obtain many items. Ah, here they come, I thought to myself. These creatures will be drawn to the smell of blood, so I'll sacrifice a bit. A few drops of blood will surely lure them out. They look like celestial rabbits, quite speedy, with sharp claws to boot. If those claws hit you, you'd better start making arrangements. For something this fast, instantaneous movement would be very effective. For beings of such speed, instant relocation proves remarkably efficient. Combined with maximum level short jumps. I just teleport, catch them off guard, then use the short jump again. Repeat a few times like that. Eventually, the rabbit horde meets its end. But it seems Li Yaren wants me to conserve energy and focus more on the main mission rather than killing these creatures. So, she reminded me to retrieve the entrusted items and then do whatever I want. And she knows, what I need is the reward, not to fight without cause or for some lofty purpose, so she gets straight to the point when asking what reward I want. All I need is a raid permit for the dungeon. For places with many mid-range to high-end accessible bosses like this. It's truly an ideal spot for stealing boss skills that I acquire. This will be the best place for me to obtain all their skills. At this moment, a boss appears. I recognize it. Nice to meet you, Ventus. The system analyzes and concludes, with my mastery level, I can steal this target's skills. As soon as it sees me, this boss wants to rush out and kill me immediately, but don't stand there rambling. Who kills who is still unknown? Ventus is quite hot-headed too. As it hears me taunting like that, it immediately charges down to attack without much thought. But what makes it special is how it induces illusions in others. It can create a perfect illusionary copy of me to deceive opponents. Fortunately, I've detected these things. As Ventus closes in and aims to strike me from above. It has also calculated quite meticulously the direction of attack to kill me as quickly as possible. But surely it can't be faster than the maximum level instantaneous movement I possess. Initially, that attack seemed like a simple feint. But in reality, the real attack comes from another angle. I won't let it distract me for too long, as it would cost me a lot of mana for this battle. So the combination of short jumps and instantaneous movement would be the decisive move against it right now. I don't think it will be defeated that easily. It seems it's just a mid-level boss in name only, because its direct combat skills haven't fully developed. Well, let me bid you farewell then. I instantaneously shifted to close in and attack it in a blink. At this point, I equipped the sword from my inventory. I used it to stab deeply into the critical point right behind the boss's neck. It didn't expect to lose like that. But it's because its opponent understood too well what was going on here. Excluding any changes caused by certain unknown objective factors. Tonight's initial steps can be considered a harvest. Though Ventus wasn't overly formidable, I managed to steal a skill from it upon defeating it, the illusion-inducing skill. But, regardless, my vulnerability remains, and it's extremely dangerous. I need to do something to restore mana, to avoid the sensation of complete exhaustion and dizziness as in previous instances. While Kanghu found something useful for mana restoration, he himself was unaware that from afar, a group of people was observing him. He picked up something from the ground, a tranquility potion, not just one leaf, but two. Luckily, they were still intact. And they were the group closely monitoring Kanghu's every move throughout his battle with Ventus. Two chatty youngsters accompanied by their reserved and dangerous leader. Do you see it, boss? That rarely happens, doesn't it? This is Zhou Young-jae, a level 3 guardian of Ozan. Initially, he thought Kanghu would lose, but who knew he would strike directly at Ventus's weak point. Boss, I've seen him at the market before. I was wandering around, looking for something to buy when I saw him visiting a stall and purchasing items like Saburo's breast, kobold's blood, and some sleeping pills for monsters. Because he already had a dagger in his inventory, he ignored the seller's suggestion to buy more knives at the stall. He seems to be planning to hunt monsters in the dungeon and collect more items from there. Look, what is he eating? A tranquility potion? Boss, do you see that he seems quite skilled in assassination? I've never seen him before. He's a stranger here. I wonder where he's from. Boss said nothing, just observed and thought quietly. At his level, he shouldn't be here. While thinking, he was interrupted by a talkative kid. He may be a bit formidable, but he's not your match, boss. Should we bring him here? If it were you, you could make him kneel easily? No need, it'll be easier if we let him exhaust himself in battle, then we'll take care of him later. Oh, boss, you're truly different, so clever. We just need to follow him closely and wait for him to wear himself out. The real drama is yet to come. At this moment, I'm checking and adjusting a few things in the status window. Taking advantage of that, I'll have a few pieces of tranquility pills. Since earlier I allocated all points to resilience, as long as I can handle the congenital mana sensitivity, I won't need to allocate points to mana anymore. Now, I will allocate all to endurance to get through this difficult phase. Finally, I feel a bit alive. Luckily, there's tranquility medicine, which soothes, relieves pain, and suppresses mana sensitivity for a certain period. But it's hard to find in normal dungeons, and since it grows naturally, it's difficult to produce in bulk. However, there's only one person in this country who knows how to grow it, and that person is in the no man's land area, very hard to access. It used to be called the DMZ, and it's quite far from here. So, it's best to prepare and buy as much as possible now, to use gradually later. Because my weakness lies in the dagger. If that mana sensitivity flares up during combat, the results are obvious. If I can't stand steady, how can I apply skills? And I'll die instantly, regardless of whether the monster is low or high level. But no matter what, buying a lot of tranquilizers isn't simple. I need a lot of money. I shouldn't have written Kanghu's character to be so sensitive to mana, it's insane. Regarding Li Yaren, after recruiting the new hunter for the mercenary organization, she had more free time. One afternoon, while driving on the road, she received a call, but the signal seemed to be choppy, not very good. Hello, what's going on? Just last year, the call quality wasn't this bad, it's getting worse day by day. What did you say earlier? I couldn't hear you clearly. I said they're intervening in that matter, so we can't do anything, especially because you're affected by the Celestial Guild, along with the Black Lion, things will get worse. It seems like you're having a hard time after getting involved with those people from the Celestial faction, huh? Yeah, but it's okay. After all, I'm too used to being watched. This has been going on for a long time. They're very blatant about having people watch me. Be careful. Oh, can you assign a hunter to me? I really need one. I'm short on manpower these days. But there's really no one else who can help. So, I'll just contact her. So what? I don't know. I don't know if I can introduce a suitable hunter to you, Shiwan, because the standards you set are not simple. I think you'll reject all of them right at the entrance, won't you, Younghwa Guild? Then I'll change the standards a bit, lower them a bit. I want to train the lower level ones properly first. What do you think? Lower level, huh? We have a hunter like that on our side, really. But I think he needs a little more time. I don't want to jump to conclusions too soon. Everything has to take its time. I trust you because you've never recommended the wrong person, Yaren. This time, I'm counting on you. In the past, you've always introduced me to skilled hunters, but due to some unfortunate events, we've lost them. I'm really sorry and also hesitant about it. It's all in the past, so you don't need to worry. I'll observe him a bit longer. If he meets the criteria, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way, do you have any useful information lately? Pump me with some news? Oh, I happened to come across some internal information from a few criminal organizations. I'll send it to you via a secure email address soon. No problem at all, we're like family. Whenever you need this kind of information, I'm here to help. Our Younghwa needs talented individuals. So if you send someone capable here, I'll treat you as best as I can. Besides, I won't forget your favor. What goes around comes around. After finishing speaking, Shiwan hung up. Despite Yaren's intelligence, she couldn't know that while talking to her, he was also capturing and torturing a hunter, unsure if it was someone Yaren had previously recommended to him. She is only concerned about Kanghu's current performance. Oh heavens, no matter how high her expectations are for the young lad. How could she even think of someone who has just taken on their first mission like he has? But it's true that the kid has abilities different from any hunters she's known. Though he's low-ranked, she believes in him. He'll make something of himself in the future. Speaking of Kanghu, he's currently busy battling bosses in the hidden target area. Each boss appearing there has impressive skills. And tonight's boss is a mid-level one, Ibria. The initial battle seems to be favoring Kanghu. He quickly injures it in the leg with a long-range knife throw. Though it's quite formidable, it seems its speed and agility are still quite a distance away from him. At this point, it begins to unleash its ultimate move to capture its prey with its gigantic claws. Kanghu is carefully observing his opponent to identify its weaknesses. Because if he can detect a flaw in this ultimate move, he'll be able to attack and win easily, using minimal energy. The monster not only wants to capture its opponent but also grabs a nearby rock, piecing together small fragments into a gigantic rock mass, seemingly intending to hurl it towards Kanghu to crush him. Finally, he has discovered the weakness of the capturing skill. It leaves too large a gap in its sequence of actions, and he'll use that gap to create chaos beforehand. Then he'll attack unexpectedly. As predicted, Boss Ibria throws the large rock towards Kanghu. Very quickly, he sidesteps, but the distance he slides isn't too far. As he dodges the blow, he also uses his hand to deflect the rock. Through some unknown force, the rock shatters into many smaller pieces. The hunter displays incredible prowess by using a magic illusion skill obtained from the previous monster. This skill tricks the opponent into believing it has successfully buried its enemy alive under that layer of rock.
However, Kanghu takes advantage of the illusion to instantly teleport behind it. He summons his familiar sword from his inventory. The result is a straight thrust through the boss's abdomen, killing it before it can react. For the second time, he defeats a mid-level boss using the extreme-level instantaneous teleportation. The system window pops up. You have defeated a mid-level boss, you have leveled up. Kanghu decides to allocate all his points into endurance once again, and he also needs to save up on tranquilizers. If he uses too many, he won't have enough for later purchases. At this point, after the boss completely dies, the skill to seize the ultimate move is automatically activated as usual. The skill of seizing has been acknowledged, reaching maximum proficiency, with the function to summon a target within a fixed radius in front of you. Summon a target, ha! Or maybe try using it to see how effective it is. Kanghu raises his hand and aims at the target in front of him. The small knife he threw into the boss's leg earlier is now lying on the ground. After determining the target to summon, the skill begins to activate. Surprisingly, he manages to retrieve it, even from a considerable distance away. This means the skill can be used for both living beings and objects, not just exclusively living entities. And if used well, it can even disrupt enemy actions. Surprisingly interesting, indeed. Let's try a few more times and see how it goes. While Kanghu is enthusiastically trying out his newly acquired skill, the onlookers from before still haven't taken their eyes off him. They're witnessing the entire battle process, as well as the skills he's used to defeat each opponent, one by one. Look at him over there, he's really gutsy, a true assassin with no nonsense. He managed to kill Ibria without needing any support, but what's he doing now? Just standing there swinging his sword back and forth? I don't know, maybe he wants to increase the proficiency of that skill. Boss, should we go beat that jerk up a bit? I really can't stand him. He's already formidable and now he wants to look better than me too. Boss, are you listening to me? If this idiot doesn't shut up, then tell him. I said we wait until he's tired, then we'll target him. Stop yapping and let me handle this. Meanwhile, in a nearby hiding spot around this area, Kanghu's real target has appeared. A bearded man, unkempt hair and all, he's sitting gnawing on something that looks like a piece of red meat. As he eats, he reads the contents written on the paper and seems quite pleased. Turns out, the Black Cult faction has given approval for Mukion to join their organization, but of course, there are certain conditions attached. One of them is they want him to provide internal information about the Prolam faction for the mercenary group managed by Li Yaren. Clearly, the factions are engaged in some kind of covert competition with each other. Wow, this news is great for me. It feels exhilarating to sit atop the corpses of these useless fools and receive a prestigious invitation from the Black Cult. I bet that little wizard Li Yaren is now worried about trying to catch me. Currently, there are 3 major factions, the Celestial Realm, the Black Cult, and the Blue Lotus. Initially, I was targeting the Celestial Realm because it's larger and more famous than the other 2 factions, but now I'm reconsidering the Black Cult. They're not bad either. It's been a while since I set foot in Taejun. There will be many interesting things here. At that moment, after defeating the boss of seizing, Kanghu also found the hiding place of that wretch. He looked down and saw a low-level hunter appear. Ah, this is an uninvited prey. It must want to seek its own death. Where did it come from to give me another target to exploit? After saying this, he raised his hand to summon the pack of wolves. Hey, guys, we've got fresh meat now, it's time to feast. Hurry down there, tear that guy apart, and let's enjoy until morning. The bloodthirsty pack of wolves rushed out, moving as if they hadn't eaten for ages, finally encountering such a juicy and fat prey. Goodness gracious, wolves, how scary, you guys must be really hungry, huh? Come here, I have some premium pork meat here, still fresh and juicy. Whoever behaves, I'll give them an extra piece. Upon seeing the meat, the wolves somehow forgot their assigned task and were only drooling, eager to taste how it would be like. No wonder Mukion got furious. What on earth is this? Are they stupid? This species never prefers normal meat, why are they rushing for that thing? While the wolves were indulging in their feast, Kanghu played the game of stealthily stabbing. They say, don't mess with someone during their meal, but he chose precisely that moment to strike the wolves. This is a sure path to death, each one was stabbed from above. Poor things, dying for their meal is truly regrettable. The wizard's face turned pale as he witnessed his foolish wolf pack being slaughtered so effortlessly, but what puzzled him the most was why today, they preferred normal meat over human flesh, fresh blood, as they usually do. Seeing your dumbfounded face like that, I think I should explain, shouldn't I? It's not just a coincidence that they like this meat, there's a reason for everything. Earlier, I went to the market specifically to buy and prepare this meat to suit their taste. I cared about your pack of wolves. Consider yourself warned. If you still want to keep your pack alive, be careful. You won this time. If you're brave enough, come up here. Okay, if you want it, I'll accommodate you. What's there to fear? You better be prepared, but it seems you're quite reckless, son. Who in their right mind charges straight into the enemy's den like you? Fortunately, I was prepared beforehand. No matter how skilled you are, you can't escape my trap. I'll blow you and your kin to bits. As Kanghu runs toward his location, he activates his tracking skill to quickly locate his hiding spot. But inadvertently, he discovers something else: the mana bombs that Mukion had placed here. There are so many of them, from the outer hall to the corners, stairs, everywhere there are bombs. If one isn't careful and steps on them, it's instant death. In this situation, a short jump is the most reasonable choice. Kanghu activates his short jump skill and quickly escapes the enemy's territory. Wait a minute, why did you jump so fast? I haven't pressed the button yet. Oh no, it jumped in one go, avoiding all the mana traps I set up. How did it know there were traps? Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you? With just a few skills, you still have a lot to learn. I'll make you taste my power. X, the chaotic fighter, the sinister cloud, confuses enemies and disrupts their vision. I am the one favored by the dark constellation. And now, I'll show you what it means to be a dark mage of hell. Even if you're good, try to withstand my spell. Kanghu realizes the considerable power gap between them, so he quickly teleports to avoid the dark mana traps. Then, he uses a short jump to approach his target. His power level is about 50, as a mage with a supporting constellation that causes disorientation to the opponent. Kanghu knows what his opponent intends to do next. This time, you won't be able to dodge it. I was just playing with you earlier, now it's for real. Seize the darkness spell. Just as Kanghu expected, his opponent intends to use this spell to turn everything around him into darkness, making it difficult for the enemy to attack accurately. Not yet, still not yet, just a little more. When Kanghu's foot is about to touch the boundary of Mukion's created darkness, he stops. Indeed, at this moment, he raises his sword and places it on his forehead, right at his eye level. The dark mage senses something ominous and begins to feel fearful, sweat dripping profusely. How do you know the only way to deal with this spell? How could I not know? I'm the one who created it. What are you talking about? This spell is mine. How could you claim it's yours? Don't talk nonsense. Alright, no more nonsense, you're too far away, come out here and face me. Kanghu activates his seizing skill. He stands from a distance and simultaneously binds and pulls the mage closer. What kind of monster skill is this? Who gave you the right to bind me? You displayed it without needing any gestures. How is that possible? It's not like that, I just simplified the movements. Now, take a sword for insulting me. Kanghu thrusts his sword at him. You dare to stab me, the dark magic erupts. I'll burn you to death, you wretched creature. Unexpectedly, even a sword thrust couldn't kill him. He still had the strength to use another spell. Not only could he continuously shoot fireballs, but he could also fire them unusually fast. That sword thrust should have seriously injured him. Wait, what's this? Did he use some item to enhance his magic? If that's the case, then I won't engage in direct combat anymore. You despicable coward. Your death anniversary will be celebrated next year. Go to hell. Mukion's magical fireballs truly live up to their reputation. Their power is terrifying. If someone gets caught, their body will keep burning until it's completely melted. That's why Kanghu ran as fast as he could and jumped down to the lower floor to avoid his spell. Haha, why would a wretch like you dare to come here and offer your life to me? Now it's too late for regrets. While he was feeling triumphant and about to pursue and exterminate, he looked down and saw multiple Kanghas staring back at him. The illusion made him unsure of what was real and what was fake. You scoundrel, what trickery are you trying to pull? In that case, I'll burn them all, activating the Raging Inferno spell. At this moment, both the real and illusory Kanghas scattered in various directions. What nonsense is happening? How could he evade my own spell? I will surely. But before he could finish his sentence, Kanghu had already circled behind him without him noticing. With one hand, he tightly grasped his neck, and with the other, he thrust his sword into the previous wound. You dog, why did you stab the same place twice? Who forbids me from stabbing the same place twice? You cunning dog, how dare you deceive me? I will kill you. Haha, that's my preference, but I think you don't have the strength to kill me anymore. Level 50. Because I have calculated it carefully, and you always fall into my trap. That's what I call supreme tactics, you fool. At this moment, the system window suddenly appeared again. The Master of Fast Strikes praises your outstanding attack tactics, hence, it has spontaneously expended a small amount of its power to reward you, increasing your experience by 100%. Wow, I didn't expect to be sponsored, it's truly rare. Although there are countless celestial bodies observing hunters, receiving sponsorship is quite unusual. The reason is that sponsorship consumes the power of the celestial bodies, or in other words, their own celestial power. The Master of Fast Strikes is indeed generous. Seeing Kanghu being sponsored by another celestial body, the constellation of space thieves speaks up. As a space thief like me, it's truly shameful to be a sponsor, such a low-level celestial body. It even lowers the value of the contract owner like me. Hoo-hoo. Kanghu laughs. Are you jealous? Don't worry, choosing me was the right decision for you. In return, I will use all my abilities to show you, I am also quite capable. Crazy person, stop babbling and focus on the prey in front of you, it's still alive. Fine, I will end this. Makian knew he wouldn't survive the night, so he cursed as much as he could, considering it his last defiance. You evil, despicable person, you think capturing a lowly hunter like me can change everything, huh? Do you think you can pull off some trick? No, even if you catch a scoundrel like me, you can't change the world. Then I don't need to be here. Farewell. So the dark sorcerer, Makian, has died, a death full of bitterness and resentment for being defeated by a low-ranking hunter. Notification: you have killed the target and obtained his contract, the Chaotic Warrior. The Chaotic Warrior contract is now under the control of the space robber. There's no way out unless the contract is cancelled or terminated. At this moment, all the supernatural abilities of the Chaotic Warrior have transferred to you. The system has also granted Kanghu 2 new skills, Seize Destiny and Subtle Chaos. Fantastic, I've obtained them. Should I take his equipment as well? After all, he's dead, so it would be a waste not to. Although I'm not fond of undressing men, he looks disgusting. At first, I thought a level 50 wouldn't be so stingy, not daring to cut his hair, shave, or buy nice clothes to wear. Turns out, he spent all his money on buying items. With these elegant gloves, I can link this mana chain with the dagger to make it more accurate. And I can transmute this armor to enhance its durability. This power-enhancing ring will fortify resistance. This stat is crucial and shouldn't be overlooked. And here, the Destiny Warding Leaf of the Dark Deity. It consumes 1 mana per second when in an awakened state, reducing the skill activation time. The buffs are optimal for me now. Besides, I also obtained Bartaro's level 9 boots. I've taken all of his clothes, so I'll just sell the level 9 items. I'm level 19 now, so reaching level 20 would be perfect. The thief's breadwinning skill is right in front of me. But it's strange, why don't I see any monsters around here? Aren't there usually some thornfoot rabbits around? Kanghu was observing to find and capture small monsters to enhance items. Meanwhile, the watchers on the upper floor are still diligently monitoring him, never taking their eyes off him for a minute or a second. Seeing Kanghu's blood-soaked cloak, they probably think he's just been in a fight. Assessing his condition, let's rush down and block his path to loot his equipment, shall we? The boss and the girl standing on the high platform signal. The time has come, release the thornfoot rabbits and corner that guy. Signal received, hee, let's play with him, guys. No wonder there are no thornfoot rabbits around here. Turns out they've all been captured by these guys. They're using these monsters to harass Kanghu first, then attack. These rabbits get excited at the smell of blood. Seeing the blood on his neck, they're eager to tear into him and drink his blood immediately. They're salivating all over the place. Finally, you guys show up, but why so many? Did you arrange to meet? Well, the more, the merrier. Thanks for helping me level up. In just the blink of an eye, Kanghu has slain all the thornfoot rabbits. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 20, what a milestone. I've been waiting for this notification for a long time. You've gained the basic skill of the assassin profession, which is the consecutive stabbing. Thanks to the power of the nebula above your head, this skill has been upgraded to the blood-drenched stab. The blood-drenched stab can continuously interact with the target's blood loss index. I thought these rabbit kids could pose a challenge for him, but they died so easily, really frustrating, boss. It's okay. This is our opportunity because he's letting his guard down right now. Watch, boss, I'll handle this. One swing of my sword will end his life. Kanghu sensed an ambush by an enemy and timely used a short jump to avoid it. Who is this jerk, trying to ambush me? Luckily, I dodged it in time. If my reflexes were a bit slower, I'd be dead by now. Hello there, little kid alone in the winter sky. Seems like my previous swing wasn't strong enough. Let me try again with a few more swings for you to see. This time, I won't miss. Get ready, kid. This young Sunkyu guy has incredible strength. Combined with the sharpness of the giant sword in his hand, he can cut through rocks like cutting through mud. But Kanghu's agility, along with the blood-drenched stab he just learned, helped him get close to him and give him a hit right at the waist. The blood-drenched stab, with a healing limit of 10 turns, so he needs to use this move several more times. Because the first stab seemed to have no effect on his massive body, it's like a mosquito bite on a buffalo. Haha, you call that an attack? It's like scratching an itch, kid. Cheers to boss number 1, your move is useless, because my boss is a berserker. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. You're probably dead. Of course, he has to be strong, he's a berserker. But no matter how berserk he is, I'm not afraid, because his weaknesses are also significant. Kanghu continuously used the blood-drenched stab on him. Haha, you've used it all up, you're weak, come at me. Sure, I'm coming right at you, at least I'll hit you 4 more times, making it an even dozen. This guy is going crazy. The previous 6 hits were just warm-ups, now it's the real deal. Activate the snatch and covert chaos. What's happening? Why are my eyes blurred and dazed like this? Taking advantage of young Sunkyu's confusion caused by his 2 new stolen techniques, Kanghu rushed in and stabbed him 4 more times. He then swung his sword wildly, but I hardly even noticed those scratches. Your tricks are just that, I see through you now. Have you finished playing your games yet? Oh no, what's happening? Suddenly, I feel dizzy. What's going on? I can't believe it, a few scratches like that are draining me of strength. Two soldiers hiding in the distance, seeing their leader not doing well. Hey, what's wrong with our leader? There's no way he'd lose to that scoundrel, I don't know, but you're squeezing my head too hard, kid. No, I can't lose to you. The more I'm stabbed, the stronger I become, I'm a berserker. At this moment, Kang Hu used his ensnare skill to bind him. An incredible force of pull, rendering him unable to resist, no matter how much muscle he has. And this time, Kang Hu launched a direct attack, thrusting his sword into the enemy's chest and piercing through his back. Do you know why you're dying? Even if you're a berserker, ultimately you're still human, and as a human, if you lose too much blood, you'll still perish. Goodbye and no need to schedule a reunion. The two soldiers, seeing their leader dead, panicked and fled like headless chickens. Damn, run for your lives, he's no ordinary foe. Even those wretched mice want to flee, it's chaos. Maybe they've seen that the berserker from the National Hunter Security Agency of Ozan has fallen. Let's settle the score with them later. Now, let's take some tranquilizers. The status window pops up with a notification. You have killed the target and acquired his contract, the bloodthirsty one. Hey, Space Raider, how does it feel? How does the taste of bloodthirstiness suit you? See, I'm quite capable, getting 2 contracts in just one day. You should sponsor me too, instead of being so stingy. You're crazy, dream on.
After the bloody battle in the previous episode, Shin Kang-hu killed the fanatic Yung Sung-kyu, causing his 2 disciples to flee in horror. Kang-hu finished taking the sedatives when he saw a notification window appear. You killed the target and took his contract with the bloodthirsty. Just today, I got both constellations. The bloodthirsty constellation is a neutral constellation. Its use is also quite interesting. The more strength you lose, the more immunity you have to psychological damage. A constellation that can increase your mental state is also good. And as always, Kang-hu went to collect the spoils from the loser. Since this guy specializes in stealing loot after other people's battles, it seems that he has also obtained many useful things. This time, I have a good harvest. It's a waste to steal it without knowing how to use it. Let me use it for you. This precious magic-resistant ankle bracelet was a rarity, and these shoes also help to increase speed. And even gloves to increase physical strength. If a hunter has limited physical strength, this glove will be the perfect choice for him to be able to exercise his skills easily. Well, if I wear this glove on one side, and the glove on the other, disposable is too perfect, but you have to consider carefully, because these things are also very expensive to resell. After taking all the items on Yung Sung-kyu's body, Kang-fu left excitedly. Tonight's fight like this was enough. He still had one thing to complete the rest of the mission. Leaving the rubble in that hideout, he headed towards Taejun to reach the mercenary headquarters. Lee Yurin was very excited and curious to see that his first mission was so successful. She held her booty shoes and admired them endlessly. Quayo, I didn't expect you to find these Vartaro's shoes so quickly. Not everyone is lucky enough to do this the first time. Thank you, you've complimented me too much, you gave me favor. She continued, to be honest, the first task was only a small challenge, and the number of successful people was only half. She really knows how to use words to reduce fear. Instead of saying that 50% of the participants would die on the first mission, she said it in a much more ornate way. Well, it's all thanks to her cold-blooded and calculating brain, so it's no wonder that she always has a high success rate in difficult tasks, which not everyone can do, a team leader full of potential and acumen. Lee Yaron then gave Kang-hu a newspaper. As promised, I will allow you to enter a dungeon with many mid-range monsters, and here is information about it. The location is the Howling Wind Hill located at Gaepyeong Station, where there are 4 mid-range monsters and a main monster. It's also fascinating. Do you like it? There are 5 skills that he can steal. Reading briefly about the mission, Kang-hu was intrigued by the loot that could be obtained. It seemed that this was quite an interesting mission. There was no reason for me to refuse. Close the order, make a reservation for me tomorrow morning. I'll prepare a few things to start hunting. By the way, did she buy and sell items? Lee Yaron was so stunned that he turned his back when he saw him take out a few more things. These were all the items that the black mage had taken before. Oh my god, Kim Mukyeon takes a lot of money. You just let me worry, I will collect a good price, guaranteed to be more competitive than selling to others outside. Then let's move on to the next mission. Kang-hu looked through the task list and pointed to the one in the middle. Let's start with this guy. This is the escort mission of the National Security Agency. I am interested in this case. The target was Hyo Youngtae, who was convicted of stealing national property and causing injury. The reward for his arrest was 300 million won, and he was given free rent in a dungeon of level 100 and below. Li Yaren was a little worried again. It's quite difficult to find his base. Can you do it? Many hunters are also looking for him, but as far as I know, apart from being seen appearing near Yangpyeong Station, where no one frequents often, no one knows where he is hiding. It's okay, you can rest assured, I have a way to find him. Such rats must have a special way to trace them. That night, Kang-hoo went alone to the busy entertainment area after last night's mission. Besides, after selling the items he didn't need, he earned 250 million won to spend. Now that I have made money, I have to create more ways to escape. Thinking so, he took out his phone and called a man. The other party picked up the phone. Allo someone. I want to buy 10 solatium leaves, the delivery location is at Yongsan Station, please be on time. Oh cool, I see, the man who hit his face on the other end of the line has received the order and will deliver it on time. It seems that this is how anonymous hunters trade when they want to buy support items. Kang-hoo was standing in front of a bar, looking at the sign. He wondered if he should go in there a little. Anyway, there was still some time until his dungeon conquest. So get ready to make a drink, and then gather a little more useful information. Inside the bar is a chaotic scene, but nothing strange. Competitions and challenges to kill each other take place every day in these places. And even worse, those bloody killings became the joy of the rich, who bet on the lives of the participants. The noise of the music, mixed with the cheers of the audience, makes this place like a free ring. Nerd, bet on it, kill him quickly, come on, come on. But he didn't care and walked straight into the bartending counter, spreading out the bills like an emerging giant and ordering something weird. Give me a blast of solatium. The red-haired bartender named Benny was surprised, and a solatium burst out. I didn't expect someone to order this dish. It tasted strangely different. I hadn't made it for anyone for a long time. His taste is also too strange. Kang-hoo ignored it and just said that it was his favorite. Wait a minute, Benny immediately went inside to get the ingredients. She just looks like that, but since then in clubs like this, bartenders are often the ones who have a lot of useful information in their hands. Of course, that is not the information that has been verified, for reference only. While waiting, Kang-hoo looked around the bar and he jerked when he saw the person. A girl's familiar hair had just appeared, or rather, the whole group of people who had just appeared. What the hell is that woman doing here? Is it necessary to be such a coincidence? Subordinate to Eclipse CEO Kang Dong-hyun, and Hound Cha So-hee, what did they come here for? Could it be that the celestial leaders had already begun to trace their tracks? Suddenly he was startled when Benny brought the glass of water and said this was mine. Unfortunately, I've never seen anyone as handsome as you. Come here. Who are you? You look so cool. Who wants to see you from now on? It must be difficult. What did she mean by that? Maybe I wouldn't appear again after tonight. Why? What do you mean? Kang-hoo's face was stewed. Benny continued, I've only heard rumors about it, but it's probably true. It seems that Tien Tuk is aiming to acquire this club. They're going to roll out a few things after they take over. Hearing this, Kang-hoo remembered some things from before. Their plan was probably to arrange the hunters here to get them into the mine. That is the typical method of celestial recruitment. So that's why Lady Cha So-hee is here. I want to come here today just to have a drink, and I can't rest anymore. After thinking about it, Kang-hoo hurriedly emptied the glass of water that had just creaked, took a shot and put the cup on the table, standing up to get out of here as quickly as possible. There is no point in attracting attention and letting her find out. But it doesn't seem to be in time anymore. Someone had come here, causing Benny to panic. Damn, I'm here. Why did you come here? Those guys are the celestial faction. Are they sweeping this place tonight? Those guys all carried weapons in their hands. Some of the guests here recognized them. A person spoke up aggressively. You guys came all the way here. This is not a place for you to be a monster. But it seemed that the Celestials didn't care. One in the middle smiled sinister and instructed the people behind him. You should act carefully, because they are all good goods, fragile goods, please be gentle, ha ha ha. Then the minions quickly rushed to attack everyone, including civilians and hunters. They all gave each of them a few slashes without any hesitation. They almost destroyed everything here. Benny was so scared that he ran away without knowing when. One of them caught Kang-hoo's eye. He didn't run away in a panic, but calmly stood and watched the fight. You're looking at something, that puppy, but Kang-hoo still stood there, his hands in his pockets as if he wasn't afraid of anyone. You want to die? After speaking, he rushed up again, raising his hammer to slash Kang-hoo like he had been doing all this time. But even if he was only a level 20 hunter, it didn't mean that he would stand still and wait for death. With a skill as simple as teleportation is enough to provoke that guy. Damn it, why is it natural? Do you dare to dodge my tricks? This man has never slashed anyone, just now it was just a warm-up to scare you. Wait, it seems that something is wrong, why am I so dizzy? There is blood. Before he could finish speaking, the man fell to the ground and died, because Kanghu teleported while holding the knife in his hand and gave him a blow, so fast that he was injured and died in vain before he could realize it. It was also this revelation that caught Kanghu's eye of Father So-hee, who was sitting nearby. It seems that she came here not simply to observe the acquisition, but also to find people. She also had a dagger in her hand that was used to attack the enemy. Normally, high-level assassins would prefer this weapon. Oh, this guy also has a bit of bravery to see what his next step will be. It seems that I have to get involved. He was also quite prominent in the crowd. I have to try to see how capable he is. So he quickly rushed up. Her speed was not ordinary because she was known as the #1 hound under the Eclipse director, Kang Dong-hyun. And in a flash, so he launched the dagger towards Kanghu, making him suddenly startled. But it was even more surprising that the knife was not intended to attack Kanghu, but to shoot directly into the chest of a fellow celestial leader who was standing right behind him. It seems that something is wrong here. Why did she attack her family? The guy was in pain and gritted his teeth, so he rusted. However, she helped him end the pain immediately by pulling out the knife, causing blood to splatter, and sending him off for a short distance to the Pluto Palace. Why are you doing that? Aren't we a faction? So he threw the kick, flying the guy through a corner. As for Kanghu, she didn't understand what was happening. She acted as if she was helping her. What was she going to do? How could it be like that? It seems that this secret agent is more cunning than I thought. I have to do the same thing to see what she wants to do. After dealing with a name, so he turned to greet and probed Kanghu. Hello, no rice and water, brother, I've never seen you before, but I like your eyes. What guild do you belong to? I don't like to be tied down, so I don't like to join the guild. Kanghu's coldness excited her even more, and she stepped forward, put her hand on the boy's shoulder and whispered. So the better, if you don't belong to any guild, join us, or let's just discuss our business, but of course after leaving this place. The two of them stood on one side, ready to face the angelic people as if they were one faction. And the celestial beings stood up in disarray. What's wrong? The plan has changed. Why are the secret agents attacking us? I guess this is the boss's order. I'm so confused. So he looked at them with cold eyes and said, attack, go all the way. Oh my god, it's really a fight. Your level, how can we fight against you? Even though they didn't understand what was happening, the secret agent said that, so they had to do it. As for Kanghu, she understood that this was all part of her plan. Is she trying to test her abilities? If so, just have fun and pretend to agree, but if you refuse right now, you will be chopped like bean paste. The battle was started again. The celestial people were still very numerous, while only Kanghu and So-hee with 2 knives fought against them. Kanghu's knife was unleashed and finished off a man who was about to rush up. This also meant that he had no weapons in his hands to attack anymore. One of them quickly seized the opportunity, and ordered the others to attack Kanghu at that moment. Because they didn't know what his abilities were, even if he didn't have a weapon in his hand, it didn't mean that he was no longer capable of fighting. If you can only rely on the weapon in your hand to attack or counterattack, then the chances of survival will be lost in critical situations. In less than a second, Kanghu was able to snatch a sword, slashing several of them to death in the surprise of the secret agent. What the hell is that? It's moving with the mind. How could he do that? Father So-hee asked. Kanghu made a gourd-like expression and saw what they were going to do next. Then he turned his back and called So-hee to follow him to the escape as if they were already a team. He began to run away, luring the Celestials to chase after him. Chase that bastard, chase him quickly. They were divided into 2 groups. One group chased Kanghu and So-hee towards the escape hall, and the other group dealt with the rest of the people in the hall. The spy chased after Kanghu and continued to probe his abilities. Aren't you an assassin? You can also use magic. What level are you at? Kanghu did not answer. Actually, it wasn't magic, it was all thanks to the gloves that Kanghu had obtained last night. This would go well with the dagger, which he wore without anyone noticing. So taking advantage of that, he stimulates his curiosity by answering in a limbo, because now is not the time for him to reveal much about himself. It's up to you, magic or fine arts. The 2 of them ran to the gate leading to the escape corridor, and indeed there were a lot of Celestials waiting there. At this time, the sound of the announcement from the main speaker of the bar sounded. We would like to inform our customers. There were intruders from the Dark Lions faction right now, and they were trying to cause a disturbance in the club. The heavenly eclipse had come to suppress them. Everyone, please cooperate to be safe. The sound of this announcement didn't seem very true, when it was the celestial eclipse that caused the chaos here, but they tried to make up a righteous excuse to oppress others. In the front hall, the hunters were brutally attacked. At the emergency exit, they were aggressively chasing Kang Hu to the end. It seems that they have a special favor for him, when there are quite a lot of them. They encircle both the front and the rear. Raising the hammer, he was about to smash Kang Hu's head. But the plan didn't work out when their opponents were too fast, too dangerous, and had a very calm head. He was able to dodge lightning-fast blows and counterattack accurately and fatally. At this time, a notification window appeared in front of Kang Hu and said, "The Disciple of Justice Constellation has been impressed by the act of punishing your hypocrites, who are consuming the power of the constellation to increase your power. Then your experience is increased by no fraction of a %. It's really funny, Justice, such a weak thing can appear in this world. When the hypocrites are trying to create a cover for righteousness. When the villains are hailed as heroes again. And I was considered a villain, just like in that novel. No one cares about real justice. They are just stupidly running after the false light of justice. But our Kang Hu is different. Justice is to destroy the false evildoers. I can repay that gift with 3 villains." Kang Hu took a short jump and finished off the 3 men around him. He is indeed a constellation of disciples of true justice. And the secret agent Cha So-hee didn't know what she embodied, when she killed her comrades with her own hands, all for personal purposes only. Without So-hee's help, Kang Hu was still able to defeat the celebrity bearers. With just a few simple moves, he treated them all beautifully and kicked them out. His proud expression, accompanied by a hint of arrogance and complacency, was enough to lure interested prey to follow him. As for the prey So-hee, she thought she was looking at the right person. She was very excited, because she thought she was about to catch a good fish for the organization. An emergency exit leads to the outside area. The two had escaped from the bar through the back door and were hiding next to each other in a nearby alley. Search carefully, he hasn't run far yet. The celestial eclipses were still very large and constantly searched everywhere. Found it, it looks like they've already run in this direction, let's go over there and check it out. As the villains passed through another alley, So-hee turned to mention the previous offer. What do you think about working in a freer place than the Union? There is very good welfare there and has the potential to take him to the next level. Moreover, the smuggled salary is also quite good. You can consider becoming a teammate with me. As she spoke, she held out a business card with a black crescent moon symbol and 3 swords. Kang Hu accepted the business card and said I would contact her after I had dealt with some important matters first. Saying that, he turned away and left, and So-hee followed his footsteps and hoped that the fish would catch the hook soon, but she didn't expect that she herself was a tricked fish, as Shin Kang Hu had escaped from her net tonight. When Kang Hu was gone, the spy returned to the team. She called to report to Donghyun's master. Yes, master, we're done here. The director asked her to do another task. Investigate. It doesn't matter, it's easy for me, you just say your name. And the name that her master asked her to investigate was none other than Shin Kang Hu of the Chungmyeong Detention Center. It was the fish she had just lost. Yes, master, I won't disappoint you. Finally, tonight's action was over. It was a bit of a hassle, when I had to sacrifice a few comrades to be able to approach that kid. But it seems worth it, the price to pay to get to know a promising star like him. The player is very flexible, handsome and a little interesting. Then you will be captured by me, let's wait. After a cat-and-mouse chase at the bar last night, Kagu began to act as planned the next morning. He had just arrived at the station under Lee Yaren's instructions. There was still nothing suspicious around, but because of occupational diseases, Kang Hu is always wary of people and things around him at all times and places. He is currently not being tracked by anyone. Glancing around, and thinking about last night, he thought, according to the reaction of secret agent Cha So-hee, I am still not wanted, she doesn't know who I am yet. But from now on, we should be more cautious when we are in Taejun, and it is quite uncomfortable that the Celestial Eclipse Society is expanding its sphere of influence everywhere. They have been monitoring trains to Gapyeong lately, and this time I have to do it there. If that's the case, instead of going straight to Gapyeong Station, I'll go through Yongsan Station to distract them, both to cut the tail and to make a pre-booked transaction. Feeling safe, Kang Hu went to a place to make the trade he had booked in advance last night. It is Solatium. It was delivered to a great advantage. The reason he knew this secret transaction was because he was the author of that stone novel. In the novel, Shin Kanghu uses a hidden space near the train station to receive solatium. Fortunately, he knew the way there. Just in a nearby alley, there was a guy talking on the phone, but he was talking too loudly to get Kanghu's attention. His voice was full of triumph. Haha, this is really the best part-time job, just a little acting can take the opportunity to participate in the dungeon right away. You believe me, the boss said that you just need to pretend to rob a little. The guy saw Kanghu and turned to shout, that guy, what the fuck are you looking at, do you believe that I blinded your eyes? Hearing the shouting, his companions didn't understand what was happening. The guy ignored Kanghu and quickly ran away, fearing that the plan would be discovered. No, I'm not cursing you, nothing, you just go to Yongsan Station. That guy was so panicked, and he had a reason for that. Because in Seoul, where the Yunhwa Guild had monopolized the dungeons, the other guilds didn't have the power and face they had. To participate in the dungeon is not something that everyone can do. Yunhwa's aura is in contrast to the others, so everyone is eager to have a chance to collaborate with Yunhwa. Seoul is also where the National Security Bureau is most active. Police forces are on strict guard everywhere. Where large-scale supermarkets selling weapons are opened with a variety of types and designs for hunters to choose from, it's the right kind of weapon paradise. Along with that, the price is also exorbitant, but shopping here is more preferable than other places. At least the scale is half as large as the normal sales place, so it is also temporarily acceptable. Walking around the supermarket, I finally chose a satisfactory dish, Blue Sky Joy, a level 5 weapon, increased power by 50 units. I guess I have to practice how to use a dagger from now on, but if you keep teleporting or capturing vision, you can only control the enemy, not cause damage. Where to try it? Kanghu held a stone as big as the palm of his hand. Without using slashing force or other skills, he only used the power he had just gained from the new weapon and squeezed it. Unexpectedly, it only took 1 second to crush that stone and dissolve into rubble. Quayo, it's also strong, this weapon is fine, let me see more of its features. Blue Sky Joy, when fighting within 30 minutes, the resistance recovery speed will be doubled. Well, the accompanying effects are also delicious. This dish suits me. Unlike the others, I don't need to worry about mana, but using mana insatiably, I have to worry about the pressure range. I'm going to take this, it can help when I'm fighting. With it, I feel like I'm about to level up dozens of times. Holding the item he had just bought, Kanghu carried it out on the street openly and was not afraid of being noticed. He was looking at an interesting new weapon when he heard a boy talking to his parents, and said something very funny. Mom, let's continue to eat fried chicken tonight, there should be no problem, Mom. His parents smiled. Okay, this is Seoul, and the National Security Bureau and the Yunhwa Society will protect us from all dangers and rescue us if something goes wrong. They are true heroes. It sounded ridiculous. It was true that these ordinary people were really ignorant. They tout those evil people. Blind faith in the guild labeled heroes and villains pretending to be justice. Wait, Kanghu himself is the author of these characters, why does he show restraint when they are praised like that? But as soon as he finished speaking, a test appeared. Kanghu heard a noise behind him. Please let my child go. The family had just met a group of masked men, who grabbed the boy and even beat the injured father. Haha, you didn't let it go so easily, my uncle is joking, no one has taught my uncle how to know anything before. If you want to ask for something, you need to be a little sincere. The masked man spoke and gestured. It seemed that he wanted to kidnap and extort money in broad daylight. People rushed in to watch. Someone told someone to call the National Security Bureau to come right away. These guys are so rampant, if the Security Bureau comes here, you're done. Seeing this, Kanghu intends to quickly solve this case alone without the need for security police. The dagger is ready, there is no need to wait for the National Security Team or Yunhwa at all. What a fool. Hey, those two guys, take a look, I'll show you how sincere it is. Kanghu was about to rush to skewer those masked men. But he suddenly stopped when a character appeared with a cool appearance. The people shouted happily. It was Chai Guanhyung, the owner of the Yunhwa Society. That family has been saved, fortunately. None of the civilians could see this window. His profession is the constellation of evil, the god of war, a constellation specializing in swordsmanship and space splitting. I didn't expect to meet Zhang Shuan's colleague in this place. A chairman like him is not the type of person who would come out for such a small thing in the first place, so why did he appear here? Chai Guanhyung stood in front of the two masked men and coldly threw out a black card. The masked man grabbed the card. It must have been the first time he had seen this thing, because looking at it, he didn't know what it was. What is this? Are you going to joke with him? don't think that dressing luxuriously is dangerous, this man is afraid of you. Chai Guanhyung calmly, you can withdraw as much money as you want, this is an unlimited card, but on the condition that you release the child. Withdraw as much as you want, that's fine, it seems that you are more sincere than his parents. The two masked men found the bargain too attractive, so they decided to release the boy. Keep the little guy tight and go away, don't let him catch you a second time. After speaking, they pushed the boy on his back towards Chai Guanhyung. The child's parents rushed back to see if their child was okay. Oh my dear, are you hurt? Now it's time for the Yonghua Guild to show the people what justice is. Chai Guanhyung immediately used his skills to chase after the two evildoers. In a split second, he teleported out of the crowd. That skill is so strong that even someone who hates Yonghua has to admit it, he was indeed very strong. He was a swordsman who specialized in using space as a combat attribute. Today I had the opportunity to witness the character I created with my own eyes. As soon as he landed in front of the other two, the space around him also changed. It seemed to become an isolated and strange place, no longer the busy streets of Seoul. The two masked men struggled to know which way to escape. Something like this, it's like we're locked in a barrier. Chai Guanhyung begins his hunt. One of his jumps caused a masked man to cut his torso in half. The other man looked at the blood everywhere in shock, and he accidentally revealed his face. Although obscured by the transformed space, Kang-hoo quickly realized that it was the name he had just seen at the train station. The guy looked at his comrades being cut in half, his head and himself in one place, and his legs in one place, and he began to panic. Kill people, please let me go, I did as you said you just need to act, but you didn't say it would be like this. If I have to die, I refuse to do it anymore, you have already been made a hero. That guy begged Chai Guanhyung, but because he had used the skill of splitting space, there was no way for everyone outside to hear what was being said inside. It seemed that the chairman of the Yonghua Society did not pay attention to those pleas, and was cornered, and the other man had to draw his sword in hopes of a chance to survive. He used all his strength to rush up and shout loudly, "Go die, you scammer." But life is not like a dream, the difference in class, demeanor, skill, and even the sophistication of weapons is enough so that this war does not need to be fought, but can also determine the outcome. Chai Guanhyung's sword slash was as cold and sharp as his own evil eyes staring at his opponent. One move caused the other to cut off his head. It's disgusting. The people seem to have become accustomed to these bloody scenes, and they believe that the wicked should be punished appropriately. After witnessing the incident, they clapped their hands and cheered because Seoul was safe. Only Kang-hoo knew best, it was indeed a cruel trick. They used thugs to deceive their faith in the Yonghua Society, hiring a dramatist, a hero to save the world. It's ridiculous. Junghua's appearance couldn't be more timely, as if the savior had come to the world, bringing light to the people, a reasonable excuse for them to manipulate this place as a true protection. Just enjoy it as much as you can, then one day, all your rights will be taken away by me. Seeing Junghua's falsehood, Kang-hoo couldn't bear it, so he left. Probably only he felt that the kindness of the Yonghua Society was the most despicable scum, but for now, he couldn't expose it. In another scene, that same morning, Secret Agent Father So-hee of the Eclipse personally visited the Chungmyeong Detention Center. The manager handed her a stack of magnetic papers and said, "We are sincerely sorry, but this is all the information we have. This is the profile of the prison escapee you mentioned." Since she had received a task from her master, she came here to find information about a person. Indeed, that name has appeared, Shin Kang-hoo. But he is no longer there, because the day before he escaped and became a freedman, self-fending hunter. So the person in this photo is Shin Kang-hoo. Wait, this photo. Looking at my face, I was so familiar with it, it was the guy from last night. This investigation is quite interesting. The heavenly eclipse had finally targeted him, and now he was heading to the dungeon to carry out the task entrusted to him by Lee Yeren. After waiting for a long time, Kang-hoo asked the two gatekeepers, "I think it's time for me to get in, it's been a long time. The creation of the dungeon is finished, but there is a problem that we are worried about." Kang-hoo was frustrated. "What the hell are you worried about? These guys made me lose too much time." He said he was at level 20, which was lower than the recommended level inside this dungeon. "You'll be fine, fighting at such a different level would be very dangerous. He might get injured and not be able to come back if he was knocked out by a monster inside the dungeon. Although I'm not sure if I'm okay or not, if I want to steal opportunities from these people, I have to level up quickly. I defy all dangers. If I keep being scared and don't dare to step out of my comfort zone like this, I will not only lose my opportunity but also be hunted down. Both Yonghua and the Celestial Eclipse will hunt after him, falling into the hands of either of those two factions. I am not at peace. So my lowest goal should be level 50, the ideal level to be called a skilled assassin. If I wanted to reach that rank quickly, I would at least have to endure this. And just like that, Kang Hu confidently told them that he could overcome the monsters within. The gatekeepers let him in and hoped a miracle could happen. The gate was opened, he entered another world with dusty wind, arid soil and rocks. The harshness of the dungeon will be difficult for hunters to move and fight. It's too hard to see here. If I don't leave a trace, I'll get lost. Leaving footprints on the places he had passed, Kang Hu almost slipped and fell into the precipice. He almost fell, but the road was leveled. It's not as easy as I thought. Wait, it looks like something is coming here. The tiny red dots grew larger as they got closer, but they were not clearly visible in the sand. They look like bright red dragon eyes. Monsters have appeared, they are desert lizards. Kang Hu was ready to fight them, the dagger in his hand was waiting to be moved. If it goes well, then I will achieve my goal faster than expected. The monsters were also very cunning as they rushed together to tear apart the enemy. 1, 2, 3, and 6 attacked Kang Hu at the same time. The battle has officially begun. At the same time, Sohee's investigation has also progressed. However, there were also some initial obstacles when the prison manager was stuck. Although we have tried to recreate the process of his escape from the pursuit, we are not very sure. He changed unpredictably, sometimes like an assassin, sometimes he had magic. I think he took us down with magic. He was very lucky to be able to trick a level 100 hunter. It's hard to explain this. We have also searched for him, but there is still no information. Besides, there was an absurdity here that they could predict the opponent's next attacks, which couldn't be the ability of a level 10 person. The more he looked at Shin Kang Hu's file, the more secret agent Sohee wondered, what are these drawings, what does it mean? He has only reached level 10, it's unbelievable. It's not like at all. Are these documents reliable? To be honest with you, I met that escaped prisoner a few days ago, and I'm sure he's not as corny as described here. I predict that he must be at least level 100, not as low as level 10 as you record. Something, how is that possible? The more confused the manager became, the more Father Sohee's anger grew. She burned the pile of documents and asked in a tone that couldn't be more angry, so what are these things? They are garbage. Then what were these things? Were they rubbish? When he didn't even know his rank, if you're as negligent as you are, it's best to stop forever. In fact, neither of them knew the exact rank of Kang Hu. Only he himself knows where he is and what he has to do to level up quickly. That's why he came here and fought these monsters. Not only will there be monster lizards, but there will be many bosses behind them. The first half had begun. After a bit of fighting, just as I thought, I aimed at his stomach, but that could only hurt him so much. If this is the case, how can we catch them all? They are still capable of fighting. If I keep prolonging the time, I will be exhausted by them. Thinking so, Kang Hu used his gloves to react to the dagger and slashed repeatedly in one turn, causing most of the monsters to be injured in the abdomen. Now there are only 2 children left who have not been injured. His ultimate made him hurt all the monsters. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain, but that was only temporary. He immediately provoked them, come on, let's go all the kids, if you are good, chase me. After a period of recuperation, they crawled up and attacked inanimately. If it continued like this, Kang Hu's resistance would also gradually decrease. But I had to hurt them many times before I finished, because that was the only way to overcome the challenge. There is one thing I have to keep in mind while hunting monsters, and that is damage. Even if the monsters died, if they couldn't be injured, no one would recognize that the hunter was the one who hunted them. But if you can injure the monster even a little, then everything will change anyway. The score was also increased and the new results were convincing. At least it was enough for the people out there to admire a level 20 hunter like him. Now it's time to end this. Kang Hu lured the monsters forward, both sides rushed at high speed. The inanimate lizards rushed after their prey, forgetting that they were about to fly through a very deep abyss. While Kang Hu has the skill of short jumps so that he can easily set foot across the other side of the rock, the monsters can't. Together they fell into the abyss tragically. The sound of flesh colliding with the soil and rocks was like the sound of an explosion of a mountain. One by one, they stuck their heads in the rocks. And this is the reason why they die fresh on the spot without touching the dagger. The first part of the dungeon mission has been completed. A notification window pops up, you have defeated a normal monster. They died one after another, and the windows appeared with the same message one after another. you have defeated a normal monster. When he had dealt with all the monsters, it was also time for Kanghu to be promoted to a new level. A series of blue windows appear, new notifications. You have leveled up very quickly, you have reached level 27, I've succeeded. Kanghu breathed a sigh of relief and gained more confidence for the upcoming second half. Meanwhile, Father So-hee is not like that, because the search for information and investigating this guy caused a lot of difficulties and anger for her. She was walking to the room where Shin Kanghu had escaped the day before. Looking at the ground, she doubted, this was a drawing of Shin Kanghu. What did he do with the blood ritual for? This is something that only a person with the rank of magician can perform. He was going to call a constellation, after all, what kind of profession did this guy have, assassin or magician, but he used such a strange skill. Suddenly, the owner of the heavenly food Dong-hyun couldn't wait to call to ask about the situation. So-hee, have you finished your investigation? Not yet, I'm still investigating. That escaped prisoner is not trivial, master, so I need one more person to join me in this. For what purpose? Didn't the prison also send someone to support her? You don't like that name. Master, don't mention that guy anymore. The ignorant captain was already vague about that prison escape, so I was so angry, I killed him. True to the name of the Hound of Heaven, Father So-hee is very hot-tempered and ready to destroy the other person if he feels that he is useless. As for Shin Kanghu, he has completed the first challenge and collected items from the monsters. A mana stone was crystallized by the mana of the monsters. Kanghu held this thing in his hand and remembered what happened before. It was the dark months when he was working hard at Chungmyeong prison, the days of digging mana stones for the Celestials. And Kanghu threw it away, for he was sure that Father So-hee's son must now know that he was an escaped prisoner. I couldn't have been arrested so easily. I will be the factor that changes everything in this story. There are so many things I want to do, and there will definitely be a day when both sides will find me. So not only did he stop at level 27 and those spirit lizards, but there was also something else here that could help him level up. A fire monster appears and approaches him. You've arrived, I've been waiting for you until now. After the warm-up, the first skill I will have will be stolen here. The second fight was about to take place, and Shin Kanghu wasn't the only one present. It seemed like someone was watching him from above. At the moment, I don't know who he is, which side he works for, but when he saw Kanghu facing the monster, the masked man raised his bow and arrow to launch a stealthy arrow at one of the two targets. But before he could take any action, the monster was lying flat in front of Kanghu. The fiery fire monster that had been burning earlier had been extinguished by a puddle of water that came out of nowhere. In the pop-up window, you have stolen a skill from the object, which is the skill of transmitting elemental fire. You can upgrade your skills based on your constellation's abilities. You can infuse elemental fire into all your weapons. The masked man was stunned when he saw Kanghu's skill. He was so fast that he was able to defeat the intermediate boss. His monster hunting skills were also very skilled. Each move is arranged in a logical way. He did not immediately engage with it, but chose the other way. Standing in front of the firebender who was burning furiously, he did not choose to rush in and slash it. But he fought it with a whole tactic. The first was to lure the fireman to the oasis. The next was to use illusion magic to deceive it, causing him to plunge himself into the lake. He didn't look like a low-level person at all. Could it be that he has a special skill of covering up the level? How could the captain be so interested in him? This intelligence is not a trivial form. It turned out that the other guy was Lee Yaren's man who had sent to monitor Kanghu on this mission. Yesterday, after meeting Kanghu, she summoned another hunter. Why, you want me to follow him? Yes, although his first test result was very good, I was not very confident. Since his rank was quite low, I was a little worried, but since he was too ambitious and wanted to fight all the mid-level bosses alone to collect the loot, I wanted you to lend a hand. Follow him closely to the dungeon, and come to his aid if he is in danger. At that time, don't forget to list some of the benefits of joining the team. I tried to convince him, but it still didn't work. As you know, talented people are often difficult to recruit. He will definitely bring great benefits to the Blue Bronze organization. If we help him level up quickly, this is a profitable contract. Back in the dungeon, after defeating the firebender, Kanghu continued to look for intermediate monsters. This situation was not dangerous, so the observer decided to follow for a while to see if anything happened. And the third half started a few minutes later, when Kanghu fired the first dagger at the monster. But they are very intelligent. They create a fairly solid protective arch-shaped barrier on their own. Despite trying to attack several times, the dagger still could not penetrate the net. Once, twice, 3 times. Their defensive shields were indeed quite solid. This time there was not one monster, but three of them, a mid-defender boss, a mid-center defender boss, and a mid-midfielder boss. All three were protected by armor, and the other shield. They line up in a vertical and defensive line. You're trying to prove the meaning of the three trees that make up that high mountain. Know how to form a team to protect each other. This reminds me of Li Yaren's words. Yesterday she had a few reminders. Oh my, I'll contact you after I've finished dealing with Yungtae Pig. Wait a minute, Sungkyu, I have something to tell you. It's fine to take on the task, but do you consider working with us full-time? The dungeon is not easy to break if you are alone. You know, my grandparents have a saying, one tree should not be young, 3 trees will become 3 trees. What kind of, I'll show you, a tree can still make a difference. Kanghu wants to prove that his teammates are not necessarily the ones who can help in many cases. That's why he doesn't like teamwork. Thinking of this, the more determined he was to defeat these 3 bosses, no matter how far they united to protect each other, they would fail. Relying on others, when that person can't even worry about himself. A series of skills were unleashed by him, from short jumps to teleportation. And this time it was the skill of winning the market. The 3 monsters stood like heaven when they couldn't see their surroundings clearly. And that's when underground chaos is used to make them fall into a full-fledged passive position. The short jump, the familiar move, used in almost every battle, still works well in this battle. Well, this distance is perfectly suitable for using acquisition. Without thinking about it further, Kanghu immediately used his ultimate move to capture the 3 monsters. One by one, the monsters seem to be attracted to him in a stupid appearance. They attack unconsciously and do not know how good the opponent is. One by one, they act discreetly, they gradually separate and can no longer support each other. Kanghu once again affirmed that this is why we don't like teamwork. Because they have seen the consequences of relying on others when they themselves cannot even take care of themselves. The moves are repeated continuously. Short jumps, seizures, instant chaos. And Kanghu finally reached the first monster. It was slashed into pieces. So the third door took place like that. In the first window, you have defeated an intermediate boss. Seeing that his comrades were dead, the second monster rushed to take revenge on the midfield boss. Kanghu waited for it to come forward and it would become the second body to lie down. The furious monster opened its mouth. But its sluggishness couldn't compete with its teleportation skills. It also received the same result as the midfield boss. But this time, the boss was able to experience the enemy's new skills. It was illusion magic, it didn't realize everything was just a visual deception. It's stupid, but stupid people unite to create a mess. And it's time to end this. It seems like I've spent a lot of time playing around with the 3 stupid giants. Even if there are many people, if they can't coordinate with each other, they will become a burden to each other. Each name is called the team bearer, but not the burden, the burden. You have defeated an intermediate boss, increased your experience points, you have just leveled up and reached level 29. Every time he defeats a monster or boss, Kanghu steals some useful skills. See what it is this time. You get center back, defender, and midfielder skills. The above 3 skills combine to create a protective shield skill. A protective shield is a type of installed shield, which can last until it is broken. It's also quite interesting, it can turn into an installation type after reaching the maximum level, but what to say, I have to supplement the Solatium first. It was that feeling again, and the observer was once again surprised to see how to hit the Kanghu clever bulb. Oh my god, he's better than I thought. Maybe he doesn't need a team, but is it too early to conclude? I will be able to determine when he confronts the boss. If he can overcome the boss of the dungeon on his own, then Li Yaren certainly doesn't have enough reason or benefit to convince him to join the team. But if he has trouble fighting the boss, I'll show up to help, then I will follow the captain's word and recruit him. Kanghu walked for a while and then arrived. Here, the sky turned red and the boss's magic power was huge. I finally met you. Originally, from the beginning, you were the prey I targeted. The boss with a human-like appearance, white hair that was half of his face. It is unknown what its abilities will be, and whether Shin Kanghu will be able to steal any of its special skills. But it seems that this boss is quite aggressive. When the enemy has not even started, it has already shown off a few moves before. It jumped high and concentrated dark mana to suppress its prey. Purple fireballs were released one after another with power like falling meteors. This is the black fireball that hunters often talk about. It has the power to overwhelm the opponent from the first minutes. At that time, the short jump is the perfect choice to dodge the monster's attacks. Spooky orbs bounce straight to the ground, making everything variegated. However, this is not the way. If one side constantly attacks and the other side only dodges, the dodging side will soon be exhausted. Not yet used there, the mage also innovated his moves by using defensive magic and rain arrows. It's hard to keep a good angle and make a move. Because he was constantly unleashing his skills in front of him, it was not easy to dodge the arrows. I have to find his weakness to turn the situation around. It seemed that the defensive magic was quite weak behind him. So melee combat is the best way to kill a mage. I can take a few arrows to approach, but it will be quite dangerous. I will definitely get the hemorrhagic effect. Because this bastard's signature skill is blood. That thing definitely kills me instantly when I touch it. I needed another way to approach him. After a few minutes, the skills he had unleashed just now should have been everything. On the contrary, I just showed him my short jump. He wouldn't know about the other skills he had. Standing from a distance observing the battle, the young man felt impatient when the two of them couldn't launch a blow to kill each other. With what this Sunkyu has done, I don't think he will look for his opponent's weaknesses for so long. The monster, after launching too many moves but still not being able to damage the opponent, was angry. Its eyes were full of murderous energy. As for Kanghu, you have a teasing attitude, haha, you must be starting to feel uncomfortable, right? I will show you the surprise right here. Provoked by his opponent, the boss frantically threw black fireballs everywhere, but still couldn't keep up with Kanghu's speed. He easily escaped from the encirclement and even kept close to the enemy. He was finally within the range of his move. With this distance, I would be able to take down the dark mage with one move. Hello, Howl, I'm coming to you. Kanghu rushed to ambush the monster, but he didn't expect it to be so calm. Damn, he was still using magic right in this dangerous situation. An explosion rang out, and the whole sky was covered with black magic, but Sin Kanghu thought that he had been shattered by this attack. It was so horrible that if the masked man hadn't dodged behind the rock, he might have died. But teleportation once again proved its usefulness. First distance, second speed, Kanghu possesses these two conditions to take down the enemy. The monster immediately turned its head and ran away, but its gaze showed that it was not just running away so simply, it was planning something else. Kanghu chased after him. You've been too subjective, you've used all your skills to show me, now it's my turn. The boss suddenly turned around and unleashed defensive magic to knock down the opponent. But Kanghu had promptly used the protective shield he had just obtained from the three intermediate monsters earlier. After that, he used the elemental fire transmission into the weapon in his hand again. The dagger pierced through the boss and burned. The magician was burned to ashes in an instant. His body gradually dissipated in space. It seemed that elemental fire transmission was not too bad, and the skills obtained from firebenders also made a fool of themselves. Phew, and yet I thought he had destroyed his life. He had single-handedly destroyed Alicia at that level. It was unbelievable. What I witnessed today was unbelievable. I have to send a report to the leader. As soon as the boss was defeated, a notification window appeared. You've stolen a skill from a bloody target. I have finally accomplished my main goal with this thing, and that guy has left too. You've been following me all this time, thinking I don't know. Your level has increased drastically. You have reached level 32. You have received the basic skill of the Accelerator Assassin. The Fast Wind Master Nebula has run out of praise for your clever tactics. Therefore, he gives you a small buff from the Nebula power, which is to increase the experience gain speed by 1.3%, and he will not hesitate to provide another reward. Oh, a surprise bonus. I didn't know the scale of sponsorship was so large. Putting aside the reward story, from the ash of the blood brute crystallized into a fairly large mana stone. This will be useful. Mana is an indispensable item for hunters to fight. In another development, Cha So-hee is still desperately looking for more clues about Shin Kanghu. She went to an apartment to spy on today, and is currently calling her owner. Allo, dear Mr. Kang Dong-hyun, I have found where Shin Kanghu has stopped. Yes, the door is locked, but I'll burn it to ashes. Nothing can stop So-hee's footsteps, rest assured. I'm going to go in and find something that could be evidence or anything that can be found out about all his information and whereabouts. At this time, someone saw a celestial eclipse invading the apartment, and he quickly sent a message to Kanghu to inform him, "Hey, the eclipse has found your home, what are you going to do?" But it seemed that there was nothing inside this house. He had already left. That mouse is too cunning, sir. But this did not make the celestial master feel angry, but on the contrary, he felt extremely interesting. It proved that the young man he was looking for had a strangely fascinating mystery. Shin Kanghu, the more mysterious he is, the more I want to have him, the more difficult it is to get, the more it is worth cherishing. He did not hesitate to move into the danger zone. It was true that he was both careful and reckless. His caution was a useful point that she didn't have, Father Sohee. He would be an excellent title competitor to you if he came to work for me. Hearing this, she was not very happy. The master asked again, don't play a trick because of that, quickly find him for me, search to see if you can find any traces. At this point, one of them found the paper and showed it to Sohee. Yes, I think the owner of this house is a hunter. You can rejoice, I think we've found a clue. After ransacking Han Soyen's house, they left, leaving hundreds of footprints and a piece of paper on the floor of the house. This will be the next target in the investigation of Shin Kanghu. As for him, as he left the dungeon, he walked and thought about his achievements. Following Alicia was really important. The blood skill she stole was the main reward, but the item that fell out after that was not bad at all. Selling the green magic stone will make quite a lot of money, and I can't forget about this bleeding effect upgrade ring. On top of that, I also got a skill book. It's not for my character class, but I have a way to use it. Too much precious loot. Kanghu walked for a while when he saw a notification on his phone. He must have been unable to connect with the outside when he was in the dungeon. Now that I am quite far from the dungeon, the phone has just started to have a wave. See who messages what. Is it Han Soyen's message? I've broken up with her. I tried to call him but he didn't pick up the phone, so I'll leave a message. The Eclipse had come to investigate him, and I thought they were after him. Fortunately, I was warned in advance. I didn't expect Sohee to be so fast. But why did Han Soyeon have this information to warn her? This is the information power of the Star Festival. It was predicted from a satellite society of the Yunghua Guild. If the Celestial Eaters were following him, then they would have come to Li Yeren soon. But with Yeren, I'm just a person she does business with. She has no reason to protect me. After all, I've refused to join the team with her several times. But now that the Blue Council is in conflict with the Celestial Eclipse about Taejun, there is no reason for them to help them and hand over their information. So for the time being, I am still assured about this. As planned, I'm going to catch the bastard Yungtae pig first. But I need a little help with this. When I get to the place, I should meet that person first. It was him, the purple-haired hunter. He also had the same purpose of catching the Yungtae pig. I don't know if I can catch that bastard. If this continues, it will be a waste of effort and time, and there will be no merit. I have inquired about his news everywhere. I understood that he was very enthusiastic because it involved a fellow countryman of his. But we have to bear it, because the affairs in Yangpyeong are beyond our authority anyway. They didn't want to intervene to help me. If that's the case, I'll do it my own way. This is the last house on the record. Standing and watching for a long time, he took action, stepping up the stairs of the apartment, where the suspected target was hiding. He knocked on the door very hard. Is anyone here? At this time, a young man in a white shirt ran out to open the door. Please ask who you are looking for. Is there anyone named Hyo Yungtae here? Who is Hyo Yungtae? I don't know, he is leaving. I live here alone, I don't know whose name is Pig. Even though he said that, he still couldn't hide the other man's keen observational eyes. He looked into the house and found the young man with a gun. He immediately asked, "Hey, you're a hunter." "Hunter, you're talking about my guns?" "No, it is not. I have a gun because the world is so dangerous, you know. I'm pretty sure everyone owns one for self-defense. I'm sorry, I can't help you." Saying that, he closed the door, and the man was disappointed at the house had finally arrived without asking for any useful information. It's really tired. It's not here either. Where was he after all? When the hunter was muttering, the young man in the house picked up a gun. He laughed sinisterly and was about to do something. The door was opened, and the gun was gently pointed directly at the man outside. He must not be a civilian who owns a gun just for self-defense, as he said. But the intuition and acumen of a professional hunter are not just fickle. He sensed the ambush and drew his sword. His speed was not mediocre. With just a small gap in his wing, he could swing his sword and slash at the cunning white-robed man's hand, causing him to be injured. "So you are a gunner, dare to lie to you. You should have added a silencer to your gun, your journey is still very green." The white-robed man panicked and ran out of the house with his arm covered in blood. He ran and screamed, but was trampled by the hunter and rolled to the ground. In an instant, he was restrained by the two swords that crossed his neck. Tell me everything you know about Jungi Pig. With the fish on the cutting board now, he had no other choice. I've only seen Hyo Youngtae once thanks to a commission, and he said he would kill anyone who looked for him. All I knew was that he was hiding very well, and although I didn't know who it was, he had a rather scary person behind his back. Someone with his back, yes, please forgive me. Seeing that he couldn't find any more clues from this guy, the hunter left, but after all, who was the person behind it? What was the reason for the investigation of Yangpyeong to be stopped? He was standing there thinking and didn't know what to do next when he suddenly discovered that a national security force was heading towards this area. What is Seoul's National Security Agency doing here? I can't go back yet. I need to avoid being found out and go back to the shelter. If they catch you, you will tear up your work. You say this way, right? Yes, I heard someone report that they had just been illegally attacked. Damn, what should I do? They're going to go through this alley. Didn't that kid just report to the security team to arrest him? Real monkeys. In that suffocating thrilling situation, the hunter was lucky to be freed when Shin Kang-hoo appeared. He came and distracted them. Sorry, you're from the National Security Agency, aren't you? I have some things I want to ask for your help, but the security team refused. We're on a mission, so we can't support you right now. Kang-hoo tried to plead, please don't do that, a hunter has robbed me on the big road over there, please help me. Taking advantage of that moment, the hunter quickly escaped from the alley. Kang-hoo deliberately extended the time and lured the 3 security guards to look the other way, so that the hunter had a chance to escape. It's really lucky. Where did that kid come from? Otherwise I would have spent it. Actually, there is no coincidence, Shin Kang-hoo, everything I do has a purpose, my friend, you owe me once. The reason why the hunter was determined to find the whereabouts of the bastard Youngtae was because behind it was a story related to his beloved compatriot. In the past, he was also a member of the national security team. The day when the two of them were close like brothers, when he was recruited into the Seoul security team, his compatriot congratulated him endlessly. Congratulations, you're going to Seoul, aren't you? Oh my god, you can do it. I heard that they really have a lot of power, unlike other places, but you always work with the Yonghwa Guild. It's great, not everyone has that opportunity. Okay, just leave me here, you just go. I'll take care of the responsibility here, don't worry too much, your future is very bright, come on. Let's defend our justice in our own way. While he was remembering his old friend, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly appeared. You're the guy who helped me before. How do you know about this place, who you are? Kang-hoo didn't answer his questions, but casually walked over to talk about his background. Your name is Yoo Do-hun, the current estimated level is 362, you are working for the National Security Agency. Did you investigate my background, or did you also send me from the National Security Agency? No, I'm not a national security team, but I know why you're looking for Jungi pigs. What do you think about cooperating with me? It seems that Kang-hoo's offer is the only and timely glimmer of hope for Yoo Do-hun at this time. They will probably shake hands to find the trace of that bastard. As for Kang-hoo's followers in the dungeon, he had returned to the headquarters. Today he had a conversation with Lee Yeren. They were talking about joining the tax collector team, but this guy didn't seem to be very interested, which made Yeren a little disappointed. But it's okay, you're great for a trustee, maybe after a while I think I'll be able to introduce myself to Jang Shiwan. Suddenly there was a noise outside, startling both of them, and with a bang, the door was kicked out. Why do you dare? Come back quickly, the security guard warned that someone was trying to break into the office. It turned out to be the secret agent, the Hound of Heavenly Eclipse, Father So-hee. She tracked down Lee Yeren and came here with an attitude that couldn't be more overbearing. I finally found you. Being illegally invaded, the two of them stood up angrily. Hound, how dare you crawl in here? I thought there would be an earth-shattering match between these two women, but no. Father So-hee just held up a stack of information papers and said, hey, there's no need to be so vigilant, I'm here to ask what you're doing. I'm not here today to cause trouble, I didn't have time to come here to fight or anything, and you guys weren't at the same level. I just want to find people or verify information. Have you seen this person before? Right, if you know this, tell the truth, otherwise you won't have the opportunity to come here to work anymore. Lee Yeren looked at the paper and realized that it was none other than Sung-kyu. The face was indeed him, but the name was not quite right. Why does this girl have his real information? Could it be that the Heavenly Eclipse wanted to steal him from his hands? Referring to Yoo Do-hun again, he saw that Kang-hoo knew him well and even took the initiative to approach him, so he also showed caution. You've investigated my background. No, but I know why you're looking for Youngtae Pig. Maybe your comrades in the national security team also know, but surely no one has the goodwill to help you. What do you think about cooperating with me? It's a win-win situation. What do I get from cooperating with you? Do you think it's enough to catch the bastard Jungtae? It's not that simple. It was already difficult for ordinary people to arrest him, and it would be even harder for him to arrest him because he worked in Seoul, which was under strict surveillance. It's already difficult to find your friend's information there, isn't it? It seems that you can't find it because Yang Pyong is outside of his authority. Yes, I heard that because the information is beyond my authority, I have limited access. After that, I hardly had a chance to see any more information about him. Then why did they coincidentally show up there and almost spot you? Think about it, there could be no such coincidence. When he was in action, he hid and accidentally had 3 policemen patrolling his area. What do you mean? There is no way that someone has been involved in this. Well, I'm saying that Heo Jungtae has a very powerful force behind him. He wanted to cut off all the traces. Who is a character of caliber that even the national security team must be afraid of? Yoo Do-hun suddenly remembered the words of the young man in the apartment the day before. He was also terrified when it came to this force. The guy who backed him up was a scary guy, but I didn't know who that guy was. Let me go. And the security captain's reminder, after all, that Yangpyeong case was beyond his authority, so it was best for him to forget about it. Who is it? You say it, don't talk about the wind anymore. The force behind him is one of the core members of the Junghwa society. Hearing this, Yoo Do-hun was suspicious. He must not believe what Shin Kang-hoo had just said. He talked all the crap. Junghwa is the embodiment of righteousness, don't assign it indiscriminately like that. Believe it or not, it's up to you, I don't care. But one thing that hasn't changed is that both you and I want to catch Jungtae pigs. Even if you leave, I will still tell you a piece of news. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening, you will be able to meet him if you go to the square. It's not a trap, and if you suspect me or something, you investigate. In return, if what I say is true, I need you to cooperate with me to do this. Just make up your mind, I'll wait for you, hope you don't disappoint me. Returning to the unexpected visit and extremely polite inquiry of Father So-hee, she handed Yerin a photo with Kang-hoo's information. Lee Yerin was also shocked when he saw that this face was indeed Sung-kyu, but it turned out that his real name was Shin Kang-hoo. If the heavenly eclipse had already sent the hounds away, they would have been interested in him. Why do I have to help them? Thinking so, Lee Yerin immediately changed his attitude. His face was cold, and said, I don't know this person. Don't be a joke, someone has confirmed to me that someone has introduced you to him, can you tell the truth? Well, it's true that someone introduced me to him, but because of the incompatible conditions, we both went our separate ways. Beauty. Dry monkey beauty, I already said that. If you don't change quickly, don't blame why the sea water is salty, dog. Father So-hee didn't believe what Lee Yerin said, but she stiffened her throat and couldn't say anything more. If you lie, watch out for me. After that, she and her subordinates left the cellar. And Lee Yerin saw that the good game was about to start. She sent someone to follow Father So-hee. I need to monitor her every move. If I let Sung-kyu know about that crazy bastard, then the relationship between him and Lam Dong would be better, right? There is a good drama to watch soon. The next day, as planned, Shin Kang-hoo arrived at a place where he thought he could capture the target of the hunt that had been assigned. I don't know if Yoo Do-hun will appear at 6 o'clock this afternoon. And of course, the Jungtae pigs' guardians also had eyes and ears everywhere, so the fact that someone was looking for him was also warned in advance by the head of the heavenly eclipse. Indeed, Heo Jungtae also received a reminder message today, someone is looking for you. It's really stupid bastards, I'm far away on the horizon, so close in front of me, and I don't even know. These people are not qualified to find me. He left somewhere and stood in front of a door and whistled casually. Kang-hoo saw the appearance of that bastard, and he felt extremely distracted. Seeing that the prey had appeared, Kang-hoo stepped out and teased him for a while. Come home at 3 o'clock in the morning, later than I expected, Jungtae pig. A career window pops up. This is the evil nebula, the dark monk. This nebula will help strengthen its combat ability when facing hunters who serve the middle or the nebula itself. He is carrying the power of a constellation, discovered by his identity. Heo Jungtae was startled and turned to see who would dare to touch this impregnable wall after all. But he was also very smart when he didn't pretend to laugh and say no, the wrong person, who are you looking for? He left somewhere and came to stand in front of a door and whistled casually. Kang-hoo saw the appearance of that bastard, and he felt extremely distracted. Normally, when it is hit by this move, the target immediately no longer sees its surroundings clearly, but only sees a black mist covering it. But it seems that this guy has not bad experience, when he can still keep his distance to limit the impact of the skill. His feet began to prepare to run quickly out of the danger zone. This skill is also not trivial. It turned out that this was the first person who could dodge that move of Kanghu. Kanghu himself was surprised and a little interesting. Unexpectedly, he was able to dodge the sight in front of him, and his magic resistance effect was also quite high. Is that guy the bastard looking for me for dinner? He didn't look aggressive, nor did he have a name in the guilds. If he already knew the moon pole and his skills, would have to kill him. Yungtae used dark chi and turned them into daggers that flew towards Kanghu, who was standing. His desire to kill at this time could be compared to the mad blood in Father Sohee's body. Because in order to find Shin Kanghu's whereabouts, she constantly searched everywhere, tortured wherever she went, and those who were suspected of hiding it or did not want to reveal it would be tortured to death by her. This man was no exception. He had been burned by a fire on the flesh on his shoulder, and he knelt down to beg, "I don't know who Shin Kanghu is, please forgive me." But the two words for sparing life do not seem to exist in the dictionary of the behavior of celestial hounds. She burned a person with one move. The reason why she was so cruel and cold-blooded this time was for a reason, not because he was angry that he had not found Kanghu, but also because of jealousy and jealousy. Remembering that dark scene, Kanghu pretended to hold the business card and said, "I'll get back to you after I finish dealing with these urgent matters," but she didn't see anyone contacting her. She had broken her promise and disappeared from Taejun for a few days. He must have recognized me from the beginning, and had gone to hide from me. I didn't expect to be overtaken by the kid like that. Moreover, the master's words seemed to squeeze her heart. If he came here for me, then he would be a worthy opponent for you. Opponent, don't dream of my unique position in the heavens. If he had planned to come and take away his master's love for me, I wouldn't let that happen. From now on, he was not the goal of cooperation or anything. He was his enemy, but Father Sohee's enemy. There was only one way: die. That's right, it's okay to make a mistake once in a long time. After all, I am a long-time attachment to my master. The master will also sympathize with me. Even if I accidentally kill Shin Kanghu, I will probably be blamed for a few sentences and that's it. Back to the duel between Kanghu and Pig Yungtae, when the cunning guy took out his weapon and tried to ambush the enemy from behind. Although he didn't look back, Kanghu could still feel it and set up a protective barrier around him. It worked immediately. Daggers could not penetrate that solid protection. By this point, Hyo Yungtae was already sweating. He has a blanket leaf. Why is that? He is an assassin, and if he is an assassin, he can only attack, but his support or protection will be very limited. Seeing that the opponent was too calm, but he guessed how he would make a move, the bastard began to rush to attack to keep the initiative. Missiles were launched, encircling Shin Kanghu. But the guy just stood and watched, dodged and dodged the daggers that flew like rain, but did not use any other skills. Kanghu's movement speed was fast off the table, so it was nothing to him. Sighing all this time without cutting any of the opponent's meat, Hyo Yungtae pursed his lips. His eyesight was really good. Even with him keeping his distance from me, could he be dodging the blow while observing me? Then I'll switch to melee combat to keep him out of sight. Thinking so, Hyo Yungtae was about to rush out to close in on his opponent, but unexpectedly, Shin Kanghu helped him with a hand when he immediately used his acquisition skill. No way, I'm being sucked in. See, you want to fight in close combat, I will help you get a little closer to me. He couldn't control himself, and was being pulled closer and closer to Kanghu's place. But even if he screamed, or tried to struggle more, it was useless. At that distance, a dagger would be the perfect choice for Shin Kanghu to have a more beautiful finish than ever. He called it a bloody stab. Looking at the picture, you can see it. Now it's our turn to express ourselves. In order to find a mouse like you, I marked my mana in places where I thought people might be able to hide. Don't think that with that formidable protection, you will escape my sight. When you stepped on my mana, you helped me a little. The more you try to move, the clearer I see your route. And the main result is today. Damn it, I have to retreat immediately. It's useless. Once you've been targeted by me, you won't be able to escape even if you run. Shin Kanghu snaps 2 fingers and immediately tries out a new skill, which is tyranny. That ferocious heat burned all over Yungtae Pig's body. Damn, he screamed and struggled, but he couldn't resist the power of this unique move. I will tear you into 100 pieces. Damn, do you know who's backing me? Oh, you know, it's Chai Guanhyung from the Yonghua Guild. Hyo Youngtae was surprised when Kang Hu knew that the person behind his back was Younghwa, but he deliberately used it. How do you know? Hold back, shut up and have a good night. And that was the last sentence he could hear. Later that afternoon, Yoo Do-hun decided to go to the meeting point. It seemed that he had thought very carefully about what the young man had said. Why did his fellow members of the National Security Protection Association stay there and almost bump into him? There could be no such coincidence. I heard that the security team handled a lot of things through the app, and they took advantage of the fact that he kept using the watch so often that he could treat it as a memento. Your friend's watch is beautiful. This means that they are still deliberately retaining his member account, which is still valid and still functioning normally even after he has left the organization. In order to remove the account, the security team would have to assume that his friend had been killed while on duty, but the person behind Hyo Youngtae did not want to do so. So they must have wanted to settle this matter as quietly as possible. Members of the security team in Seoul and Yanpyeong, under pressure from their backers, had to choose to cover up this account instead of proceeding according to the usual procedures. But the few people who could log into this account must have read the investigation information and arrived at the villa just as he was there. If I keep my promise to you as I said, you have to cooperate with me using that account. Kang Hu's words seemed to wake him up and realize that, if what he said was true, then it was really the fault of the Younghwa Guild and the National Security Team. What should I do? Yoo Do-hun finally arrived at the rendezvous, but it was not a secret place that was difficult to find. It was a place with a lot of people passing by. It must have been near a square. Why is it so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where's the bastard Youngtae? You said I would meet him when I came here. Don't worry, I'll make sure to carry him with me. He's here. Can you see what I'm holding? It turned out that Shin Kang-hu had let him use his stealth technique when he carried the dying corpse all the way here, so that was why it was so difficult to find him. I deliberately chose a crowded time like this. If you arrest him now, even the person who backs them won't be able to do anything. But if you want to settle your personal feud with this Youngtae pig, then I won't stop you. Which one do you want, catch him or treat him beautifully? Yoo Do-hun stood and thought for a long time before he made a decision. He left first and left the bastard to Shin Kang-hu to hand over to the National Security Team. Kang-hu had said that he could do whatever he wanted, so it depended. After waiting for a while, someone from the security team arrived. Please stay out of the way. Hello, are you the one who contacted us about the whereabouts of Hyo Youngtae? The security man's face was excited. Yes, he's here, I'll hand him over to you, right? You're doing a good job, he's notorious for his stealth skills, so how did you catch him? Shin Kang-hu didn't want to say much to these people, he was only interested in the reward that awaited. Hurry up and send us your hunter registration number to receive the reward. Kang-hu immediately picked up the security guard's phone, entered some numbers, and returned it to him. It's done, thank you for your cooperation, the bonus will be transferred. We sent you 300 million won and a dungeon lease. The deal is done. Kang-hu still has an appointment with Yoo Do-hun that night. It's really surprising, you're like that and you refuse to take revenge. Yoo Do-hun sighed, remembering his compatriot. If it were him, he wouldn't want that to happen. We both wanted a place to trust in a harsh world like this. We wanted the National Security Team and the Younghwa Guild to be the ideal place, but I didn't expect that the same people who always show themselves to be true and righteous would do such dark things. So I want us to pay for those evil people for their mistakes, and that's why I left the bastard Youngtae for you. If what you said is true, then I can't just let the Younghwa Guild and the security team act like that. Looking at Yoo Do-hun's determined eyes, Kang-hu remembered that character from his Little Snow book. Although the reality was a little different, he would still follow the path as in the book. Like Yoo Do-hun in the novel, who led the rebellion against the National Security Team. In the novel, he is a villain and an enemy of the Younghwa Guild just like himself. He was captured by Chai Guanhyung during the Pig Youngtae incident, but this time we didn't leave any traces, so it will be fine. Yoo Do-hun pondered for a moment and then turned to ask Kang-hu, I'm a little surprised, why did you do it for the reward of 300 million won? Of course, I'm not the type to volunteer or do charity for nothing. And, cutting off Chai Guanhyung's limbs is the biggest reward, I believe. Literally, Shin Kang-hu cut off Hyo Youngtae's hands before handing him over to the National Security Team. Looking at the report, Chai Guanhyung was angry. What? He had his hands squeezed. Yes, he's dying, so we've taken him to the hospital now. Chai Guanhyung sat down dejectedly and threw away the paper and said, I can't use him anymore anyway, just leave him alone. Just tell me, which bastard did this? Yes, I got his hunter registration number, the man took out his phone and looked up the number that Kang Hu had entered earlier. But something went wrong. What's the matter? His face became panicked, and he stammered in reply. The information has disappeared. Another police account has already entered and deleted the information. But it was the account of a dead number. There must be something wrong here. Feeling like he was being led by the nose, Chai Guanhyung couldn't stand it anymore and raised his fist to break the desk and vented his anger on them. How do you tell me to believe those? What are you Seoul police bastards doing? One of the policemen replied tremblingly, we went to Yangpyeong in person, but since there were no suspicious people, we didn't check more thoroughly. Speaking nonsense, I'm going to kill you all. At that time, luckily someone came to stop him. Calm down, Chai Guanhyung. The way that person appeared looked familiar. It was him, Jang Shiwan, the villain labeled as a hero who appeared in the first episode and killed Shin Kang-hu. What's so chaotic here? Let's see what the main character will do next. Now we go back to Yu Dahun's talk with Shin Kang-hu to see if there will be any changes after the Hyo Youngtae incident. Anyway, I was surprised. For someone as thoughtful as you are, I don't think the reward is what you want. Then I'm not the kind of person who does charity. If you have a reward, you risk your life to work. Although Kang-hu said so, the motive for this mission was not only that. Actually, I took one of his artifacts. I won't tell you. He continued to speak. Moreover, there is no better ally than the enemy of the enemy, so he is the perfect choice to cooperate right now. What are you talking about? Which enemy's enemy? What do you need from me? I needed a sword to attack the Yunghua society. It wasn't a bad decision when I chose to both help him take revenge and gain a good ally. This deal is a win-win. You want to attack the Yunghua guild, you have the courage, but it's not that simple. Haha, you're like the kind of protagonist in novels. It sounds so ideal. He laughed at me. I'm the main character. I'm more like that. I can give birth to the main character, but I'm not the main character. It was him, the one with that cunning smile, a person who radiated a brilliant aura wherever he went, making the people so impressed that they bowed down. The villain Shin Kang-hu exists as a contrasting shadow, letting Jang Shiwan shine like a savior hero. Yu Dahun finally agreed to cooperate, and he said that if he did, he would return to Seoul. Look at the shadow of his back, a villain in the novel. Shin Kang-hu also thinks about his own character. Perhaps what I have gone through up to this point, after penetrating into my own novel, and becoming the villain Shin Kang-hu. It can be considered that this is exactly the character development that I want to write in that novel. As for our heroes, they are currently angry because of the Youngtae pigs incident. Chai Guanhyung slammed the table madly, because there was no way that could have happened, since that area was the area that he had removed from the security cameras to hide the Youngtae pig. Who the hell had found out? Facing the wrath of the guild leader Yonghua, the policeman turned pale in fear, and at that moment Jang Shiwan appeared to relieve the siege. Come on, it's not like Guanhyung's mood is not very good. Fortunately, Jang Shiwan has arrived. Hurry up and get rid of all the useless floods. This place is for me to take care of. Yes, sir, we ask for permission to go first. So the two leaders of the Yonghua Guild sat down together to talk about the mysterious assassin who had caused that earth-shattering event, even though it was just the life of the Youngtae pig, but it was nothing more than a slap in the face to the Yonghua Guild and the national security team. Jang Shiwan took a sip of tea and slowly asked. Then, tell me what happened to make the chairman lose his temper so much. The name I used as a spy to find information was not good, and he had just been carried back with his arms amputated, probably dying. I think someone deliberately disturbed him. What bastard would dare to do that? One is that he is so stupid that he doesn't know that Yonghua is protecting Hyo Youngtae and accidentally causes trouble. The second is that it must have a liver as big as the sky. He doesn't know if he is touching the forbidden land. Come on, calm down, haven't I always said this before? The problem here wasn't whether he was a bastard, a fool or a deliberate provocation, but he should only remember one thing. Whether it's a fly, a hound, or something monstrous. Then all the enemies who stand in the way of our dreams will be reduced to ashes. Why should you be mad about it? No force can stand against us. Jang Shiwan was too confident to say that, so now let's see what the person who stands in his way in the future is doing. At Yangsu Station on Bayong, Shin Kang-hu is standing in front of a dungeon. It seemed that this was the reward he had just received after completing the task just now. Although this used to be a hidden dungeon in the novel for the protagonist to take advantage of. But this time I will be the one to use it. Kang-hu decided to choose this dungeon as a training ground to level up. He went deep inside and waited for the monster to appear. It was a mid-level boss, named Jan Young. This boss is quite troublesome, and it's especially dangerous if it's deliberately hidden in wait to hunt its prey. Seeing that the fat prey had arrived, the boss immediately rushed out to greet him with the familiar trick that he often used. This monster looked quite strange, its body was quite human-like, its long hair was hanging down, especially it had an eye on its forehead. Its shadows also had an extremely powerful body. The dark set was the move it chose to attack Kanghu first. From a main boss, it transforms itself into multiple shadows and manipulates them to teleport and attack enemies. Kanghu observed and realized that the timing of the attack was crucial. So he waited for the monster and its shadows to get closer, to a perfect distance, before starting to act. The dagger he bought the day before was still the most reasonable weapon and had a speed compatible with the power of auxiliary items. It was at this time, Kanghu used gloves and daggers to make moves. The tip of the knife pierced through each shadow of the monster. The extremely strong speed made them unable to dodge the blow. Once it had pierced each shadow in a bow-shaped path, the dagger plunged straight into the ground. Its force was still so strong that it cut through the soil and rock very sweetly perfectly. But it seemed that this was just the beginning, as they were still attacking. This time Kanghu had to use a longer sword to overwhelm. Even though the shadows were advancing in front of the encirclement, he still chose the main target, which was the master monster with 3 cool red eyes in the back. When he reached a distance enough to slash it with a single shot, Kanghu swung his sword. But it is also very intelligent and experienced in combat, unable to stand still and let its prey kill it. It instantly used its swap skill to teleport behind Kanghu, and now, the monster in front of him was just one of its shadows. Damn, he ran out to the back. Thinking that he had deceived his prey, the boss opened his mouth to attack from behind, as if he wanted to devour both him and the sword. At that time, Kanghu used illusion to deceive the enemy. It still thinks that its prey is there and will definitely be butchered by it. But life is not like a dream, when its enemy today is an assassin with a super sharp mind and moreover, the person who created it in the novel. Suddenly, the monster was stunned, not because it was caught by Kanghu's move, but because it was taken by surprise. Suddenly, in an instant, he didn't see the prey anywhere, even though he didn't use his eye-stealing skills, but he still couldn't see it. Because its prey was very cunning, he didn't use the sword anymore, but would use his glove to resummon the dagger back. He didn't expect that he wasn't attacking head-on, or from behind, but attacking in this way. The knife with the speed of an altar flew straight from the air. The force was so strong that it could be likened to the image of a meteorite falling on the earth. And it was obvious that with that speed and power, the one-shot knife hitting the top of the boss's head was the most terrible thing for him right now. It must not have even felt that it had died because the attack was too fast, too dangerous. After standing dead for a few seconds, it finally lay down. That strong body fell to the ground, causing the dust to fly blindly. And the victor watched it die, and he knew it was the obvious outcome he wanted. Having defeated him, he probably didn't think he would use an illusion and hide nearby to wait for an ambush. Not to mention that I had been monitoring his attacks, in order to watch the right time to attack the opposite. Choosing the right time and distance to attack is a very important thing that I have learned after boss hunting. The boss had been killed, and its body was slowly dissolving in the mana dust. The window popped up again, announcing that you had defeated a mid-level boss, and had collected an ability from the target, which was the Dark Walk. The proficiency of the skill reaches the maximum level. The number of illusion shadows has been increased to 5. This skill makes it possible to instantly move to a designated ball. There is no need to recite skills, just cast them instantly. However, if a ball comes out of a 100-meter radius or is physically attacked, it will disappear immediately. The shadow is a reflection of your inanimate self that will always exist passively when it is cast. Receiving a new skill, Kanghu noticed that it was also quite buggy. However, the number of balls is increased. No need to recite skills but can still be used, which is very convenient. I will definitely use it better than you. Thank you for giving me this interesting skill. Your level has increased drastically. You have reached level 33. It seems that the first step has been completed as smoothly as sun silk. It was not beyond his expectations. Kanghu is indeed very confident, sometimes becoming complacent, and that's also what Zhang Shiwan often shows. They are like a mirror that reflects each other's personalities. There is an ideal that the two sides pursue is completely opposite. When Chai Guanhyung heard him say that everything in their way would have to turn into ashes, he scolded Shiwan that nothing is absolute. Don't be complacent. What do you mean by that? Complacency? I have more than enough capacity to do that. Zhang Shiwan was furious. did he think he didn't have that bravery? You're wrong, the whole world is operating with me as the center of the universe. I'm perfect, I'm justice, and I'm the light of the people all over Korea, I'm the boss, so whatever that obstacle is, I'm going to trample it under my feet. His words were like describing Shin Kang-hoo walking step by step looking for the boss's bosses to fight, and then meeting the final boss who was him. After the mid-level monster that had just been destroyed, Kang-hoo found another monster and it was the main boss of this dungeon. This is like in a novel. And Zhenghwa's side is also operating like in the novel, when Zhang Shiwan considers himself the main character. Exactly, I am the protagonist. And this path of his will lead to a battle with another ego, known as the main boss Shin Kang-hoo. In this dungeon, the main boss is another version of Kang-hoo. The real-life version will fight a life-and-death battle with the villain in the novel. I don't know if the story will change when the two versions fight each other. This dungeon is an ideal place to train when both bosses and hunters have the same skills. The key point here will be how each side uses and executes it. The other day, Shiwan came here to fight and get beneficial items. This time Kang-hoo will take that opportunity away from him. When he saw a predator that looked like him entering, the main boss was ready to fight, and the dagger in his hand was also about to launch to attack the enemy. Short jump is a familiar move that the boss uses to attack first. It seems that it wants to confront the opponent head-on at short range to easily damage the opponent, which is also the way Kang-hoo applied. In just a split second, the boss had approached Kang-hoo, and the dagger had almost cut through his neck if he hadn't dodged the blow in time. Because he was too knowledgeable about his own moves, he could have predicted and avoided the damage. Sometimes it was not easy to face a boss with the same skills as him, but now he saw that the danger and maneuverability of the short jump was indeed not simple. Kang-hoo took a step back and used the same dagger to counter the attack. When two identical weapons collided, that's when the strength and skill of the higher side decided the game. At first, the two of them were equal in talent and strength, and they were half a pound, and they struggled with each other for a moment. He always wanted to confront him directly. Looking into the opponent's eyes, Kang-hoo was calculating the right move to use. I can't do it indiscriminately, even though I'm smarter, more experienced, but I still can't be subjective. If I use illusion magic, it's not okay. Since I'll be found by his magic detection skill, which I often use to track down enemies when I'm distracted. And in addition, since both of them have a good eye, they both know what each other's weaknesses are, it will be very difficult to attack him. But if the short jump is combined with acquisition, then the boss will be very difficult to avoid. In the end, all the skills that can be used need reasonable calculation. Thinking so, he tried the attack by using a short jump combined with a grab to close in on the enemy. But of course, the main boss didn't stand still waiting to be attacked, but immediately used teleportation to dodge Kang-hoo's dagger. Fighting a clone of yourself is indeed an interesting thing but equally tough. There is a saying that people know me, 100 battles and 100 wins, but in this case, it is indeed not easy at all. Kang-hoo immediately used a bloody stab to rush to damage as quickly as possible. Of course, the boss also guessed that the opponent would use this move. And just as it predicted, when it was attacked like this, it activated its protective shield skill so that in a short time it could break the physical attack from the enemy. When it saw the enemy rushing with a dagger, it used the shield to effectively dodge the damage. It seems that you use your skills quite methodically and react quickly. I wrote him like that. But you just wait and see if my bravery is not only that. With this move, depending on how much you can bear it, Kang-hoo switched to using the fire transmission skill for the dagger in his hand, and this time he insisted on successfully breaking the shield and defeating himself in the dungeon world. Not only that, but he also used a new move he had just stolen from the monster Alicia, called Dark Foot, a Kang-hoo that was enough to make the boss tired a little bit, and now there were a few more of them, making it sweat. Shadows appear around to cause trouble, and ambush the enemy if they are not careful to fall into their encirclement. When entering the world of the novel, each of Kang-hoo's actions will lead to small changes, and the way he fights to conquer the monsters in the dungeons, collect new items will be the trump card to refresh his appearance and replace the main boss. It seemed that the main boss didn't have this move, so the battle had started to become more intense. It couldn't be subjective anymore. Kang-hoo rushed to attack head-on while the shadows were surrounding, looking like two gladiators pitting themselves in the middle of the ring. The besieged boss is distracted when there are too many enemies rushing in, then it decides to aim for one of the shadows to kill first, then the remaining shadows one after another, and finally the real person. When the real Kang-hoo approached, the boss slashed the enemy's body with a dagger, but it turned out to be just an illusion, making it extremely bitter. Because 1 second before the boss attacked, Kanghu used his transformation skill to jump to another shadow behind it, and the person who was attacking the boss became one of the shadows. On the verge of gaining the advantage, Kanghu continued to switch to a bloody stab to seize the opportunity to continuously attack the boss's protective shield. With the destructive power of the two moves combined, the bloody stab and fire transmission came into play. The shield began to appear cracks, from small ones, they grew and spread in all directions. And with a boom, the shield was broken by the surprise and panic of boss Kanghu. At this point, he couldn't stand still and wait for death. He decided that he would rather eat the whole thing and go to nothing. It would be better to kill by mistake than to miss it. With the dagger in his hand, he ran fast towards the enemy, and whenever he encountered anyone, whether it was a virtual shadow or a real person, he would kill them all. Unexpectedly, it also had a bloody stab to attack Kanghu again. And a shadow was hit, so the boss took down one. It was glancing at the other shadows and was going to apply it that way. But before he could do it, the real Kanghu rushed up at the speed of a teleportation like a micro-mausoleum, and accompanied by the firepower transmitted to the dagger, approaching the surprise attack while the boss was not paying attention. As a natural reflex, it instantly forms a barrier that protects against enemy ambushes. But this time the shield didn't last long. Under Kanghu's power, the shield was instantly dissolved, and the boss faced a 4-on-1 scene again. It frantically stabbed the knife towards Kanghu. But of course, it didn't hit the target because the short jump had the effect of teleporting extremely quickly to avoid short-range attacks like this. The chase was extremely intense. You killed one of my shadows, and now it's my turn. Kanghu rushes to chase the boss again. Damn, what the hell are you? Saying that, he frantically launched the dagger to kill the approaching Kanghu, but of course, it was just a shadow. There are still 4 targets that have not been destroyed. Seeing the enemy rushing, it continued to use the shield to prolong the time. It seemed that the shield this time was not as sure as the first one it had created, because it was already tired. Kanghu was very excited to see the bastard enemy. Haha, that's right, you just try to go. Not unexpectedly, the boss seemed to have run out of mana to last any longer, the shield being shattered by a single stab of the nearby Kanghu shadow. When surrounded on all sides, it sweats because it has no other useful moves. Its enemies are quite cunning, and it is captured from beginning to end. Let's try to use all the remaining mana to save the life for a moment or this moment. But no, this time he couldn't use mana to create more protective shields. It seems that you have reached the limit. You lack mana to use them. You obviously can't copy my mana sensitivity. That's why the real-life version of Kanghu will see you off for a while, and then I'll make a big deal for you. Without saying more, Kanghu and the shadows gathered together, giving the boss a collective bloody stabbing move. He was stabbed many times and was seriously injured. Blood began to flow to the ground more and more. The main boss was about to lose the battle, and he gritted his teeth in pain and his eyes were indignant, because this was an unbalanced fight from the beginning. But if it was only injured like that, it would still have a chance to live, so in the 36 years, running was the top of the line, and it used a short jump to turn around and run away. Having already predicted the enemy's every move, because he was the one who created this character's personality, Kanghu had nothing to chase, because at that moment, he would use his last move to end the match. With a snap of his fingers, the blood burned into a ghostly flame that burned the boss's body from the inside. His blood was boiling as if molten lava was about to gush out of the crater. The injuries caused by the bloody stab made the catalyst for the bloody brute force come into play. It burned the prey in the most tragic way. So the result was clear. Kanghu had defeated another version of himself. The feeling of seeing the same face lying on the ground and dying was indeed an indescribable feeling. The boss had lost because he was limited to a few skills. Kanghu watched it fade away and contemplated the battle. Thanks to you, I felt that magic sensitivity worked for the first time, and if it weren't for it, I would probably be like you. At that moment, a notification window appears. You have received an enhancement skill, which is only used once. It's because of this that I came to this hidden dungeon. What I've been waiting for is here. Kanghu presses his finger to select the ultimate level item for the skill he just received. To get a series of ultimate levels on the console like this, it is indeed the desire of many hunters. Kanghu was glad that he finally had his first ultimate skill. The dungeon at that time also changed its state, from the purple sky gradually dissipating, to the blue light of mana. It seems that this is the process of creating items for hunters who successfully conquer it. Kanghu received a book and a red mana stone. I blocked one of Shuan's chances with this dungeon attack. This was a great and correct choice for me. But I never thought I'd get a sapphire, along with a skill book, which must be an extra item for my excellence. It is said that sapphire is a rare material used to upgrade items or any existing skills. Oh my god, I'll be jealous to death if the bastard Shiwan gets it. Now it's mine, he. But I'll probably use this first. Fortunately it's an exclusive skill book for assassins. I'm an assassin. The book was opened, but miraculously it didn't have a single word in it, but by absorbing a special skill, Kanghu learned some more interesting things. The book says that one of the key points when attacking an opponent is in the back. When attacking the target from behind, you will deal 33% more damage to the enemy. After a while, he had completely finished learning the skill book, and now that the dungeon had been conquered, there were no bosses left here, so he would look at its effectiveness in the next battle. Now let's continue the journey. I need to complete the task of Yungtae Pig. The next morning, near Pyeongtaek Station. Kanghu returned to see Li Yeren. She still had that expression, that posture, and that attitude to talk. Hey, I've never seen you outside of Taejun before. But first of all, I have a small question. Why did you suddenly deposit 100 million won into my account, when you didn't transfer the money to me again? You must be hiding something from me or wanting me to help, right? Kanghu sat down and said, Father, so he must have come to find me. She was very impatient, so if my information was exposed, she would appear in Yangpyeong immediately, but now I see that she is still silent. Well, that was it. Well, I heard that she was looking for you and the other hunters related to her. And you don't have to be so generous. In fact, protecting the information of my trustee is a small matter. Li Yan thought that the 100 million won was to repay her for not revealing his whereabouts to secret agent Father So-hee. But that wasn't enough, because there was one more thing. He had completed the mission and caught Yungtae Pig, and when he heard this, Li Yeren went from one surprise to another. What did he say? I lied. I didn't tell you my identity for a personal reason, but at this rate, even if I made the trust, Lam Dong wouldn't be able to receive the trustee's remuneration and transfer it back to me, which was the price I could receive. It seemed that she didn't care much about what Kanghu had just said, but just stared at him with wide eyes and wondered, did he catch the Yungtae Pig without leaving any traces? He constantly surprises me. After all, how much ability and strength are you? Ah, but what do I have to call you from now on, Mr. Sunkyu? I accidentally found out your real name. It must have come from So-hee's father. It's fine, but for the sake of security, please just call me by my fake nickname for convenience. Well, okay Sunkyu, so now let's talk about the tasks entrusted to you. The trustee will personally lead him to the mission. She said she wants to witness his ability. So after that, Kanghu took on the task of going to meet the trustee. She was a young girl and looked quite childish, and they met at a bus stop. Hello, I'm Yoon Sang-mi. It's nice to meet you, Sunkyu. Kanghu also nodded to greet the girl. Hello, so do I. The two of them got on a bus called the safety bus together. I don't know if it's really safe, but when I heard the name, I was suspicious. The reason it is called by that name is because it is a moving bus of hunters who are fully armed with magic bullets that directly protect them. Although the cost to operate it is very expensive, the safety of everyone on the vehicle will be guaranteed. It sounded reassuring. So Kanghu leaned back in his chair and thought that he would be able to rest until he reached Ulsan, but life was not like a dream. The atmosphere in the car was extremely noisy, and everyone was talking loudly. Let's start slowly, bodyguard. I tend to hunt in one go, you really understand. You know, when I signal, you don't react in time. Those noises woke Kanghu up. He looked uncomfortable, glanced around and wondered, what is this noisy atmosphere? The bodyguard must be on guard against the passengers. It seems that these bodyguards are not genuine goods. I want to rest, but I can't rest anymore. Thinking so, Kanghu took out his weapon. His dagger was sharp and reflected the image of the person standing right behind him. He had a hunch that something bad was about to happen, and Kanghu pretended to lean back and rest, and was extremely vigilant. The bodyguard standing behind him began to take the first steps forward. His face was close to the air, but he still kept his calm as if nothing had happened. And then, very gently, the red-haired bodyguard pointed his gun at the chair where Kanghu was sitting, the muzzle of the gun resting close to the top of his head. Without further hesitation, the guy fired a shot from behind, probably wanting to assassinate Kanghu to make him panic. But it was just a feigned expression. When the gunfire went off, the chair had been shot through a few bullet holes, but Kanghu had disappeared, making the redhead, with round eyes, not knowing what was happening. Oh, where is he? the bodyguard was still stupidly thinking that Kang Hu knew how to fill the earth, but suddenly he was attacked by Kang Hu with a reverse knife from behind. Using a teleportation technique in time, Kang Hu saved his own life. Not only that, but he also has the opportunity to test the power of the move he just learned from the skill book. Attacking the target from behind you will deal 33% more damage. Well, this thing is quite useful. Watching his blood splatter, the damage of the spear must have increased a lot. One was dead, the others in the car began to stand up and attack. They were very large and all kinds of people. This bastard, this ride will be your last. One of them is aggressively threatening Kang Hu. Everyone had a weapon in their hands, guns and daggers, but only one person sitting at the back of the car was the most calm. He still sat with his eyes closed, crossed arms and enjoyed the melodious music. He was also the most special among these fake bodyguards. He has a neutral constellation, a musical genius, and when he listens to music, his recovery speed will increase 5 times. This constellation sounds attractive. I'll heal faster when I fight. I'll steal it from that bastard. Seeing that the situation didn't seem right, Yoon Sangmi's trustee stood up and tried to help Kang Hu with one hand, but he didn't need it and said, "I'll handle this case, you stay there, we can pull each other's legs." The girl was excited. "Oh, you can think about this, I can observe your ability in the meantime, good luck to you." So the safe bus instantly turned into a stormy bus, a mobile battlefield for them to fight. When facing such a group of people, winning the vision is the happiest move. When they are caught in this trick, they don't see everything around them and start to panic. Damn, what is wrong with my eyes? Taking advantage of that chaos, Kang Hu rushes up with the dark walk to increase the difficulty and save time attacking the target. His mother, "You think you're playing with your face somewhere?" A guy with a gun is looking around for Kang Hu. They were still in a daze in the darkness as if they were blind, and they couldn't see him anywhere. The man with the gun suddenly shouted, "I see it." But before he had time to pull the trigger, he was stabbed by one of Kang Hu's knives. He used the swap to jump to the other shadow just before the bullet narrowly flew out of the muzzle. The second man was also hit by a saw across his abdomen. The third guy also has the same ending. Kang Hu's swap helps him suddenly teleport close to the target and make a quick move. So each of them was given a blow to the body. When he saw that his comrades were not well, the last person in the seat stood up to attack. He was still listening to the music and gritted his teeth and shouted at Kang Hu. This bastard didn't know what to be afraid of. He pointed his gun and fired a big shot and thought that he would definitely hit the target. But he was just as wrong as his comrades. Kang Hu could have caused chaos with just one swap move until this moment. Indeed, Kang Hu has fought through many powerful bosses and gained a lot of skills, so these low-level assassins are nothing at all. With just one move and a short jump, he could get close to the bald man with the constellation of the musical nebula, who always proved himself to be the most dangerous boss in the car. After going around for a while, the result was that every guy was injured in a few places. The bald head thought that the enemy only had that much ability, so he sneered, "Haha, that's also impressive, but it's not enough, I'll pay you back several times." Kang Hu also happily replied, "Oh, isn't that enough, so you guys try this." On the occasion, he can try the ultimate level to see if there is any difference from the normal level. What will the ultimate blood violence be like? Snapping his fingers again, accompanied by a cool expression like a gourd, Kang Hu was about to perform an eye-catching performance. Like turning on the power switch button for the burning and eruption of fresh blood in the body, making one by one scream in pain and burning. The screams in the sky made the bus miserable, and the light that burned the bodies of those evil people lit up the whole car. One by one, they were burned to the ground in less than a cup of tea. Normal level incineration was disgusting enough, but when it was upgraded to normal, it was even more terrifying. One by one, the burning people fell to their deaths without closing their eyes. The scene in the car was like having just experienced a fire. Among them, only the music nebula had not been defeated. He was still able to survive until this moment. Yoon Sangmi and a few people sitting in the upper row of seats were surprised and admired by the handsome guy's skills. Only that guy is not submissive, he is using music to heal the pain and recover his strength to counterattack. Kang Hu approached provocatively, "You like to listen to music too much." It seemed that in the meantime, he had recovered quite a bit of strength, so he was able to hold a gun, wait for Kang Hu to approach, then pull the trigger to finish, turning the tide of the battle. "Haha, bastard, go die." He stood up and pointed a gun at Kang Hu and smiled happily. But this time he pushed his foot and fell on his face. An artistic fall that put the bald head in the face of the waiting dagger. He must have been very scared, but he didn't have time to react until his neck was full of the knife and gradually pierced through in a short second. The end of arrogance was this, a death that was more painful and tragic than that of his comrades. Kang Hu was once again the winner. Everyone closed their eyes and did not dare to witness the horrific killing that had just occurred. It can be said that the bloody and violent scene that just took place on the bus was indeed an obsession for the passengers who were present that day. Only the girl stood up and looked clearly and was satisfied. Yoon Sang-mi raised a thumbs up in praise. You're qualified, I've scored you, you're really too good. As usual, the stat window will pop up after he has knocked out an opponent or through some stage. You have taken down the target and removed his contract with the music constellation. That constellation will make a contract with you and belong to you. The constellation of music is neutral. The ability to recover will be increased 5 times when listening to classical music. It is also interesting. From now on I should practice the habit of listening to classical music in my free time. Kang Hu began to collect the spoils of war from the loser. He laughed and mocked, "Space robber, your subordinates are so useless." He picked up a new glove from the bald man who was passionate about music. Oh my, amazing, this thing is a stamina item that is just right for his level. And this shoe helps to increase the flexibility stat as well. As for the miscellaneous things on those guys, I will sell them again. I will probably earn quite a bit. After the action was over, Kang Hu looked at Yoon Sang-mi with a cold face when she asked, "Hey, didn't you give me a compliment?" I also helped quite a bit, but I just sat still as he said so that I wouldn't get bored with his legs, seeing if I was good. Also, after witnessing your skills, would like to formally propose to cooperate with you as the president of Taihua-jiang. Kang Hu was stunned when he remembered his work, Taihua-jiang, which was an organization in Ulsan that was part of the spin-off, so I only mentioned their names and whether they survived the crisis or not. Taihua-jiang was one of those organizations. Yoon Sang-mi was the new president. Seeing that Kang Hu wasn't excited, Yoon Sang-mi immediately added, "The prize money is 2.5 billion. Bring here the left arm of Gong Tae-soo, the head of Ulsan." I want to add more conditions. I agree to help Taihua-jiang rule Ulsan with one condition. It's you guys, please help me meet the president of the Abyss. Oh my god, he's telling the truth or joking? Of course, Kang Hu wanted that because more than anyone else, he knew that the Abyss was not a trivial form that could be met. According to the novel, among the forces of the Yonghwa Guild. They are the army with the strongest ability to link and organize, although in the story the Abyss has collapsed due to internal discord. The reason why Kang Hu wanted to do so was that he had the purpose of wanting to put a foot in it. In order to defeat the Yonghwa Guild, forces like them were very important. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. I hope she can help me with that. Since Taihua-jiang is an organization under the Abyss, I can access the Abyss through it. After thinking about it for a while, Yoon Sang-mi smiled and said, "It's an interesting condition, but I'll talk about it after you finish the mission." After a while, the two of them left the bus and arrived at a rather desolate place, which seemed to have been destroyed after the previous battles. Seeing Yoon Sang-mi leading a stranger in, some of the people here watched and were wary. She said that Gong Tae-soo often frequented this dungeon. The mana of this dungeon was huge, and it seemed that the hunters were also quite crowded here. Kang Hu rolled his eyes and said, "It doesn't look like they're here to break through the dungeon, those people are also aiming for Gong Tae-soo." Hearing Kang Hu say the right point, Yoon Sang-mi asked excitedly again, "Yes, you know fireworks. Starfire, it is the secret language used when many mercenaries work together, to take down a stronger man, and the end is always death waiting for them. In return for everyone's sacrifices, we will lay out the carpet for the survivors to complete the task of surviving. If we don't participate, that's true. Although in the novel, Gong Tae-soo has survived, but I know his constellation and his fighting habits well, and if I grasp that advantage, I will be able to turn the situation around. He had many enemies, so there were not a few hired people to assassinate him, about 100 people in total, or rather, when the two of them were standing outside talking, Kang Hu saw that the air inside seemed to be heating up. When the leader of the blood essence Gong Tae-soo was the thorn in the eye, the thorn in the heart of so many people in the land of Ulsan. Whether it was a military criminal organization, or a business partner, he killed them all. He was a careless madman. The name Ulsan's killer also came from there, favored exclusively for him. Yoon Sang-mi added, because he was an outlaw, the person who was hired to assassinate him a lot, thanks to the level 200 item with him, no one could do anything to him. Just reminded Chow Chow had arrived, and Gong Tae-soo had already appeared. He wore red sunglasses, walked proudly among the bodyguards, and he didn't look afraid at all. The crowd is noisy, drift out, all of us are now all for me. After he passed by, Sangmi continued, hey, did you notice his left hand? Gong Tae-soo relies on his left hand for 99% to cast magic, so it's even more precious than his life. His left arm was the target of most of the mercenaries here, they were waiting for their chance to pounce on it. As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, the fun would officially begin. Sangmi looked very excited to see what was about to happen here. But Kang-hoo was not like that, he didn't say anything behind the girl's expression and just turned his head 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Oh, you didn't stay here with me, Taiwajwang was waiting nearby, where are you going? Wait a minute, I have a place I want to go first. It turns out that Kang-hoo went to the place to buy and sell items and weapons to the hunters in Ulsan. He chose something that was quite expensive, and the counter manager said that this one costs 500 million won, ladies and gentlemen. After careful consideration, Kang-hoo decided to sell a bunch of items he had in exchange for that rare thing. I want to sell all of this, you just bid for it. Finally, the deal was done, and he obtained a ring that had the function of reducing damage and increasing health. A 4th level item like this is also quite rare. After the first dish was finished, Kang-hoo walked around the store a few more times to find a few more useful dishes. He rolled his eyes and looked around, but he didn't find anything satisfactory. The store was also quite large, but I didn't see anything good. Remembering the lineup that came in earlier, while Gong Tae-soo didn't have any patron constellations. But his subordinates are, he is acting to that extent, and he must be planning something. Where is the real person? He will definitely check everything before proceeding with the plan. Isn't he here? Maybe he is in another store. Kang-hoo looked around in the middle of the flow of people. And he spotted a suspicious subject with long hair and a female appearance. On her head was the constellation of the Holy Palace, which was the neutral constellation, which increased the accuracy of magic and bow attacks by 5 times. It turns out that here, I have already found him. It was that sponsor constellation that verified that this was exactly Gong Tae-soo. But he was disguised as this appearance, and he was really scattered. Long hair, sparkling eyes, pinched lips with red lipstick. Oh my god, with this appearance, who would recognize him as a man, but that is for ordinary hunters, who can easily be deceived. But for me, this kind of camouflage with high-end clothes is not enough. If I hadn't seen the name of the constellation earlier, I would have already glanced at that person. Since these guys are all players who have signed a contract with the constellation, it seems that he also gives the guard a careful lookout and is also quite cunning when disguised like this. Gong Tae-soo stepped onto a bus parked near the hunter's shop. Kang-hoo looked in the direction he was moving and decided to act early. If possible, I want to finish it once. But that cunning guy will be suspicious and find out if he keeps chasing the same way. So I will take a detour. Even though I am really tired, the short jump constantly makes me sweat a lot, but I have to bear it. Hurry up, I will expose your plot. So Kang-hoo chased the bus until the afternoon when the sun was going down the mountain. They had arrived at a secret base, and Gong Tae-soo was excited that the plan had succeeded initially. Haha is really excited. I want to see the expressions of those stupid mercenaries too much. Those scum brains must not have expected that they were the ones who were being pursued. If you get involved in this matter again, they will save you and kill the leader. At this moment, Gong Tae-soo's face immediately changed, as if he had sniffed something around here. He immediately teleported to the place where he suspected that there was an intruder with magic waiting for that person to have a full blow. But when they arrived, they didn't see anyone there. Why is it so strange? Maybe my hunch is wrong. Actually, his hunch was not wrong, only that the intruder was too fast and had an equally sharp intuition. When he knew that he was being sniffed, Kang-hoo was already one step ahead. He was hiding in a nearby corner. Gong Tae-soo survived the fireworks in the original work thanks to this. The soldiers ran after to see what happened. What was the leader? No, I thought there was a rat running over. Kang-hoo stood and watched and saw that his movements were too predictable. Haha, I will chase you just like that. Not knowing what his plan was, Yoon Sang-mi waited from morning to night, but he still didn't see his friend come back, and Taihua Jiang had also gathered fully. It's too late, Sungkyu, where has he gone? One of them spoke up, boss, I'm quite worried about that person. What if he's a spy for the Yonghwa Guild? Didn't the boss remember that Bai Rosary was also killed in the same way before? They were followed and then assassinated. Or I ask Abyss for help. You can rest assured, I've already confirmed it to Abyss. Besides, Sunkyu was nominated by the Blue Council, I know President Lee Yeren. Her reputation in the mercenary community was very high, who wouldn't respect her, instead of signing an exclusive contract with a certain guild. It is not easy to maintain a neutral position among the major guilds, which is enough to show that they possess real power and strength. Lama nominated him and he was indeed capable. I had already witnessed it with my own eyes, so it didn't matter how much he was from Zhenghwa's sect. But already a capable person, it is worth waiting a little longer. A few seconds later, Yoon Sangmi's phone rang. What the hell, this is an encrypted message. Yoon Sangmi's face suddenly changed color and was as tense as a string. A person standing next to her realized that something was wrong, so she turned to ask, is there something urgent? But she didn't reply, but immediately ordered everyone to gather and leave. At the same time, the dungeon gate had just opened. One by one, they came out with the most anticipated character tonight. Gong Tae-soo, he's out. The crowd pays close attention to every movement of its prey. Hurry up and grab him, hurry up, one of them shouted, and then the whole group of hunters came forward to attack the leader of the Blood Essence Gong Tae-soo. Hurry up and protect the leader, don't let them advance. The atmosphere became chaotic, and everyone shouted, kill him, kill him. Gong Tae-soo's bodyguards are also ready to fight in the midst of the mercenary encirclement. A leader started the war, when he summoned a weapon in his hand and began to attack, taking it. The mercenaries were equally aggressive. They competed to rush up and take down the bodyguards. But it is not as simple as people think. Let's taste the fireworks. One of Gong Tae-soo's bodyguards was about to shoot fireworks in the face of a mercenary, but unexpectedly the man quickly grabbed the person standing next to him as a shield for him. Crazy man, are you using such a despicable way? Who cares, as long as I live, ha ha ha. Trampling on each other to win the victory and take the spoils was familiar, but the guy hadn't laughed long when flames shot down on him from above. A violent explosion sounded and the fireball bounced directly at him, causing him to collapse and die on the spot. Everyone around panicked. Boom, the fireworks exploded. This is called genuine fireworks. What the hell is this? Where did this guy fly? It was as if someone had thrown him down from the sky. The bodyguards were satisfied because they knew that the rescuers had appeared, and the hunters were afraid. Have you prepared yourself to watch the fireworks? There are a lot of fireworks for you to see tonight. Damn, they had already made a plan from the beginning. The surroundings began to calm down for a few seconds, because everyone was on high alert. The quieter the air, the more terrible what was about to happen. And as expected, immediately followed by Gong Tae-soo's blood dragon fireworks. His continuous shots made it look like a gas explosion had just occurred, and the light of the fire lit up the whole sky. Enough to bury the mercenaries alive. Where did the bullets come from? Who ambushed us? Of course, at such a distance, they couldn't recognize the mastermind of this. He was very excited and laughed every time he hit the target. Haha, the bullets came out of here, I closed both eyes and still hit them, you idiots. Kang-hoo also followed Gong Tae-soo all the way to this place. Seeing that he was complacent and hated, the magician who signed a contract with the Holy Palace would definitely be good at playing this game, but there was nothing strange. Only Gong Tae-soo stood outside the open space on the rooftop to take a shot, and the bodyguards who followed him stood behind the walls of the building. The blessing of the Holy Palace will help me increase the accuracy of my magic and bow attacks by 5 times, so please enjoy it. The rain of fireworks fell again, and this time it was even more intense. Just as Gong Tae-soo was about to cast the spell to shoot again, Kang-hoo saw that it was time to make a move. He immediately used his acquisition skills. When caught in this move, Gong Tae-soo can no longer cast fireworks spells. His whole body was sealed and could not move, but was pulled backwards. What the hell are you? Of course, he wasn't free to answer questions like that. Kang-hoo immediately rushed up to give Gong Tae-soo a surprise blow. But fortunately, he was still dodging. And at the same time, he used another skill to teleport a short distance away from the dangerous area in front of the enemy. He couldn't run away yet, so the best place to hide was behind him. Kang-hoo turned his face behind him and saw exactly what he had just guessed. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Kang-hoo used a short jump to attack quickly so that the opponent could not turn back. The dagger that caused the damage had the fancy name of Bloodlin Sting. To be precise, it was a stab that injured him in the left shoulder. Damn, bastard, who are you? While shouting, Gong Tae-soo fired a fireworks bullet into Kang-hoo's face with his hand. Boom, the whole place emitted a loud explosion. thought that Kanghu had been burned to ashes like the mercenaries below. Because even though he was injured, Gong Tae-su was still very strong thanks to his constellation. After counterattacking, Gong Tae-su looked around to see who his ambush was. Even if he died, he had to expose the corpse in anger. Fortunately, Kanghu was able to avoid his flip in time. He teleported and hid in a nearby corner and coughed a lot. His firepower was stronger than he thought. Waiting for the right time, Kanghu slowly walked out and teased Gong Tae-su, making him extremely angry. His rage was even hotter than the fire magic he had just created. Bastard, aren't you dead yet? Of course, I'm not dead yet, but you're near, so please condole in advance. You should also be grateful to me, not everyone is so grieving. As he spoke, Kanghu made a familiar gesture, a gentle snap of his hand for blood tyranny to perform. The result was still the same as the others who had been involved in this move. Gong Tae-su's wound was burned, and the blood in his body was boiling endlessly. It seems that he is also very brave, when he is not burned to ashes immediately like the others. But turned back to the status quo of a real person, only losing his costume and skills to disguise himself into a woman's form. He rushed up and screamed in pain, "My own hand will break the corpse, you bastard." But when he ran to the place, Kanghu had already disappeared. Where did that dead dog run? I have to cast magic right away, I can't let it escape. Dare to touch the head of Olsen like me, you don't know what bad things you are doing to yourself. But wait, what's the matter, why can't I cast magic? Gong Tae-su looked down at his arm with a chain jelly to see what was wrong, and he was shocked when he saw that his arm had been severed since he didn't know when. My left arm, why is it lying there? Gong Tae-su was about to run over to pick up the arm with the marble on it, but he couldn't make it in time. Kanghu, who was standing in the distance, used his acquisition technique to grab his arm, and then immediately hugged it and ran away, which could be considered the rarest hand-cutting case that had ever been shocking, when the owner himself did not know when he had been cut off. Damn it, give me your arm back, you dead dog, stand there. Damn it, hurry up and chase him, where are you dead? Gong Tae-su screamed and frantically chased Kanghu from corner to corner, and the two of them ran all over the rooftop of the building. Kanghu ran a little longer, wanting to play a game of cat and mouse with him, or rather, because he was too tired, and he had to take some time to rest from the afternoon until now. Although Gong Tae-su had his arm amputated, his legs were still chasing very fast. When he ran to the cheap place, he couldn't see the enemy anymore, and he frantically threatened, "If I find you, I will tear you apart. You don't have to be so despicable, come out here quickly." "You quickly showed your face," Gong Tae-su screamed in vain, because there really was no one who deliberately ran away and showed his face when the enemy said that. He stood high and looked at the rubble opposite, and thought that maybe the bastard had jumped over there and escaped, and at the same time, he noticed that there were several people peeking out in the darkness. Gong Tae-su thought that the other party had hidden with his comrades there, so he was going to use fireworks to blow up this place again, thinking that hiding there, I wouldn't be sure. Hurry up and get out here, you damn rats. But when he looked closely, it seemed that those people were not the same as the person who attacked him. It was a girl and some strangers, and there were also some corpses lying at their feet. It turned out that those corpses were the bodyguards who were with him earlier, and they had been killed without a single name. "Who are you? How did you come here?" The girl and her followers were Taihua Jiang, Yoon Sangmi's group, who had come here to support Kanghu according to the notice she had received earlier. Because she had received a message that Gong Tae-su in the dungeon was fake, he wanted to put the mercenaries in one place and deal with them. And Gong Tae-su will really hide from afar to support the minions. You and everyone else should secretly run to the building that is about to explode nearby. There's an amputated Gong Tae-su with a left hand that is going crazy there. The scene here was exactly as Kanghu had predicted. Just as planned, she led her group to deal with the rest, instead of just gathering in the dungeon waiting for the imposter to make a fool of her. But until now, she still wondered how Sungkyu knew about their plan, if he had the ability to judge like a god, or if there was some other reason. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that we will handle this place beautifully and finish the mission quickly. Gong Tae-su will definitely not leave him alone if we continue to steal his left arm. Because it was even more precious than his life, so if you had already taken his arm, you should always take his life. According to Yoon Sangmi's orders, the Taihua Jiang hunters rushed up to give the leader of the Blood Essence Gong Tae-su a battle. The loss of his left arm made him unable to cast magic and only 1% of his strength remained. It was not too surprising that only the ability of a mediocre guild like Taihua Jiang could send him off to the Pluto King like that. Meanwhile, the fake Gong Tae-soo and the guards were also miserable when they lost support from afar. The mercenaries turned the tide and counterattacked fiercely. Damn, what's wrong? Why did the leader suddenly stop supporting us? While panicking because he was constantly cornered, the imposter Gong Tae-soo also received the same end. Like beasts scrambling to pounce on their prey, mercenaries trampling each other for Gong Tae-soo's arm, catching him, I've caught him, he's mine. But when they were busy fighting for the loot, the disguise magic lost its effect and Gong Tae-soo was dead, and the avatar also revealed his true face. Damn, it's just a substitute, it's just a bunch of people, this guy is just one of Gong Tae-soo's bodyguards. Now that there were only a few guards left, they must have been very scared because the situation at this time was like a fish lying on a cutting board. After dealing with the real Gong Tae-soo, Yoon Sang-mi's men also came to dispose of the remaining remnants at the entrance of the dungeon. 500 brothers went up the dike. Surround them, leaving no one behind. The other mercenaries didn't understand what was going on. If it wasn't the real thing, what was the point of fighting? Dead dogs, these bastards of Taihua Jiang also participated. Taihua Jiang went forward to kill the rest of the guards and clean everything up. Those who were injured would be taken for treatment, and those who were hit by fireworks and died, they would have to bear it. Looking at this chaotic scene, some people were severely burned by fireworks, some were incapacitated, the casualties were too great, we almost fell into that cunning person's trap. If we don't debunk his plans sooner, then we will definitely be one of the corpses carried back tonight. It was also thanks to his secret message that we were so successful. Yoon Sang-mi stood and watched for a while, then took out his phone and sent a message to Sungkyu. How could the boss know where Gong Tae-soo was hiding, while everyone thought that the bastard in the dungeon was real? Where did you go this afternoon? You followed him. But this friend didn't bother to answer, but just reiterated the condition I told her this morning. Remember to keep your word, you probably won't swallow my words. Please help me meet with the Abyss Bucho as you promised this morning. Okay, it's a little time-consuming to deal with the rest of the miscellaneous things, wait for when it's done, I'll contact Abyss right away, thank you very much. He didn't even bother to say a word to me and left. He should have said goodbye, who always acts mysteriously alone, although it's a bit obnoxious, but because of his ability, I forgive you. The mission was completed, and the very next day, Kang-hoo returned to Lam-dong to meet Li Yan to report. Hello Sungkyu, you're doing a good job. I'm so glad to see you again in Taejun. Gong Tae-soo's left arm was unexpectedly taken by him so easily. With that cold face, Kang-hoo didn't care about his left arm or his right arm, and the first question he asked was the movements of the mad secret agent father So-hee. Yan said that she was in Jeonju because I spread fake news, ha ha ha. Well, there's something more interesting about this. Have you seen the news? You've become a celebrity. There is a clip that has just been posted by someone, accompanied by a sensational status line, Gong Tae-soo is dead, the hunter who stole his left arm is after all. There are so many views and comments, it seems that everything has become even more attractive. I don't find it attractive at all, everything starts to deviate from the original. A supporting character like Gong Tae-soo is not significant, but I will have to be careful with the plot related to the main character Siwon, because even a small change in his favor will be detrimental to me. Li Yaren interrupted Kang-hoo's thoughts. Hey, you're still going to cooperate with Lam-dong? Well, of course, until I find another one that tastes better. Hey, you know how to joke, there's no better termite than us. Let's get to the main point, let's talk about the next task, as Yaren pushed a file towards Kang-hoo. The target is Jo Gu-bin, the serial killer, children's nightmare, who was last seen on the 0th floor. The number floor is okay, where is it? Kang-hoo held the stack of documents in his hand and thought that this would come in handy. It seems that he had to get there earlier than expected. But before that, you have to prepare a little. As for Siwon, he was also watching the news about the mysterious hunter in the slashing of the arm of the head of Ulsan, Gong Tae-soo. This must be the hottest news right now. I don't know who he is, but it's also impressive. Damn it, it's been a long time since there was a kid who made a drum, I must investigate who he is after all. Thinking so, Siwon made a phone call to the Strategic Information Team. The other end of the line picked up the phone. Allo, yes, the Strategic Information Team of the Yunghwa Guild listened. Please investigate the whole news of Gong Tae-soo's death for me, find out who took his left hand. While Yunghwa begins to notice Kang-hoo's mysterious name, he goes to another guild to discuss a few things before taking on his new mission. That morning, at the Suwon Supreme Guild. The dungeon manager, Han Sung-hyuk, looked careless. didn't want to welcome us. It seemed that we didn't know each other at all. Wearing your body, you heard someone instigating it, but these guys didn't give papers to enter the dungeon to outsiders. Moreover, we haven't even met before, we have no reason to do as you please. 1 billion, I will pay 1 billion for the ticket to Baltman's dungeon, just one entry is enough. Kang-hoo is very sober and cold when he dares to spend 1 billion for the ticket to that dungeon. Hearing this, the other manager had to change his attitude immediately, welcoming warmly like a VIP because 1 billion is too much money. Haha, if that's the case, please go this way, let's go to the other side of the table more carefully. Although on the outside he pretends to be friendly and urgently supportive, but in fact, he is thinking that this hunter is really crazy. The cheap Baltman prison is in stock, son, he go in there and have fun, you bastard brain. After all, compared to what I have achieved from it, 1 billion is nothing. Very quickly, Kang-hoo was granted a license to hunt monsters in the dungeon. And the hunt had officially begun, not knowing what his goal was. At first glance, these monsters are not good enough to make things difficult for Kang-hoo. They look like ghosts flying hard and are all attacked by Kang-hoo with daggers in their hands. One by one, they were killed and disappeared in an instant. At that time, a notification window appears, you have leveled up, and you have reached level 37. Delicious, now I just put all my bonus points into physical fitness. The monsters just now were only mid-level monsters, very simple to defeat. Kang-hoo continued his journey to find the main boss. It had appeared, Baltman's final boss. It looked like a fiery wolf, with sharp teeth that could tear its prey into 100 pieces, and its eyes were red as if it was craving the smell of fishy blood. He even knows how to stand on 2 legs and talk to the enemy. His voice is loud, don't waste any more effort, go back, you poor human. Pity your dog, don't say much if you haven't fought me. Once Kang-hoo entered here, it was not easy to step out when he had not achieved his goal. He not only did not back down, but also accelerated towards the boss. Seeing that the enemy did not flinch, Baltman was excited. Oh, what a big gut, if that is the case, I will burn you to ashes. It began to use its skills to create huge fires, burning the space in the dungeon. Kang-hoo sped up and ran through the middle of that huge fire. Its first move was missed, because the speed of the prey was too fast. Next, he uses the dark foot to create clones that are the shadows of his ego, moving towards the monster together. Since he is a wolf, Baltman is very sensitive to the smell of food, and the closer Kang-hoo gets to it, the more attractive it becomes. Quayo, there is food, I will swallow him whole. Thinking so, Baltman took a deep breath and spat out a huge fire as if he wanted to burn his prey to enjoy it to the fullest. A shadow of Kang-hoo was scorched by fire. And thanks to that, the boss swallowed the shadow deliciously. Eating when it was still hot was indeed interesting. It had been a long time since anyone came here for me to stuff between my teeth, so I felt so happy today that a stupid person came to me on his own. After sipping the appetizer, he showed interest and licked it around his mouth because he thought it was too delicious. Just as Kang-hoo thought, you will burn and then you will eat it. That's it, this time I'll give you a super special meal, and after the appetizer, let's go to the main course. It turned out that this was all part of his plan, and Kang-hoo remembered the item he had obtained after defeating the boss Alicia, which he had saved for this moment. After obtaining his assassin skill book. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, now I'll try it once and see how it goes. It seemed like Kang-hoo wanted to do something with that particular book. After all, he had already mastered all the skills in it. He quickly rushed to the boss. Still uses stealth skills, creating many copies to attract the boss's attention. There is food again, too much. The boss was hungry for a long time, and when he saw that the food was handed over by himself, he was very excited, and he used the old way again, taking a deep breath in his chest. And spewed out a fire even bigger than before. At that moment, Kang-hoo took out the skill book. He swung his hand and threw a hard shot at the boss. His aim is to want its flames to burn this book and wait to see what is interesting afterwards. How can you feed him normal food forever? There must be a little emphasis. Taste this and wake up, baby. The flames burned greatly, burning another shadow, and of course there was also the skill book that Kang-hoo had just thrown in. He quickly teleported away and waited for the result. After a few minutes, Baltman finished the second dish. Every time he finishes eating, he will express a little about the taste he has just tasted. But why this time the food tasted so strange, not the same as the original dish? The smell also seems strange. Suddenly, he saw a series of assassin skills appear above his head, the first of which was the Great Assassin. His face was puzzled, not understanding what was happening, as if he had just been given a holy book and been blessed. But unfortunately, it is not suitable for enjoying those skills. Error windows kept appearing, 1, 2, 3, and then more than 10. You can't use the skill without a weapon. You can't use the skill without a weapon. The warning noise of the skill windows drove him crazy. And Kanghu stood and laughed happily. Bastard, what have you done? What are you feeding me? I don't know what to do, that's my skill, even if you say it, your stupid dog won't be able to understand. This sentence of Kanghu has made him mad. The last boss of honor like me is humiliated by you. You lowly human, you will regret what you have done so far. This time, it didn't use normal fire anymore, but unleashed the most powerful fire weapon, in order to burn Kanghu to death in one shot. The flames quickly spread from all four sides and surrounded where he was standing. The boss was very relieved when he saw this. He thought that the other party had been burned in his fire. That's right, you've spent your life. Aloe, where is that human name? That damn guy has escaped. He snuggles up like a vile rat in front of my majesty. It turns out that Kanghu uses the same move again. He teleports and swaps positions with the dark foot to attack Boltman from behind. Then using the tactic to grab it so that it could not control its movements, he was holding the dagger ready to wait for its cut, but after thinking for a while, he changed his mind. I won't deal with you right away, let's have a little fun with you. That arrogance, I will give you the privilege of fire, this time, don't run away. I can't burn you to death, I'll be a dog. Boltman used all his strength and fury, pouring out the fury of the fire that burned Kanghu at close range. But he had created a shield around it, although the shield had a very good effect on the attack, but it was for weapons or attacks with power, and for fire, it didn't seem to last long. But playing like that is enough, it's time for me to eat your house again. As soon as the protective shield faded, Kanghu rushed out with the knife himself and stabbed Boltman with a swoop. A very sweet blood sting, causing the boss in pain to retreat backwards, and its flames also cooled down significantly. Although this technique is old, it is good to use it over and over again, and it is the first step for the torture to begin. With just that tiny stab, Boltman would definitely not have suffered anything, just a minor injury to his tall body. Only the master of the attack understood the benefits of the blood-lined spear. Kanghu immediately used a short jump to run away from the boss. He frantically chased after him and spewed fire wildly. Don't try to escape. Oh, I'm not running, I'm standing here. As he spoke, he raised two fingers again and made a very familiar action to activate the blood burn. Small wounds began to burn and ulcers appeared. The heat of the scorching blood inside the body was even more terrifying than the heat of the flames that Boltman himself created to attack the skin of the enemy. In the end, it was scorched and died. The window appeared again. You defeated the final boss, you leveled up and reached level 39, and received a skill from that target, which is the Great Destroyer. The Great Commander is what he needs. My purpose in coming here is for it. That book helped me gather skills when killing monsters, even if the monster's rank was different from mine. Then there will not be much punishment for me, from which I will receive an original skill. I have many necessary skills in my hands, now everything will be much simpler. Boltman has been taken advantage of by me, I feel sorry for him, I feel guilty for it, I feel guilty. With this, I can go to the first floor. By the way, make a solatium leaf. After successfully destroying Boltman, Kanghu embarks on a quest to find Goblin. But there were some troubles when his route was forced to pass through Seoul. Where there are a lot of hounds of the Yonghwa Association and the National Security Team, it is really annoying. Seoul train station is also making a lot of news because of the recent event. At this moment, the guild president Yonghwa and Fortuna have officially signed a cooperation agreement, which makes people admire endlessly. Oh my gosh, it's super real. I heard that the Fortuna Guild in the United States is very famous. Yonghwa's heroes are now reaching out to the world level. This moment is really touching to tears. Ordinary people felt very proud, but it was only when people didn't know that this action was behind the 13 stars. The 13 stars consisted of 13 hunters, who in the original were highly praised heroes. Shiwan and his fellow disciples were among them. Of course, in reality, those people were the key factor in the destruction of this world. Even more frightening is that their network is spread across the globe, just want to be able to manipulate the public's psychology easily. Once they are united, they will begin to obey, and revere them as the world's most powerful heroic team, the light of justice that protects global justice. My karma is to write a novel like this, but I don't know why I have such a crap idea. Now I have to clean up and correct my mistakes. The karma is really not wrong. Suddenly, at this time, a foot quietly walked in from behind. That person raised his voice and seemed to be deliberately talking to Kanghu. It's really boring in Seoul, the price is exorbitant. Wherever you want to go, whatever you do, you have to have a relationship, otherwise you won't get anything. Do you think so? You're handsome. A beautiful girl came out of nowhere to talk to me, but my hunch told me to be very wary of this girl. She has special skills. Just look directly into the other person's eyes, and you can read their thoughts easily. That gaze, that gesture is very easy to make the person on the other side flinch and fall into her trap. That is the skill of the mind system, which does not use damage, but attacks the mind of the other person. To overcome it, Kanghu tries to remember the grief he has experienced in the past. When witnessing others being bullied by evil forces. When he is alone in front of a computer screen, and reads comments criticizing his work. Or when they were working hard at Chungmyeong prison. Those things that brought a bad feeling of grief helped him resist the mysterious girl's super unique skill just now. Does he reflect his mind-reading skills? His level is higher than mine. Although the approach failed, the girl still kept making those enchanted eyes and looked at Kanghu. Fortunately he didn't get caught up in this enchantment. She stopped wasting her efforts in vain. My mind is not what I want to read. Kanghu looked at the other party and discovered something. Looking at her sperm, he knew for sure. She is me who, evil Nebula. Once she approaches the opponent when there is no spiritual barrier, she will be able to see the status window of the person of the lower rank. She is truly one of the 13 stars. At that moment, Kanghu also tried to see how the information about this girl was, but the window only showed a few lines of introduction. She wore the constellation of a quiet lady, and the neutral constellation would not display any information about other constellations other than the two representative constellations under any circumstances. It's also interesting, a world where we can't see through each other. Although I don't have the ability to counteract, there is still a method to help temporarily block her mental system skill. The secret of this type of attack lies in instantly recalling good memories. Making people loosen their mental barriers. So if we try to recall other traumatic memories, we can temporarily stop their effects. Seeing the handsome guy with a face as cold as money, not showing his emotions in front of him, the girl also had to give some winged compliments. I thought that this Korean land every time Jiang Shiwan could do something. You are also interesting. I only gave the guild business card to those who could block my skill at least once, and as she spoke, the girl held up the red business card and was about to give it to Kanghu. If you find it too boring to work in the country or need any help, just come to me. The business card in front of him, Kanghu glanced at it, and saw that the information on it was from the Shinta Guild, a large guild, among the top 5 in China. These people were really not easy to deal with at all. As a courtesy, he also said thank you and held the business card just like when he received the business card from Father So-hee last time. I'll see you later, I hope I have that chance, and after saying that, the girl turned her back and left, and Kanghu stood looking at her and thinking about a few things. The 13 stars are not simple hands, so to confront the 13 stars, I will need an ally. I can't stay alone like that forever. Maybe it's time to think about forming an alliance. There is something that choosing an ally cannot act through a loudspeaker. I hate the team. But in the immediate future, the task must be completed. Luin said the Goblin target was last seen at the zero boundary, which is the territory where South and North Korea intersect. Finally arrived, the zero area was here. The scene was so wild, everything looked like there was no life at all. The trees were bare leaves, there was no green. I heard that there is a treasure here that is useful to me. Should I go dig for the treasure before completing the task? Kanghu holds a cowhide with very strange symbols painted on it, and there are markers underneath each symbol. It looks like a map. I guess it's okay, I'll make up my own mind. At this time he stood up and was about to move to the first point so that he could hunt for the treasure, when suddenly a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Kanghu wasn't in a hurry to react, but just to see what it was going to do. The shadow looked like a girl. He beat the drum and thought about what he was going to find, instead of going back to catch the stalker. Thinking back, there was one thing I needed to improve, and that was my innate sensitivity to magic power. Although his ability to sense and absorb magic power was incredible, the proof was that he had a reaction when he came into contact with things or touched places with magic power. But if I use too much magic power above the allowable threshold, then my body will be overloaded, and at that time, everything will change in a trend that is not favorable to me. A bone-piercing pain and some abnormal state will occur that will seriously weaken my physical strength. if this happens while I am fighting, then the only thing that awaits me will be death. The important thing now is to suppress this overload. My upcoming matches will be even more intense and difficult than now. Maybe I need some doses of hysterical medicinal power just in case. And here is that hysterical medicinal power. In the novel, Kanghu used this plant, which has many times the effect of ordinary medicinal power, and I am just like the character, and I definitely need to find that flower. Using it, I will temporarily stop the operation of the magic sensitivity for 30 minutes, then I will not be overwhelmed anymore. Although it still has side effects, it is still very useful in battles. It's hard to pick not only because it grows in a dangerous area, but also because there are monsters protecting it, because the rarer it is, the harder it is to get. There are 6 different areas here, I have marked them with the numbers I often use. It would be great when I reached level 40. At that time, I will unlock a new skill. Kanghu held the treasure map in his hand and went deep into the 0 area. Here it was very strange, the monsters could be disguised in various shapes, each type had its own combat characteristics, and the opening was monsters in the form of colorful flowers. It attacks its prey with vines. But with just a few simple moves, Kanghu slashed those flowers cut off from its branches and leaves. When the flower fell to the ground, then the notification window displayed, "You have killed a normal monster." Although they are not strong, they are too numerous, so they also make hunters consume physical strength quickly. There are so many monsters, no wonder hunters always say that the 0 area is a very dangerous place. There are powerful sea monsters here. And many other mutated creatures. Therefore, just 1 minute of neglect, being attracted by it or not having good judgment skills will be very easy to die here. Kanghu alone traverses a forest of monsters filled with bright red flowers that can eat humans, trees that transform into butterflies or ghosts. After running for a while, he came across the corpse of some unfortunate hunter who had died in a sitting position and had his head down, his body covered with wounds and his blood had dried. It's strange, why is this corpse here, but something isn't quite right, even if the environment in this area can slow down the corpse's decomposition. But it couldn't look so neat, it seemed like someone had done this on purpose. What was his purpose? Kanghu approached the corpse and observed the magic power to see what was inside. It turned out that there was a living monster bird, it was residing inside the dead body. So, how could a corpse have signs of magic power emitting like that? It was true that anything could happen here. This is one of the traps of darkness. They attract hunters with beautiful items. If you touch it, a puppet will immediately stick to you and follow you like a frog following Li Yaren's tail. They want to use bait to feed. This corpse looks very similar to a friend of mine before. His name is Park Minsung and he is a classmate of mine. A person who lives more introverted and lonely than himself. He was always the focus of attention and the target of bullying by rich bastards. I was too familiar when I heard those guys discussing the plan to bully Park Minsung every day. Haha, pay attention to that myopic guy, see who was secretly helping him. I'm going to choose it as my next target. The real world and this world are still the same. There is no such thing as fairness, people with good conditions are always superior and always like to fight with others. Anyway, I'm going to change that, the bad guys will get the right outcome, and there is a sudden sadness in Kanghu's heart, and he ignores that corpse and moves on to reach his goal. It was it, the red thing that was lying on the cliff. My first flower is here. I will take it quickly, it doesn't look too difficult to pick. Thinking so, Kanghu immediately shrugged his legs and jumped high to catch the medicinal flower. Thought it would be easy to get it, but it wasn't. The dry and bare tree trunks around them began to feel that someone was attacking and stealing the medicinal plant, and they glowed and became angry. Pairs of green eyes flashed on each trunk like the face of a demon appearing. While Kanghu had just reached for the flower and pulled it off the cliff, it was also the time when the roots of the tree pierced and prepared to attack the thief. The original root is also quite small and does not look dangerous. But gradually it got bigger, and one of the dry trunks was growing in front of Kanghu. The branches of the tendrils pierced out like fingernails with sharp claws and were ready to squeeze anything that fell into them. They grow out and attack where Kanghu hangs. He quickly absorbed the flower's medicinal power and activated the battle mode. If he were a normal hunter, he would definitely choose to jump to the ground to run away first, but Kanghu always made the opposite decisions and actions. He stepped on the roots of the tree to jump on the monster. Hello. It's nice to meet your withered old friend. The monster was provoked, you came to my place to get things, and you still played that provocative voice, I will tell you what it is to wither. The monster used the roots and trunks of the tree to attack in a rush to catch the prey that was deliberately jumping in front of it, but it seemed that it lacked the flexibility necessary to fight this type of prey. When a branch of a tree stabbed, the Kanghu teleported and disappeared. This move was very old, but it had a great effect in the times when the opponent attacked head-on. The monster was dumbfounded, not knowing where the enemy had escaped, but so quickly. While the ghost tree was still wondering and looking around, a knife with the power of fire was raised and stabbed it from behind. Fighting this type of tree-type monster would only take a spark to make it happen. The fire attack burned it enthusiastically, plus the attack from behind gave this move a 33% increase in damage. So it is not to blame that the fire is not like the heat of a normal fire, but it is like being filled with kerosene. Kanghu's job now is to wait for it to be burned to charcoal. The monster could no longer resist, it fell from above to the ground, writhing in the flames and smoke. It's time to put away the weapon temporarily, it seems that it has been destroyed. When the monster's corpse has been burned dry and dissolved into mana, a second window appears. You have killed a normal monster. You have reached level 40, you have acquired a new basic skill of the assassin profession called dodge. Thanks to the power from your constellation, dodge has been upgraded to extreme dodge. Well, I finally reached level 40, moreover, the system always gave me a surprise. The new skill was automatically upgraded, and I just received a new skill that made me so eager to try it. I must go find a few more monsters. Heaven also pleases the disgusting person. As soon as Kanghu wants to try the new move, an uninvited guest appears behind him. It was a dry tree with bare leaves, although it did not move, but intuition said that there was a living creature hiding there. Kanghu immediately summoned his weapon and went to give it a full blow. The short jump helped him teleport to the monster, jump up and hold the knife to its neck in an instant, but it seemed that this monster was female, because it didn't look like the one that had just been burned. It had a fairly long bunch of hair on its body, and it was quite gentle. Whether it's a male or a female tree, he doesn't care. It's a monster, there's only one death waiting for you, but it doesn't look like it wants to attack Kanghu just now, but just sneakily follows. After observing, Kanghu's face is cold, said, "Why are you following me?" On the faint trunk of the tree appeared a face. It was afraid to sweat, it opened its mouth but was speechless. Because it was surprising that Kanghu could see the real face hidden behind its shaggy bark. "How could you see me? Did you know I was watching you?" Then it appeared in its original form. It was a girl. She sat on the branch and looked at Kanghu. At this time Kanghu's face changed instantly. Why did this girl look so familiar? Her plump face, curly and thick blonde hair, and especially her two-colored eyes. I've seen her before. Kanghu began to recall the scene of the bastards discussing the bullying of Park Sungmin in the back of the school, and in that scene, a female student appeared, very similar to this girl. And it was none other than her, Yuri. As the daughter of a successful businessman, she is a very hard-working and exemplary schoolgirl, beautiful, rich and well-educated. The focus of attention by both boys and girls is what is depicted about Yuri. Although she is very famous for playing closely with Vice President Gwanghyung, they often hang out together and seem to talk very well, but one day, when an incident strikes, the hypocrite bastard abandons her when her father's business is closed. And her family's wealth has declined severely. From best friend to enemy, Chai Guanhyung originally only took advantage of Yuri's family status to make his faction stronger in the school. So when he couldn't take advantage of her anymore, he and his dead dog friends put her on the bullied list along with a few other people like his cousin Park. Yuri was teased tragically and insulted by the same people she used to consider friends. That's why in the novel she is built as an antagonist who always resents Gwanghyung, but I don't write about this character very thoroughly, I just skimmed it for the sake of the plot. Returning to the main problem, although she didn't know why this girl appeared in the zero area, what she was doing, but she stopped ignoring it, she bowed her head and apologized to Kanghu for watching him. "It's just that you're so good, you've just reached the starting point, but you've already been able to dodge the dark forces, and you can even defeat that crazy monster. I admire you very much." While Yuri sincerely expressed his admiration for Kanghu's talent, he didn't bother to notice it, but acted more vigilantly. His hand gripped the dagger tightly, his tendons rising as if he wanted to raise it and stab her. Kanghu jumped up, pointed the tip of the knife at the girl, which made her panic. A cold assassin when he found out that someone was secretly watching him, what would he do? It was understandable. As a natural reflex, she raised her arms to support her and of course closed her eyes and waited for death. But why was he so cold? I really had to die. But wait, the sound of the knife stabbing into something, and the blood splattered on his body. But how could I not feel anything? It seems that I am still alive. Yuri trembled and slowly opened her eyes. It was a howl, thinking that he was rushing to kill me, but it turned out that he was attacking something behind my back. He saved me. After killing the monster, Kang-hoo looked at Yuri with warmer eyes and only said 4 words, "There was a bug," although it was a little violent, but how romantic this scene was. That gesture was enough to make Yuri blush embarrassedly. The girl blinked and thanked him, but I thought he wouldn't spare me for watching him. "From now on, don't follow me anymore." After saying that, Kang-hoo jumped down from the tree and walked away, not even turning his head to look at the girl. Sitting on the tree, Yuri watched his steps and felt something indescribable in her heart. "He's gone, I want to talk to him a little more." And then Kang-hoo continued his quest for treasure, going through constant monster battles, which made him start to get tired. After defeating another monster, Kang-hoo sat down to rest and coughed a lot. "Hoo-hoo is tired to death. I have to use one more solatium leaf, otherwise I will lose my breath and die. I've done it 5 times, anyway, I've gone through 6 regions now. Now I should go do my main task." Kang-hoo stood up and was about to move to another area when several monsters appeared to stalk him. They were shaped like an angel with long wings, and on their heads was the symbol of the cross. It's an angel-like monster that only follows the target and doesn't attack immediately. Couldn't there be any territory recently? Kang-hoo continued to move back outside. At this time it was already late in the afternoon, and the air began to become cold. Going to the place where the corpse was this morning, the corpse was still sitting there, keeping the same position. Kang-hoo approached to take a closer look at it. It seemed that he was calculating something. The puppet that bit this corpse was not too dangerous, it was just a firebird. But what was really dangerous here was the bastard who was behind the control of this guy. It was the dark forces, a collection of ghosts, because they were black and moved without making a sound, so it was difficult for us to detect them, especially when night fell like now. Even if you are lucky enough to spot them and attack them again, you can't use the usual methods to kill them. At that time, the senses of the people who are wrapped in them will gradually disappear, causing their minds to be extremely disturbed. Going at night has a day to meet a ghost. Once you meet a ghost, it will become crazy like this. There is a saying that the ghost has bad luck. Will eventually end their own lives due to loss of control. I'm not going to let myself fall into the trap so easily. Having prepared himself, Kang-hoo used his stealth skill to create an alternate shadow to act at close range to the puppet, while he stepped back far behind to observe. When he saw that someone had been attracted and approached the corpse, the puppet began to appear. Kang-hoo's shadow touched the knife that had previously been his weapon, the same thing that had taken his own life when he was mentally disturbed. The monster turned big and pounced on Kang-hoo with his claws, but before he could do it, he teleported and successfully stole the weapon. I'll use it against them. You see, I also need weapons to fight back against you. If you fight with your bare hands, it will be too beneficial for you. It seemed that this bird also knew how to get angry when teased by an enemy like that. It raised its neck and made a few squeaking noises and stomped its feet as if it was beckoning to its fellow humans or calling for ghosts to appear. Noticing that the chase had begun, Kang-hoo immediately fled. As he ran, he just sucked on an extra solatium leaf to recover his strength before the start of the battle in the dark. If it weren't for this item, he probably wouldn't have enough strength. He couldn't eat or drink anything all day fighting monsters. Fortunately, he had it to hold on. Kang-hoo ran deep into the forest, and the ghosts that had just been summoned began their hunt. They flew very fast and chased endlessly. Each ghost was very aggressive. They opened their mouths as big as if they wanted to swallow the living creatures that were swaying. Their mouths were blacker than the black hole of the universe. Damn, you follow me so closely. I know you're going to suddenly appear, but does it need to be so fast? With this situation, it seems that I can't run normally. I have to use a short jump to cut off their tails. But damn it, they were skimming so fast. It was just right behind me, and now it had appeared in front of me. This momentum will not be good. I have to speed up even more. Just like that, Kang-hoo ran through the forest, from place to place. At some point, I felt tired, damn it, coughed again at this time. It is true that physical strength is very important in battle, but no matter how strong the buffalo is, when chased by these soldiers, it is still a little tired. The ghosts are also very intelligent and know how to scare them. They keep appearing in front of their prey. Then he reached out and grabbed his limbs while Kang-hoo was running. This scene was really scary. They attack together and are determined to cowardly prey until they go crazy. Not letting himself be trapped, Kang-hoo used swaps to teleport farther away. The ghosts were dumbfounded, looking around. Maybe the prey was also a ghost. They also knew how to transform like us. He was not gone. Hey, those idiots, I'm here. Hearing Kang-hoo's call, and they're going to rush up to continue the chase. But something else appeared, the terrifying red eyes of the angel monster appeared. It seemed that the dark ghost was terrified of that thing, it had forgotten to attack its prey, at that time they were cowering and showing fear. When the two factions face each other, this is the time for Kanghu to see the situation clearly and take the next step. There are only two things that can kill the darkness. The first is the power that represents the darkness, which is similar to the dark power, which is the power of darkness. The other was a form of power that was the opposite of darkness, known as the divine light magic. Since their territory has been invaded by someone from the opponent's side, they will attack them one by one until all the trespassers are dead. That's my intention, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to great lengths to run all the way to this place. Well, now I'll take this thing. After luring the dark ghost to set foot in Yang Guang's territory, letting the two sides tear themselves apart, Kanghu quickly returned to the place where the corpse had been. Reading his nameplate, Kanghu was surprised. I had never seen this name before. Even though he is dead, I can still bring him back to my relatives. You wait for me for a moment. As he spoke, Kanghu raised his hand and stroked the hunter's eyes, so that he could die with his eyes closed. You stay there for a while, now I'll go settle the trustee's grudge first. Kanghu had just left, not knowing that there was still someone watching him, and that person revealed his familiar hair. It was the girl this morning, Yuri, who still didn't know the real reason why she was following Kanghu, but for the time being, she hadn't done anything to harm him, so she ignored it for the time being. The day before, when he received this task, Li Yeren shared quite a lot of details about the target. His name is Zhou Gubin, a murderer who often targets minors. In it is the information that I think you will need. Oh, this document looks different from usual. It doesn't look like the documents compiled from the reports she usually makes. That's right, because that document came from the trustee. It was collected by the father of a victim and sent to the trustee, who then brought it to me. I don't know what the information that Kanghu has looked at will help, but now that he has reached the boundary area of North Korea, he must act carefully. The mission was carried out in the Zero area, and there were special requirements as Li Yeren's previous repeated words. You should remember, this mission will not be simply an assassination, please follow the requirements of the trustee. It's time to track him down. Kanghu uses his mana tracing skill to search around the area for any traces that the goblin has left behind when passing through. Had indeed found his mana, an orange-red dot as it swept through the area. I've found you, today will be your death day. The goblin didn't know that there was a great assassin who had just discovered his whereabouts, and he was still gloating when he had just stolen the item from an ill-fated hunter who had just been killed by him. Ah, here it is, it must be like this. I know that this starting point of North Korea will be a golden land for me, and this glove is also suitable for me. Goblin is a mad murderer who has a contract with the evil Nebula. He will get experience points for killing, so that's why he did it en masse, and in order to make it easier to level up, he targeted the minor young people. Haha, just one more child is enough for me to level up. He was eager to find another person to kill when he met his opponent immediately, and he changed from a happy smile to a bitter face when he was suddenly attacked by Kanghu. Fortunately, he was still able to react in time. If it wasn't for the icy armor, maybe the laughter just now was the last laugh he could utter. But the icy armor was also shattered when Kanghu's dagger flashed by. What kind of dog are you? Don't look at your business. You don't need to know who I am, and you won't have a chance to know in the future. You bastard, you'll be the last one to help me level up today. After saying that, he activated the icy skill to create an ice armor around his body and a sharp spear made of ice. Goblin has this skill because he has a contract with the Ice Wizard. The neutral constellation provides the frost attribute, and when he casts a spell, the frost-related abilities will be activated and enhanced immediately. It sounds harmful, but the interface is too bad. Goblin was burning with blood and rushed up to provoke. If you don't want to open your mouth, let me open it for you, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, Goblin launched the first ice arrows at Kanghu. The attacks were so fast that it was as if it was being rained from the sky. Let me see how long you can dance. It seems that his ability is not mediocre. At the beginning, Kanghu lured him to make a move first, and then used his acceleration to dodge his ice arrows to have time to observe, try to attack the target. This guy is a magician. Thanks to the power of that constellation, this guy's level is relatively high. The mad murderer, Evil Nebula, will help him get experience points when killing people. His magic resistance was a heaven and a half compared to Pig Yungtae. This guy was a magician with special enhancements, so he wouldn't be able to use it. He wouldn't be easily caught up in that black dust. More importantly, I had to do something to deal with that ice armor first. Once that armor was gone, he would definitely lose his strength and not have any shield to protect him from physical attacks. Kanghu turned around and sped up, lunging straight at him to destroy the ice armor he was wearing. But that bastard thinks that the enemy is too stupid. Do you obediently want to give me your life yourself? Your kind of fighting, I have met many times. When he got closer, he discovered that his ice armor was fake, so he decided to use his fist to break it before skewering the goblin with the dagger in his right hand. Kanghu's punch injured the other guy, and blood splattered. But it seems that Kanghu was a little contemptuous of the enemy this time. His mother, can this straight freeze his blood too? His blood turned into sharp bandage thorns. This time I can't dodge, I will be injured. Kanghu was on the verge of rushing, almost to the point of hitting the blood ice spike. He immediately activated his extreme dodge skill and resistance shield at the same time to try his luck. Anyway, there was no other way. Goblin saw that the enemy was not hurt, so he was angry. He thought that the trick just now would help him finish off the kids so much. As for Kanghu, he sighed after narrowly escaping the danger. I thought I would get hurt when I used this skill. The new skill is also quite useful, I'm starting to like it. At this time the notification window is displayed. The dodging skill is extreme, the proficiency reaches the maximum level. You can dodge in 4 directions within a maximum distance of 5 meters. Due to the highest proficiency, agility will be applied to help you dodge immediately. Moreover, when you are dodging, the resistance shield effect will be applied in parallel, helping the dodge rate increase many times. When killing the monster yesterday, Kanghu received the basic skill of the dodge assassin system. Thanks to the skill from his nebula, dodge will be upgraded to extreme dodge. This is the first time I've used this skill since I got it, and the effect is so good. Goblin was just overjoyed. He was very bitter. His mother, you're really good, kid. I've already dealt with you on one note. It's not interesting to fight with a guy like you. I'm going to kill you and take all the items you bring. Kanghu glared at him and said, I want to ask you a question. Why don't even the innocent children you spare? They don't have anything for you to take. If you kill the hunters, I have a reason to understand. And what about those children? What, you're questioning me, but I like that childish thought of yours. When you first appeared, I was already suspicious. Hurry up and tell me, who is the one who entrusted you? Then Goblin turned to a face that pretended to cry pitifully when he remembered those cute children. He looked like a pervert, crying while talking about the sublime feeling of playing with the children. Who, because they are small, so naive. So it was a lot of fun to play with them. They were both naive and ignorant and didn't know anything about their mother. But you know what I like the most? First, you pretend to be friends with them first, then you deceive them, and then you kill them in the end. Oh my God, that feeling he has never seen. When they were completely desperate, their expressions made me unbearably excited. It felt like I had done such a great thing. You know, in this world, anyone who doesn't deceive others is a fool, right? It's really tragic for you guys to be deceived by others, but it makes me happy, kid. Besides, it's fun to play with you. They're for me to play with, and so are you. After saying that, Goblin turned on the frenzied battle mode again, and he created an icy barrier to trap Kanghu. Not letting him move to dodge the attacks anymore, he was determined to turn this place into a ring of life and death. After hearing that bastard's sick words, Kanghu felt hot-blooded, and he decided not to speak anymore, but to act. Then I understood. I'm going to let you know what it's like to be played with by others. Illusion magic, I'll play with you for the last few minutes of your life so that you can know what it's like to play to your heart's content. Kanghu immediately turned into 5 more shadows to rush to surround Goblin, determined to kill him. Such a sick person should not let him live another day. When he saw that there were too many enemies in front of him, he was agitated, straining his eyes to look at him, but he still didn't know who was the real person. His mother, who was the real person. It seemed to be that guy. He looked a little darker than the others. But no, I guess I'm still hiding to find opportunities. I have to be very careful. Soon, Goblin was surrounded by Kanghu's haunted body. He was going to use ice arrows to attack them one by one. But before he could do it, the enemy rushed too fast and in large numbers, causing a commotion that made him lose concentration and lose control. These guys kept running around. All of them were fast and rushed forward with knives. Their mother, who is the real person. The opening scene is a fight between Shin Kanghu and the sick killer who calls himself Goblin. He is wearing ice armor and in a state of mental confusion due to Kanghu's stealth moves, making him unable to distinguish between real people and fake people. Damn, which name is the real being? While he was wondering such rough questions, Shin Kanghu made a move. The shadows and the main entity also attacked the murderer from many sides, and this time he was in a one-on-one situation. Therefore, he couldn't just stand and watch. If he didn't counterattack, death would be the only and fastest result for him. Only children will choose, and I will kill them all. Thinking so, he took a risk, not wanting to waste time in distinguishing between real people and fake people. The ice beam was a move he launched to launch hundreds of sharp ice arrows at high speed towards the enemy, a shadow that had been hit. The second shadow and the third one are the same. Gublin rolled his eyes and looked. Both of these guys were illusions, so the essence would be over there. At this time, Kanghu and Gublin were confronting each other head-on. In terms of moves, each side has a damage advantage. But in this situation, you have to compare skills and speed, to see who can strike faster. Shin Kanghu with a familiar weapon in his hand rushed up with his inherent divine speed. He was too slow, and then the bastard, at the same time, he activated the fire energy on the dagger and accelerated it. Feel a little bit of my pain, the blood-lin spear is a worthy gift for you. The knife pierced through the ice armor, causing it to melt, and Gublin screamed in pain and could not resist. Kanghu is very interested in how he feels. What do you think? What does it feel like to be deceived and then stabbed? Isn't it interesting? His cheek, it hurts so much, I can't concentrate on casting magic. Gublin used all of his remaining strength to activate the skill, but it seemed that the force was unwilling, and the blood spear had consumed him a lot of internals. Kanghu took advantage of the time when the enemy was writhing in pain. He teleported behind his back to play a sneak stab. The scumbag, go die. Gublin heard the sound of Kanghu behind him. All he could do right now was to shudder and turn pale. Kanghu tries out the new skill, which causes him to consume 25% of his health and mana to be able to activate it. At that moment, the skill was immediately cast. He raised the knife. It became furious and surrounded by purple mana smoke. Combined with attacking the target from behind, it increases standard damage to enemies by 33%. 3, 2, 1, and gurgling, the muffled cry of the Gublin murderer echoed through heaven and earth. The ice blocks that formed a fence due to his skill just now also gradually dissolved. He was defeated, and the ice armor also shattered into 100 pieces. Kanghu's last move dealt a lot more damage than the backstab he used to use before, because he had integrated a new skill into it to apply at the same time. Great Attack, a critical skill that consumes 25% of the user's health and mana. If the opponent has a rank number below 33% of the user's current rank, then when it is hit, it will have to die in a single hit. Although it costs a bit of mana, this move is really very powerful. It is also quite suitable for the Nebula, the father of music. No wonder Kanghu has been playing classical music to listen to all this time. It's time to turn off the music, and handle the rest of the task as promised. Kanghu took out his phone and dialed someone. This action made Gublin a little curious, because no one was fighting, but he took out his phone to listen. Moreover, didn't that kid want to take his life? Why didn't he take action quickly? Allo, yes, here I am, sir, thank you for waiting patiently for me. Now the revenge for his daughter will begin right now. And after saying that, Kanghu turned off the camera and pulled out a stand to place the camera. The camera pointed directly at the Gublin who was lying down there, not knowing what else he was going to do to record this moment. But when it comes to the camera, it reminds me of the never-ending cut-off tale, Secret Agent Father So-hee. She always follows Kanghu to every corner and always looks at the camera in places with suspicious signs. And today, she received a video from someone who said it was a video from a security camera at Seoul Station, in which the man, Shin Kanghu, had appeared. It can be seen that the train is rushing north. He must be going to the starting point according to the instructions. He's going to go there to run errands and then go back to Seoul Station, so please tell me everything that happens. Yes, sir, if there is any movement, I will report it immediately. As soon as he hung up, Father So-hee still looked at the tape bitterly and muttered, Shin Kanghu, this damn bastard, I caught you, you are dead. I will make you regret that you despised Father So-hee. Returning to the place where Shin Kanghu was filming the perverted murderer Gublin, he looked so miserable. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all covered in blood and he was constantly crying and begging. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize to you, I am very sorry for that. But just as he had just said this, the person on the other end of the line didn't want to hear any more words. He was the father of the girl who was killed by that bastard. That's enough, now my daughter should be able to rest in peace. Thanking him very much, the father thanked Kanghu while crying because he missed his child. Even if that murderous bastard slammed his head and apologized 100 times, it would not be able to make up for this pain of the victim. Thank you for helping me do work that is prohibited by both the law and the security agencies. Shin Kanghu was very sympathetic to him when he heard that, but he didn't want to show too much emotion himself, so he just said that I was just doing what I was assigned to do. also condoled with him and wished his daughter rest in peace. At this point, the video recording ended, the victim's father had turned off the phone, and now it was done. As soon as the camera was turned off, the bastard goblin showed that ferocious expression again to speak. I did everything you said, bastard, let me go quickly. Kang-hoo looked at him with bullet-shaped eyes. Then he coldly snapped his hand to activate the blood burn to see off that bastard for the last time. You've done it all, now you're dead. So Goblin was burned by fire from the inside of every fiber of flesh. The deeper the initial physical wound, the greater the damage, the more painful the blood burn would be 1,000 times more painful. When his body is burned to death, a notification window appears. You killed the target and seized his contract with the ice witch. You killed the target and seized his contract with the hysterical killer. Immediately afterwards, the space robber also sent a message to Kang-hoo. A garbage star has been sent to us. I think we will need to teach him very carefully. He is up to everyone to handle it. I can do anything. Basically because that's not something he cares about too much. And right now, Kang-hoo's main concern is the bunch of items obtained from that dead bastard. If I sell all this pile, I will probably get $1 billion, not less. While struggling to steal Goblin's loot, Kang-hoo's phone rang. It seemed that someone was calling. He came to see who it was. It turned out to be Lee Yeren. She grasped the information quickly, and just finished the task of calling herself immediately. Allo, Kang-kyu, you're doing a good job. The tenant will reward you with another amount of money, and now I'll deposit $2.5 billion into your account. $2.5 billion, okay, but I have a request. You come here to retrieve a corpse, and check his identity to help me. It doesn't matter, it's as small as that rabbit. See you later. As soon as he finished listening to Lee Yeren's phone, Shin Kang-hoo sensed that someone was around here. That stalker was no stranger but the girl from yesterday. Yesterday I told you not to follow me anymore. Kang-hoo looked annoyed and turned to glance at the girl. I hid so well and he still found me. Young Yuri had been following Kang-hoo all the time until yesterday, and now she slowly walked out, her expression a little worried. Her mouth stammered about to say something. Young Yuri took a deep breath and clenched his palms to gain courage and said, I know a dungeon but can't conquer it because the boss is too strong. Can you help me a little, just a little bit? Young Yuri felt a little more comfortable at this time. His facial muscles relaxed and smiled at Kang-hoo to ask for his help. The boss in that dungeon is a medium-sized monster, but compared to my skills, I have a little trouble with it, so it would be nice if you would help me. With Young Yuri's cuteness, I don't know if Shin Kang-hoo agreed to help her with one more hand, only that after a while, the two of them were standing in front of the dungeon door. Looking at this place that looked distorted, Kang-hoo stood with his hand in his pocket and made a rough assessment, as if it could collapse at any time. It was not strange for a dungeon like this to appear. I already know that there are many hidden dungeons, so there are still a lot of things that have never been discovered. He was busy looking at the dungeon and thinking about the hidden skills he would gain if he successfully conquered, when Young Yuri interrupted. She still didn't expect him to come here. Thank you, I'm afraid you'll refuse, Kang-hoo replied. Well, this is good for me. All dungeons bring benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Yuri jumped up and cheered happily like a child, finally being able to defeat it. In fact, Kang-hoo accepted to help her for a lot of reasons, not to mention gaining benefits from the monster. He was also able to observe Yuri's ability when fighting the boss in the dungeon. If she was good enough, she could become a good force to fight the Yonghwa Guild in the future. It can be considered that this is my first team match, which is also interesting. Young Yuri enthusiastically ran up the stairs, and when she came to a stele, she stopped and pointed to it. On it were written some unknown words, because the surface of the stele had been cracked into many pieces. Look, can you read it? I can't translate it because the letters on it are missing. At first glance, Kang-hoo knew it was Latin. It was like a curse when it said that the invaders who came to the deepest place with bloody feet would be buried here forever. The more mysterious and provocative it was, the more excited Shin Kang-hoo became, not knowing how dangerous the monster here was, but the stele warned like that. They both looked down at the depths of the dungeon, and Kang-hoo couldn't wait any longer, and said, should we go down to see what extraordinary thing awaits us? Unable to wait any longer, the time with the hunter was gold and silver, and the two quickly went deep into the dungeon following the path from the stairs. Being an assassin, he wasn't afraid of anything, so Kang-hoo put his hand in his pocket and strode ahead, while Yuri was nestled against the wall after him, and after walking for a while, Kang-hoo remembered that he wanted to ask Yuri about something, and he turned around. Ah, that's right, what kind of mid-range boss did you mention it have? It was a monster that constantly inflicted powerful long-range attacks, and the last time I fought with it, I was almost able to get close to it. and strike the finishing blow as soon as the opportunity arises. But it was blocked by a skill called self-defense, which disabled the first attack, and after that, I didn't see any more chances. It must be very difficult, but what's more? While the two were talking about the boss, the little monsters came to the door to greet them, and Kanghu turned around when he heard their growls. Their mouths were quite large, their teeth were sticking out, and their mouths were full of saliva as if they were craving to bite the prey in front of them. They pulled each other and rushed to where the two hunters were standing, holding spears aggressively, but these monsters were a small matter for an experienced assassin like Kanghu. With his gallantry, he immediately summoned his weapon and rushed forward. "I'll go first, you're careful." The monsters enthusiastically stepped forward, ready to hold the spear in their hands and wait to stab the prey, but it was not so easy. Kanghu used a knife to support the tip of their spear, and immediately made them gasp. For some reason the prey suddenly disappeared. Still the same familiar move, Kanghu teleported behind the monster and sent fire into the dagger to stab it. When attacking an enemy from behind, the standard damage is increased by 33%. It seemed that this move was a bit heavy on the gatekeeper monsters. When they saw their comrades being killed in just one note, another monster stood like the heavens. One was because it was too scared, and the other was that it was going to take a risk. In the end, it chose the second way, being eaten whole, and when the fellow monster was stabbed to death by Kanghu, the other one stood from a distance and launched the spear point flying straight at young Yuri, who was standing, because he thought this prey was easier to attack. But he was wrong. Yuri reacted very quickly and was very smart when he chose to use the space gate. The spearhead of the monster was sucked into the blue space portal she had just created, and it rushed back out after the space portal turned green. The monster was knocked down in an instant that even it didn't understand how its spear could stab back at it. Looking at the monster that had just been killed, Kanghu had a different view of young Yuri. "You did a good job, hi thank you." Her reaction speed and proficiency are impressive. Her level must be in the mid-200s, it seems that this teammate is also very capable. So after going deep into the dungeon for a while, Shin Kanghu and young Yuri defeated many more monsters. As soon as their footsteps landed in the darkness behind the arched gate, the intruder was detected inside. Someone has invaded my territory. Yuri, after witnessing Kanghu's skills through several matches since yesterday, was very admiring. She couldn't stop applauding Kanghu's skill when performing her moves. I had never seen anyone who could combine those independent skills as smoothly as he did before. When combined, they are very powerful and his moves are very unique. As far as I know, the binding skill can only be used by monsters. They call it acquisition. And skills like burning blood that only magicians can have, they are not skills that an assassin like you can possess. How can you do that? At this level, we will be able to wipe out this dungeon quickly. The girl excitedly cheered Kanghu, and he quickly saw that this girl's mind was so simple, she didn't even think it was strange, but this was even more important. Thanks to constantly killing monsters, I leveled up quite a lot, which was exciting because I was about to reach level 50, but it was also disappointing, because from then until level 100, I wouldn't be able to get any more professional skills. Am I too greedy? When Yuri was engrossed in talking, and Kanghu was looking at the personal stats window to check his leveling up speed and skill power, the boss appeared. It spotted the illegal intruder, killed its doorman and didn't even greet it when it arrived. It landed a ranged attack that startled Kanghu and Yuri. "So this is the mid-range boss you said?" "Yes, it's it." It looked tall like a warrior, wearing armor, a helmet on its head, only a bright slit of its eyes was exposed. His hand held a weapon that looked like a sword. It stepped out and raised a loud voice as if interrogating an intruder. "You guys are on a mission to come here to attack me." This is the mid-range boss Sportula. It uses continuous attack skills and has high damage. It also has self-defense skills. After Kanghu carefully observed the opponent, he chose to hit in a more advantageous position and turned to ask Yuri, "Can you bring me to the top of the monster's head?" It's okay to put it up, but you'll be fine. Okay, you can just focus on using your skills accurately." "Okay, I'll do as he says." I trust him strangely. And Kanghu also put his faith in this hip-level teammate. He quickly advanced. Short jumps are used to get close to the boss Sportula and distract it. It swings continuous long-range attacks towards its prey. Meanwhile, young Yuri creates a space portal right in front of Shin Kanghu for him to jump into. Sportula swung a long sword slash through the space portal, but before she could do it, Kanghu jumped in and lost her breath instantly. Their actions matched very well. The first-dimensional portal was located to the left of the boss, and from where Kanghu came out, it was startled and roared. That space portal was instantly narrowed, and Kanghu shifted to the right. The second space portal to the right of the boss was immediately opened, because it was at a short distance, so Sportula's skills could not be used to its full potential. Before it had time to slash to the right, Kanghu entered it again and lost its attraction again, which made the monster angry, and it decided to ignore the mouse circling in front of him, but would attack the prey in the distance. Fortunately, Young Yuri dodged to the side in time, and she continued to create a third-dimensional portal. Because of those continuous long-range attacks, it would be difficult to reach it from a distance. The two hunters flirted with the monster for a while by disrupting the open space, closing around it so that it could not strike accurately. Kanghu kept sneaking to the left and then to the right, below and then above. Sportula must have never seen an intruder with such a monstrous style of fighting. It slashed around, finally slashing at a green open space portal. He laughed and thought he had killed an enemy. Young Yuri realized that the opportunity was right now. So he quickly opened the space portal right above the monster's head so that Shin Kanghu could jump out of there and attack it unexpectedly. But it seemed that the mid-range monster also had its price. It felt that it had been deceived, so it quickly created a protective shield to avoid being raided. However, its self-defense was not as strong as Kanghu imagined. With just one move, he launched the dagger straight at the top of the shield, causing it to appear cracks and about to be torn apart. I've broken its defensive magic shield, now it's time to attack. Now that the boss was in a panic, he swung his sword and slashed all around after the shield broke. This time, the greatest merit must still be mentioned: Young Yuri's accuracy and seizing opportunities. Kanghu gave a compliment. She took the time to use the standard spell very well. After saying that, he jumped out of the open gate and cast the great defensive skill, which consumed 25% of his strength and mana to explode. Therefore, the monster was immediately hit by a huge damage blow, even though it was wearing a very thick armor, but it still couldn't resist the strength of the great armor. After the first shot at close range injured the monster, Kanghu and Yuri looked at each other, their eyes showing that the two had worked together very well from the first time they met. It's not easy for the two to coordinate so smoothly, from opening and closing open space portals, to using short jumps and daggers to attack the boss. Everything happened as if it had been arranged in advance and had gone through many training sessions. The first step was successful, now it only takes one more move to finish it off. In Shin Kanghu's mind, he was contemplating that the next open portal would be right behind Sportula, and that he would use a sneak attack to increase his damage. But Young Yuri didn't intend to do that, not because she didn't trust her teammates, but for other reasons. Kanghu was surprised by this change of direction by the judges. I thought she would teleport me to the back of the other guy. Why did it turn out to be behind her? I wasn't going to stab her. At this moment, Yuri didn't use the open space portal anymore, but cast another skill. It turned out that she also wanted to contribute a part of her strength to defeat the name that had caused her a lot of difficulties before. The paralyzing lightning immediately shot at the monster, choosing which move to use to attack the enemy, and the timing of the attack was very important when fighting. While it had been injured by a close-range attack, and part of Sportula's strength had weakened, the paralyzing lightning would resonate with its iron armor, enough to cause it to be tragically shaken. As expected, the boss fell on its back to the ground, its weight causing dust to spread all over the cellar. I don't know who would be the one to acquire the monster's skill. If the system was the last to finish, then Yuri would have received its skill. But it turns out that this is not the case. Shin Kanghu has seen the window announcing that he has acquired the target's skill. At first I wondered what she was thinking when she shifted herself to the back, to make herself a defender, but it seemed that she just wanted to coordinate the fight with me. That proud expression was funny. Although Sportula has been defeated, the dungeon is still very deep underneath, so Shin Kanghu and Young Yuri decide to continue down there to see if there are any more monsters. As he walked behind, he thought about the expression of his teammate just now. She progressed faster than she expected. If she kept going at the same pace as now, she would be of great help in the future when dealing with the Yonghua Association. Suddenly, Yuri stopped. He quickly took a look at the other side. Something was sitting, a stream of light was shining directly on it from above, and at that moment, Kanghu quickly summoned his weapon to be ready to fight for another round. Wait, what was this? It looked more like a human than the monsters that had just appeared in the dungeon, and it seemed to be praying with its hands folded. Kanghu carefully walked up the stairs and he was going to attack it from behind. This is the boss compared to me. It looks like a humanoid, but it hasn't attacked us yet. As Kanghu was approaching, the monster suddenly burst into tears of blood, his eyes deeply sad as if he was suffering something. The purple light began to shine more intensely, and more blood was flowing from his head, face, hands, and body. Suddenly, the person around him became a red filthy light, and around where he was sitting, a ring of light emitted an unexpected power. Yuri shouted in panic, "What is it?" Kang-hoo didn't answer, but instead acted decisively. Without saying much, he immediately threw a knife into the monster's back. Thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle afterwards, because the main boss could not be easily defeated. But they were both wrong. They were surprised when the boss fell and died shortly after being hit by Kang-hoo's attack. After killing the boss, Kang-hoo should have received a skill from it, but this time, unlike usual, it was dead. But the window announced that he had not acquired any skills at all. Before he could understand what strange challenges this dungeon was designed for, it suddenly shook violently like an ongoing earthquake. The earth and rocks began to fall. Damn, this is the reconstruction of the labyrinth, hurry up. She quickly used her skills to get out of here. Otherwise, they will both be buried alive like a curse outside. Clearly, let's run. And after speaking, Yuri immediately used his skills to speed up as much as possible. She turned into a black smoke that soared towards the open gate. Kang-hoo was equally urgent. He let his companion run first, and then I would chase behind him for easy observation and support. I'll just hide quickly, the short jump will probably be suitable right now. He rushed to soar among the dust and stones. It seemed that this cellar was about to collapse. Accelerate up, but if you only use a short jump, it will not be enough. It shakes too strongly, and each large piece of rock is falling on this place. Damn, that boss is used to trap hunters and explorers who come here, taking advantage of the time when you are not paying attention. It will collapse this place and bury them all alive. If you don't run away from this place, I will be trapped. It's time to use that medicinal flower. It's a pity, but I have to bear it. Even if it's a rare item, I have to use it. I can't save it now. If he couldn't escape, he would definitely die, and he couldn't bring anything with him at that time, so Kang-hoo took out the flower and ate it in a hurry. Indeed, it works. Kang-hoo was greatly strengthened, and the mana around him radiated enormous energy. It is true that when using this item, it feels much better than imagined. Not only did the pain disappear, but it felt like the whole muscle was boiling. The short jump also became more flexible than the multiplication, and it was not in vain that I went to pick it. I'll just get out of this damn place. At the same time, young Yuri was trying to run for her life from every step of the cellar. The walls and pillars were cracking under the weight of the pressure from above. If she was unfortunately trapped, she would definitely be crushed to death by them. But it seems that she can't use her skills anymore. The black smoke just now flew very fast, but when she got here, they were just a small mist. She couldn't fly, but had to run hard step by step. Running in time to breathe is real. Yuri is about to be unable to take it anymore. Oh no, I used too much mana there just now, and now my body is heavy. After running a few more steps, Yuri tripped her back foot on her front foot, and her shoes were not very convenient for running so fast. She had fallen down and could barely get up again. At this time, the savior had arrived, but he didn't seem to see his comrades trapped. Young Yuri held out his hand and called for help. Wait, save me, wait for me, but Shin Kang-hoo ran by and left her alone. This feeling of abandonment reminded her of the old days. She was also left behind by Guanhyung and Zhenghwa's people, and no one bothered to notice and save her. When the disappointment reached its peak, young Yuri burst into tears and thought that he would be buried alive here. But unexpectedly, at that time, Shin Kang-hoo turned around and gave her a sentence like slapping water on her face. What the hell are you doing? Don't worry about running, but sit here with your eyes closed and enjoy the feeling. Young Yuri opened her eyes startled. Her eyes were both angry and happy. Shin Kang-hoo immediately showed gallantry when he reached out to help. Her leg was injured. Hurry up and carry me out. Both handsome and warm, it really touched people. But be careful. Above his head, a large rock was falling where Kang-hoo was standing. But it couldn't harm him, because there was already a defensive shield to support him. Fortunately there was it, otherwise I don't know what the consequences would be. How could he dodge it? Young Yuri couldn't let go of her curiosity. When was it now? And she still had time to ask such questions. Kang-hoo didn't like to talk much. He sat down and let Yuri sit on his back to carry her out of this place quickly, and the girl was still puzzled as to what skill he had used in the end, and blushed even more embarrassed at being carried by the boy. Get ready, this is the last time to sprint. You sit firmly, you can hug me if necessary. After speaking, Shin Kang-hoo sped forward, and the short jump resonated with the power that had just been supplemented by the medicinal flower, causing his speed to increase significantly, causing Yuri to jump backwards without being prepared. Fortunately she was able to hold her hand tightly right after. After a few seconds of moving at a speed comparable to the high-speed subway, the two broke the dungeon gate and escaped, and at that time, the tunnel was also completely collapsed. Finally landed safely, Kang-hoo bent down, knelt on the ground. Phew, we are alive. Yuri climbed down and the two sat panting around the rubble. Fortunately, there is a skill I got from that mid-level boss, and it is good to use. Because the effect is maximized, the cooldown time is also much shorter. Stage 1 Automatic Defense Skill. Skill Mastery reaches the maximum level. This is a form of passive skill. It can disable an attack. The cooldown takes an hour. It will be very useful in the future. At that moment, the notification window is displayed again. You obtained the enhancement skill. Oh, this is a promotional item. This is considered a reward for risking your life to save your teammates. It's not too bad. But fighting with teammates requires harmony and a balance of skills and ranks, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Young Yuri reached a fairly high level at the moment, but she was unable to control her mana when she cast the paralyzing discharge technique. Perhaps that was the reason why she was exhausted. After calming down, Young Yuri turned to thank Kanghu for everything. But why is his expression so unsightly? Yuri continued, if I was alone, I wouldn't have escaped from that place. If you hadn't come back to save me, I would have died. I couldn't move just now, my legs were almost motionless, and that situation reminded me of the old things in the past. In the past, yes, you know me, I was used to be a guide for the Yonghua Association. I had to mention the time before I worked for them. At that time I was a mercenary instructing other hunters. But one day Guanhyung of the Yonghua Guild came to me, and he recruited me and told me a lot of so-called noble ideals. We always try our best to ensure the safety of the members of the Yonghua Association, which is the best association in Korea. Hearing those things, I trusted and joined his team. But one time, I was seriously injured in a Ho attack. After hearing that my wound was so severe that I wouldn't be able to participate in the dungeon raid for a short time, that evil guy immediately turned around. He looked at me like an outcast, a hunter who didn't bring him any benefits, or risked slowing down his progress. So he withdrew the team and decided to leave me behind. Let's go, there's no need to waste time doing anything with those useless things. Those words are like a slap so hard that I collapse. So it's all just a lie. Didn't you say that you will do your best to ensure the safety of your members? But you know, the answer I got was his lie. He said it was only true when I was valuable. Don't you see yourself as an idiot for believing that? Thinking about it, it's a pity. After all, she's not a bad toy, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Shin Kanghu was furious. That bastard left the injured in the dungeon, basically intentionally killing people. Yes, it was a miracle that I got out of it alive. If I hadn't been able to sign a contract with a space control constellation at that time, I probably wouldn't be here now. I guess I was lucky enough to sign a contract with that constellation. Young Yuri squinted. I don't think it's just luck. Because the constellations will not sign a contract with an adventurer who has no goals in life. At that time, her constellation must have seen that she had the potential to achieve her goals in life. It's been a long time since someone gave me a sense of being valued, so Yuri was very happy. She looked at Kanghu with wide eyes and asked if he was complimenting me. It turns out that this guy sometimes knows how to say nice words to encourage other people's spirits, but it's true that after saying it, she also feels a little better. She added, that's why I came to the starting point in Area 0, the difficulties you face here are not caused by people. But at the same time, it is also very lonely here. Deep down, I always wanted to find someone I could trust, and he was the one I trusted in the right place. After hearing Yuri say this, Shin Kanghu's brows turned pale. He was dizzy and nauseous, his mind was spinning. To the point of sitting unsteadily, but having to cling to Yuri's shoulder made her blush, with a little panic. Then Kanghu took a breath and lay down on the ground. Are you okay? What's wrong with you? Don't worry about me, those trivial things. It's just a consequence after using solatium madly. I just need to rest and it will help. Oh my god, it turned out to be due to the side effect of the medicinal flower that he had used to increase his rapid strength, but I thought that young Yuri's sincere words made him dizzyingly moved. Yuri laughed, so it was because you overdosed, haha, thank you very much for today, let me wipe the sweat for you. Kanghu turned to look at the girl, his stupid gaze made Yuri's sadness melt away. Moving on to another scene at the Imjin River Station, Shin Kanghu went there alone, and Yuri didn't accompany him. Thinking that if young Yuri stayed at the starting point, she would get stronger, so it was best to let her stay there for a while. So when Kanghu finished resting, he told Yuri that I needed to go and finish the task that was hired of me, and often I work alone. But if you need to, you can text me. Yuri puffs up and heals herself by saying that she is also quite busy and has a lot of things to do in this zero area. See you soon. While waiting, Kanghu took out his phone to check the time, and found that he still had time until the train arrived, so he was able to open the Huntergram to see if there was anything new. Huntergram looks like Instagram, but it has some special features that regular apps don't have. Huntergram is a social network dedicated to hunters and connects them with each other. Hunters often use it for advertising purposes or sharing information. The hottest news at this time was the news about the bastard Guanhyung of the Yunghua Society, the largest guild in the country. He often said morality, the core point when attacking the dungeon was safety and teamwork. It sounds ridiculous, the guys who talk about morality often live like mud, display hypocrisy, it's all crap news, it's just fabricated. Glance at other news is even better, see this guy just itchy eyes. Oh, Taewa seems to be in the upper hand compared to Ulsan. After the killing of the head of Ulsan, the leader of the Blood Star Gong Tae-su, it seemed that they had settled the rest of the matter properly. Yoon Sang-mi had promised that when things calmed down, she would contact the Abyss immediately, and it seemed that she would meet the Abyss Guild's president soon, if Yoon Sang-mi kept her promise. At that moment, the constellation of the space robber appeared, and the constellation wanted to talk to Kang-hoo for a while. Hey, you're pretty good, although unfortunately we can't steal that constellation, the constellation of the fake girl Gong Tae-su. But let me ask you this. What do you think is the purpose of signing a contract with a constellation? Without thinking too much, Kang-hoo immediately said that it is a win-win relationship, right? If I do my job well, you will also do your job well. The answer was so straightforward that the space robber was a little surprised, this big bastard, but what you said was interesting, you really weren't an ordinary hunter. Remember when you first summoned me, you were only level 10 back then, and you only reached level 10 and you can summon me. I know there is a good thing. Soon, I will have a test for you. If you pass that test, then the fate of the two of us will be one. And you will gain even more anomalous abilities. Oh, that's interesting, I'd welcome that. Kang-hoo asked again, well, the constellations don't have any complaints about contracts, and after listening to it, the space robber still doesn't understand what Kang-hoo meant. He further explained, this is a system that connects the constellations to control this world with the destiny of ordinary people, right? The reason he asks this is because in the novel he himself wrote, Kang-hoo made it up to mock Jang Saiwan's subordinates, but it is unclear whether it is still after the minor changes since the novel was introduced. The space robber replied, for us, it's obvious, so we have nothing to complain about. Moreover, the battle of the false contracts is also the battle of our constellations. What, you are telling the truth or joking? Who is free to joke with you? That's right, the constellations are not the administrators of this world, they are simply its subordinates, there are other people above me. Who is on top of you? Kang-hoo asked curiously, but the space robber didn't share it. I can't say that, you know that. Well, the information is beyond the worldview of that novel, even if I am the author, I can't know everything about this world, maybe these parts reflect the unconscious part of myself. The constellation continues, but I can tell you this, I don't want to disappear like a normal constellation. Meeting you and fighting with him made me even more greedy, and gradually I began to think, I have worked very well with you, so if it were you, I could share my destiny with you. Don't worry, in the future I will show you things that are beyond your imagination. Oh, that sounds appealing, I'll wait. Shin Kang-hoo was busy talking to the space robber when he received a message from the Blue Council. Lee Yeren said there were new reports that Secret Agent Cha So-hee was at Seoul Station. She's arranging a force to be there to arrest you as soon as you get there, so let's find another way. Wow, it's faster than I thought, so I have to change my goal. I'm going to run into Father So-hee after I've cleaned up another dungeon, so Kang-hoo decided to change direction. In this situation, it seems that the only option is to take the Seoul Express bus. Fortunately, Lee Yeren reported it in time, avoiding So-hee's father for the time being. Now I have to go to the Seoul Express bus terminal instead of the Seoul subway station. Then go to the dungeon near Gwangju bus station. In the afternoon, the bus arrived at the area near the bus station as planned. It was also going down the mountain. The afternoon sun was yellow. Some people got off at the waiting station, some people went on. Kang-hoo also got out of the car and took out his phone to see the way to the dungeon. The only reason I came here was because this place was where I could use the password I got from the National Security Council after the last incident. I had already deleted the hunter's information, so they probably wouldn't be able to track me down. If I were to be found out here, I would have to fight her forever. While looking at the map, Kang-hoo suddenly heard a noise nearby like someone's brawl. A girl was surrounded by 3 other men, 3 men all holding knives. She was injured and sat down on the street calling for help. Someone help me. Even though the girl called for help, no one came to help. Those 3 guys were happy to make fun of her. Someone please help me, haha, the idiots who came here before they had time to save the umbrella have already been skewered by these guys, bastard. What do you want to do with the dead dogs of your house? who thought they were members of the Haeong Guild. Haeong Guild, it was this name that attracted Kang-hoo's attention even more, and he glanced at what they were going to do. In the novel, this guild is Jiang Shiwan's right-hand man. Instigated by Jiang Shiwan, and they were eventually destroyed by Zhenghwa's own army. Now, they are still living under the protection of Jiang Shiwan, so there is some power in this area, but they are all a bunch of garbage. Wait, one of those guys has a contract with the constellation. To see which constellation is signing a contract with him, if possible, I will take it. The Master of Deception, a neutral constellation, he has a quite useful constellation. At that moment, along with Kang-hoo, the constellation of the space robber is equally excited. Oh my god, it's not like his rude name, it's a high-level constellation. I didn't expect him to go with such a scammer. If that's the case, there's no reason why I wouldn't participate in it. I like these things so badly. Let's go, let's see how that constellation works, it will help a lot. Kang-hoo came forward with a knife and provoked the Haeongs. You idiots. They looked aggressively to see what kind of dog would dare to call them so chaotic, but just now they saw that there were 3 people who were the same as 3 drops of water, and at this time, the whole group of Haeong people stood up and looked stupid. Let's try to play a game of judgment, which of the 3 of us is the real thing. Kang-hoo uses illusions, but he is also very kind to use only 2 illusions, but if Kang-hoo makes full use of the shadows of the skill, the others will probably squint. Where was this crazy guy? One of them didn't have time to ask when Kang-hoo and the shadows rushed at the same time. This bastard dares to get involved in your business. Who are you? I will let you die. While gritting his teeth, he raised his knife and tried to stab the troublemaker. But I don't know if he can touch Kang-hoo's toes anymore. Meanwhile, at Seoul Station, Father So-hee is angry because he has been waiting here all day without getting anything. Damn, why is it so long? He hasn't come back yet. Or did he dodge and go the other way? Damn it, he's joking with me a little tough. A few seconds later, So-hee's father also received a phone call from his master, Director Kang Dong-hyun. He must have been equally impatient. Allo, have you caught Shin Kang-hoo? Not yet, I'm annoyed. On the other end of the line there is a happy laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the talented secret agent Father So-hee like you also had to struggle with that guy, which made me want to see him even more. She walked outside, walking and talking, and the heavenly eclipses guarding the entrance area bowed their heads as she passed. It must be that in the heavenly eclipse, she has a great status, but being led by Shin Kang-hoo like this, it's really crazy. You should remember, as long as he is alive, bring him back here alive for me. Yes, Mr. Director, I will bring him back. Father So-hee gritted his teeth and hung up. She will definitely bring Shin Kang-hoo back, but whether she is alive or not is uncertain. Why did the director take that bastard so seriously? I vowed to blow his corpse out. She was standing in a hurry when her keen intuition detected that someone was watching her. What kind of bastard is that? Hurry up. Who will be ill-fated is about to be eaten by her. There was indeed a guy who was following Father So-hee and hiding behind the pillar, but he didn't seem to be very professional, so he was spotted by her. In an instant, she pulled out the dagger on the side of her thigh and was determined to vent her anger on this person. You came at the right time, you idiot. Father So-hee turned around and threw the knife at the other man, and the result will be clear later. Return to the Haeong Guild, the constellation of the imposter and the hero who saves the beauty Kang-hoo at the bus stop. After blurring his eyes because he didn't know who the real person was, he had to stab the person in the middle, and immediately a protective shield appeared. Haha, I guessed you right. But it's still a little early to rejoice. You should get the reward. Kang-hoo is going to cast a great battle with that guy. Isn't it too heavy? These trash bastards can handle them beautifully with just a normal move, and if you have to use a great fighter, it seems that Kang-hoo also takes them quite seriously. One shot to eat immediately. Once he made a move, even the dungeon boss would have to die, let alone the guys from this Hound Guild. A notification window appears. You have killed the target and signed a pact with the constellation of the person you just killed. It turns out that the other guy has not had time to cheat anything, but he has already been captured. Everyone stood and watched in amazement. The other girl vented her worries, and his accomplices stood up, all their hair on their necks. The girl approached and was about to say thank you to the handsome man for helping, but before she could speak, those noisy bastards came again. Team leader is dead. How dare this bastard do that? He doesn't know who we are. Hurry up and call 500 brothers here. This dog, we're going to tear your body apart. So the whole group rushed over together. The girl was thrown to the side. They were extremely aggressive. But no matter how aggressive you are, it's just a shrimp class. Let me show you what it is to be called a hunter. With just a few basic lines and a short jump, Shin Kanghu dealt with the others so neatly that they didn't even realize that the match was over. Come on, you don't even have a constellation, there's no need to waste time, one snap of my finger is enough for you to follow your leader. After finishing work, Kanghu opened the index window to see about the constellation he had just collected, the Cheat Master, the neutral constellation. Every 100 levels, the player will receive a rare item, Quayo. I look forward to the day of reaching level 100. Kanghu finished dealing with the bastards and looked at the constellation, then turned around and left, forgetting the girl from earlier. She hurriedly ran after him, thanked him. Fortunately, thanks to him, I survived. It's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Hyo Young. May I ask for your phone number? And as she spoke, the girl leaned over and grabbed Shin Kanghu's hand as if she loved him. Then she naturally took Kanghu's phone and said that I wanted to repay even a little favor. The boy couldn't say a word. When he got the phone back, he saw that the girl had dialed through another phone number, probably copying his number. After that, she smiled and narrowed her eyes, waved goodbye, and left. Thank you very much, see you again. And Kanghu was still standing there and a little frozen. Why this girl was so self-centered, I don't know. Come on, it's hard to be handsome and talented like me. The phone suddenly received a notification from the dungeon. It's time to enter, please enter the dungeon, the gate has been opened. It seems that this is the moment that Kanghu has been waiting for all day today. As for what Sohee's father was expecting, he hadn't appeared in front of her yet, thinking that Shin Kanghu was secretly spying on her to find a way to escape, but it turned out that the idiot who was following her just now was just a hired mercenary, otherwise a commoner. Father Sohee was very disappointed. Well, there was no information, I killed the wrong person. There was another person nearby who was also watching her. It seemed that he was walking with the ill-fated man who was killed. Yes, seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately left, but he didn't understand what kind of follower he was walking around, and he kept making such a loud noise. Who wouldn't notice? Must be amateurs. He hurriedly took out his phone and tried to text someone that Sohee's father had noticed. But before he could finish the sentence, it was because of his stupidity that provoked the hearing of a dangerous secret agent like Father Sohee. He jerked back when he heard her talking from behind. Just as I thought, there was a real rat here. And that was the last sentence he heard before being burned to death by the fire. Father Sohee had given him enough fire to burn him to ashes in the blink of an eye. This scene was so entertaining. She was cheering up a little when another funny thing happened. Someone announced from the radio that I had found Shin Kanghu's location. You are heaven, you will die with me this time. You're near the Gwangju bus station, that's good. But thinking about it, I really shouldn't have believed that Li Yeren would have dealt with her later. Father Sohee accidentally searched for the unburned business card from the dead stalker's body, when she discovered that it belonged to the Blue Council. Damn it, you're watching me, it's really dirty, just stay there, don't run anymore, I'm coming to you. While Father Sohee was preparing a powerful army to capture Shin Kanghu for the organization, looking at what he was doing, it seemed that he was still very relaxed. After being a hero to save the beauty, he is collecting items that fell from the Haeongs who had just been beaten to death, and those items are also quite diverse and valuable. Kanghu bent down to pick up the items one by one and thought that if I sold out this place, I would have about 800 million, but I was too tired to pick up things, I had to bear it. If I did it, I would eat and suddenly no one would bring things to me. To see how much money is in the bank now, for the past few months, I have been continuously taking tasks and selling items that I don't need, which must be quite good. As expected, it was nearly 5 billion, and the task of killing the crazy killer goblin was also rewarded with an additional 2.5 billion, and that guest was very generous. With this money, I can easily buy a third-rate weapon. At this time, Li Yeren texted Shin Kanghu again, it's gone, you should be careful, Father Sohee has already cut off my tail, and it seems that madman is coming to Gwangju where he is. He felt a little worried. Father Sohee really followed his tail so enthusiastically. She was at level 250 and she had an extremely strong constellation. The nickname that many people give her is Hound. That name is not for play, but has real cheeks. Compared to her, I am only level 49, I need twice my current level before fighting her. For now, I just go to the dungeon and ask first, it's not time to meet her yet. Let's go. I don't know how much level I'll level up after killing the boss in that dungeon, so Shin Kanghu has entered the dungeon. Not long after, the people of the Heavenly Eclipse also pulled up near the Gwangju bus stop. Those names remained unchanged, they went everywhere they went to slaughter there, and if they met someone, they would kill that person, as long as they achieved their goal. And of course, Father Sohee's handling of beards like this, Father Sohee will not show up on his own, she has a group of juniors handle it first, and after completing the task, one of them will call the radio to inform her superiors. In accordance with the order, we dealt with the entire Heian Guild and the toll booth, including the bus stop, and then asked the investigator. We have also captured the whole of this place. So-hee's father was standing at Songjiang Guangzhou Station right now, and she was satisfied and told her juniors to do a good job, just ambush there, and she would do something much more important. Ha ha ha, Shin Kanghu, I hope you like the trap I set up. She was standing alone laughing when a voice came out that surprised Father So-hee. Yes, it's not bad. It turned out that the voice was not a stranger but that of Shin Kanghu, the person she had been looking forward to seeing for a long time. Hello, it had been a long time since she saw her. Kanghu smiled provocatively and glanced at Father So-hee, holding a new weapon in his hand. It looked like a dagger, but it had a very special design. The red blade was not the same as the one he used to use, and his gaze was as if he was ready to fight the enemy. It must have been that before that, Shin Kanghu had successfully destroyed the dungeon and gained quite a bit of skill, so he was so confident. After defeating the small monsters, he entered the boss's area. This dungeon was surrounded by an overgrown bamboo forest, and the boss appeared as an anonymous swordsman. It took the form of a human. The boss was called Sajina, and his head was wearing a leaf hat that fell down to cover the upper half of his face, and the lower half of his face was completely covered by a black cloth, revealing only red eyes, holding two long swords in his hands, and around where he was standing, other swords were stuck directly into the ground, forming a ghostly circle of protection. As annoying as expected, Shin Kanghu had tried to engage it a few minutes ago, and he still couldn't reach it. Previously, he used illusion magic to create 3 ghosts that attacked it at the same time. But when all 3 ghosts approached that protective circle, the boss used a special move. Winds are slowly created and blow stronger and stronger. Suddenly it became a hurricane with the heart of the circle where he stood. Around it formed a tornado that swept everything away. That move was called Lightning Reporter, and the 3 ghosts he created flew away in just 1 second. Kanghu hid in a nearby bamboo bush to observe and analyze the situation. Since he was standing quite far away, he was sure that he could not use the sword. And the dark chi is also useless at this level. In the boss's hand are 2 long swords. His ability to sense dark chi is very good, so he will easily support it if he deliberately launches the knife. If he confronted him directly, only his shield was automatically defended, and he could dodge the blow. So he had to find a way to teleport to the bamboo bush right behind him, at a closer distance. At that moment, Kanghu immediately used the shadow to distract his attention. He thought that the ghosts were using the old way of rushing to attack, but this was not the case. Both the real entity and the ghosts were running around, moving quickly and stealthily around where he was standing. As the ghosts ran behind him, Kanghu's true self appeared clearly in front of the boss so that it could focus its attention on attacking. Teased to the point of madness, he took a deep breath and swung his sword at the enemy. As soon as the sword of rage was unleashed, Kanghu was immediately torn in half, which surprised him immensely. He didn't think that the opponent would be so easy. But he was wrong. What he had just slashed was a ghost, because the moment he made his move, Kanghu had already teleported and jumped to another shadow in the ideal position for the next move. The boss Suguna is still standing there and doesn't know that he has just been pranked, and this is the moment that Kanghu is aiming for. Now taste my capture, when you can't control your own movements and are sucked into the enemy in utter helplessness. At that time, the boss was gradually pulled towards where Kanghu was standing, and before giving him a sip, Kanghu also confided in him a few more words of comfort. Hey, although your skills are also interesting. But it will be meaningless when I am not in its range, you know, so am I. My move is just as interesting, and it will become meaningful when you fall into my attack range as it is now. As he spoke, Kanghu stabbed it with the name of the beautiful flower, Blood Forest Spear. The name of this move was also quite suitable for its scenery and appearance. A roar rang out in pain, its eyes red with anger, and glanced at Kanghu. Suddenly he turned his back and raised his sword up and slashed down, slashing Shin Kanghu in half like a frown, and his body was cut into 2 pieces that looked like a navel. But of course, it was just a ghost, because every time he was counterattacked by an enemy at such a close distance, he would teleport to jump to another ghost position, and he would not stand there waiting to die or waste his defensive shield in vain. Thinking that he had killed Kanghu, because he saw blood splattering all over after that body was hit by his small-sized lightning slash, the monster let out a sigh of relief. And he decided to move towards the magic ring drawn by the other 4 swords, which was the place where he was most confident when fighting the enemy. Kanghu didn't rush to attack it anymore, but just stood there waiting for the opportunity, and let the boss do what he wanted. 1, 2, 3, run, he ran away. Teacher. Come on, it's almost there, the magic ring is right in front of you, it's only a few steps away. Oh, so you think you'll be safe standing in that circle? After entering that ring of light, the boss seemed to regain its enthusiasm immediately. It felt extremely safe, because the enemy would not be able to attack, or even approach it. But at that moment, the wound caused by the knife blow earlier made him a little painful. He bent down and propped the sword on the ground. He thought that if he didn't do something now, the chance to counterattack would be less. So he will use his ultimate to decide one-on-one with Shin Kanghu. Peng Lei Yuan will sweep everything away and knock Kanghu away, in the red time enough for him to recover his strength and mana to continue the match. Come on, don't waste your efforts in vain. Even though I can't attack you, I will kill you in that circle, and you will die in your safest place. A snap of Shin Kanghu's fingers turned the blue lightning sphere into a red blood lightning crystal. It wasn't because the boss had changed his move, but because Kanghu had used the blood from the stab wound earlier. The boss's blood shot out and was swept up in a swirl around it, creating an impressive scene. When the notification window appears, which is when the boss is lying flat and disappearing, you have killed the main boss Sajina, and obtained a skill of the target, Wind Lightning Pill. You've reached level 51, you get the basic skill of the Stealth Assassin, well, the new skill, but how can it seem that the skills that are not very bright, such as Robber, Cheat, Backstabbing, and Stealth are suitable for you? To see what's cool about this skill, Stealth, maximum skill proficiency, consumes not 1 mana per second, and can hide the user's body. However, if you use another skill while using Stealth, Stealth will turn off. Why is it so strange? Even at the peak level, you can't use it in parallel with other skills. It's really unlucky. If it can be used at the same time, it's too good. Who can fight again? At this time, the constellation of the space robber wanted to talk to Shin Kanghu. Hey, you're ready, I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the next battle. I know, but I'll go to the store to buy some things before I go to see that crazy boy. And then Kanghu leaves the dungeon and goes to the store to buy a new weapon, which must be a third-level weapon that he wants to own so that he can duel Father So-hee. Going back to the scene where the two sides met face-to-face earlier, Shin Kanghu held a new weapon in his hand and challenged the match that was destined to be inevitable for any more days. Hello, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Father So-hee, you seem fat. You're here, it's unexpected, I thought you'd hide like a mouse. Yes, because I can't just let a hound follow me forever. What do you think? I already have a new weapon to catch that dog. See if my weapon is good. Father So-hee was mad because he was constantly called a dog by Kanghu, but she still tried to stay calm and say a few more words before rushing to the butcher's breaks. She was more or less quiet about her director Kong Dongyan's name. Since you mentioned the word dog, so let me confirm it. Didn't he intend to become the dog of the heavenly eclipse? Does it mean anything to confirm again? You already know, I'd rather be a human than a dog. Mom, thank you for declining the invitation. If it weren't for the fact that my boss wanted me to take you back as a dog, I wouldn't have had to saliva to confirm this. Now that I want to kill you, at this time, a triangle appears on Shin Kanghu's body, in the middle of which is the center of sight. It looks like someone is aiming a sniper rifle at him, but no, it is a skill from the constellation that So-hee's father has given him. Haha, I heard that you have a very useful hiding technique but hiding is meaningless, you mice, you can't escape me. This match was going to be tough. While hiding was the key to helping Kanghu distract the opponent, today it was suppressed by her. It seemed like he would need someone to help, and they appeared. Lam Dong's Li Yeren and his ex-girlfriend Han Soyeon were present at the Guangzhou toll gate. The two girls had defeated a lot of celebrants there. Han Soyeon turned to ask Li Yeren anxiously, Mr. Kanghu will be fine. Don't worry, even more difficult than this one, he can complete it even better, you have to trust him. And you should also trust me, I'm the one who hired him. With my keen eyes on people, it's not wrong, he's very interesting, I'm very confident when I assign him a task. You seem to know him better than I do, you two must be very close. Come on, it's too crap, let's get in the car urgently, we still have to go through a lot of stages before we can meet him. The two of them got into the car and Li Yeren stepped on the accelerator with a shot, hitting 5 celestial eaters, causing them to lie on the ground, unable to move anymore. When it came to the driver, no one would be able to pass her, a real monster. Han Soyeon sat in the car and confided, I'm actually very worried, if you don't open your mouth to ask for help in advance, he doesn't like to be helped, his personality is a little weird, the fact that we suddenly appear like this will make him uncomfortable. Li Yin laughed, hey, at this point, it sounds like him, he just likes to go it alone, he doesn't want to have teammates to fight with. But bear it, I want to keep this talented employee for a long time, so I can't let him have a problem. Seeing that Li Yan was sincere and wanted to support her ex-boyfriend, Han Soyeon was deeply touched and was about to say a deep thank you. Their car went a little further when they met the Celestial Hounds. Han Soyeon said, "Yeren, they were over there. Too many, too dangerous," as if they had drawn almost all of their troops to come here to arrange the battle, just to capture Shin Kang-hu. He also had a spread. "And it looks like we've come to the right place, are you ready?" Li Yeren gripped the steering wheel tightly, bit her lip and looked at the Celestials waiting for her, to see if you guys are stronger or my car is faster, and then she slammed on the accelerator and rushed over, hitting the other people so that they couldn't turn back. It wasn't too surprising that the girl was so bloody again. Li Yan felt extremely refreshed, and Han Soyeon was on her back, her hands clenched tightly on her seat belts. Who would have thought that they would be able to receive such a queen, so they had to pay the ceremony commensurately, so the two girls managed to get rid of a bunch of people. And Kang-hu is having a little trouble with So-hee's father's damn constellation. He keeps following him forever. The hound laughs gloating because he can play a game of chase like this. Haha, it's useless to hide, you bastard. It is a constellation that allows users to see what the naked eye cannot see. If the target is hiding, they will be marked with shadows on their bodies, which is an unpleasant constellation. Not only was the illusion magic nullified, but it was also useless to stealth and the skills I had just had. And since fire was her specialty, her fire energy was completely useless, and the power of her fire transmission skill couldn't be compared to hers. Father So-hee frantically attacked Kang-hu with flames. Their power was indeed superior. It not only burned the body, but also had the ability to shatter the earth and rocks where it came into contact. All this time, Shin Kang-hu couldn't attack, but only kept dodging that crazy girl's blows. Damn, I was hit by that blow just now. Even the ice couldn't help me. She was too strong when she had the blacksmith's skill to resist heat, which increased her fire power by 500%, and if she got hit, she would melt like metal cooked to 1,000 degrees. Go die, the mouse. Father So-hee continuously threw huge flames towards Shin Kang-hu, causing the surroundings to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Its heat was enough to suffocate people. It seems that she hates him not only because she hid her identity and ran away so that she would have to look for a little tired, but also because of jealousy when director Kang Dong-hyun wanted to recruit him back and become Heavenly Food's pet chicken, a position that had only belonged to her in the past. Not to be hit, Kang-hu rushes and uses protective armor to avoid damage from fire, but it cannot last forever, and the defensive armor will gradually weaken. He would also lose his stamina and mana if he kept running like that. Doph would have to use it, the medicinal flower that would increase his stamina and mana, but it would have side effects. It's hard, I can't let her control it. Kang-hu immediately eats the medicinal flower to increase his strength. Fortunately, I was able to increase the skill level of the protective shield just now, and upgrade the new weapon, otherwise I would have been burned a long time ago. After a series of blows without damaging the enemy, Father So-hee, who was already crazy, was now even crazier. She laughed and said, "How long are you going to run? Why don't you stand back and fight a battle to be refreshed?" At this time, Shin Kang-hu had absorbed the newly increased power from the flower, so the mana around him also turned green, and he was looking for a way to attack back. Her opponent is a magician. She can cast skills and long-range attacks very flexibly. Because I have increased the power of the protective shield and the health weapon. So I must be able to approach her to fight up close before I have a chance to change the situation. Thinking so, Kang-hu uses illusion magic to create ghosts that surround Father So-hee. Well, it's so much, but you look at me, do you see that I'm afraid? I'll do as you please, deal with the shadows one by one, and then it's your mouse's turn. It seems like hunter girls like to punch other people's faces, and so does Shin Kang-hu's ex-girlfriend. Her fist was as strong as the force of the field, enough for the celestial eaters to spit blood like rain. Even though these men had weapons in their hands and wore magnificent masks, they were beaten to pieces by a girl like Han Soyeon. She alone handled dozens of Heavenly Eclipse minions in just a few notes. At this time, Li Yeren opened the door from the inside and walked out. "Yeren, I've already dealt with the rest of the group. What about Mr. Kang-hu? He's inside. I don't see him anywhere. Maybe that madman isn't here. This place is just a fake trap. Let's hurry up. It must be at Songjong Gwangju train station." The two girls quickly get on the train and head to the train station, where there is a landslide battle between So-hee and Shin Kang-hu's father. The battle has not yet come to an end. Kang-hu tried to use the ghosts to attack her head-on, but it didn't seem to be very good. With just one hand, she can cast fire dragons on ghosts that burn them up instantly. Each blow fell like the breath of fire dragons. In an instant, the ghosts were destroyed, and Father So-hee stood and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, Have you understood? No matter what you do, it's useless, just obediently come down here and be tied up. It's okay to come here, you're wasting me so much time. It seems that I can't fight closely, I should try a new weapon. Kanghu immediately fired a dark chi towards her, but it seemed to have slipped, and the knife fell to the ground without leaving any wounds on her. She also acted insulting by trampling on the opponent's weapon with her foot and laughing. Ha ha ha, you slipped your hand because you were so afraid of dying. If I did this, you wouldn't get it back, but if you would kneel down and beg, I'd think again. But you probably won't kneel, so I'll teach you some tricks. If you want to attack the opponent, you have to know how to aim accurately. Aiming is like this, Shin Kanghu. Father So-hee threw the fire dragon in unison towards where Kanghu was standing. But for some reason, he didn't dodge the blow, but glared at him and stood still enjoying the full impact of the attack. The clothes he was wearing were also burning, and yet he was still standing there. The femininity was strange. When she concentrated her attack and Kanghu kept running away, she was uncomfortable, but when he stopped running, she was not satisfied. Originally an unruly girl, hot as ice cream, forgetful, hot as fire, Father So-hee didn't like these strange types of fights. It would be more pleasant to just jump into the attack than to guess what the opponent was playing mischievous. Father So-hee didn't understand what was going on. How could there be something to suppress her fire dragon? If it was someone else, she would probably have been burned to charcoal just now. But the flame was indeed shrunk, and then dissipated, and then the lightning yuan spread out and moved towards Father So-hee, making it difficult for her to stand firmly, clinging to and swirling around. Now it's Kanghu's turn to raise his voice. Hey, you're crazy, I think I should be the one to teach you to aim. What kind of shooting did you shoot that I was still alive like this? He hasn't been burned to death yet. What is he doing? Where is this wind? The red flame of the fire dragon was gradually turning into that blue tornado. The wind was getting bigger and blowing everything. The heat of the fire here had become cooler now. In the distance, right in the opposite building, there was a girl who had been watching the match all this time, until she saw Father So being suppressed by this unique move of the assassin. She had to praise him. Quayo, that's interesting. This girl was Hyo Young, who had been bullied by the Haeong Guild. When Shin Kanghu had just arrived at the Gwangju bus stop, he came to her rescue. She even took his phone to ask for his number. After all, who was she who followed Kanghu to this place? Definitely not a good person. Haha, luckily, I didn't intervene at that time. Who knew that he was so capable? Being able to push Father So-hee to this extent was not the right type. But also curious, I followed him to watch him conquer Sazina's labyrinth. He had killed the monster, and now he was using the main boss's skills to deal with her. How could it be? How could he absorb the skill, or how he was able to learn super skills? At this moment, someone called Hyo Young. Yes, I listen, I'm watching him. You are not wrong, he is very handsome. Oh no, he has a lot of courage. I don't think Father So-hee would be beaten so badly by a person of different ranks, even though she had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. Let's see what he uses next. Oh my, the grab had tied So-hee's father so tightly that she couldn't move anymore. He was pulling her closer. Damn, I was controlled by some kind of demon like this. When I met him before, he didn't have this skill. It's because I've deliberately covered it up. No one has shown all my skills to the enemy. Now you'll be able to see one more skill. Kanghu sped up and used his new weapon to stab Father So-hee head-on. Because she had been captured, she couldn't run or dodge to another place, but ate the blood sting from her opponent. After being injured, she secretly pulled out the dagger on the side of her thigh in an attempt to stab Shin Kanghu. The two daggers collided with each other, the blades slashed at each other, making them both glow. Even though she was injured, her strength was still very good, and she was able to withstand another blow of Shin Kanghu's knife that made her face again. Ha ha ha, Shin Kanghu, that's all there is to it. Think it's so easy to put me down? You're worried about carrying slippers for me. Don't make a mistake, go die. The power of acquisition is gone. Father So-hee threw a fire dragon again, intending to burn Kanghu immediately, but he was able to dodge aside. Use short jumps to move out of the danger zone. Then he replied, I am not mistaken. You were the one who made the mistake. Shin Kanghu put the weapon in. And stood up with a snap of his fingers. At this time, Father So-hee didn't even know what he was doing. Then suddenly her blood boiled, burning deep inside, causing her to scream in pain. But since she was a high-level mage, just one blood burn would not be enough to finish her off. She was running away and Shin Kanghu quickly chased after her. Meanwhile, Hyo Young's phone conversation was not over yet, and the man on the other end of the line asked how the situation was here. I told you, don't be shocked. My pet chicken, Father So-hee, couldn't finish it. So, maybe our father So-hee is no longer special when he stands in front of him. Standing in front of an enemy stronger than she thought, even though his rank was quite different, this time Father So-hee had lost miserably. No one had ever scared her into running away like that. She gritted her teeth in pain and didn't know how to support Shin Kang-hoo's next move. I was about to lose. How could it be? I wasn't so weak. When he saw that the other party was about to rush over, Father So-hee remembered his old days, how he oppressed others, how others feared him, how he begged him, how strong he was with the fire in his hand. One of them was cornered by her and burned an arm. He screamed and cursed, "Your mother, you are crazy, why did you do that to me? Shut up, I guarantee you don't dare to play with fire anymore. You used to like to play with fire a lot, right? You're happy to burn other people's houses." When he heard this, he remembered the scene from the day before, when he and the others stood cheering, happy because they had just set fire to a house with only a barrel of gasoline and a few cigarettes. Damn it, it turned out that you were the girl in that room. Bastard, even if you kill me, your parents won't be able to come back to life. Yes, but I want that, and after saying that, Father So-hee lit a fire that burned the thug in revenge. Standing and watching him burn to death, screaming in the burning heat that she was gloating, he deserved to taste the feeling that her parents had to endure that day. But suddenly a group of people rushed over. One of them fired a weapon at So-hee's father, nearly injuring her. Haha, you're also good at playing tricks, kid. Let us take you for a fight to set an example for those who dare to use us. You guys like it, no one can stop it, not only burning your pet's house, but also burning this whole area. Hurry up and catch that bastard for me. When the thugs rushed together, Father So-hee used all his strength to unleash a huge fire that burned their faces. I don't know if that power is enough for her to burn them down, but with the strength of a young girl, the strength is not big enough. It is difficult to resist those thug men. Sure enough, when the flames were weakening, she was suddenly attacked by a rusher. One of his knives stabbed So-hee's father in the stomach, making her stunned. Ha ha ha, dare to behave with us, you know who your father is, don't you, that son? Then he pulled out a knife and kicked So-hee's father once, causing her to fall, blood splattered. This wound was very deep, if no one came to help, she would definitely die. Father So-hee crouched in pain and couldn't say a word. The evil men rushed in to curse and want to humiliate her. The stubborn dog, now we take it off, maybe there is that delicious food, the brothers share it. She gritted her teeth in pain. Misery, I lost, why is life so miserable, I have to lose to these bastards. At that time, in the distance, there was a man standing in the distance watching the bastards bullying a girl. He sucked on a cigarette and muttered, my area has been so noisy lately. It seemed that he wanted to save Father So-hee from those thugs. With just one fist of his, those rotten men were stripped of their sandals. You can see how strong he is. Even though it was a long-range attack, the power of that skill was terrible enough that they didn't have a chance to reincarnate. This is the territory of the heavenly eclipse, and no one will allow you bastards to go on such a rampage. Father So-hee was still kneeling there because of the pain, and she showed her appreciation for the person who had helped her. Suddenly something caught his attention. Burnt corpses were lying around her. He asked Father So-hee, are these her creations? Yes, it seems that you are also worthy of my teaching. Do you want to follow me? Father So-hee looked up at him with a look of surprise mixed with hope. And he was none other than the master of Heavenly Eclipse, the boss she had always respected, Director Kang Dong-hyun. He is the teacher who taught me to fight, to level up, to give me a place to return to after I was orphaned. He treated me very well, and in return, I will deal with people according to his requirements. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I am the student who is pampered and has the most hope. I also consider him a benefactor, a master to sincerely repay. But in the end, since that bastard appeared, he no longer praised me. I was obsessed with that sentence. Vigilance was not her strength. He has the potential to compete with you. If he comes back to work with me, you probably won't hold the #1 position among my students anymore. Bastard, who do you think you are to fight with me? Do you think that you can naturally steal everything from me? Don't dream. Even if I die, I won't let you be so loved by me. It was because of the anger, resentment, jealousy, and words that rubbed salt into the heart that Director Kang Dong-hyun had said to Father So-hee, that made her burst into rage. She was determined not to lose to Shin Kang-hoo, and her mental strength suddenly surged strongly. Don't play with me, she screamed in hysteria, and the flames became hotter than usual. It was this that made Kang-hoo pause for a beat and look directly into the eyes of a madman like her. Ha ha ha, you're afraid of me, why don't you go forward, why do you step back? Come here with me. While laughing madly, Father So-hee stretched out his arm and grabbed Shin Kang-hoo. He tried to use acceleration to escape, but it didn't seem to be in time. Ha 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 ha, are you surprised? Did you think it was so easy to kill me? Hurry up and get close to me, don't run anymore. Shin Kanghu, your bastard, dares to steal everything from my hands, and I will give you back twice as much as I feel. Thinking that the power of rage could burn the enemy, Father Sohee's determination to hold his unique position made Father Sohee stronger, but suddenly around Kanghu formed an automatic defensive shield that made it impossible for fire to reach him. Defense skills, damn it, Father Sohee is even more angry because he can't end everything. How many skills do you have, exactly? Kanghu quickly moved back away and raised his hand with a slight flick. He was about to burn the blood again. That's my business secret, how can I tell you? But it seemed that something was wrong, the act of scorching blood had been done, and yet Father Sohee was still unharmed. She was standing there, not feeling the same pain as before. Small flames were still burning around her. Aloe, what's the matter, what's wrong with the blood burn? Shin Kanghu is sweating, it seems that there is a problem with that skill. And Father Sohee stood and laughed. Ha ha ha, so my prediction was correct, that trick of yours was a trick that made the wound explode, right? But stop it, don't dream anymore, I've burned all my wounds so that they don't open their mouths anymore. You have already returned to the umbrella and lost your turn, waiting for the next life to go to your baby. That trick of yours is now useless, now it's my turn to return you double this damage. Damn, how could that crazy kid be so smart? This time it was difficult. Father So threw rockets that fell everywhere, following Shin Kanghu's every step, making him unable to run in time. The rain of missiles kept coming and going, from one place to another, and soon the whole area would turn into a flat land. Damn, it had to be used to dodge to the extreme. Thanks to that skill, Kanghu narrowly avoided a damaging blow. Father Sohee's forte is to control fire. She must have intended to use the fire on the ground as a trap. And if she keeps attacking like this, her defensive armor won't last long. I need to go over there to fight, at least there is a place to hide. Instead of just exposing in the middle of a gap like this, it will be very beneficial to her. Thinking so, Kanghu shrugged his legs and planned to teleport to the other area with a short jump. But before he could take a few steps, Father Sohee stopped him. She was like a phantom fireball that suddenly appeared, making Kanghu unable to react. Oh my god, I'm not a weasel yet, I'm going to run away again. Faced with this situation, I don't know if Kanghu can turn around to overcome it, but why haven't I seen Li Yan and Han Soyeon show up until now? They are in trouble. It seems that there is a bit of trouble. The Wei family is surrounded by heavenly eclipse, they are too many, and when they beat one guy to death, the other guy rushed up again. All this time, Han Soyeon punched his hands tiredly, but it was still not over. While being surrounded, Han Soyeon saw something glowing on the opposite side, so she shouted, Yeren, hurry up and look over there. What? The whole sky turned red. We must hurry, that madman must have done it, it is there, Kanghu is in danger. But the heavenly eclipses are too many, how can we solve them all? Out of 36 plans, running is the top book. Running, Li Yan and Han Soyeon ran away, hit the big muscular guy who was standing in the way. They stopped. Where are you going? Stop these two little ones at all costs. Block, block, whoever wants to eat a fist can jump here. Han Soyeon raised her fist with a look that couldn't be more determined. She punched each of the people in her way, causing them to be thrown several meters away. Her lungs shattered. The girl was small, but her strength was not inferior to that of strong men. And Li Yan was aiming at those with dangerous weapons, and these guys definitely couldn't fight them with their bare hands, so they were standing from a distance. Sorry, but we're in a bit of a hurry, please stay out of the way. If you want to live, disappear, and if you want to die, just rush up and let me give you a few bullets. These guys are really stubborn. Before attacking, people have warned them in advance, but they still refuse to listen. They have to let the blood spill to be satisfied. Li Yeren retracted his arm after firing a few shots, and the whole group behind him was retreating to defend. However, to get out of this place and cut off their tails is not easy, and of course it will take a lot of time. Han Soyeon was even more worried, wondering if Kanghu would be able to resist Sohee's father. It seems that Han Soyeon's fears are not unfounded. After being caught, Shin Kanghu had a lot of difficulties to be able to turn the situation around, indeed worthy of the title of the head student of heavenly food, a high-class hound. Father Sohee is extremely smart and sensitive when handling real combat situations. Because just said, rank is very important, and it is even more important when a person is fighting for all the honor, life, and love of an owner like her. If she loses to Shin Kanghu, she will lose everything, and will be in danger of being eliminated because she is no longer valuable in the organization. At that time, the two sides were fighting each other, and after a long duel, Kanghu and Father Sohee's weapons were still restrained by the other, and no one could unleash their moves. For a moment, Kanghu realized an opportunity. It seemed that this kind of distance was more beneficial to me. I could aim at her blind spot to attack from behind. Kanghu quickly teleports behind Cha Sohee's back to stab from behind, increasing damage by 33%. But she also found out, seeing that she caught the opponent's card, so she was very interested. Hey, I remember this move. That attack he has already used. Is there any more novel move? It seemed that he was about to lose to me, and the water encroached on him, and Sohee's father attacked back, causing Kanghu to create a defensive armor immediately. But it seemed that his strength was limited. The shield was not strong enough to withstand that frantic attack. Her knife had already hit Kanghu. It seemed that this was the first wound since he fought. Ha ha ha, I finally stabbed you. You have a few seconds left to think about how you will die. I finally vented my anger, but it wasn't enough. At that moment, Kanghu took advantage of the enemy who was celebrating victory and decided to take a risk. He unleashed the great defensive skill, even though he knew that it would cost a lot of mana, especially when he was injured and Solatium was running out like this. The counterattack was launched so suddenly that Sohee's father could not turn back, and her knife fell. And then there was a terrible scream that was enough to shake the entire Songjiang Guangzhou station at that time, quickly pouring out like a torrential rain. The girl who was watching on the high floor also gasped in panic. Oh my god. Father Sohee has been killed, isn't it over, Mo Buddha? While being surprised by Shin Kanghu's lightning counterattack, Hyo Young accidentally discovers that someone else has broken in. She quickly used a stealth technique, and the person who had just run past was Han Soyeon. As for Shin Kanghu, after launching the great attack, he quickly teleported backwards to avoid being attacked by Sohee's father, because he couldn't kill her just now. Damn it, she made the right decisions very quickly. She had chosen to give up her hand in exchange for her life. She could have finished her off, but she chose to sacrifice her left arm so that she could prolong the match. It seemed that today would be a one-on-one match, not just a siege. Father Sohee set himself on fire and gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. I don't know why she's so strong. Even though she's been injured a lot, she still hasn't fallen, and at this moment, she's still capable of using the fire dragon again. This made me crazy. It lasted forever. The protective armor couldn't last any longer. The crazy Solatium was about to run out. I would die. Father Sohee increased his firepower even more, and his breath was still there. One was to win, the other was to die. That armor of yours, I hit it a few more times to break it, and I will die quickly. Knowing that the protective armor could no longer be used, Shin Kanghu cast a magic wind to calm that vicious flame, but this was not a long-term solution. Using magic again. I already know this trick of yours. You have been overturned. Fortunately, at that time, Han Soyeon rushed over and called Kanghu. Perhaps Shin Kanghu was also very surprised by the appearance of his ex-lover. Knowing that the thorn in her eye had arrived, Father Sohee became even more angry. Her eyes were red and looked up at where Li Yan was standing. Damn it, you crazy dog, how many more times are you going to interfere in my affairs? I've never liked you, bastard. Haha, you act like I like a rabid dog like you, but you should fix it a little. You're a dog, and I'm not. Bastard Li Yan, why are you so free? How many more times do you want to get in my way? This matter is between me and Shin Kanghu, and it has nothing to do with you. I don't want to invite a bastard like you to go to your corner. Hurry up and go to your corner. Damn, his blue council that he dared to say was a corner. You must be dead. You are crazy. It is true that when two women who hate each other meet each other, anything can happen. Li Yan immediately rushed down to play hand-to-hand, and the verbal duel will only make both sides angrier. If you are good, stand there and fight me. It seems that you don't understand the current situation, Father Sohee. You can fight one by one. You think you can fight for a long time. Father Sohee laughed and provoked. If you like to say that, just say it freely. Then she rushed over with the flames swirling around, as if she wanted to burn them all. But at this time, Li Yan's strength was more than enough to stand back. But wait, where is Father Sohee? After all, where did she go? Did she have this skill? The two girls were worried, not knowing if that cunning girl would suddenly appear to ambush or something, but Shin Kanghu didn't think so. The two of them didn't need to be so low-key. She wouldn't come back. What do you say that? How dare you be so sure? Throughout the battle, I kept snoring about Sohee's father's last nebula. It's the Wisdom Nebula. It's very powerful. The master of the world's wisdom, a nebula heavy with worldly wisdom, the user can copy a less complete version of any of the enemy's skills, and use it only once a day. I kept thinking that I didn't know what she had stolen. The first time was the mana tracking skill. And this time she has secretly copied her. She will not continue to attack. Li Yaren hurriedly, Father, so he has run away, so we have to go and chase her right away. This is a rare opportunity to get rid of that mad dog. I want to, too, but it doesn't seem to work. I'm so dizzy. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Kanghu knelt down and fainted. It seemed that he had consumed too much mana in the match against Father, so he just now, no match had ever been so tough and lasted so long. Han Soi-eon panicked and turned to help Kanghu. Brother, you're okay, don't scare me. You wake up. Han Soi-eon shakes Kanghu's body, but he still doesn't react. The girl sobbed, but Li Yaren was calmer. She quickly checked and said that he was still breathing, not dead. Let's hurry up and go to the hospital, but if we delay any longer, we will die. After the match, it seemed that all sides were in a hurry to leave this place, while the two girls carried Kanghu to the hospital, and So-hee's father also ran for his life to avoid being chased. With that stubborn personality, she must have been very bitter because of the unexpected gank of the Blue Council, her mother, Li Yaren's child, that bastard, how dare she get in her way. But Shin Kanghu, what the hell is that guy? The amount of skills he has is ridiculous. Moreover, he can also use the skills of the dungeon boss monster. What is he? Whether he was able to copy the monster's skills or not. Must definitely inform the owner of this. So-hee's father was trying to escape from Songjong Gwangju Station, when out of nowhere, Hyo Young rushed out to attack. Fortunately, her intuition was very strong. As long as she sniffed out someone watching or ambushed, she would activate her dodge skill, so Hyo Young couldn't take down So-hee's father with one blow. But it's weird, aren't they on the same faction? Aren't they all people of Heavenly Eclipse? Hyo Young's appearance here reminds me of the scene where she was attacked by the Haeong Guild. Whether it was real or if it was a trap of her own creation to seduce Shin Kanghu and find an opportunity to reach his phone to send the trace back to Heavenly Food, but it didn't matter anymore, since Shin Kanghu had already encountered Father So-hee anyway. The important thing now is why she attacked her comrades. It seems that Tianshu all have the same operating system, that is, psychological instability. Her expression is very sick and she laughed and asked Father So-hee, taking the lead in a hurry, and stumbled upon a stone, but strangled me. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Oh my god, are you pretending to be stupid or stupid? What else do you ask when you see that? I'm trying to make you aware of your current tragic situation. It's not like I've been watching your fight with Shin Kanghu for a while, and I've been a little brave, but for my master, that's not enough. When she was counterattacked by him and suffered such a tragic injury, the master had already abandoned her. He wants me to kill you, do you believe it? Kang Donghyun said that a hound that can't hunt doesn't need to be kept. The master has abandoned her, it's too pitiful. Hearing this, So-hee's father seemed to be dumbfounded. She didn't think that one day she would turn into a discarded thing in the eyes of her master. She had been a henchman for him for a long time, and yet he would treat her like that. The thoughts and questions kept popping up in her mind that made her almost lose her guard against Hyo Young. She took advantage of the opportunity to rush to kill her, not knowing what would happen to So-hee's father. Thinking about it, she was also very pitiful. As for Kanghu and the other two, they arrived at the hospital in time. He had just woken up, found that his throat was dry and his body was covered with wounds that had been bandaged by doctors. This is a hospital, why did I come here? Shin Kanghu looked down and saw Han Soi-eon falling asleep on the hospital bed. She must have forgiven him for taking care of him all night very hard. Looking at this scene, everyone will be extremely moved, especially when they have a special relationship, each other's ex-lovers. In her slumber, Han Soi-eon still kept calling Kanghu's name, Kanghu. She even shed tears. It seemed that she was very worried about his safety, but she didn't want to say it. Whatever he thinks about it at night, he can see that she still has a lot of affection for Shin Kanghu, but he doesn't. Without saying a word, Kanghu gently got up to change his clothes and sneaked away. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Turn on a classical music to increase your strength and also to relax your spirit after a day of mental battles, a tense battle with a formidable opponent like Cha So-hee. Indeed, when listening to music, his body suddenly felt much more comfortable, and his mana was also recovered significantly. It seems that music is indeed a useful healing. While Shin Kanghu was immersed in music, a message suddenly came to him that made him lose all interest. It's Young Yuri's message. I don't know how she's been these days, she must have harvested quite a bit from the zero area. Young Yuri sent him a selfie with the medicinal flower. My gosh, do you think I'm good? She found out by chance, it's really lucky. After that, Kang Hu received another message. Young Yuri said that she already has a grandfather. Say something I don't know. Stop it, let's leave this place quickly. He took a few more steps when he saw Li Yaren appear, as if she had been standing here early. Damn, startled, I wanted to sneak away and was also discovered by her. So I guess I'm not wrong. I know you're going to do this, Sunkyu. Why don't you take a break and leave? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Leave me alone, but Lam Dong is fine. What's the matter? Lan Dong is not wrong. Hunger would probably target you because of what happened. You openly opposed them for trying to cover up for me. Oh my god, don't worry, I'm not afraid of them. Who am I, you know? The heavenly eclipse is really big, but the blue bronze is also very hard. Well, if that's the case, that's fine. I'm just a little worried. I hope everything will be fine. Thank you very much for today. Please pass on my thanks to Han Soyeon. If she knew, she would have preferred to hear this sentence directly from you. She was very worried and interested in you. You seem too cold, or go and say goodbye to people. No, it's better to do this. I'd better go early. Good for me and good for Han Soyeon as well. Speaking of this, Shin Kanghu's eyes were sad. He remembered what happened in the novel. Han Soyeon is a supporting character for Shin Kanghu. What happened in the novel will definitely repeat itself if the two of us are still close to each other. My trying to be with her will harm both of us. She will suffer a lot. Come on, I'll go first. See you later. It's okay, if you really have some reason, then I won't force it anymore. This is a private matter between the two of you. It's not convenient for me to interfere, but I just feel sorry for Han Soyeon. But at this time, can you wait? Give me some time to go. I have this to say. Kanghu turned around. Why did Li Yane look so serious? Hey, why are you always in such a hurry, Sunkyu? You just avoid Han Soyeon's face, not my face, and walk so fast. Instead of leaving like that, can you give me some time instead? I have something important to say. Hearing the beautiful Li Yaren, Kanghu couldn't refuse anymore. Yes, you just say it. Do you remember the corpse you asked me to dispose of the day before, the guy you found dead in the 0 area? We've dealt with it, but it's hard to find someone's identity just from the hunter's license. It's likely that they've made a new identity for him. It will take me a long time to find out his identity. Can you wait? Well, you can feel comfortable as you please. I am not in a hurry. Can I go now? Yet, there is one more thing about celestial eclipse. Although Sohee's father had already fallen into that situation, she had lost and was afraid that it would be difficult to recover her ability to fight as before, but the celestial eclipse had not made any move, so he didn't see anything suspicious. No matter how much of their manpower we have dealt with in this area, it is strange that they have remained silent until now. This practice is not the same as what heavenly eclipse does. Kanghu thinks that the eclipse may be trying to cover up this incident. I also think so. This defeat is like a slap in the face to them. Because after dispatching all those manpower just to arrest him, and even dispatching a member of the executive board, they still failed. Oh my god, Sunkyu, if this news is spread, their reputation will be tarnished, not to mention that the other committees will laugh at heavenly eclipse. What about Sohee's father? What she's doing, do you know? I don't know. I haven't heard any news about that crazy girl since yesterday. She has failed her assigned task. She must have been killed. Tian Shu used to treat her like a hound, and the one who deserves to be mentioned now is Kang Donghyun. A serious opponent like father, so he was killed. I also felt a little sorry for her, but let it go. Kanghu remembered the situation that day after father, so he failed and stole the skill to sneak away to save his life. While Li Yane wanted to chase after her to eradicate the root, I stopped her. We don't need to be so vigilant. Father, so he has already ran. As soon as I finished speaking, I was exhausted and collapsed in Han Soyeon's arms. At that time, I saw the constellation of space robbers appear. He said that although he was injured, this match was quite impressive, and his skills were also very improved. You have proven your worth to me. If you want to move to the next stage, please call me. I will do what I promised you before. And finally, the constellation of the space robber has seen his ability to reach even further. And that's Sohee's father. It's really a narrow alley. She used to follow me without letting go. Everywhere I went, I was sniffed by her, but I also have to thank you. Thanks to you, I got a chance. Then Kanghu said goodbye to Li Yaren. Well, I'm leaving. The leader of the Lam Dong group didn't forget to remind him, hey, someone will follow you, so be careful. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to a place that no one can find out. While Kanghu was eager to go into hiding to practice, the Yonghua Guild was worried about what had happened recently. Of course, they didn't know anything about the epic mobilization of forces to capture Kanghu, but just the information in the corridor was more than enough for Shiwan to feel very bothered. He was browsing the news and saw a hot news that said that the Haeong Guild in Gwangju was attacked by a Taejun organization, which was strange, and they happened to bump into Haeong, a guild that had nothing to do with it. So it would be very troublesome for me. Why should it be the place where I was eyeing? Unexpected things have been happening continuously for several days. Just like how Taehwa had eliminated the leader of the Taesu blood essence, as well as taking Ulsan, that guy wasn't easy. And in the end, I couldn't find out who the person who took Taesu's left arm was. I investigated forever without getting any clues. I didn't have enough information even though I ordered the investigation team to turn it all over. It's really boring. While sitting and tapping on the table, Shiwan is calling someone. Allo, I listen, Mr. Shiwan, do you have anything to ask? I need to find out why the heavenly eclipse attacked Haeong. Please show me the CCTV footage from Songyung Station in Gwangju. So the work of sitting and watching through a series of camera footage was carried out again. Yoonghwa must be trying to flip through the nooks and crannies of the station to look for something suspicious. Even though the other organizations were aggressively investigating things related to him, Kanghu was still very relaxed. It seemed that he had already arrived at a place that no one had found. This morning his spirits were really refreshing. Let's get started. The constellation of space robbers is also ready. They will take a test of ability. He wants to confirm something with Kanghu in advance. That if you die in the nebula test, it means dying in reality. You understand this? This is not a joke. Kanghu laughed and said of course he knew and accepted. The space robber continued, the completion of the nebula test completely depends on the decision of that nebula, but the decision does not belong to the player. And the forms of testing will be different for each person. The type of monster, level, and dungeon all depend on the arrangement of the nebula. But they all have something in common, that is, no matter what the player's level is, the difficulty of the test is high. There will be no reduction in difficulty for low levels or increase in difficulty for high levels. If not to say that the difficulty is always very high, the fact that it is so high that some nebulae participate in the test just to get rid of their fake contracts, because if the player has a contract and dies, the contract with the constellation will be invalidated. I'm a little worried about you. Listening to what the space robber shared, this test was indeed not simple. Kanghu saw that most hunters would participate in this challenge after increasing their abilities a little first. No low-level person dared to participate. But I was different. I felt during the fight against Father I needed to be stronger. I didn't have time to hesitate. Thank you for your interest, but I need it now. Let's get going. I have to have what I need, and I'm not going to leave you helpless. Oh, so I'm worried. I agree to your wishes. So the test was about to start in a few minutes. The space robber was taking Kanghu to a dungeon with many unforeseen challenges. Disappearing like this, he had told Li Yin that no one would find him. Finally arrived, this place is a bit gloomy. As usual, Kanghu rolled his eyes and looked around to observe everything. He saw that on the stairs there were many nebulae sitting alternately. This scene looked like a row of seats in the stadium stands, and the nebulae were spectators before the heated matches that were about to take place. Kanghu was excited. Oh, there were more viewers than I thought. It seems that this debut will be very fiery. Seeing him like that, the space robber was also somewhat relieved, glad that he liked this place. Kanghu went inside for a while, but there was still no one in front of him, because before participating in the test, he had to let the nebulae talk to each other for a while. Now is the time for the space robber to spend a few winged words to introduce his false contract. Nebula, welcome you to the test of my false contract. If the fake contract passes this test, he will share his destiny with me and gain more power. However, like the old rule, if he didn't pass, he would die at the end of the battle. If the nebulae respond to this match, please take a little nebula force and express your intentions towards my false contract so that he will have more motivation. And of course, if he fails, everyone's nebula will be returned, not lost. The opponent is a hunter from another dimension, and the fake contract has the right to choose his opponent. While the space robber was introducing himself, Kanghu looked around and silently read the names of the nebulae who were sitting watching the game. There were special names to mention such as Strategy in the Wild, Angel of the Battlefield, or Darkness of the Apocalypse. Kanghu thought to himself, looking at it, it seemed that he was given the right to choose his opponent. But the purpose of this test was to be recognized by the nebulae, so the nebulae would be dissatisfied if they chose an opponent who was too safe. So I need to do something a little outstanding. Successful people often have their own path. Kanghu seemed to have chosen his opponent. He smiled incomprehensibly, then pointed to a gate and said confidently in front of the nebulae, I chose him. Not knowing who that opponent was, the nebulae seemed very surprised. Everyone was quite surprised by Kanghu's reckless choice. A nebula named Strategy in the Wild was extremely excited. he touched his chin and said, "Oh, interesting, he chose someone he could never win." So he decided to become the first nebula to receive nebula force for him, and seeing this, the other nebulae also put their faith in him. Following the strategy in the wilderness, the constellation of Disciples of Justice has also received the nebula force. The nebulae gradually fed the nebula force to Kanghu, which made him stronger and more motivated to fight. In fact, the constellations were also quite jealous of each other. The strong constellations were always the target of the small nebulae, assuming they could join forces with some pseudo-contract to take down the nebula, they would be divided share strength. Kanghu's opponent had already shown his face. When he saw that the enemy was being relayed by the nebulae, he not only felt worried, but also felt even more excited. He smiled provocatively and arrogantly. "Oh, there are also quite a few people who support that kid." It was ridiculous. The unmasked man had appeared. He was none other than Shiwan of the Yonghua Society. "Is indeed my eternal enemy." Looking at the way he laughed, I already hated him. The scumbag pretended to be Justice. It's also interesting, a battle with a creature from another dimension. I don't know how talented this creature is, but he dares to challenge me. Today you are finished. Of course, it wasn't easy to fight Shiwan. What Kanghu needed to do now was to increase his skill power and mana to have a chance of winning. Around him was burning with energy. Great, this was a good environment. The magic power here was pure and more than it actually was. I should use a little more medicinal flowers. Seeing that the opponent was holding a strange item in his hand, Shiwan immediately provoked, "Hey, you're not a patient or an addict, you have to eat that thing to stand up, ha ha ha." "Don't worry, I'm not both," as he said. Kanghu bit that flower to add more strength. He can say whatever he wants. The other guy continued to ask, "What level is yours? Don't be afraid to tell the truth." Kanghu told me to level 47. After hearing this, Shiwan had to hug his stomach and laugh. "Ha ha ha, a level 47 guy who also dares to face someone above level 800 like me, you are really crazy. It's also reckless. It seems that you chose me to attract the will of the nebulae, right, but you are also finding a way to die for yourself. It will be soon, I will help you die as quickly as possible." He flew down and turned to look at the nebulae. "Hey, wouldn't it be sad if you had to leave as soon as you got here? In order for me to suffer the loss, and to make the match even more dramatic, I will only use the two nebulae to fight this guy." The way Shiwan shows off his ego is just as Kanghu predicted. There's no way Shirwa will pass up the opportunity to be shown in front of the nebulae. Normally, high-level nebulae would want to take over the place of the main nebula, so they wouldn't want to make a contract when they saw that number. The nebulae who sat and watched were also surprised. The constellation of the wise man wondered, "Oh my god, only two nebulae are needed," and the constellation of the mad mathematician said that this is a rare opportunity to see what skills he has. Cool things are about to happen for us to feast our eyes. Kanghu thought, in a place filled with nebulae converging like this, there would be at least a collapse in front of that guy's skills. But rest assured, things won't go as you planned. Level 47 like me will also look for an opportunity to defeat you and gain that power. While in another world, Kanghu and Shiwan were about to enter the exam, fighting one-on-one, and in the real world, the guild master Yonghua was meeting his assistant at work. "Sir, these are the documents that you have requested. We have collected information and compiled it according to what you want to know." Holding the stack of documents in his hand, Shiwan wondered, "Are these the incidents of the celestial eclipse?" Yes, this place was talking about the organization called the Abyss. Abyss, the celestial eclipse is attached to this organization. They're a very difficult organization to understand, and in a recent post called "The Truth Will Come to Light," someone posted a video of the Lord of the Abyss, who boldly stood in front of many people and wanted to question our Yonghua. These fools, why do they accept the so-called truth so much? After all, the media will only believe what they want to believe. The media is always on our side, so even if he tries to find the truth, it will be in vain. Well, his movements need to be watched, right? Yes, please rest assured, and he has already agreed. Okay, then I'll authorize the Black Bone team to get involved in this. It seems that the Abyss Guild has been watched by Yonghua, and their every move in the future will be closely monitored at all times. Their leader is also the one that Kanghu mentioned when he set the conditions to help Sangmi in the battle in Ulsan. He is Hyunsuk, and Dongjae is his only flesh and blood as of now. Dongjae didn't show any worries, but also said that everything was going according to their plan. He didn't know what the plan was, but when he finished speaking, he went anywhere, leaving the leader Hyunsuk alone. At that moment, Hyunsuk took out his phone and called Sangmi. It seemed that the Abyss Guild and her Taiwa Zhuang were also quite close. No wonder Kanghu asked her to arrange an appointment with the Abyss leader. "Allo, Sangmi," the girl smiled. She was always so happy. "Yes, I haven't seen the captain for a long time. I've heard about Ulsan, it's like the Huajiang Guild, you guys used a little bit of its power, Sangmi is happy, haha we only dealt with a few brats, nothing big to do, you said it's too embarrassing. Actually, the person who dealt with the name Tae-Soo is someone else, not us. Do you have time? I have something to tell you about the incident in Ulsan, and there are people who want to see you too. That's it, but I'm sorry, I'm not free now, I have some things to deal with. This matter is more urgent, I can't contact Dong Jae, I don't care if he goes to the dungeon again, that kid just keeps walking, he's really tired of him. Huh, he's ignoring you again, it's really a disease, he's still the same, he hasn't changed in the slightest, you understand, he must be having fun. Well, I've asked Yuseok to check it out, so I'm sure everything will be solved quickly. Oh yes, can you come up here? Sangmi's eyes lit up when she heard this, obviously he said he was busy, and now he called me there. Well, it's nothing, since you've won Ulsan, so let's meet and calculate our next plans. Okay, I agree, just as Sangmi expected, if you win, you must move forward, the future plans must be grandiose and must be indispensable to that Sunkyu hunter. Speaking of him, let's see how the test match is going now. I don't know if the level 47 challenge against the level 800 is considered to be a fight for eggs, it's an unbalanced battle and it sounds very funny. The initial battle was in favor of Shiwan, Kanghu was attacked, so he used his automatic defense skill, but it didn't seem to hold out for long, as the shield began to thin and cracks appeared when he was constantly hit by all the attacks of the enemy. Seeing the other party struggling, sweating profusely in that makeshift shield, Shiwan raised his face again. Don't be afraid, it's just a warning blow, have you panicked in a hurry? Damn, his attack speed is as fast as in the novel, I'm so stupid to create such a character, it's really tormenting myself. This would be very dangerous if I only used each body to attack or counterattack, I had to find another way. Hey, what are you doing, can't you do anything more pleasing than a little bit, just hide in that shield, how long will that shield of yours last? If you want to live, it's best to run away now, or I'm afraid you'll lie down in a few seconds in a very unsightly way. As he spoke, Shiwan unleashed a series of purple-black fireballs, their power was very huge, if they were unfortunately hit by this blow, they would definitely be less evil. Kanghu couldn't stand there and rely on the automatic shield to defend anymore, he had to move right away. Oh, you're running, so let's try my wind and arrows, and immediately the purple sharp arrows shot down like rain, and they rushed after Kanghu's footsteps and formed a long row of wind and arrows, tail to tail. This move looks pretty good, but that beauty always goes hand in hand with death. Kanghu feels worried, I've seen these moves before, some of the monsters I've defeated also have this move, but his move is on a different level. If I get hit by even one blow, I'll be in immediate danger. Kanghu with his agility and quick feet was able to escape a second attack by the enemy. Accelerating to dodge blows was the key he used. He attacked with black magic at the beginning of the star battle. So he used the Nebula Seeker Nebula for the Black Star. This constellation has the ability to stabilize the power of darkness, and avoid the destruction of body and soul, so he chose that for his first nebula, and there is another nebula, I don't know which one it will be. Seeing that the opponent had dodged a few of his attacks, unlike the original plan to take down him in one note, Shiwan was a little embarrassed, so he turned to pretend to tell the nebulae. It's lucky, isn't it, everyone, at least this insect is fast. Everyone doesn't have to worry about the fight ending within the first note, at least you can sit and watch for a little longer, don't be disappointed and leave early as planned, I will prolong this match a little bit so that you have a chance to enjoy my talent. The nebulae were also not very comfortable when they heard these extravagant words, although he had a really high rank, but that attitude was unsightly, the wild strategist constellation said, he was deliberately prolonging the battle. The constellation of the god of war thinks that he is barbaric, and the person who takes the space does not know what the next development will be. Everything was still a mystery, the battle was not over yet. Taking advantage of the enemy's boasting, and the nebula's whispers distracting everyone, Kanghu sped up and rushed up with his gloves. Thank you for rambling around until I was ready. Kanghu's speed rushed up, surprising Shiwan. But fortunately, at that time, he was able to use the transformation technique so as not to be attacked. Thinking that he could counterattack spectacularly, Kanghu was stopped. Damn, he neutralized his attack with star transformation. Although he succeeded in blocking the enemy, Shiwan was also quite surprised that Kanghu had that skill. It seemed that the short jump didn't do anything to him, so Kanghu decided to adjust it a bit. He used illusion magic to create ghosts that surrounded Shiwan and found an opportunity to attack him. Although it was a little surprising that the front and back were surrounded by the enemy, not knowing which knife would hit him first, but for a person at level 800 like him, this matter was only as small as an ant. He was more than strong enough to escape this situation. He looked like he was smiling like that, and he knew that there was another trick to erase. Manipulating space was his key, and when Kang Hu was about to reach his target with that knife strike, he was gone, causing Kang Hu to lose momentum and plunge into the wall right in front of him. Isn't it crazy to look at this scene? He has never been teased like such an idiot. Damn, it's really crazy, he's so cunning. So that bastard had already used the second nebula to guide the space. This constellation allowed the user to close and open different dimensions and move instantly to another dimension, which was how he dodged the blow of illusion magic. Kang Hu quickly removed the dagger from the wall earlier to return to attack. I will definitely not let him rest. I will use the speed to approach him again at close range. One knife should not be young, and 3 knives in a pinch will definitely cut down your bastard. Oh, that's right, I'm too scared. Whatever skills you have, just do it all. Knowing the 2 constellations that Shiwan used, Kang Hu would have a way to find the open and attack, and the nebulae watched the battle become more and more intense. Kang Hu rushed up again, but Shiwan's expression didn't look like he was scared at all, but was trying to see what kind of farce the clone toad would perform next. Stealth is the skill he chooses to be determined to deal damage to the enemy. The attack he missed earlier, even if it made him a little embarrassed, but it's okay, where he stumbles, he does it again. A high-level person like Shiwan is more than capable of recognizing what is a demigod and what is the subject. He is very calm and says, "Are you struggling with that? You are just a demigod. So we will start with the main body first. Taste this fire technique, which promises to be a painful death that you will face." He was about to strike a blow on the Kang Hu subject, but he was able to teleport to another clone behind the enemy. Damn, can you swap? Dare to play behind my back? Kang Hu rushed forward with a knife with a cold expression and aimed directly at his opponent's back. But Shiwan used the constellation to control space to dodge the blow. Kang Hu's knife stabbed into the void again and couldn't deal damage to him, and couldn't even reach him. This time it was difficult. In less than a blink of an eye, he was able to teleport far away so that he would not be hit by the enemy's clones or subjects. If it was as if it wasn't the way, he had the ability to teleport space and attack from a distance, while Kang Hu used a weapon to attack at close range. If he couldn't get close, he wouldn't have a chance to turn the tide. In another development outside of that place, the search for the playful boy Dong Jae is still ongoing. He was finally caught by the deputy captain in an alley. Yuseok is the vice captain of the Abyss Guild, assigned by the leader Hyunsuk to investigate and search for this boy. "Oh, why are you suddenly here? I'm just going a little bit. The leader let you follow so closely." Dong Jae was talking when the vice president stopped and looked around vigilantly. "Let's talk quietly, you listen carefully, Dong Jae. It was reported that the purge was targeting him." "Really, what should I do? Damn it, I told you to talk quietly, why are you yelling so loudly?" Moon Yunseok saw someone standing in the corner of the wall watching them and eavesdropping on what the 2 of them were saying, whether he was Junghwa's person sent to monitor the abyss. He immediately pulled Dong Jae away. "Hurry up, I don't have time to explain, hurry up and follow me. Fortunately, I have a relationship, otherwise I don't know what it will be like." They ran for a while when the tracker spotted the target disappearing and opened fire. "Damn, what's wrong? They've run away. Hurry up, they will chase right after you." The way the 2 of them ran was the same as the way Kang Hu ran away from the enemy's onslaught at the exam. If it weren't for his automatic defense skills, it seemed that he would have been gradually reduced from the beginning of the battle until now. So to say that the class difference was very difficult, it was not like going to kill a boss or a mid-level monster like he usually did. Kang Hu was quite struggling when he couldn't think of a way to attack his opponent, and now he was sitting on one knee down. As for Shiwan, he had kept his feet on the ground from the beginning of the game until now. He even let go of insults. Haha, really didn't know his fate. "You dare to aim at my back? I'm too scared. So let me joke with you a little." And then he threw a glorious move aimed at Kang Hu with a sky-high stream of green magic energy. Before he had time to rest, Kang Hu had to run quickly, and at the same time, he was also constantly looking for opportunities to attack the enemy. But it seemed that all efforts were in vain when Shiwan had the ability to control space, making him unable to approach. This is indeed an unbalanced war. Damn, he used space magic and black magic at the same time. It seemed that Shiwan wanted to bring this war to an early end, and fighting an ant for too long without being able to kill it also made him lose his prestige in front of the nebulae. When combined at the same time between black magic and space teleportation, their power was resonated and greatly increased in speed. One by one, Kang Hu's clones were hit and struck into pieces. "It's so fast, my eyes can't keep up. He tried to run fast but was almost hit by the blow. Meanwhile, Shiwan immediately unleashed a non-stop move, and this time he succeeded. That attack hit Kanghu's back. Even though the auto-defensive shield was activated in an instant, it wasn't strong enough to last any longer, and he didn't even possess the ability to disable the opponent's move. A loud explosion rang out, the entire arena was covered with a magical purple. Looking at this scene, the nebulae must have thought that this match was over. How could it be like that? Kanghu had already failed. None of us knew about this. Because after that, the story moved to another scene, continuing the escape of Dongjae and Vice President Yuseok. The boy seemed to be tired and his running speed gradually decreased, and his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Vice President turned around and said, "Just get out of here, otherwise you won't have a chance to run anymore." But it didn't seem to be that easy. The Vice President's footsteps stopped when he saw something in front of him. Damn, we're already surrounded by them. In front of Yuseok and Dongjae was a group of tall people, some of whom were holding sticks and waiting to swing them at their heads as they ran over. And after that, there was no brawl at all. But everything went very quickly, and those bastards easily caught Dongjae. The boy tried to resist and call for help, but was hit by a knife close to his neck. If he dared to move or didn't know how to shut up, the other guy would definitely sculpt a mark on his neck immediately. Vice President Yuseok couldn't do anything when they were taking the boy as a condition. Well, stand still, you probably don't want the hostage to die, right? As long as you walk forward or dare to do something stupid, I will kill him. Your mother's children, you bastards. Yuseok gritted her teeth and cursed at them. But from behind there was a man swinging a stick that suddenly hit him in the back. He then falls motionless. Dongjae screams, calls out Yuseok's name. One of them laughs loudly and says he didn't expect it to be so easy. Hurry up and go inside, take that kid with you, and let this guy go. They left, leaving Yuseok lying there moaning in pain. He raised his hand helplessly and tremblingly called out Dongjae's name. At the corner of a nearby alley, the two people who were suspected of being watching Dongjae and Vice President Yuseok overheard the boy's screams and were startled and finally determined the direction to pursue. At this time, they didn't look like the bad guys that Yuseok had said. Their expressions were more concerned about Dongjae's safety than they had other intentions. Could there be something wrong here? They ran for a while and saw Vice President Moon Hyunseok sitting with his head against the wall. "Are you okay?" He kept hugging his face and crying and saying sorry. Dongjae had already been taken away by them. "Hey, what did you say? He's been arrested." Those two people were extremely panicked and worried. "Damn, it's all my fault, we should have been more careful, it wouldn't have been so bad. You sit here and rest, we will continue to search." Which way they have gone? Yuseok immediately pointed to the left and said that they were going in that direction, probably turning left. Seeing this, the other two immediately ran away and turned to the left to find and rescue Dongjae. But when I got here, I saw that it was really wrong. It was obvious that the kidnappers had dragged the boy to the right just now. Maybe Vice President Yuseok was in so much pain that his eyes were blurred, he couldn't see clearly. Maybe not, because from the look on his face, I now know who is the bad guy in this matter. When the other two were lured in the other direction, his true nature was clearly revealed. A sinister smile and deceitful eyes appeared. He was still babbling, "Yes, relying on those people. It seems that this guy has been corrupted and become an insider in the abyss. Maybe the virtual justice faction won. They bribed Yuseok, kidnapped Dongjae, and even Kanghu's ongoing nebula test is coming to an end." The hazy dust had buried Kanghu's body underneath, and Shiwan smiled and turned to talk to the nebulae, which must have been a self-delusion that had risen to the blue clouds. "Come on, do you guys like my performance just now? It is a short time, but it is a great pleasure to meet you." While he was proud of his obvious victory, a certain nebula was emitting from above, and Shiwan suddenly looked up at it. "What's the matter?" He's still supportive. "It couldn't be like that." Wait, something wasn't right. No one had been able to survive that trick before. From the dust, Kanghu stood up as if nothing had happened. His body was only scratched in a few places, but strangely enough, at such a dangerous moment, what did he take out his phone for? An impressive comeback. Kanghu did not forget to say thank you to the enemy. "Thank you, Shiwan, thanks to your constant babbling, I've recovered. I've never seen anyone fight and talk as much nonsense as you, crazy man." "Oh, I thought you had already gone to the altar to sit. You were the brain. You almost went to see your grandparents. I didn't expect you to dare to listen to the music in front of me. It seems that you want that to be the last piece of music to see you off, right?" Despite Shiwan's words, Kanghu continued to listen to music and prepared to take up arms to fight in the second half. "You don't stand there and stare at it anymore. If you're good, keep attacking. But your attack won't work against me anymore." Humiliated by a level 47 man in front of hundreds of honorary nebulae, Shiwan went mad. You're talking nonsense, to see how strong you can be. Just now it was because I was too lenient with your clone Toad, this time don't bother. After saying that, Shiwan used the old move again, combining 2-in-1 between space teleportation and black magic, and launched a direct attack on Kanghu. If I hit that blow, I would die instantly. But if I couldn't get through it, I would never be able to stop the bastard Shiwan, so he stood there and closed his eyes, without any action called counterattack or defense. Seeing that the other party was acting strangely, and thinking that he was just bragging, Shiwan disdainfully showed his face. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that idiot to close his eyes and wait for death. Okay, just enjoy this moment, kid. When the attack was very close, Kanghu was still standing there with his eyes closed as if he didn't want to resist anymore. What the hell was he doing? The black magic had almost touched him, but nothing had changed. It seemed that time was slowing down as Kanghu closed his eyes and felt the movement of the move. Thinking that the enemy would stand still waiting for death, a death that showed itself to be a brave hero, but no, Shiwan was wrong. When the moment the attack hit, Kanghu was able to use his extreme dodging skills to avoid being damaged by it. What the hell, this is impossible. Did he just dodge his skills? How did he do that? It's a long way to go, the match has just begun, don't try to catch me. It seems that Kanghu has found a way to deal with it so as not to get caught by the enemy, but the leader Hyunsuk is much more miserable. He has heard that Dongjae has been kidnapped and is losing his temper. You're telling me the truth, he's been arrested. Yusiok kept bowing his head, I'm really sorry, it's my fault that I didn't fight them, I didn't protect him, it's all because of me. There's no need to apologize, it's not your fault but Yusiok. Oh my god, what should we do? He is the only one with my blood left, what should we do now? You quickly sit down and tell me the end of the story. After all, who were the kidnappers? The vice president confidently affirmed that they were not elite hunters. It was highly likely that they were only aiming for the ransom. Maybe they would contact him through Dongji's phone soon. Hyunsuk didn't think it was that simple. This was an ordinary kidnapping or a trick set up by the damn Yunghwa Guild. It could be one of the two. Hearing Hyunsuk say that, Yusiok was surprised. How could this matter be related to Yunghwa? The president explained, because they have been looking for us lately. If the information is revealed, it won't be strange if they target my Dongjae. We can't be sure yet, so I'll need to investigate first, so please call everyone who knows about the relationship between me and Dongjae to come here, and remember not to let the Yunghwa Guild follow you. I understand, and now that I'm leaving, it seems that the guildmaster already suspects that there is an insider in the Abyss organization, but if he delegates this to a traitor like Yusiok, there is a possibility that the investigation will fail. When Yusiok turned away, Hyunsuk added, Sangmi is coming, so you go with her, she will help you with some things. Hearing the name Sangmi, the vice president was already excited, not because he was accompanying her on the investigation mission, but because he thought it would be great if he could kill her. But of course, he couldn't reveal his plan to Hyunsuk, so he pretended to turn around and said, yes, that's fine, I'll go with her. Going back to Kanghu's flip, he gave Shiwan a slap to the officer, so he tried to heal the humiliation by smirking and talking nonsense. Oh, it's okay, how you dodge I don't care. Because you will die anyway, I will kindly give you a few more minutes to witness and admire my benefits. Even so, Kanghu was still a little worried. It was true that he couldn't dodge the blow with the naked eye. Instead, he must sense the mana in each of his opponent's attacks. If it was somewhere else, this would be impossible. It would be impossible to just close your eyes and feel exactly like that. The key point here was the purity of the mana around this place. It was much denser than other places, so it would be feasible to do that kind of evasion here. When Shiwan unleashed a series of black magic balls, Kanghu would feel the movement of each blow and as expected, he was able to dodge them with great flexibility. Although his eyes were closed, his teleportation steps were extremely precise. Not a single blow could hit Kanghu anymore. Damn, Shiwan's face began to turn pale. Perhaps he had never met an enemy as sluggish and obnoxious as this guy. As for Kanghu, I was getting more and more excited. I started to feel grateful for the mana sensitivity. I thought it was harmful before. Kanghu's beautiful dodging steps also made the Nebulae curious and excited, because no one had done that for a long time. Nebula the wild strategist had to exclaim, oh, that's impressive, he is indeed a human to keep an eye on, I've scored him. Nebula, the instigator of corruption, was also excited. I was really curious about the outcome of this battle. And at that time, the Nebulae gave Kanghu more Nebula force, which made Shiwan unhappy at all, so he lost his temper. A lowly insect like you dares to fight me. You even dare to destroy my stage. A Shiwan never accepts being dominated by others, so he decides to use black lightning to crush Kanghu into anger. But after the move was unleashed, Kanghu was nowhere to be seen, and there was only a layer of dust rising up on the ground, and the depressions left by the power of the attacks. He was gone. He must have been so scared that he ran away like a mouse. Suddenly, there was a stream of mana wrapped around Shiwan's body, making him unable to move. This was a familiar move that Kanghu used whenever he had a chance to get close to his target. He grabbed the opponent and pulled him closer to him, waiting to execute an attack from behind. Damn, I can't move. Kanghu quickly rushed up and launched a great attack, intending to finish off Shiwan. But the author doesn't let us see that scene right away, but switches to the scene of Dongjae being taken hostage and taken back to the kidnapper's base. He had his hands tied and thrown into a room with iron shelves that looked like an empty warehouse, a man in a threatening coat. You sit there obediently. If you dare to do anything, I will chop off a few of your fingers. It doesn't sound good. After speaking, he left, and Dongjae sat there alone, scared. At this time it was almost 12:30. He wondered, what is this? Why is this happening? Didn't Vice President Yuseok say that the Yonghwa Guild was after him? But it was clear that these people, they weren't the people of the Yonghwa Guild. Not knowing who the kidnappers were, they were standing outside and guarding Dongjae, and one of the white-haired men called the strange man and said, I have successfully arrested Dongjae on your orders, invite you to come and check on me. The other guy smirked when he heard that, and said that everything was easier than he thought. You just keep that kid, I'll be here in 2 days. It seemed that the evil guy always liked to show off a smirk. Yes, Shiwan was angry too, but it seemed that he couldn't laugh anymore now, when Kanghu's knife was only 1 centimeter away from his neck. At that moment, he immediately released a bunch of chains that bound Kanghu's hands, making it difficult for him to attack. However, Kanghu discovered the problem and said that it seems that you have just withdrawn your intention to accept me. You said that you only use 2 nebulae, but look at what you have done. The constellation that blocks the natural advance is that you launch that completely blocks the opponent's attack. This nebula allows you to do it to the opponent who is only a third of your level or less. Since you have used the 3rd nebula, this is my victory. At first, you asked me to accept you, but you didn't expect me to be so stubborn. In the end, you have to use the 3rd nebula and the other nebulae to win. That alone is enough to see that you are too terrifying. So up to this point in what you have shown, it seems that I have won. Hearing this, Shiwan blushed angrily. He had forgotten that he had bragged at the beginning of the match, or that it was due to the urgency of the situation that caused him to cheat like that. Was said to have hit the black heart, so he slowly removed the chain. As for Kanghu, he was not in a hurry to attack him, just let the nebulae judge at this time. But if you want to do that, you have to have some provocative words. Kanghu pointed his knife at the other party and said, What, are you not going to keep your word? Sure enough, the nebulae had a different view of the battle of the test, and the nebula of the fallen prophet was admiring. Oh, really impressive. He can still cast a skill that was blocked before. This mortal is not ordinary, he also has a bit of bravery called a genius. Nebula Medicine King wondered, well, that skill is a skill for monsters, right? Continuing, the martial god Nebula of the Iron Mace was also impressed and thought that even more surprising was that he used that skill extremely proficiently. I really want to see how strong he is in the end. He must still keep his trump card, but it is impossible for a useless person to dare to challenge such a crazy fight. Meanwhile, Shiwan panicked. It seemed that he couldn't accept the fact that had just happened. There was no way he couldn't see clearly the actions of an assassin who hadn't even reached level 50 stars. You just used some tricks, that guy. What trick? I didn't do anything. I touched it. I just used it to play a little secretly. Don't have it, father, you tell the truth. You said you were level 47, but it was clear that skill should only be possessed by assassins above level 50. Yes, you're right, but do you really believe me? Why are you so stupid that you don't know? If you want to know what level I am, just keep fighting and know. Nebula the wild strategist thought that he had hidden his level from the beginning of the game until now. Who would have guessed? There is a saying that the enemy knows that I have won 100 battles. He has understood his opponent very well, and the Nebula god of war also agrees with this mortal's way of doing things, because no one is so stupid as to tell the opponent all about his inner feelings. This is the unabashed soldier. Hearing the winged compliments that the nebulae gave to Kanghu, Shiwan went mad. He angrily clenched his fists into fists. In the past it was only that he was the center of the universe, who was always praised and received admiring glances. It's not like someone else would take that position of his. Shiwan's rage was like a vicious flame, it blew up the heat that spread throughout the exam hall. The flames swirled like a huge storm about to descend. I see, it seems that I have looked down on this friend. So now I'm going to show you a little bit of my confidence. Oh my god, that Shiwan still wants to fight extra time, this guy is really an honor-greedy stubborn. Put him aside for a while, see what Sangmi was doing that was so fun. She sat in the car, her head resting on the viewing glass along the road, sucking on a lollipop and listening to her favorite music. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen the captain and Jaeho again. Besides, I can fulfill that promise. Sungkyu was still waiting for me to arrange an appointment with the Abyss president. I don't know what he was doing. The message said that if nothing changes, I will go to Hongshan in 2 days to see you. Returning to the round to regain his honor, Shiwan defied everything to use his most damaging move to destroy a low-level hunter, which made Kanghu feel really cool. He was going to use that move here. The power of that flame made the Lady of Light Nebula admire, it looked so beautiful, and the great dictator Nebula also had to praise that, although he was really high level, I didn't expect him to have such a good skill. Shiwan laughed wildly at his opponent's face, should have used it from the beginning, then a mouse like you wouldn't have a chance to stand up here. Now I will send you back to the dust. The light of justice like ours is inviolable. It is already a great honor for lowly people like you to die under my strength. Shiwan frantically used his most dangerous move to burn this place. The flames were like a great chain of fire descending on the test platform, making everything almost melt. But wait, a blue mana light covered the place where Kanghu was standing, as if someone had intervened. Shiwan was extremely angry, who would secretly do that? Damn, isn't this a violation of the rules? Why is there a nebula to help when the test is still going on? Which one of you is it? Shiwan turned to question the nebulae to find out who had fueled his enemy, but now that the constellation of the space robber had spoken, it was unbelievable that there would be a human who dared to talk to me like that in my own space. But my fake contract has passed the test a long time ago, why do you still hold on to victory? Shiwan was surprised. What did you say? I haven't finished winning or losing with him. Don't let him finish speaking, the space robber interrupted, you have completed your mission, hurry up. Damn, I don't agree, I haven't killed him yet. It's ridiculous, how can I lose? Shiwan tried to scream and disagree with the test results, but it was all useless, because the space robber Nebula had already disappeared and kicked him away, and he died. Someone like Shiwan would not give up easily. If he returns to reality, if he sees him again, there will definitely be a landslide. Nebula the space robber immediately said, don't worry too much, I have already erased his memory and sent him back to the old dimension, so you don't need to worry about him taking revenge or anything. Now Kanghu was really relieved, almost dark, but his appearance was also in my prediction. That's obvious. Throughout the Nebula test, he was always watching. Although I always show that I struggle with everything and seem to have lost. But I still received unexpected sponsorships. That means that I have already passed the test and do not even need to take the exam. Hehe, so now I can get the reward. Of course, you have completed the test and deserve the reward I promised. Then the space robber turned to the other nebulae and announced, his voice full of pride and emotion, oh nebulae, I understand that everyone wants this guy too. Just look at the countless powerful nebulae sitting here, you have observed the match and witnessed his ability, although there is a big difference in rank, but he has done the impossible. The god of war spoke up, just now it was really a beautiful match, and the wild strategist was no less thankful, but he immediately expressed his sincerity when he said, I think he is more suitable to be my fake contract. And this sentence angered the space robber, he angrily said that I would kick his ass out of there if I dared to say that. The nebula of the apocalypse and the night also said that he was also interested in this boy, and would always watch him, remember him. Suddenly becoming the focus of attention and everyone longing to get a contract with him, Kanghu felt so proud and happy. Thanks to this test, he was noticed by so many nebulae. Afraid of losing the talented fake contract, so the space robber spoke up, I see that everyone is paying a little too much attention to my fake contract, but today I am happy, so I will let you look at him for a while, and after looking at it, return it to me. It seemed that he was also very proud to be in this position, he had been longing for this scene for a long time. At that time, the power of the nebula was being converted into experience points to upgrade Kanghu. Congratulations on passing the test, my fake contract, and you and I will share our destiny. When you return to your space, you will have a new ability, the sweet fruit of the achievement that awaits you to pluck. A moment later, the space robber Nebula brought Kanghu back to his room. As if he had just returned from another realm, his whole body was filled with power, a power that he had never felt before. But in exchange for that strength, I almost went to the altar to sit, and when I think about it, I feel that I am really reckless. Notification windows kept popping up in front of Kanghu. The main window appears, you have leveled up continuously, you have reached level 101. Quayo, that's right, it's not in vain that I tried so hard, double the rank is really an interesting reward. You have gained the basic skill of the Soul Seal Assassin profession. Based on the Nebula's ability, your skill will be upgraded to an enhanced soul mark, which you can mark up to a total of 5 items, which can be freely recovered within a radius of 100 meters. It's amazing, exactly what I wanted, remembering that when I fought Father Sohei, I even had to control my own weapons, which was really troublesome. Now I should mark all the important weapons, but first I have to review the whole thing. First of all, the Space Robber, the Neutral Nebula, a nebula with skills that specialize in appropriation and proficiency enhancement. There are many functions in it. One is that the skill mastery will always be at the maximum, the other is to make someone else's skill your own, and the third is that when you kill another hunter, then you can seize that person's contract with the nebula. It looks useful, but I'm not going to use it right away. At this moment, another window appeared, which surprised Kanghu even more. In front of him, 3 power cards appeared, they must be very useful. You have reached level 100, as promised, the Fraud Master Nebula has given you the chance to choose one of those 3 precious cards. Oh, there's another case, I remember, but I mixed in a few items that didn't suit me, so it made things a little difficult, and I regretted it a lot. Then choose the card in the middle. I don't know what kind of skill it will be anymore, it's as nervous as peeling a blind bag. The card has been turned over, it is Nebula Master Scam, congratulations on choosing a good item. This card allows you to use a one-time skill copy, you can choose and copy one of the skills of any hunter with a perfect mastery of up to 100%. Quayo, great, is it true? If that's the case, then I can copy Shiwan's skill, Great Fire Chain, then I'll give him a taste of what the benefits of that move are. But that's it, but if possible, it's better to copy the skills of the assassin profession, especially specialized skills that not everyone can have. Among the assassins I thought of, there was one person who was very suitable, but the problem was that his reputation was not very good, and he was now in China. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang, I don't know who it was, hello, I listened. It turned out to be Li Yaren, fortunately he was willing to pick up the phone. How did he feel, was he better, were you safe? You don't need to worry, I'm fine, it's okay to be on the other side. That's good, I'm calling it to give you good news, it seems that Tianshu is still worried, they have calmed down. If you have time, can you take on a small task? What is the mission? Well, it's a mining mission, there's a natural crystal mine discovered near the Hongshan area. Natural star crystals, just like mana stones, need to use mana to dig them, and it is a type of crystal that is needed to craft certain items. This type of crystal is quite rare because there are almost no ore mines at all. The wages will be very generous, so okay, I'll leave tomorrow. The next day, Kanghu quickly approached the Hongshan liberated area and entered the Radius dungeon. While the other hunters were struggling to find the crystals and had a lot of trouble digging them up, Kanghu dealt with them so quickly that they all turned to look at him as a strange creature. Kanghu didn't pay attention to who was looking at him, but only thought that after digging up this pile of crystals, he would just have to go see Sangmi. I want to get to the abyss faster. But their security system is so tight that they have to have an intermediary to meet them. Kanghu's hand was placed on the ground and the mana was felt. At that time, the mana rose, proving that the crystal was here, and the others saw this, and they gathered to look at him digging. Everyone had an AI and an O-shaped mouth in surprise. As I guessed, it was in this direction. Kanghu picked up the axe and launched a swoop. Blood Lin stung the spear. Unexpectedly it also had an effect on the soil and rocks. One swing of his hand could dig up a lot of crystals without spending much energy and time. This should be enough. Because just now, a person with the ability will become the focus of attention wherever he goes, the crowd surrounds him, he can dig that much in just a second, his mana sensitivity is terrible. He must be that high-level hunter, kidding. Immediately afterwards, a guy came out of nowhere and said something hard to hear, you bastards are joking. Like this, how can we achieve the target? Now we think that the Hurricanes gang is just a joke. Holding the sword in front of the weak group, he saw Kanghu standing next to a pile of crystals that had just been dug up. He immediately asked, who is that guy? How dare you take all the precious crystals here to make your own? Then he came up with a despicable trick. Hey guys, I have this idea very good, instead of digging it ourselves, it's still a better way, we'll make him dig, and the reward will be ours. Ha ha ha, he laughed and walked forward with his sword, but it seems that the thug has bumped into someone he shouldn't have touched. Those bastards are always the same, they are always bullying and want to trample on others. Every time I think about them, I feel uncomfortable, so it's good like this, I take this opportunity to vent my anger once. Kanghu was summoning weapons and just waiting for them to come and have a quick trial. They were all shy bastards who were only good at mouths, but they didn't have many skills. But before he had time to do anything, suddenly several bullets flew in from a distance with considerable power, making everyone startled. What is this? Who is interfering in this? The shot just now caused some of those bastards to fall to their deaths, and the few remaining ones were panicking and coughing continuously in the dust. The blonde asked what it was just bouncing about, where did it fly from? Not stopping there, a masked person standing in the distance also raised his bow and fired a shot. The arrow flew quickly and killed one of the people standing next to him. Damn, who dares to touch us? That guy, how dare you do that? Do you know who your father is? The other person slowly took off his mask and answered him. Crazy man, we should have said that. It seemed that at this moment, Kanghu had realized something very familiar, and he was surprised to see that demonic mask. The girl standing next to the masked man immediately raised her gun and fired a few more shots at the thugs. The gun was accidental, whoever hit it, everyone was happy. The blonde screamed, damn, quickly scattered. Surround and take them down to these idiots. They rushed up and attacked that girl. This bastard child dared to shoot us. The men surrounded him and tried to bully a girl, but Kanghu couldn't stand still, not knowing what he had done, but one of them screamed and writhed, his eyes rolling back like that, and the other girl was stunned because his speed was too fast, too dangerous. A short jump with a knife in his hand made it all. For these clone toads, that was more than enough. The precise stab made him unable to react and fell to his death at the girl's feet. The masked man was going to shoot a few arrows at them, but it didn't seem necessary. He would see how the assassin would deal with those evildoers. Seeing that his comrade Chi-Ku was killed by Kanghu, the other man, although he was a little scared, his whole body trembled, but he still tried to tense his neck and curse. That dog, I'm going to kill you. The girl warned Kanghu to be careful not to be hit from behind by him, as he had no weapon in his hand, because the machete was already stuck in the other man's body. Instantly, he recovered the weapon in the blink of an eye, thanks to his item retrieval skill. And with a snort, the thug was pierced, and he didn't even have time to utter another sentence. Haha is really convenient, I didn't expect the weapon to be recovered at such a fast speed. Kanghu turned around, all the thugs were dead, thanks to the soul imprint of the assassin profession he had just received. The girl witnessed the whole thing and was impressed. In such a short time he was able to kill all those people. Although they weren't good hunters, what was worth mentioning here was his reaction speed and unique way of attacking. At this time, the masked man slowly approached and said that, as rumored, he was very strong. I didn't expect to meet someone like you here, Sunkyu. Oh no, Kanghu, as he spoke, he took off his mask, revealing his scarred face. I don't know who he is, but I know Kanghu's name so well. And it seems that this is a chance encounter, not a prearranged one. When it was all over, the boy who had almost been killed by the bad guy ran to thank him, and the others in the mine followed him. Thank you for saving me, you're John Si-hyuk, aren't you? Yes, he can rest assured now. Kanghu stands by looking at this person and realizes that it is the leader of the John Si-hyuk team, whose goal is to free the kidnapped hunters. And he's the kind of person who will wipe out the exploiters without hearing any excuses, which is why he's nicknamed the Verdict of Silence. This character was also created by Kanghu, and in the plot to highlight the eclipse. He made this character die at the hands of Kang Dong-hyun, but it seems that the episode is not there yet. He turned to John Si-hyuk and asked, how do you know my name? Ah, yes, I haven't explained yet. I heard about you from an inner hand that I inserted in the heavenly eclipse. I was very surprised, thinking that you had punished Father So-hee. Damn it, so the rumors have already spread in heavenly eclipse, but don't call me by my real name, you can call me Sunkyu. And there is one more thing, if I want to talk to the two of you. Hearing Kanghu's words, the two of them felt very happy and honored, so they immediately agreed, and the three of them saved each other's phone numbers. Hello, I'm Ban Xiang, it's nice to know you, your support is very good, in fact, more than anyone else. Shin Kanghu knows every character whose name appears in this journey, because he is the one who created them. Even Ban Xiang is written by him as a relative of John Si-hyuk. John Si-hyuk said, according to what the insider reported, Tien Tuk has not given up on him yet. You should be careful, because if you have the chance, they will definitely take action. Their meeting was quite coincidental and quick, and the next day, Kang Hu went to Hongshan Kangwon province because he had an appointment to meet Sangmi in advance. While waiting for her to arrive, he had received the money from yesterday's mission and thought that the trustee was good, and the cost was well worth the time he had spent. After bringing back the crystal, Li Yeren sent an additional 5 billion as a reward because he really did a good job. Kang Hu was still thinking about something when Sangmi arrived. Her voice was still as clear and childish as ever, and she hadn't seen her for a long time. "How have you been lately? How are you? Today I will take you to the Abyss." Located in the northern province of Gyeonggi, this is the safe zone of the Abyss. Kang Hu and Sangmi have arrived. The area is very carefully guarded and everyone who enters and exits must show their reputation. "You can tell the captain that I brought a guest back." Sangmi asked a soldier to come in and inform the leader Hyun-suk. "This place is indeed very secure, exactly what I wrote in the novel." Fortunately, at that moment, Hyun-suk just walked out and called Sangmi. "Hello Captain, I haven't seen you for a long time," and when he saw you, he narrowed his eyes and grinned. But after laughing for a few seconds, his watchful eyes stared at the stranger. "Who was this person?" Sangmi introduced, "This is a guest that I brought back to you." "Good day, I'm Young Sung-kyu." It was a pleasure to meet him. Leader Hyun-suk said this, but his face didn't look like he was having fun at all. And shortly afterwards, Shin Kang-hu was thrown into a room with 2 guards outside, with a message attached, "Please wait a minute." The waiting room didn't have a drop of water or a cup of coffee, and it didn't look like how to treat guests at all. "I'm really being held captive, even if it's for security reasons, it's still a bit worth it. I'm here with Sangmi, I've already been guarded, and I'm still locked up. But I can't blame them, because they have encountered too many things." There was only one reason for Leader Hyun-suk to be careful at this time, and that was that after Dong-jae was kidnapped, "I came at the right time today. I was able to gain his trust through this and save the Abyss from a loss." Meanwhile, Sangmi was taken into the president's office, where she was going to ask why he was treating her friend like that, but then she was shocked when she learned that Dong-jae had been kidnapped. "Yes, I'm sorry that your guest was treated this way, but this is an emergency situation, so there's no way I can help," and Sangmi immediately made a suggestion. "What about my guest's entrustment? He's the one who helped me capture the Yusin I mentioned earlier, so I'm sure to tell you that he's the one who has the ability. But it seems that Bucho doesn't trust him very much. He said he knows it, but can you entrust it to an outsider?" Sangmi is completely trusted, because there is a reliable security intermediary to protect him, so don't worry. "Do you want to talk to him? He wanted to meet you, and asked me to bring him here, but I didn't have a chance until today," so Hyun-suk agreed to let Kang Hu go and meet. "I heard that you came here to find me." "Yes, now I'm going straight to the point. I want to get the support of the Abyss." The president was a little surprised. What he wanted was not to join, but to help us. Then he continued, "As you know, the public doesn't look at the Abyss in a good way. We have also been at odds with the Yonghwa Association for a long time. This is not the right place for you to receive support. I know, the Abyss is definitely being controlled by the Yonghwa Society. But the fact that you endure it means that you are strong, right? That's why I came here to find him. It's a strong place, but others avoid coming here, so I can get better treatment here than other big associations." He was right, so the viceroy had no doubt about it, because the Abyss possessed a large number of dungeons and treasures, and the leader of Hyun-suk was a high-ranking person with quite a lot of weight. Kang Hu was very smart to approach in this way. He thought that he would definitely doubt him if he said he wanted to join the guild, and if he kept the right distance, he would be safer, which was the best scenario to create a business relationship with trust as the foundation. "Besides, please rest assured, of course I will not plan to be a clingy, just accept support without helping your organization. If the day helps me, then I will help you accordingly." Hyun-suk can see in this young man that he is special because to others, he is definitely not affected by prejudice, and I also like that he doesn't lie to win my heart. However, the Abyss is an organization with a common goal, and it is difficult for our captain to trust you. It seemed that Kang Hu needed to show a few more things in order to be able to come to an agreement with the Abyss, not just talk like that. "I don't know what about Dongji's side. Daring to kidnap him today is escorting him to another place. They are still tying his hands, walking and cursing. Who is this bastard, and we have to monitor him so much?" Another said that it looked like his uncle was a big official, and the boss said that the ransom would be increased. "What? The ransom I have demanded is already quite high. If he increases it further, will his uncle be able to pay it?" "Don't worry, of course you'll pay for it, and I heard that the Yonghwa Society is the one who hired us." "Oh, if it's true, it's nonsense, because those bastards care about their image so much that the threat will work, ha ha ha." Eventually, they take Dong-jae to a dark prison cell. In the middle of the bastard, a Dong-jae ass kicker flew in, the kidnappers could never treat the hostages better. At this time, there was a loud voice nearby. He didn't look normal. When he saw those people and Dong Jie entering, he immediately drooled and roared savagely. What the hell, don't tell me that they sent him here, stop running away. They hurriedly closed the prison door and didn't forget to tell Dong Jie to stay put. From now on, a terrible madman will be watching you, and after saying that, the two of them immediately ran away. Dong Jie is locked up alone in a dark room. He knelt in front of the door and was disappointed. Outside, the giant was roaring and guarding. He was so fierce that he could bite anyone who dared to try to escape from this place. Sitting huddled in the room, Dong Jie was both disappointed and scared. The information was leaked from somewhere. That's why I always wanted to keep my distance from him, because I didn't want something like this to happen. It is clear that the Yonghua Guild has kidnapped him so that he can blackmail him, and because of this, the abyss may be in danger. Why am I so weak? I'm so useless. I can't do anything to make a joke. I only need one person at this time. Just one person is by his side. The next day, Li Yeren sent Kanghu a commission mission. You need to find the kidnapper, and save him. You will get a big reward if you find him. I sent the target information. I don't know who the target she was referring to was, if it was a coincidence that it was the person she needed to find. The target image was sent immediately afterwards, and the relevant information was also fully attached. Kanghu recalled the conversation with leader Hyun-suk earlier. It's hard to convince him if it's simply an offer of support. But then Kanghu succeeded in some way. He was now driving away from the area of the abyss. And the task that Li Yian entrusted was also to find Dong Jie, the grandson of the president. Naturally, this was a coincidence, not a coincidence, but an arrangement. When Kanghu says you can reject me, but it would be different if I could save your only family, right? Actually, this bet is beneficial for both sides. Kanghu thinks that once I complete this task, Hyun-suk will have to reconsider supporting me, and thereby I can prevent a civil war in the abyss from happening. Kanghu drove near dusk when he arrived. This is known as the Gimcheon Free Zone, and the area around it is quite cluttered with garbage being thrown indiscriminately by thugs. I don't know how he plans to break into the base, rush in alone or in some other way to save effort. It seems that he will use some skill related to stealth. I finally used it, the power I got after the test. Then he went to the hostage area. It was already dark. A group of people were preparing to change shifts for the guys who had been on duty since morning. They talked to each other. Hey, it's time to change shifts. Good luck, remember to watch carefully. While one of them was watching, Kanghu had already started to act, but his actions were so fast that he could cover their eyes so that no one would notice. One of the men in a hooded coat walked in the door and told the other two not to be subjective. The co-op was on his way here, when Kanghu was hiding by a nearby wall, and when he heard them, he thought that they would definitely move the hostages somewhere tonight. Actually, the story of Dongji's abduction is also part of the novel's development. The story at that time was told from Shiwan's point of view, so Kanghu wrote it to teach Hyun-suk a lesson about spreading false information about the Yonghua society, so he gave his relative kidnapper, Dong Jie, a boy. He didn't specify the kidnapping plan, but let Shin Taisik secretly kidnap that guy. He was probably the one responsible for this. A few minutes later, Kanghu saw a car arrive and parked in front of the gate, and several people rushed out to greet an important figure. He came out and was bowed by the whole group, saluting the leader. We are waiting for you. It seemed that Kanghu was waiting for this moment to act, and as soon as the guy arrived, he made an immediate move. It was now, the perfect time to go inside to save Dong Jie. I have to hurry up. After thinking about it, he hurriedly moved inside, and the guard standing there still couldn't feel his presence there. It seemed that stealth was being applied. After running for a while, Kanghu came to a corner of the stairs. This place was not guarded as he thought, but only a few guards were very careless. They were just staring at the phone without paying any attention to their surroundings. It's strange, there are so few guards here. Maybe Dong Jie isn't here. If that's the case, then I should start from the lowest floor to find it. Kanghu walked inside, where the ferocious giant was, and he seemed to sense the footsteps of an illegal intruder. At this time, outside, the two leaders were meeting to discuss a few more things related to the hostages and the ransom. A scar-faced man who was the most powerful person here spoke up. Oh, why did the dragon come to the shrimp house like this today? It was a pleasure to meet him. He was the leader of the Black Bone Team Shinjuno, who was mentioned by Shiwan in the plan to punish the Abyss Guild earlier. After a nonchalant handshake with the guest from Yonghua, he went straight into the matter. Well, maybe because the work was more difficult than usual, there were some expenses incurred. The other person was dissatisfied and said, haven't I already sent support? it must be easy to kidnap him. Well, you know, big plans always require a lot of money. You're the one who runs the Yonghua Association. The association always performs big tasks, so I'm sure you understand that. After all, how much do you want? I knew right away that a smart person like you would understand. Say understand 100, I want to double the original number. Although the name Shin Juno is very thorny, because he is too limited. But thinking about it, if it ended like this, then most of the Abyss's money would end up in Zhenghua's pocket anyway, so he could reconsider that condition. After thinking for a while, Zhenghua's people agreed, on the condition that he wanted to check on the hostages first. Okay, you don't need to worry, I'll take you to see it right away. Let's go check, you can check whatever you want. The man stood up and followed the Black Bone Society and said, you seem to be too confident in your security, aren't you afraid of any uncertainties? Shin Juno laughed, sneering, this is a task that costs a lot of money, even high-level hunters can participate. So I have to ensure the safety of the hostages, a reputable business is a must. Do you know about Bijumi? That madman is also very useful. Sure enough, the skeleton team used Bijumi instead of ordinary people to guard Dong Jie, and just now, he spotted Kong Hu and the two sides rushing into a fight. This bastard is strong, if I wasn't fast enough to dodge his fist, I might have shared the same fate with that wall. One of his arms was as big as an ordinary person, plus the power of hysteria. This is a hunter's weapon from Russia, which is enhanced with potions, and he is Bijumi. He had lost his mind in the training process, and now he was just a killing tool. He no longer knew anyone other than his half-master. It turned out that the reason there was no one here was because they had let him come, a mad dog that was perfectly guarded. Even though he used it secretly, no one could find out, but how could he easily recognize himself and attack? He could feel himself thanks to the smell of stars, and in his novel he wrote that Bijumi's 5 senses were enhanced by medicine. But his sense of smell was like a monster. Damn, he struck very fast and violently. If he hadn't dodged to the limit, he would have been gradually crushed. This giant is here, which means that the important object is being held inside that door. Definitely, otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged it like that. Bijumi frantically attacks Kong Hu to stop him from taking hostages, which is his mission. It seems that I can't just go in like that, at least I have to knock you down, said Kong Hu. Used the blood-lin spear to stab it once. Bijumi roared, his eyes rolling back and his teeth clenched. Outside, Shin Juno was praising Bijumi's benefits. The other man also knew about that monster and said, oh, it's hard to get him into Korea, maybe you've had a lot of trouble. Shin Juno said that even high-level hunters have to take time to defeat that weapon, it's horrible. Besides, I also used enhancement magic on the door, so to say that the security here is perfect. Number 2, but where is the number 1? But as soon as they finished bragging, they both heard a roar and a fight inside, which was like throwing a bucket of cold water in Shin Juno's face. His mother, what the hell, someone is in the stars. It turned out that the noise came from the Dongjae detention area. Although he was hit by a blood-lin spear, Bijumi was still very bloody, and he constantly chased after Kong Hu and frantically used his fists. Hearing the movement outside, Kong Hu was sure that it was time for the Black Bone team to act. He wondered if he should kill this guy right away, lest the night be long. Or should I focus on breaking that door first? It seemed that he had already thought of the best way at this time. With a snap, Kong Hu teleported and ran in the opposite direction to Bijumi. It seemed that he had never met an enemy who had such a fast speed and appeared so quickly. Bijumi uses his sense of smell to chase Kong Hu in a silly way. It turns out that his intention is to borrow the power of the giant Bijumi to break that door, and I don't need to spend any energy. Speed up and rush through the door. As expected, thanks to Bijumi's buffalo strength, Kong Hu was able to break the door to hold the hostages, which was the result of a big fool fighting a scheming sleazy. It wasn't until the end of the task that the leader of the Black Bone team, Shin Juno, arrived. But it was too late, he was both humiliated and didn't know what had happened. When he saw the scene in front of him, he panicked. The gate of Dongji's cage had been destroyed, and Bijumi was holding his head in pain because he had smashed that gate with his head to help the enemy. What the hell, was there anyone here who dared? Damn, if I hadn't stopped the other guy just now and said that I would go ahead and check the situation, now that he saw this scene, I would have lost all my credibility in the Gypsy Lake. Damn, why is it now? Who is he who can surpass this guy? But even if he was lucky enough to pass Bijumi's stage, he would have defeated 2 more guys that he had prepared before. This place is really strictly guarded. Kong Hu entered the prison where Dong Jae was held, and indeed saw 2 muscular guys who were just as muscular as the guy out there. Dong Jae was full of skepticism, not knowing who the person who was coming was anymore. An ally from the abyss to save him, or a kidnapper. In fact, when assigning Kanghu this task, Li Yeren had already taken into account how to make the two parties confirm that they were family members when they met, and she called and said, "I'm going to send the target information, and it seems that I have a special item with me. So when you arrive, you just show me the barcode I sent, and he will confirm your identity right away." Kanghu did as Li Yan said. Indeed, after Dong Jie saw the barcode, he recognized his family. Without a doubt, this was the person his uncle had sent. At the same time, the two guards rushed forward to punish the hostage robber immediately. It seems that the Black Bone team likes to use stupid muscular guys. They were still clenching their fists and gritting their teeth as if they were programmed, while Dong Jie was tied up in the distance. He watched the situation. Although I wanted to help, I was exhausted and didn't have enough mana, so I had to take advantage of the skill very skillfully. From the beginning of the match until now, Kanghu has not launched any attacks on those two guys. Instead, he only used extreme dodge to find the opener who ran through to reach the location of Dong Jie kneeling. One guy was tired enough, now there were two of them. It was really annoying. Boy, Dong Jie was suspicious, although it was the right person he had sent, but why was he just completely dodging just now? Maybe his goal was not to defeat them, but to aim at him. He speeds up and rushes towards Dong Jie, deliberately letting the two tall guys chase after him. In the chaos, the boy raised his hand to support him, using the remaining mana to avoid the dangerous blow. Kanghu turned around and laughed. "Well, you're all so quick." As expected, the two muscular guys were lured into Dong Jie's place, and then Kanghu sped around again, not knowing what else to do. The boy didn't understand what he was doing. The situation had become dangerous. If those two madmen rushed in at the same time to crush him, it would be enough to die. However, this was exactly what Kanghu wanted. He stood up and teased them and said that he did a good job, and now the preparations are complete. "If you two are good, come here and catch us. Good luck." It seems that Kanghu's intention is to lure them here, and then he will go around behind the back to stab them. The old trick is not boring. Looking at this, you must have guessed the outcome. After Kanghu, Dong Jie, Shin Juno and the big-headed Bijumi ran to the place. Looking at the room, he looked at the letter O again, mouth with the letter O for the second time. What just happened? The first hostage is gone. What the hell are you two doing now? You are really a bunch of idiots with developed limbs. Oh my god, save me, save me. Contrary to Shin Juno's helpless expression, Kanghu took the boy to the car, which seemed to be a complete success without using too many tricks. It was a good idea to deal with everything since he was captured by the Black Bone team. Dong Jie was a talented healer, and it would be a lot easier to be around him. On top of that, I already have a fourth skill, teleportation, so I can escape as long as I keep him within reach. After that, Kanghu opened the nebula window to request to teleport to the nearest point he had ever visited. This skill did not mention the distance limit of how close or far it was, as long as he had been there before, and could only be used once a day, and could carry up to 2 people at a time. Dong Jie still didn't stop panicking. He stammered, "Thank you for saving me. Thanks to you, I survived. I really don't know how to thank you." "Wait, thank you, I need your help." At the same time, right in the empty prison, Zhenhua's people were angry and said to the Black Corps leader, "It's because I'm smudged, I don't see the first hostage. You're joking with me. If this continues, I will not be able to hand over the money to you." Shin Juno had taken the hostage and scolded others loudly. "Dog, are you crazy? Do you know how much effort we spent on this transaction? If you don't give the money, don't step out of this place." "Where are we now? Arrest him." After listening to his master's order, Bijumi and the other two rushed forward to deal with the enemy, but it seemed that they had underestimated the opponent too much, and in the blink of an eye, Bijumi was just a pool of blood on the floor. Shin Juno stammered tremblingly. He knocked down Bijumi in just one blow. "Damn." The man turned to the weapon and put blood on Shin Juno's neck and said, "You're out of your mind. That sentence must be said by me. You don't have hostages and want to blackmail us. If you want to live, shut your mouth and quickly go find that kid, otherwise your black bones will have no bones to smoke. You have to bring him here at any cost." Shin Juno ran out in fear. "I will turn this water over to find him." The man felt that this situation was not good. How the hell could someone who knew sneak in here? "I deliberately chose a group that had nothing to do with the Yunghua Guild, because I was worried that the information would be leaked, so I came here to see the hostages in person. But there was an incident. Maybe I was being watched." As for Vice President Yusiak, he followed the leader's orders and pretended to arrange people to go around looking for news about Dong Jie as if he was very concerned about the boy's safety. "Sir, there was no clue on this side, so hurry up and continue searching." Suddenly he received a phone message from Zhenghwa's man. It is likely that he is being monitored. When you see this message, turn off the phone immediately. Since the plan ran into obstacles, the location and time were changed, so he took Hyunsuk to the marker. Yuseok had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A civil war in the abyss would be ignited and he would gain many benefits. Leader Hyunsuk is still in the abyss, a special guard area, without knowing that there is an insider in his guild. He hugged his worried face and felt sorry for Dong-jae. He hired an outsider, and kept searching through the vice president and Sangmi, but no one contacted him yet. I couldn't be his father. But at least I tried to keep it safe, and now I can't even do that. While desperate, Hyunsuk received a call from Yuseok. He hurriedly picked up the phone and asked about the investigation of his nephew's whereabouts. I heard. How is it, Yuseok? I heard that an organization called the Black Core Team had kidnapped Dong-jae. They wanted to extort money, but the condition was that he had to go there alone. There's still a chance to save him. Okay, I'll go there right away. Where should I go? You quickly send me the address. At this time, Yuseok went to a warehouse, and for some reason Dong-jae was also there. He walked in and muttered that he had heard that something had happened on the Black Core, but it seemed that everything was fine, and he was still here. Dong-jae was shocked to see Yuseok's true face. He pretended to smile at the boy and said, "Sorry Dong-jae, who said he was your uncle? I didn't mean to." Dong-jae struggles and repeatedly asks him why he betrayed the abyss, why he did so, and at this moment Kang-hoo comes out from the inside, pretending to be Zhenghwa's liaison. Thinking that the other party handed over the person, he also praised that you did a good job of catching him so late at night. But when Kang-hoo showed his face, he was suspicious and said that you were not the one you met before. Shin Tae-sik didn't come tonight. Who is Shin Tae-sik? I don't know. He quickly left. Yes, Sangmi appeared everywhere, and she was extremely disappointed in that vile vice president. I hope this is just a misunderstanding, but unfortunately for the Abyss Society, who has had a dog that doesn't know how to be loyal like you before. Yuseok was stunned. What was wrong? Dong-jae hurriedly replied. If he meant the leader of the Yunghwa Society, then he was probably searching all over Gimcheon. After speaking, afraid that the bastard would give him a tarp, Dong-jae ran towards Kang-hoo who was standing. At this point, Yuseok remembered the message I received earlier. Wait, so the message I received was. Do you still ask? Of course it was sent by us. I thought it would be troublesome, so I told him to turn off the phone. Fortunately he complied. I had never seen anyone so easily tempted, and yet he was also an insider. Yuseok got angry and used his feelings as a shield. Dong-jae, you bastard, are you suspicious of me, who has been taking care of you all this time? The boy immediately shouted at him. The more I thought about it, the more strange it became. How many people know about my relationship with my uncle? Only a bastard like you is the most suspicious. When Mr. Sunkyu said that it was possible that the Abyss Guild had insiders, I saw that the knot had been immediately untied. I immediately thought of you. My kidnappers are definitely not strong enough to take you down. You act too deeply. You are a bastard. Being exposed by the boy, Yuseok was also silent and couldn't say a word, because he was right. Seeing these scenes that were not Kang-hoo's thing, he thought that if he handed over Dong-jae to Hyunsuk right away, he would lose the chance to catch Yuseok. So even if it is uncomfortable, this is the only way to do it. Thanks to that, we know his true self. We have witnesses and recordings, so Captain Hyunsuk won't ignore this. How will the Abyss Guild handle you? You bastards, you boys dare to play me. Ignoring the end of the traitor Yuseok for a moment, on Zhenghwa's side, Shiwon received a memory card today. That person said this was the information he needed so much information lately that he didn't have time to remember what information he had asked his subordinates to provide. He added that the CCTVs from Gwangju Aongjiang station were almost all broken, only this one remained. I remember, I'll check it right away, thank you. Watch the video recording of Cha Su and Kang-hoo's fight that day. Shiwon immediately recognized one of the people of Heavenly Eclipse. It was that girl. But who is this man? It's weird, this guy looks so familiar that I don't remember him. Why can't my genius memory recognize him? Why? Sangmi also asked the bastard vice president like that. Was already the vice captain of the Abyss, but he was still not satisfied. Don't mention the two words Abyss to me. Damn, the Abyss is a waste. No matter what, the dungeon has good weapons and strength, they waste it for the stupid goal of confronting the Yunghwa Guild. Who would realize that meaningless mission? It looks like a criminal organization on the outside. It's humiliating to be a member of those fools. You must understand what I said, but Dong-jae, he pointed angrily at the boy's face. Sangmi interrupted, that's enough, just use it again. I don't think using words works for him, there's no point in listening to him, after all, he's sold out the abyss because of the Yonghua Guild. The bastard Yusiok raised his gun and pointed it at all three of them and said that I will kill you and handle everything, only the dead can keep it a secret. Are you telling the truth? He still refuses to wake up. Go die, you bastards don't know how to wake up at that time. A shot exploded, but the bullet did not hit anyone. Because at that moment, President Hyun-suk rushed over. One of his slashes cut off the right arm of the brother who had long been born and died with him. All three of them were as surprised as the heavens. The second blow, the leader ended the life of the traitor. Although you have always been my right-hand man, you have chosen this way to treat me. So I'm going to end everything. The slash just now killed Yusiok, leaving him without time to say a word, a well-deserved death. Perhaps President Hyun-suk is the most heartbroken and disappointed person in this incident. He trusted the wrong person and handed over the egg to evil. Dong-jae was overjoyed as if he wanted to burst into tears and ran to hug his uncle. Fortunately, everyone is safe, or let's go back to the headquarters today. There is no other way I know, thank you for coming here. Sangmi smiled and praised the handsome uncle. Everything was simpler, indeed the captain was different, cooler than the gourd. Hyun-suk turned to invite Kang-hoo to the abyss. If you can, please come too, Sung-kyu. I want to thank you for saving my grandson Dong-jae. Just as he wanted, Kang-hoo still had a lot to say to Hyun-suk anyway, so when he was invited, he immediately agreed. Then I'll drive everyone back. I'll go around here and see, you work hard today and take a break, Sangmi said as she ran after Hyun-suk. At this time, only Kang-hoo and the boy were left behind. Although the traitor had been killed, he deserved to be like that, but Dong-jae was sad and sighed. He turned to ask, Sung-kyu, am I a bad person? I still thought about what he said. I knew he was not doing well, but I kept feeling uncomfortable, feeling that I had done something wrong. I don't like this negative feeling at all. After all, he's the one who takes care of me, anyway. I was the same. Kang-hoo's answer was nowhere to be found, and the boy didn't understand anything. Well, I'm not going to risk my life to save the world. You should live the way you want to go, life is only once, you don't need to refuse what your family gives you. The more he talked, the more Dong-jae's face turned out. He didn't understand anything, he acted like he understood his family very well. On the hostage side, it seems that they have handled it well, successfully rescued and killed the insider. As for Yonghua and Blackbone, it seems that there is a problem. Shin Tae-sik calls Yonghua to report to Siwon about the situation tonight that Dong-jae has suddenly disappeared, and Yusiok, who was bribed by us, cannot be contacted. I don't know what to say, but someone got involved. Siwon didn't show any anger, but just said that it was wrong to choose such low-level customers in the first place, and I won't use them again. Just consider it as cleaning up the garbage, clean it up, and then don't forget to make a good press release. Receiving the order to clean up this pile of garbage, Shin Tae-sik immediately took action to eradicate it at the root. The new Black Bone leader who had been loudly demanding double the ransom just now was crying, please don't come near me, please spare me. But maybe Yonghua let them survive. Yonghua had to go there clean. Shin Tae-sik killed all of them, leaving no one behind. The useless people will have to have the same end, burn them all up quickly. After everything was settled, Shin Tae-sik returned to Junghwa's headquarters. Siwon said that although he wanted to destroy the entire Gimcheon, we would have another chance to attack the abyss, not now. Now I want to focus more on this, it's much more interesting. I didn't expect to find the answer in such a place. The attack on the train station of the heavenly eclipse that time, the person who was sent was Father right, so we will investigate it first. Tonight, Kang-hoo's group and leader Hyun-suk returned to their base in northern Gyeonggi province. The Abyss Society's bunker is always heavily guarded, and perhaps this is the rare occasion when the president decides to bring an outsider back to the base. After being held hostage, being held captive by the kidnappers along with the weird giants, and living with anxiety, Dong-jae came back and lay down on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Puffy, too comfortable, now he can rest, those days are really haunting. Yoon Sang-mi still loves his friend's acting when he faced the traitor Yusiok in the warehouse before. Hey, Dong-jae, you surprised me, you also have a sense of acting, when did you plan everything? It's not my idea, it's all thanks to Mr. Sung-kyu. Since I knew Yusiok's phone number, he told me to compose a secret message that you couldn't trace my phone number, because if you let me find it, it would reveal the whole plan, and when he received that message, he seemed to have stepped into our trap. And don't mention it, because I've come back safely, so I have a lot of things to say to my uncle tomorrow. After all, my uncle hasn't seen each other for a long time. Yoon Sangmi wasn't too surprised because everything was laid out by Sungkyu, but she couldn't help but admire his smart way of working time and time again. It turned out that it was all thanks to him that he had such a beautiful ending. Come on, I'll go to bed for a while, everyone is tired today, you should also rest well. Outside, Kanghu was sitting and talking to the leader of the Abyss Guild. He bowed his head and thanked the boy, thanking him very much for saving my grandson Dongjae. I was just doing my duty as always. Hyunsuk remembered that in the past, he and his subordinates had been close brothers to each other, but Yuseok, that bastard had betrayed him, betrayed the entire Abyss. Hyunsuk sighed. I thought I could trust him because he was a long-time subordinate, but unexpectedly, if it weren't for you, a big event would have happened. I can't imagine what would have happened to the guild if his plans hadn't been exposed by you. I know it's embarrassing to say this, but can I change the answer to the suggestion you made earlier? And Kanghu was overjoyed when he heard this, because everything went smoothly just as he wanted. Kanghu was very excited, but he kept a cold expression and immediately responded, of course, he just said it. However, Hyunsuk was not the type to trust people easily. Before answering, he said that there was something he wanted to confirm. Did you really go to the Abyss Guild alone, for your own sake? What did he mean? Kanghu didn't understand what Butcho was worried about him, his background, his motives, or any other reason. I found the way you helped us track down the traitor a little unreasonable, like sacrificing yourself for the sake of the Abyss, when you and our guild had never been together. President Lee's questionable questions made Kanghu sweat. Although he didn't mean anything bad about approaching the Abyss, but there was no reason for an outsider to show interest in such an organization, unless it was deceitful. It's really not easy to get through this stage. Well, I don't hide anything from you. I don't want the Abyss Guild to suffer any losses. As a rival guild of the Yonghwa Guild, that's all. You can think that we have the same opponent, so let's go. Besides, I don't want to sacrifice myself for you. I don't want to join the Abyss. I think it's best for us not to violate the well water. Hearing this, Hyunsuk didn't ask any more questions. I understand, so that's it. That's more than enough for an answer. From now on, whenever you need any assistance, please just tell me for a while. You can use the relics whenever you want to meet me, said Hyunsuk while handing Kanghu a red card. Thank you for trusting me. It seems that he has reached the agreement he wanted. The reason why the chairman agreed to Kanghu's offer was not only because he had saved Dongjae, but also because he said that he felt very reassured to know that he was also wary of the Yonghwa society. Recently, the two leaders of Yonghwa, Shiwan and Guanhyang, seem to have just established a network of some kind of tough characters. Although I don't know what their purpose is, their movements are suspicious, so keep your distance as far as possible. Kanghu thought to himself, so he already knew about the existence of the 13 stars before. He was indeed a person who had the ability to turn the game around. Well, it's too late, so you can sleep here today. Yes, if you say that, I will be glad to stay here for a day, thank you. The guild leader ended the conversation and walked out to open the door. Kanghu followed. He looked very happy. So I have successfully solved the biggest calamity that would have befallen the head of the Abyss Society. These changes should have brought good results. And thanks to the changes from the original novel, I will slowly put pressure on you, Shiwan. After resting at the Abyss base for one night, the next morning Kanghu and Yoon Sangmi witnessed a very familiar scene between the two nephews. Dongji's voice sounded refreshing. What, you said it would be okay if you kept in touch regularly. Let me go now. President Hyunsuk wanted to keep his nephew, but he didn't want to stay still, even though he had just experienced a resurrection of death. I'm already in Gyeonggi province, so why not stay here? My god, I don't understand. The more connections a neutral person has, the better. If you stay in this place, how can you bear it? Yoon Sangmi thought that after the reunion, his cousin would be less strict about this, but it seemed that everything was out of place. It was true that Jiang Shan was easy to change his nature and difficult to change. Kanghu knew him better than anyone else. According to the novel, Dongjae was very interested in Kanghu's abilities before, but because of the Yonghwa Association, the two of them had never worked together. Whether Kanghu was going to change this detail this time or not. He and the girl walked over to make Dongjae embarrassed. Oh, sorry Sungkyu, I let you see this side of me again. It's okay, you just talk to me more freely, we'll see each other more often from now on. It seemed like he liked it very much, but he was still a little apprehensive and surprised by Sungkyu's offer. Was that really okay? With Kanghu, that's fine, since Dongjae is an excellent neutral person and he has many other useful sides, being around him will strengthen the hunter's skills, so it's a good idea to become close to him. Well, if you see no problem, let's give each other the phone number. Sometimes text or contact if you need help, or simply for fun. Dongjae was overjoyed, and quickly took out the phone to save Mr. Sunkyu's number immediately. Then all the fun is over, it's time to say goodbye to the president, I'm leaving. Yoon Sang-mi regretted it, oh my god, you haven't gone yet, at least you have to go with us for breakfast, say go right away. On the other hand, Hyun-suk was more calm, he reached out to shake Kang-hoo's hand and said to visit us whenever you want. I'll wait for the day we meet, be careful and remember what I say. The two shook hands and Kang-hoo quickly left, while the other three stood watching his shadow. After walking for a while, Kang-hoo received a call. When he saw Lee Yaren's number, he immediately picked up the phone. Lot, what's wrong? Luckily, I called you to arrest me a few times, and I was very relieved. I've already figured out the identity of the corpse you asked. It's a bit longer than usual because it's a bit complicated. It seems like hunters specialize in hunting for identities and investigations. While Lee Yaren investigated the corpse, the Zhonghua Society continued to hunt for information related to the celestial eclipse attack the day before, and after a few days, it was reported that the investigator Cha So-hee said that she had gone to capture a prisoner who had escaped from Chungmyeong Correctional Camp. Shiwon wondered, did they mobilize all these forces just to catch a prisoner who escaped from prison? There was something wrong here, because Tian Shu would never do such useless things. That guy was definitely not simple. Where was that investigator now? Shiwon couldn't wait to meet that person to find out in person, but for now, the identity of that person was still a mystery and the Yonghua people were continuing to investigate. The other person continued, and I received the news that it seems that an investigator of the Heavenly Beast, named Jin Hyo-young, has removed them from the hunt. It seems that she is in charge of the Gwangju area, and is also chasing Father So-hee. Hearing this, Shiwon immediately guessed that the eclipse had abandoned So-hee's father because she couldn't complete the mission, which is also the way Yonghua often does with hunters who are once considered useless. Although Father So-hee was useless, since she had chased the target and even fought with it, she must have known a lot of information. You guys go find her, but check her loan account first. Don't you have any more information besides these things? The other person stammered and said that there were rumors that the head of the Blue Council had supported that goal during the battle with Father So-hee. Hearing the name of the Blue Council, Shiwon immediately remembered Lee Yaren. She was close to that goal. I remember that she said before that she had a hunter who wanted to introduce her, whether it was that person. I want to ask her too much, but I don't rule out the possibility that she won't say it, because after all, with Lam Dong's reputation, she is very sensitive when it comes to customer information security. For the time being, I will not affect Lee Yaren. It is not yet the time to cut off this relationship. Since Lam Dong's image in the eyes of the public is very good, and it is also a very good source of hunters, I will have another way to turn it around. As for Kang-hoo, after receiving information from Lee Yaren, he moved to a place that the hunters called the VIP market. This place is quite heavily guarded. After being told to wait for a long time, an employee came out, and she told Kang-hoo that President Kang said she would come here as soon as the contract was finished, hoping that he would understand. The reason he came here was because he didn't expect that the guardian of the corpse was Bakhwa. She is the owner of this VIP market and a notorious business tycoon, spending billions of dollars as if she were playing. According to the novel, the VIP market is a place that was born with the sole purpose of helping the characters become stronger. Since this place sells a lot of useful items and even some very expensive items, Bakhwa is simply an NPC that the novel refers to. But I didn't expect that everything behind the scenes was so connected to each other. Even myself as the father of the novel felt too complicated. While Kang-hoo was thinking about the characters, a girl appeared. It seemed that they had met before. Hello, do you even recognize me? You came to buy weapons. Just remember, during the fierce fight with Father So-hee, his weapon was broken. Maybe you should find a new one, but the price here is too steep, even 5 million. It seems that after taking care of the body, I should go back to the market to buy some new things. Hey, don't you hear me? What are you doing here in Busan? I didn't think I would meet you here. Kang-hoo turned to look at the girl and realized that it was the person he had met in the Zero area. But why didn't you, Yuri? The girl was angry. Why did you reply at all? I was waiting. Kang-hoo was dumbfounded and remembered the last message she had sent him. It wasn't a good question. She just sent a photo and boasted that she only had a grandfather. She sent that message and looked forward to a reply. Yuri continued, stop ignoring that. It's lucky that I can see you again. I wanted to give this to you. As she spoke, she took the medicinal flower that she had picked by herself last time and gave it to Kang-hoo, and before he could stop being surprised, Yuri took out something else. This too, my grandfather planted it. In her hand were crazy, strange solatium leaves. Her grandfather planted solatium. The girl who took Kang-hoo from one surprise to another. It could be the old man. The only person who can directly grow solatium at home. the person I bought the solatium from after I came here is Dr. and that doctor is Yuri's grandfather. After giving gifts to the benefactor, the girl continued, in fact, I want to be of some help to express my gratitude to him. The fact that I was able to leave the starting point and become his family is all thanks to my brother. Thanks to you, I can trust others again, but if you hadn't saved me and shown me some warmth of trust, things wouldn't have been the way they are now. If I hadn't met him, I probably wouldn't have put my trust in him, who carried me, and I would have run away by then. Actually, I was an adopted grandchild. He used to have a grandchild about my age, we had the same name, so he said it was as if his late grandson had returned, and then he adopted me. Kanghu was surprised, so that was how she had become his adopted grandchild. In the novel, after her family collapses, Yuri has no one to rely on, and she spends the rest of her life taking revenge on the Yunghwa Guild. But young Yuri's junior, who has become her motivation, has a family. This is probably the result of the unconscious action that she has done. Witnessing this good thing is not bad, it feels really comforting. And what is the matter with you coming to the market? Yuri turned to answer, oh, yes, then I went to visit her. I heard that they are separated, but she is still my family, so I want to say hello. Wait, who is your grandmother? It's the landlady who owns this market. Listening to Yuri's carefree answer, Kanghu eyes with the letter A, mouth with the letter O. After all, what did I do unconsciously? This is how everything is connected. Why is it so coincidental? It was true that that girl had brought Kanghu different emotions today, and the two of them were talking when a woman came out from inside, and she raised her voice, thanking her for coming here. I'm Bakwa, the one who contacted you. Thank you for taking the boy's body back to help me. He doesn't have a family, so I'll take care of his funeral. Oh, aren't you his family? Well, he's a worker I care about. He dreamed of becoming a hunter. One day he was admitted to the Yunghwa Guild and he was overjoyed about it. Although I am a little sad that he has become independent, I still congratulate him when he will go to the world's strongest guild to work. I don't know how it managed to manage itself in a place like the starting point, to become so shallow. Mrs. Bokwa's sad eyes looked pitiful, no different from a grandmother who had lost her own grandchild. Kanghu was even more indignant. It was the Yunghwa society, they probably dealt with him to cover up something shady. That must have been the reason why his identification information was completely locked and Li Yane had a hard time investigating some clues to verify the identity of the corpse. Kanghu immediately took out the dagger that he had borrowed from him before and handed it to Mrs. Bakwa, which was a relic of the deceased. Immediately, she realized that it was the congratulatory gift she had given him, perhaps the last thing she could touch every time she remembered him. After that, she immediately motioned to her secretary, "Can you bother bringing it here?" "Yes." The secretary handed Kanghu a weapon that looked very powerful. Its whole body emitted a very strange purple light, and Yuri's eyes were also suddenly flat. "Do you like it?" Kanghu's eyes lit up. "Oh my god, how can you not like it? This thing is called Fallen Faith. It is a level 2 weapon, with a strength of 350, endurance above 150, and magic resistance at level 100. With the awakening brutality characteristic, it is capable of absorbing a few stats of a weapon that has been damaged up to 5 times of use. Special options for weapons with stats like this must cost at least 50 billion. Sometimes it is impossible to earn such a fortune in a lifetime. I can actually get this weapon. Kanghu still doesn't believe that he was given such a rare thing. Bakwa said that you should take it as a reward for giving back the child I love to me. In fact, it was a gift that I was going to give him when he came back. If you were the one who used it, Min Jun would be very happy too. Kanghu didn't know what to say. He bowed his head, thanking her very much. And Yuri said excitedly, "She must have been heartbroken." Bakwa turned to look at her. "You're Yuri, you have the same name as my deceased niece. When my husband and I were together, we had a very difficult time because we always missed her, so we separated. I was able to endure it thanks to Min Jun, but my husband must have had a much harder time. Now that I can feel lighter, with you, he will feel happy again." Bakwa walked over to hold the girl's hand and spoke with affectionate eyes. "If you feel okay, please stop by. Yes, I will visit you often." After the end of that touching meeting, Yuri and Kanghu left. The bad things that had happened made the two old people sad. All this time made the girl feel even more hatred for Ho Yonghwa. She thought that Ho Yonghwa was definitely behind this. "I really hope that one day they will pay the price for their sins." Kanghu is startled. Although the situation has changed due to the novel, her hatred of the Yonghwa society is still the same. Suddenly he uttered a sentence unconsciously, like the way he used to do after the end of the mission. "Well, I think we should go our separate ways." But after saying that, I feel like something is wrong. Dr. K will probably have some useful information about his mana sensitivity. Thinking so, Kang-hoo changed his voice, shy, actually, if I can I go with you? Hearing this sentence, Yuri was stunned, his heart was beating wildly. Did he want to go with me? I wasn't sick today. Why did he hear such paranoid sentences? Are you telling the truth? Do you want to go with me? Yuri was excited. Maybe Kang-hoo wanted to go see Dr. So he said that, whatever the reason, being with him made Yuri so happy that he couldn't sleep. Contrary to the excited mood of the girls when they were accompanied by a unique hunter like Kang-hoo, the father So-hee, who had been absent for a long time, also showed up today, but she still didn't look much better than the last time she met. So-hee's father gritted his teeth in pain in an abandoned house. After all, how long did he have to endure this wound, all because that bastard Jin Hyo-young kept chasing after him? He said that the boss had abandoned him. I didn't believe that. Why did the boss do that to me? I used to do everything for him, not from danger and always loyal. How could he be? At first, I thought that bastard was lying, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was true. Since that day, I still haven't been able to contact my boss. He hasn't taken the initiative to call me anymore, which means that I have been considered a useless person. It can't be like that. I always do what is best for my boss. I am better than all of them. How can you treat me like that? Father So-hee is indignant and doesn't believe that everything is so unfair to her. And at this moment, she discovered that someone was around the abandoned house area. She immediately swung her weapon in that direction and squeezed it. Can you turn your mother away? You've been clinging to me for a long time, bastard. How long are you going to chase me? It turned out that thanks to her skills, Father So-hee found out that Jin Hyo-young had followed her all the way. Jin Hyo-young appeared with a contemptuous and calm expression, leaning her back against the wall and provoking the other party. Well, look at her, what a boil. I was going to kindly send you off slowly, because I used to be a sister and colleague after all. But because she didn't want to, she was too sluggish, so she thought I wanted to follow her. Chasing a useless dog was boring, and then Jin Hyo-young rushed in to attack So-hee's father. The heated fight took place in the abandoned house, and Kang-hoo and Yuri were standing in front of a spacious house, with a few guards standing guard outside, and we have arrived. The girl proudly introduced, isn't there a place like this? Starting point very interesting. You see, everything is very beautiful. Kang-hoo looked around, the flowers here emitted a very pleasant light, so this is the place where he planted solatium. It's a coincidence that I'm excited. The meetings with Dr. Ms. Bakwa, and Yuri, I know this is the result of my unconscious actions, but I really can't predict what happened, and I'm excited to see how other things will turn out. They were both standing and looking around when an elderly man walked up to him, and he said that I had heard Yuri tell me a lot about him. Is that voice him? The man with his long white hair tied up and his white beard, he appeared to look wise and kind. Kang-hoo turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. He was indeed Dr. The doctor smiled kindly and invited them both inside. Kwayo, this place was spacious and tidy. The accommodation of a doctor was different. He invited Kang-hoo to sit on the sofa and talk. At this moment, he couldn't even believe that he had met him. Thanks to Yuri's grace, he had met a character who was difficult to meet. Dr. said, first of all, I want to thank you. You have helped us, not only Yuri but also my wife. As for the child you helped, I only met him not long ago. It seems that he was involved in an accident. It's a pity for him. Sung Min-jun had been here before. Yes, their guild wanted to trade some herbs, so he stopped by here, but since it included herbs that I don't usually handle, I refused. Stringing everything together, Kang-hoo immediately thought that Mrs. Bakwa had said that Sung Min-jun was suddenly recruited to the gate of the Yonghwa Association. Was he being taken advantage of by them and then thrown away like those hypocrites used to do? Then Kang-hoo turned to the doctor and asked if he could tell me what herbs they had asked for. But the old doctor is not the kind of person who is careless or easily deceived. He asked again, before I tell you, I want to hear about the reason why you came here to see me. He didn't hide anything, because he studied some herbs, so he must have a lot of knowledge about medicine and pharmacy. Can you please take a look at my current condition? Kang-hoo said as he held out his arm to the doctor. Let me see, what is serious about you that you came all the way here? Dr. Kang-hoo's hand touched Kang-hoo as if he was examining a patient. Then he was shocked to find that his pulse was not like a normal person. He didn't know what it was, but let's see how far the battle between the two celestial eclipse girls is going, because any development can affect Kang-hoo. At the abandoned house earlier, Jin Hyo-young rushed in with a knife to finish off So-hee's father but failed. Although he was seriously injured and had no chance to recuperate, and had to flee for assassination for the past few days, Father So-hee was still able to resist the enemy's attacks. After hitting a few moves, Jin Hyo-young suddenly disappeared. Father So-hee was too frustrated with this cunning way of fighting that bastard, but in fact, she herself was just like that before. Everyone who came out of the heavenly reality was a strong and cunning person. Where is she? I saw her over there. She couldn't die from just one blow. She was right. Hearing Jin Hyo-young's voice, So-hee's father was startled to turn around and saw that she was about to attack unexpectedly. Fortunately, So-hee's father reacted quickly, so even with only one hand, she was able to withstand the ambush. Jin Hyo-young laughed, do you really want to come with me? I advise you to obediently bow your head. I will let you die quickly, save time for both of you. It's a shame, the Hound of Heavenly Eclipse, why is it so ruined now? Poked in pain, Father So-hee went mad. As far as you want me to go, I'll stretch there, bastard. I'm going to fight until I burn you to ashes, and as I said, Father So-hee used all his strength to unleash the fire dragon to burn the opponent. Jin Hyo-young was a little surprised, but she didn't run away or dodge the blow. Instead, he chose to stand still and choose So-hee's father's fire dragon attack. This also surprised Father So-hee. Damn it, why didn't she suffer from anything? Jin Hyo-young was burned by the fire but still unaffected. It seemed that she didn't even feel pain when the fire dragon burned. Haha, do you think you can burn me to death? I think it's a bit difficult. Damn, the injury had weakened her firepower, and now I probably couldn't surpass her defense. Seeing that the situation was not good, Father So-hee immediately tried to run away. Well, to see what you're going to do next, you're going to steal another skill and run away. How long do you think you can do that? It will be very difficult for you to restore mana. What will happen to a magician without mana? Well, do your best. I'm also very interested in this hunt. If it was so easy to hunt her, there would be no fun, ha ha ha. Fortunately, thanks to the stealth skill she stole from Kang-hoo during the match at Songjong Gwangju Station, So-hee's father was able to temporarily escape again. She didn't look well, sat on the ground and couldn't breathe. Still, she still had tendons in her neck to curse. That nervous slut, I wish I could tear it apart. It has made me so miserable. I have lost a lot of mana. Just like that, I will die. Actually, the person who has been suffering from mana for a long time is Kang-hoo. After examination, Dr. K must say that he has suffered quite a lot all this time. I didn't think that using a certain amount of mana would have the side effect of causing such a significant decrease in endurance. I have studied a case where there is a sensitivity to buff skills, but I have never seen this disease before. It would be difficult to cure him immediately. It was also not beyond Kang-hoo's prediction. This matter could not be solved easily. He himself was the one who gave birth to this disease for Kang-hoo's character, and the side effect of mana sensitivity was created as a limit, in order to prevent Kang-hoo from surpassing the protagonist. If so, can you sell me some crazy solatiums instead? Okay, I don't usually sell them because of the risks they bring, so you should only use them in dangerous situations, which is a valuable aspect so it can be difficult to find. After walking for a whole day, it was time for her stomach to be hungry. While Kang-hoo was talking to him, the girl went to the kitchen to show off her cooking skills, and after stirring up the kitchen, she finally brought out the finished product. Taste it and see how your talent is. Looking at the huge bowl of spaghetti, Kang-hoo already felt sick to his neck. Too much. He slowly took some noodles with a fork to taste. At this time Yuri was so nervous that his brows turned pale. It's delicious. Hearing this sentence from him, Yuri was relieved. Then luckily he. While eating, Dr. K suddenly remembered something and said to Kang-hoo, I have a little piece of information that might be useful to you. He went to the dungeon with unlimited mana to watch. Kang-hoo wasn't too surprised by the name of that dungeon, but he didn't think that dungeon had appeared at this point. Hearing that the prison was a bright-eyed Yuri, she wanted to accompany Kang-hoo to participate. Are you going to that dungeon? So can you let me go with you? Yuri didn't have time to finish the sentence when he stopped me. Yuri, I don't think so. The dungeon we are talking about is located in a club run by a criminal organization called Heavenly Food. And they asked for a huge amount of mana as a fee to enter the dungeon. Yuri puffed up, I see, and Kang-hoo thought I only mentioned that place briefly in the novel, but I didn't expect it to actually exist, and on top of that, it was still in the hands of the heavenly realm. This earth is really round. The heavenly eclipse is indeed a place that should not be visited, but I don't want to miss this jackpot at all. Dungeons with limited entry will usually have valuable rewards, but dungeons with no mana limit but special dungeons are limited in the number of dungeon robberies. Whatever they are, there will definitely be an unexpected overwhelming event coming out of it. After eating his portion, Dr. K stood up and told me to go first, while Kang-hoo was still full of huge bowls of uneaten noodles. Where are you going? I have to go see the crazy solatium reserves. As soon as Dr. K left the room, Kang-hoo put the fork down on the table and talked to Yuri very seriously. Hey, Yuri, what's wrong with the noodles? No, I want to talk about something else. As you said, there is a high possibility that Yoonghwa was the cause of Sung Min-jun's death, and I think so too. Really, then what should we do? I think your grandfather has the key to solving this problem. He said that the Yoonghwa society took advantage of Sung Min-jun to try to trade certain herbs, but I don't know what they are yet. Once you see the process from the time he was recruited to his death, it will be clear. Maybe he was dealt with by them when they ran out of value. If I can find out what those herbs are, then there's a chance that I'll be able to find out the cause of Sung Min-jun's death. She lives here, so she'll have a chance to do it for me. Yuri thinks about Sung Min-jun's unjust death and hesitates a little. I'm not forcing you, but that's the only way for us to investigate the truth. Although I knew it wasn't easy, I needed her help. It was the only door that opened everything. And at the same time, another gate also found herself to So-hee's father when she was at a dead end. While hiding from Jin Hyo-young, she discovered that another person had appeared. She turned to attack the stranger when he took out the Yoonghwa Association's business card and said, "Is So-hee's father a celestial? I came to invite her to join our guild, the Yoonghwa Society," and it turned out that the man was Shin Tae-sik, and after the failed mission to kidnap Dong-jae, he took on the task of approaching Father So-hee. Would she agree to join Yoonghwa? If she did, it would definitely be disadvantageous for Kang-hoo in the future, otherwise she herself didn't know where she would go when she was being followed by the people of the Heavenly Eclipse every day to exterminate. Kang-hoo didn't seem to expect that Yoonghwa would make this move. Now he was asking Dr. to find a way to limit the effects of mana sensitivity. Dr. Kang-hoo handed Kang-hoo 2 pills and said, "This is a medicine made from crazy solatium. The consequences will be very serious, so please only use it when you really need it. I will only give it to you for free this time as a thank you for what you have done." "Thank you, then I'll go. See you later, Yuri," and then Kang-hoo goes back to the car and goes somewhere. Yuri and the doctor stood and waved goodbye to the special guest, and Yuri didn't forget to tell him to go safely. After the young man had left, Yuri told him, "I'll go and check around the plantation before going to bed. It's too late, and I'll go first." Yuri obeyed him and went to bed first. At this time, a person wearing a veil appeared. It seemed that he was someone that the doctor trusted very much, and the doctor immediately asked, how did he feel about Sunkyu? The man in black replied, he looked promising, although there was still a long way to go. Dr. laughed and said that I think anyone seems like that, as an assassin who is more admired than anyone else, enough to receive the famous nickname of the Master of 1,000 Skills, how can those young men compare with him, right? For some reason, he was not happy to be praised. On the contrary, he was very uncomfortable with the nickname of the Master of 1,000 Skills. As if I wanted it. I never wanted that name, please don't say it anymore. But putting that aside, while he was here, I hid myself and watched him very closely. Anyway, he was quite interesting, with that particular illness of his. With his attempts to take advantage of his niece in his own home, he is very smart and knows how to take advantage of relationships. If he dares to say that to my daughter, he will kill him on the spot. The doctor thought that he had indeed helped Yuri and his wife a lot anyway, so he would keep an eye on him from now on. To see if he is someone we can share information about the Yoonghwa Association. The next day, at Dr.'s suggestion, Kang-hoo went to a club on his own, where there was a dungeon with unlimited mana. This is the club that Dr. said, it looks no different from other clubs, where is the dungeon after all? This floor was an ordinary club. How many floors there were in this place? While Kang-hoo was staring around when she appeared, Jin Hyo-young of Heavenly Eclipse. The girl pulled her hair, approached and greeted Kang-hoo in a sexy way. "Hello, isn't the guy who helped me here in Gwangju, we have met again, so it's very charming." Hearing that voice, he turned to look, but there was still a certain precaution, that kind of girl was inherently dangerous. Jin Hyo-young said, "I'm a regular here, if you want to know anything, just ask me." Looking at her obvious falsehood, Kang-hoo remembered the previous meeting. She was a victim of the Gaeong Guild in Gwangju. But from the number of nebulae she had, her level was at least level 200, and with that level, there was no reason why she could be a victim of the Haeong Guild. There must have been fraud. I didn't intervene much last time because she really looked suspicious, but now she seems to have an effect. Well, then I ask you something, is the rumor that there is a special dungeon in this club? Kang-hoo needed to verify that because this dungeon had never been successfully attacked, so the rumors didn't spread too much. Jin Hyo-young nodded and said that yes, he seems to know very well. From what I heard, the entrance to the dungeon is the dump tunnel. There are guards there, so the internal hunters can't get close, and there is even a barrier. Oh, And I haven't repaid you for that back then. Can you give me the phone number? The phone number you gave me doesn't exist, maybe you typed it wrong. Jin Hyo-young handed the phone to Kang-hoo, but he tried to refuse tactfully. No need, I've already been repaid, thank you for the information just now. So now please help me to the parking lot. His hand touched Jin Hyo-young's hand, making her almost fascinated by that cold handsomeness. She smiled and happily agreed, okay, I think I can help him. As for Kang-hoo, he seemed to have taken the first step in finding out the information about the dungeon. He thought that he didn't know what she was going to do, but if that was the case, he would take advantage of her first. The nebula on her head looks useful, the Master of Liberation. It can release or allow you to overcome obstacles with mana. After saying that, the two of them put their arms around each other, but the real lovers and moved to the parking area. Jin Hyo-young said that to move freely around the club, this is the best way, even if she is a little shy. That's right, they are surrounded by lovers who are in love. If they don't have a little affection, it will be easy to be suspicious. While the two of them were passing through a section of stairs, a guard was talking into the radio to signal to someone. Kang-hoo accidentally discovered his strange behavior, but at that moment Jin Hyo-young used his stepdaughter to distract him. It seems that the two of us haven't played very well, or let's try to be more intimate. As she spoke, she pulled Kang-hoo's shoulders. Then pressed his face to his cheek, making him unable to react. Then suddenly Jin Hyo-young locked Kang-hoo's lips, making him stand up. Maybe it's been a long time, he hasn't kissed anyone. Although he knew that this girl was not an honest person, and was definitely planning to approach him, there was no other way. I had to move first, get to the dungeon gate and then proceed. Thanks to that kiss of Jin Hyo-young, I made Kang-hoo forget that there was a guard who had just noticed them. After taking a few steps, Jin Hyo-young secretly turned to look at the other soldier and winked at him. It was also completely understandable. Dr. K said that this club was managed by Heavenly Eclipse, and she was a person of Heavenly Eclipse, so it seemed that Kang-hoo had already put her head in the gabion herself this time. Finally, the two arrived at the parking garage, where the prison gate was being closed. Jin Hyo-young raised her hand and used a little mana to break the surrounding barrier, but it seemed to be a bit superficial. Kang-hoo still didn't know what her purpose was, but because she wanted to enter that dungeon, she had to follow her. Opening the barrier, Jin Hyo-young waved to Kang-hoo, letting him go down to the dungeon alone, and I would go upstairs again, as if nothing had happened. I wish you good luck inside the dungeon. The girl pretended to be innocent and watched as the boy walked down the stairs leading to the secret dungeon. A moment later, the man with the black beard appeared. Jin Hyo-young called him teacher. He was the director of the Heavenly Eclipse, Kang Dong-hyun, their boss and the strongest person in this place. Well done, ha ha ha, I finally met you, Kang-hoo, you have cost me a lot of effort. Just now, he was too focused on the barrier, so he missed some important information. An epic siege couldn't catch him, but today he came here on his own. No hunter had ever been able to fill the mana needed to open that gate. This garage is only linked to the entrance to the dungeon and the upper floor. That is, if he goes into failure, what will be the result? He will instantly become a trapped mouse. While Kang-hoo was concentrating on using mana to fill the gate and open the dungeon, Kang Dong-hyun suddenly attacked from a distance, causing him to panic. The studio auto shield is immediately activated to protect the user. Bastard Kang Dong-hyun, I haven't poured enough mana yet. Should I take it slow and go back? Kang Dong-hyun rushed over and provoked him. Boy, that's nothing, right? Do you want more? Damn, I can't miss this opportunity. Mouse, how about you try to block this attack? After speaking, he launched a series of moves aimed at where Kang-hoo was standing. I can't give up, I have to take this risk. Kang-hoo took out the crazy solatium pill that Dr. K just gave him yesterday, although he knew it would be dangerous, but if he didn't use it, he would definitely not be able to open this gate. A huge amount of mana increased. He immediately placed his hand on the gate and continued to infuse mana into it. A notification window appeared. The amount of mana the user poured into the portal had exceeded the required threshold and the dungeon gate was opening. Kang Dong-hyun was only worried about attacking to catch the prey here, but he didn't expect that kid would be able to transmit enough mana to activate the gate that opened so quickly. When he delivered the decisive blow, it was also the time when the gate was destroyed. Damn it, Kang Dong-hyun took it upon himself to make a move, but he still had a chance to escape. Damn, you wait, bastard. Kang Dong-hyun trembled angrily, looking at the gate of the garage that was broken into a pile of sand and stones, and the prey was gone. Kang-hoo had escaped the trap at the crucial moment. Both nervous and tired, he sat on the ground and breathed heavily. I finally got in here. I didn't think it would cost so much mana. But he hadn't been resting for long when the monsters came over. Pairs of eyes gradually appeared in the dark cellar. They were very numerous, but not very large in size. The monsters gradually appeared. They were like small blue flesh bubbles. Their faces were fierce, but they didn't look scary at all. On the side of the eclipse, after hearing a loud explosion from the basement, Jin Hyo-young hurriedly ran downstairs to see what was wrong. Director Kang Dong-hyun didn't answer. The two of them just stood and looked at the ruins. What should I do now? I didn't expect him to really dare to go into that dungeon. Kang Dong-hyun angrily told Jin Hyo-young to hurry up and bring the energy restoration potion here. How much should I bring, boss? Bring it all here. I can't leave that bastard alone. I must catch him. Inside the dungeon, Kang-hoo was fighting those monsters with his gloves, looking as if he was ready to smash every piece of meat that flew over. It wasn't a dagger or any other weapon, but ice resistance was the skill used this time. Each move was unleashed, causing the monsters to be cut off and die instantly. Thanks to the meteor constellation, he conquered after killing Joe Goblin in the Zero area that time. It is in the form of enhancing and transmitting ice attribute power. A weapon infused with elemental powers, which can make it easy for you to destroy the slime demons, since they are not affected by physical attacks, but only this way can defeat them. After the warm-up with the ice conflict, the monsters are almost dead. Now it's your turn to be the last one. The mid-level boss, the Slime King, it looks bigger than the others and has a red upper half of the face that shows strength and aggression. It released a few more slime monsters to attack the enemy and thought that if it crushed the person with flesh, the enemy would definitely lose. Kang-hoo stood watching it for a while when he jumped up and attacked it. The short jump allows him to teleport at a very fast speed to get close to his prey and attack more easily. Before he had time to react, in the blink of an eye, the monster didn't have a chance to blink again, as Kang-hoo's knife was close to its eyes. And stabbed him so hard that he didn't have time to realize that he had just been killed. After the monster was destroyed, a red stone fell out. The system window appeared. You collected a red crystal. What a surprise, such a precious crystal fell from a middle-level boss. It seems that the reward from this dungeon is more valuable than I thought. There is also another skill. You have obtained a skill from a target called Cutie, which you can activate by shouting Cutie. This skill seems to be useful. A mid-level slime monster can disable a physical attack. It will be summoned within 30 seconds, although it's interesting, but I don't like the way it works at all. Cutie, how awkward it sounds. As if the first stage had passed, Kang-hoo quickly went deep inside to see what was next. He entered a completely different scene, flanked by trees, and there were even fireflies flying around. Then he stopped at a place where there were a lot of trees and flowers glowing. What was this? Was it what Dr. K had mentioned? Remembering yesterday, when I was talking about this dungeon, I asked him what he wanted me to check in that infinite dungeon. If you have completed the dungeon, check all the plants there, he said, handing Kang-hoo a piece of paper with pictures and information of some strange plants. In that list, the names of poisonous plants, 100-year-old ginseng, soul roots, they are all rare medicinal herbs. He added that a few years ago foreign hunters discovered another infinite energy dungeon. The energy required for that dungeon was very low, so they successfully entered. One of them was a botanist. He found rare medicinal herbs growing inside that dungeon. So all of these medicinal herbs came from the Star Dungeon, and the doctor's theory was that they were all the result of the special environment in the infinite energy dungeon, where rare plants could grow. If you know about Tao Sheng, maybe you will understand it. There is no guarantee that the environment of the dungeon you are going to go to will be the same as last time, but you are only asking just in case. These rare medicinal herbs were indeed very attractive to someone like Kang-hoo, so he had no reason to refuse such a mission. Let me take care of it. I will study this trial. It seemed that he had come to the right place. In front of him were the herbs drawn on that paper. Kang-hoo quickly reached out and pulled out an herb with glowing yellow flowers, its roots swollen to look like ginseng fruits. So Mr. K's hypothesis is correct. The range of this place is quite wide, but I can find other herbs of Mr. K as well. After walking around inspecting and picking herbs, he saw a pair of giant eyes appear. Terrifying, a monster protecting herbs. The shell turtle is large, and it has a 100-year-old ginseng tree on its body. There are others on the other side. These herbs are growing on their backs. Turtles that looked like rocks crawled to attack Kang-hoo for the sin of stealing its flowers. Their eyes were fierce and ready to punish the greedy human, but they didn't know if they would have any useful skills to be able to take down an assassin like Kang-hoo. He didn't look worried at all when he faced them. On the contrary, he was even more excited. I'm glad that you saved my time. I don't need to go to the trouble of searching all over this dungeon. You crawled over by yourself. Let's go on a turn. In another development, at Dr. K's house, he and the man nicknamed the Thousand Skills Assassin were sipping a cup of hot tea during the night. The doctor said that there were many precious herbs in that dungeon, and he could take them to treat him. The other person didn't show much hope. He put down the cup of tea and sighed, "There is no medicine that can cure it, you know your body well." And since the conditions for entering the dungeon were limited, only that person, he with a unique body without disease, could enter. Neither of them had too much hope in a first-time assassin like Sunkyu, but that was the only glimmer of hope they had until now, the doctor said. "Still, giving up when you became your younger brother is not true. I will do my best and do everything possible to cure him." The other man refused. "I'm fine, I just focus on my own purpose first. The reason why I sent Sunkyu to that dungeon wasn't just because of my health, was it also related to that kind of herbaceous body." Dr. K lowered his voice. "That's right, that herb is the item that Hoi Yunghua wants to talk to you." At this time, Yuri was standing outside the door and listening to the whole story, and when she heard the Yunghua festival, she immediately became urgent. "Yunghua Guild, damn it, that dead dog guild, I'll tell Kunkyu about it." Returning to the dungeon, after a while, Kanghu managed to defeat the large shell turtles, which were crushed around his legs. He took out a pen and marked each herb he had collected. "Well, it looks like he has collected most of the list, but there are still a few names missing. Where are they? Maybe they will appear when I wipe out this dungeon. Wait, it seems that it is already looking for itself." He heard the noise and turned to take a look, and suddenly out of nowhere a very large monster appeared. It was more aggressive but the big shell turtle just now. If it weren't for the short jump, Kanghu would probably have hit his move. "Damn, they didn't give me time to rest. You avoid my tricks well." This is the final boss of the Star Tonic. These monsters feed the herbs on their bodies and protect their herbs to the end. But what caught his attention was not its appearance or what skills it had, but what appeared behind it. What is it? They are all there, rare herbs are guarded by it. Angry monster, you are not only encroaching on my territory, but also want to compete for my food supply. I won't leave you alone, greedy and ugly humans. Greedy yes, but ugly no, but it's great, you've saved me a lot of time. The battle was about to start again. It seemed that the dungeon was not too difficult for Kanghu until now. He had collected quite a few useful things, but he didn't know what the next turn would be. Going back to the conversation between Dr. K and his adoptive brother, "I thought you had refused to make a deal with the Yunghua Society. Why would you try to find the herb when you refused that deal?" "Of course I don't want to continue negotiating with them, and not just because the protozoa can be found in that dungeon. But if the Sunkyu boy can bring it back, then you can investigate what the true purpose of the Yunghua Association is, but it's not easy to get it." That's right, the tonic boss was very aggressive and threw many tassels at Kanghu. It roared, "Become the nourishment of this land, your corpse will become a useful fertilizer for my herbs. You seem very confident." Kanghu used his skills to teleport and get closer to the boss. The faces of the two sides during the battle looked very different. One side was burning with energy and firmly grasped the victory, and the other side was gasping in amazement because the opponent was too advantageous. "Why do you have to be so miserable, as long as you let go of your things? Don't dream, cunning human name." Kanghu used a short jump to get closer to the boss. It seemed that its outer skin was very thick and was a very strong armor. If it was just a regular dagger, it would not be able to deal critical damage. Seeing that the situation was not very good after the first stab attempt, Kanghu hurriedly stepped on it and circled behind it to avoid the blow. The monster with a heavy body was slow, making it a little difficult to turn towards the opponent. "How dare you step on people," the boss is angry. It releases vines that try to tie its prey together. But Kanghu was able to use extreme evasion in time to escape the encirclement. Thinking that the enemy had run out of tricks, the boss laughed loudly and defiantly. "Ha ha ha, use all your strength to attack, you will never break through my outer armor, you idiot." At this moment, Kanghu knew that the expiration of the crazy solatium was approaching, and the side effects would occur shortly afterwards, not knowing how bad it would be. While the monster is very aggressive and keeps rushing up. So let's end this match quickly. It was already late outside the dungeon, and the doctor was still engrossed in chatting with the other man and forgot the hour, and he said that if Sunkyu really brought it, I could investigate what the Yunghua Society was trying to use that herb for. There will be others who are not only us confronting the Yunghua Society, but no one knows this information yet. Since the Yunghua Society is very cunning, he hires people to pretend to deal with them, and when they are no longer worth taking advantage of, he kills them. It is definitely an important item. The more I listened, the angrier Yuri became. Shiwan and Guanhian were the masterminds behind the Yunghua Association. I knew right away that those bastards were related. Suddenly, the man in black coughed very violently. His cough was heavy and he finally coughed up blood, which made Dr. K extremely worried. He was fine. It doesn't seem like my fever has increased because our conversation is so interesting. Dr. K was embarrassed. He had come a long way here just to be treated, and yet I just tired him of this conversation, and we hope that boy can bring herbs back here. The man thought that even if the child had the real talent I had heard, it would not be so easy. The problem here was not to search for the herbarium in the dungeon, but to survive the siege of the celestial eclipse, and escape was the important thing. As a reminder, during the process of Kang Hu entering the dungeon, outside that gate, Kang Donghyun of the heavenly eclipse was desperately looking for all kinds of ways to open the gate to go inside. He took a lot of mana enhancement drugs, but the gate still showed no sign of opening. Jin Hyo Young was worried about her teacher, but there was no way to help. She picked up the potion and said, "Sir, this is the last mana pot. We've taken everything we have and everything they've sold nearby, but we've still managed to open the gate. Should we bring more, I will find all kinds of ways to get more for you." After thinking for a while, Kang Donghyun changed his mind, saying that he didn't need it anymore. The girl was surprised, so he would give up Kang Hu. "No, but we will change our plans, quickly gather them all here." It seems that people inside and outside have changed their plans to be able to take down their enemies. Facing this thick-skinned and stubborn monster, Kang Hu thought that he shouldn't spend too much time and energy on it, so he began to change his move to stealth. The boss saw in front of him a few more humans who looked exactly like his prey, so he was confused, and he didn't know who was the real person. Surrounded by enemies, it becomes more furious. "Human bastard, I will crush your house to pieces." Saying that, the boss rolled up. He was going to use the kick to crush him. Indeed, it was unleashing a crushing rolling attack. My god, with this heavy body, when something hit by it would definitely be crushed like a saucer. Just looking at it makes me feel terrified. If I let it touch me, I will die. Ha ha ha, die, you human. The crazy boss is rolling around. He wants to turn this place into a flat land. It was at this time that I had to finish it. Kang Hu seized the opportunity and rushed up with his dagger. But his goal was not to pierce the monster's armor, but to stick it into the ground. From the place where the knife was inserted, a beam of mana light was emitted, gradually turning blue into green. The monster was surprised and didn't know what trick the enemy was playing. Kang Hu activates the lightning wind skill, creating a wind with terrible power to distract the boss and let his guard down. While it was struggling with the power of the siege storm, Kang Hu used a short jump to close in on the enemy. Before the monster had time to turn back, he stood right in front of it and swung his knife and used his soul mark. Not stopping there, he also performed at the same time as the great assassin. Only then can this match end. The result was not unexpected. No matter how powerful the tonic boss was, no matter how thick the armor was, it would not be able to resist Kang Hu's two skillful combinations. It eventually turned into a pile of shattered rocks. After the body of the boss disappeared, it was also the time when the index window appeared. You get a skill from the kicker that is Frenzy Waste, which increases your stamina by 20%. Kang Hu was extremely excited. The rewards were rich as I expected. I would be able to tolerate the side effects of the medicine to a certain extent thanks to this. And with the items at this level too, the window keeps popping up announcing the collected items. You have received rare items, scarlet stones, herbs, 1000-year ginseng. Well, the infinite magic dungeon was really worth the risk, and I didn't expect it to be such a bargain, because not everyone can enter here. Suddenly, Kang Hu felt that the space around him was changing. The objects are gradually dissolving and fading. This dungeon is disappearing because the boss has been destroyed. It seems that I have completed the mission. Now that it's time to get out of this place, I really want to see how you will wait for me outside, Kang Donghyun. It was true that Kang Donghyun was waiting for him. He was holding a cigarette and his face was extremely tense. The plan had changed, and he didn't try his best to go inside the dungeon to find Kang Hu anymore. Instead, he summoned the entire force of the celestial sniper team to come here to receive Kang Hu warmly. He thought that this was a good way. Once the dungeon disappeared, Kang Hu would be summoned here immediately. And then we will greet him with super quality copper candies. He orders everyone to be ready, and when the prey appears, shoot immediately. Jin Hyo Young looked at him with a face full of pride and admiration. As expected from the guild master, he always caught his prey. No matter what method he used, he was still very wise and worthy of being his teacher. The whole group ambushed for a while, but not long after, there was a movement. A pale purple light appeared and shone brightly in the area of the dungeon exit. Kanghu's shadow gradually revealed. He appeared on his own without any defense. The soldiers firing were aiming hundreds of bullets at him, and he was still not afraid. Ha ha ha, today will be your death day. Quickly shooting him, Kang Dong-hyun ordered the sniper army to take action and confidently waited to see the result as he imagined. Hundreds of bullets carrying critical damage rushed towards Kanghu at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and no one could dodge them. Knowing that he couldn't use extreme dodge or an automatic shield to defend in this case, he just stood still and looked at the celestial eaters. The eyes looked at each other. Kang Dong-hyun was sure that he would definitely catch that mouse this time, so he was very confident and stepped back, hissed a cigarette and waited for Kanghu's body to be pulled back. How beautiful this moment was for him. But strangely, Kanghu didn't show any fear or prepare a weapon to deal with it, but calmly said a cutie that sounded awkward. At that moment, a cute giant cutie appears, its body swells and shields all damage to the subject. Although it was said that they were not affected by physical blows, it was a little uncomfortable to show their faces to the enemy to shoot continuously like that. The bullets that hit cutie immediately fell, they couldn't penetrate it. That skill had just been collected. Kanghu tried it out effectively, just shouting cutie to activate the skill. He summoned a mid-range slime that could block the enemy's physical attacks for 30 seconds, well, it would be useful in quite a few situations. It seemed that the time to resist was running out, as the slime monster was fading and showing signs of fatigue. A sniper quickly realized it was a slime, so he told the team to quickly reload mana to deal with it. The snipers reloaded their mana shells in preparation for the second shot. The slime was already sweating, it was scared. At this moment, Kang Dong-hyun rushed up, all of them to the side, leaving me alone. I'll deal with that bastard myself. Having said that, he used his familiar 1,000-pound punch again to swing an attack towards Kanghu and the monster cutie who was standing. Kang Dong-hyun's strength is unquestionable. One of his moves was enough to turn this place into ruins. Moreover, the slime was weakened right now, and even Kanghu himself was about to get into some trouble as the time limit against the potion was running out. When the attack was about to hit its destination, Kanghu used another skill that caused his entire body to turn red, and it seemed that his body was fading away. Kang Dong-hyun was surprised by what he saw. What the hell? Where is he? Where is that monster? But none of them saw where Kanghu had gone, not even a trace of movement to follow him. In the dust left over from the destructive power inflicted by Kang Dong-hyun's skill, no one could see the target anymore. Damn it, but I found him interesting. It turned out that father so he was always stubborn with that guy for a reason. He was indeed an attractive bait. After 2 failed sieges, Jin Hyo-young was worried. What should we do, sir? What are you worried about? He can't escape. I'm going to grab that brat by the neck and make him a part of Bijumi. Ha ha ha. What just happened made Kang Dong-hyun even more determined to catch Kanghu. He had never felt so interesting. After escaping the clutches of the eclipse, Kanghu chose the place to return to Dr. K's house, and at this time, Yuri was walking outside the yard when a red streak of mana light appeared. From that mana light, Kanghu gradually appeared, but he looked like he was in trouble. He was not injured, but his expression was very unsightly. Yuri immediately ran out to help him and kept calling Sunkyu's name. Are you okay? Why is this? The reactions in Kanghu's body made him extremely uncomfortable. The side effects had already appeared. If I hadn't increased my endurance, I might have died there. Did you have a head injury? Did you feel any pain? Yuri was worried, but Kanghu said that I was fine. I brought back the herbs that your grandfather needed. You called him. Slowly, before I met him, I had something to tell you. Go to my room. And while talking to Yuri, I helped him to my room. Her expression was extremely urgent. It turns out that the story she wants to tell Kanghu is that she has heard that the Yonghua Society wants to make a deal with Dr. K about a herbaceous plant called Biolanti. Biolanti, well, I heard you and the other guest mention it. Kanghu thinks that among herbs, there must be some reason why he specifically mentions Biolanti. At this time, the doctor suddenly pushed the door and walked in and said that if you understand so quickly, I don't need to explain anymore. The doctor knew that he was back, and also knew that his conversation had been eavesdropped on by Yuri, but instead of being angry, he wanted to make everything clear to the 2 boys. I know, it was time for you to ask my niece to go spying. Kanghu was surprised that the plan had been discovered by the householder, and Yuri was very embarrassed. You know. Why not? Why don't I know what happened in my own house? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry to you, sorry if I bother you. It's okay, I'm fine, I just tried you and hid some things about the Yonghua Guild. And as a result, he passed. You cleared the dungeon in just 1 day and brought back this precious Biolanti. what more could I ask for? The doctor approached, holding the Biollante flower in his hand with determined eyes, and I will investigate what the Yonghua Society is going to do with this herb in the end. Well, if you know anything, please let me know, and after that conversation ended, Kanghu slept at the doctor's house for one night. The next morning, he said goodbye to Yuri, and although he was a little regretful, Yuri said that I would be temporarily here with him to help with the work. I want to find out Zhenghua's plan. But it seems that Kanghu is a little suspicious of Yuri's stealth skill. I just thought that with her skill, it wouldn't be detected. How could Dr. know about this? It's strange. As I felt, the guest just now was hanging around in my head. He could be the spy that K had installed with me. With his sensitivity, Kanghu used his mana sensitivity to scan around the house, as he felt that someone was here, but saw nothing, only Yuri's presence. Seeing him standing still, his expression staring, Yuri asked, "Hey, what's on my face? Why are you looking so blank?" "No, nothing. So see you later, you go inside. If anything happens, remember to call me, and remember to reply to my messages." So they temporarily parted ways, and Kanghu left the doctor's mansion to move to another place with the next goal in his novel revision journey. At this moment, the black-robed guest appeared, although he had finally managed to escape the mana tracing skill when Kanghu suspected that someone was watching, but not being detected also made the sick old man like him a little tired. I thought it had some potential. Who would have thought that it would be so fast? That kid, it would be fun to teach him a lesson. Sitting in the car, Kanghu couldn't stop thinking about Yonghua and what had happened these days, and with Dr.'s help, it wouldn't take long to investigate the connection between Yonghua and the Biollante herb. I'm one step closer to the day of Shiwan's destruction. And my next goal will be this. Selective Dungeon, where only 100 people are allowed to enter. The Yonghua Guild launched that event with the advertisement of gathering manpower to raid the Judge Hell and the Yonghua Guild. You can also become the hero of the Judge Hell. Sounds like crap. In the novel, Shiwan has gained skills from it, and this will be a great opportunity for me to develop. There was no way I could let him take that chance. I'm going to steal it. Shiwan, you don't have dreams. He didn't know what Shiwan was doing right now and if he knew that his enemy was getting closer and closer to the target. Today, at the headquarters of the Yonghua Guild, he met a special guest, so special that his face clearly showed the joy of trading conditions, thanking her for diving all the way here. It was a pleasure to speak with her, the former spy of the Heavenly Eclipse, Father So-hee. You don't need to go around and get straight to the point. I like the way you work, very decisive and fast. The thing is that we have learned a few relevant facts and information. And we heard that you were spying on this guy. Yes, he showed Father So-hee the images and videos from the CCTV footage of Kanghu during some of the previous attacks. Shiwan said I wanted his information. And of course the price paid will be very generous. We always trade fairly, you know, Yonghua always does business very prestigiously and puts honor first. You say, what do you want from us? It's simple, but for me it has a very interesting meaning. And I think you will support that, because we will benefit together. Quayo, what is it and who she is aiming for? It seems that people with the same ambition will always talk very well with each other. Father So-hee immediately said, I only want one thing. It is revenge. I will tear apart those who have hurt me, and also those who stand in my way. Oh, she is so evil, but I like it. I approve very much. We will cooperate happily. Welcome to Yonghua Guild, the talented and brave Lady Cha So-hee. The greeting and agreement ceremony was over. Should we continue to talk about this man now? Shiwan quickly returned to his main point. At the mention of that name, So-hee's father was very bitter. His mother, at first I thought he was just a mediocre person. But the speed at which he rose in power far exceeded all our predictions. Although he was an assassin, he used skills that were commonly used by magicians, and Shiwan thought that he had acquired different skills probably thanks to a skill book. But Father So-hee didn't think so. It wasn't something so trivial. It was definitely the skills that only boss monsters could use. Not only that, if there is anything, they are even stronger than that. It's hard to understand such things. In short, I was very bitter about that guy. He turned me around like a jerk and made me very attached to him. I understand, you're a talented person. It's hard to accept that a low-ranking person would spend so much effort on you. When she said this, Shiwan's expression was very happy. Just now he saw something on his phone when he received a new notification. And Shin Taisik too. He was surprised and excited when he saw that announcement. As soon as he finished watching it, Shin Taisik immediately left and said that it was good luck for you. If you were useless I would kill you. Shiwan solemnly handed Father So-hee a piece of paper and said, I will give you my first task as a leader of the Yonghua Guild. Achieve good results when conquering in the Judge's Hell dungeon. Check out the list of outside hunters that I have urgently. Thinking that he would meet ordinary hunters, but immediately, Father Sohi's eyes lit up when he saw the photo and information of the candidates. Haha, I'm not going to disappoint you, so there's going to be a heated encounter in this Judge Hell dungeon, you bastard Kanghu, and your dog Jin Hyo Young too. You probably won't expect me to be working for Younghwa. Not long after, the event took place. Today the hunters gathered in large numbers at the entrance to the Judge's Hell. They came very early and had all kinds of hunter professions. Kanghu had also appeared. He looked around and felt relieved that he had made it here without any problems. Judge's Hell is a large-scale raid dungeon, which the Younghwa Guild coordinates with outside hunters to conquer. In the novel, Zhang Shiwan stumbles upon a part of the dungeon that is usually hidden. Kanghu realized that and attacked Shiwan, but he lost and just escaped. If I stole it, I could deprive Zhang Shiwan of his greatest power. Suddenly, at this moment, Kanghu heard a familiar voice from behind him. Oh my god, we have met again. It is said that when you happen to meet someone again, it will be fate. This is definitely fate. You and I have a lot of love for each other. Thank you for showing me the way down to the dungeon at that time. Oh my god, what's the matter? I want to repay you for saving me in Gwangju. You'll protect me this time, too. Jin Hyo Young showed a cute face to win Kanghu's heart. Although he recognized the cunning behind that innocent expression, he didn't want to expose her right now. He pretended to say, yes, it's no problem, I'll protect you. Jin Hyo Young was very happy to hear that. She rushed over and hugged Kanghu's arm as if they were a pair of gods. Actually, her ambition is very big. I just need your body for the production of Bijumi. I will find a suitable opportunity and kill you. Let's go, it's time to go inside. After that, Kanghu and the hunters around him, let's go in, I'll take the lead. One of them hurriedly stopped him. Hey guy, it's obvious that you intend to take the lead to take all the rewards in the dungeon, and a gunner standing nearby also spoke up. If you're an assassin, don't make a fuss, just help deal damage to monsters, don't dream of fighting with these guys. Being stopped, Kanghu was very annoyed, but he had to bear it because he didn't want to cause trouble here. His mother, you idiots, you guys just go in, and then you will see the scene. 100 hunters entered the inside of the gate and a dungeon was opened. The big guy with the knife loudly showed that he knew. According to the information from the Younghwa Guild, this dungeon was not too dangerous. It's nothing more than an ant group. The Younghwa Guild is even later than our vanguard. That means, whoever gets the reward first, he will keep it, and if he is fast, he will lose it. Hearing that guy, the whole group of hunters scrambled to run around the corners of the dungeon in search of rewards. Only Kanghu was in no hurry to grab it, but also showed contempt for these fools. Thought that everything would go very smoothly because no one thought that this dungeon was a trap. One by one, the hunters were ambushed. They did not have time to react. And as a result, one by one, they died of ignorance and arrogance. The few remaining hunters, including Kanghu and Jin Hyo Young, who witnessed the other hunters die tragically, panicked. This place is not as simple as what the Younghwa Guild said. Some died from fire, some died from being pierced by dozens of arrows. Some were attacked by poisonous snakes, others were eaten by beasts. It is unbelievable that everyone was destroyed in just 2 hours. A panicked hunter, what are those traps after all? This is completely different from the information they have given us. The Younghwa Guild is trying to kill us. Because I told them they were fools, obviously, that's why they sent the vanguard first to coat them. After finding the dead in place, Younghwa entered. They didn't need to go to great lengths to overcome the traps in this dungeon and didn't lose their lives. They found the dead for themselves, just like that miserable nature. This is the reason I want to take the lead, but these fools are greedy, and they want to win their lives, so I just have to satisfy them. Kanghu calmly led the rest of the hunters deep inside the dungeon after the other hunters had died out there. In front of him, there was no one in this place. The cellar was very empty, frighteningly empty. One person exclaimed, "It's too dangerous, I can't go in anymore." Although he knew there would be danger, Kanghu would not give up, because this was an opportunity that Shiwan should have taken advantage of. This was a shortcut to the central area. Kanghu turned to the other two and said, "Okay, let's go back, we'll go this way. The second team will arrive soon, so please get to safety and wait for reinforcements." "Okay, let's just agree like that." Before we can finish speaking, the other two hunters turned around and ran away with smoke. Jin Hyo Young looked at Kanghu with that enchanted gaze again and flirted again. Now there were only 2 of us left. It was indeed a cruel sight. I was very scared. "Aren't you afraid to go inside with me? Why don't you come back with them? You protect me. If I say I'm not afraid, it's a lie, so stay by my side. I'll do whatever you want." as he said, Jin Hyo-young touched Kang-hoo with his hand and pulled him close to her. Soon, she was hugging Kang-hoo tightly and ready to kiss him like she had last time at the club. She must have missed that feeling very much. Kang-hoo also juggled when he asked again, "Can you do anything for me?" "Yes, anything I want right now, including you." In front of her, she was excited and wanted to take over Kang-hoo, but behind her back, she turned her hands into sharp claws, ready to kill him to achieve her goal. But unfortunately for her, because he had time to act one step ahead. Before Jin Hyo-young unleashed a move to kill her, Kang-hoo had time to stab her with a weapon. "Thank you, then please pass on my greetings to Kang Dong-hyun." It seemed that she had underestimated this guy. She still didn't know why she was exposed so early. "Why did you know? Your strategy at the club was too crude. Who wouldn't have suspected that you kissed me at the time, although I didn't know what your purpose was at the time, but how stupid was it to refuse such a shout. But my suspicions were more certain, as soon as I came back from the dungeon. Even though she was hidden, how could she escape the mana trace I used? Are you going to use your appearance to seduce me? It doesn't work for me. To be honest, she wasn't more beautiful than anyone else, ha ha ha. You can use the beauty next to anyone, but for me, don't dream anymore, it's a long time ago." His cheeks, the bastard, Jin Hyo-young was angry when he was injured, his face was exposed, and he was criticized for not being a beautiful girl. She went crazy and stretched out her claws to scratch definitely. "Shut up, dog, even if you expose me, you're going to die today." Jin Hyo-young's last move startled Kang-hoo, and he used a short jump to avoid it in time. She was crazy, the beast of heaven had lost her nebula, and the evil inclination could turn her skin into scales and secrete poisonous acid, and that was her nebula ability. "I'm going to cut off your limbs, you dog," Jin Hyo-young frantically rushes in. Intrigued by the constellation's abilities, Kang-hoo decides to snatch it. He used a short jump to attack Jin Hyo-young again. But she had time to react and Kang-hoo activated the automatic defense. Seeing that, Jin Hyo-young was very interested. "Haha, what do you think? I have already taken the trouble to follow and learn about that bastard father, so I've also seen all of your trivia during the fight, so wait to die." "Oh, you've seen all of me?" "Yes, I'll tell you, but I'm afraid there are some things you don't know." At that moment, Jin Hyo-young's claws suddenly fell off. She didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Didn't this guy only have that much bravery? How could he be? Why couldn't it? Because she probably hadn't seen this yet. Kang-hoo had already put a knife to the opponent's neck. This dog, he still has a lot of skills to hide, and his movements are very different from before. How much he has leveled up. Since you're an assassin from heavenly food, I expected more than this, but to be honest, you're not even as good as Sohee's father's toenails. He had already slashed a few more words at a girl's pride, not only humiliated for her bravery but also compared to a bastard she despised. That made Jin Hyo-young go mad like a monster that lost all reason. She scratched, attacking relentlessly. But Kang-hoo quickly used all his skills to dodge the blow so as not to be damaged by her. After a while, he didn't see Jin Hyo-young anymore. She's already hiding, where can she hide? At that moment, Jin Hyo-young immediately appeared and attacked from behind. But Kang-hoo's intuition has been quicker when upgraded. "I've seen it all, why are you using the same trick as I often do to attack me?" Then he turned around, responding to her with another knife blow, but this time not stabbing her in the stomach, but slitting her face. The blood was flowing more and more, making Jin Hyo-young sway. She had almost lost. If she didn't run away quickly, she would definitely be killed. "It's not beautiful anymore, but it's also stupid. Now you won't have the opportunity to use the next beauty with anyone." "Dog, I went invisible to approach him, how did he find out?" "Damn, I don't have any other way." Kang-hoo slowly approached with a knife, but at this time, Jin Hyo-young risked jumping downstairs to escape. Unable to let her escape, Kang-hoo uses his gloves and seizures to arrest her. But it didn't seem to be in time. Unfortunately, that nebula was also quite good, but I couldn't get it. "Bear it, Shiwan's chance is even more urgent than this, don't worry." Judgment Hell is a place that constantly tests those who challenge through trials. In the novel, Shiwan discovers that only one person can receive the reward from this Judgment Hell. And after the arduous challenges it poses, he has proven himself to be the only one who deserves that reward. And then after returning from this dungeon, he received a very special power. Of course, once I have reached here, everything will change. I don't need to prove myself worthy, but I will take it. Because I went through the back door, as the author of the novel, I knew the key points to change the development of the characters and also the secrets of the dungeon. So by doing so, Kanghu managed to capture the skill that should have belonged to Shiwan. Had received the hidden Dark Moon skill, and the new parameter was the power of darkness that had been activated. The Black Moon Faith unleashes the power of darkness, a parameter that increases its strength, proportional to the level of energy stored. The power of darkness, an energy source independent of mana, has high destructive power, but the more you use it, the more unstable it will be. However, it will be recharged when you kill monsters or humans. Among the 77 hidden skills, there is the Black Moon Faith, which is extremely beneficial, thanks to its ability to coordinate with the power of darkness. When recharging, its destructive power is twice as strong, and Shiwan, who has overcome the side effects of the power of darkness in the novel, has used the Black Moon Trust as his forte. It's really a great skill if the user can withstand its mental power. But now it's my skill. This will not be the end of the humiliation that he will have to experience, Shiwan. After collecting new skills, Kanghu enters a new challenge, that is to fight the boss. Since this is a judgment dungeon, the boss is also Judge Alosk. I can't avoid this psychological attack, I have to quickly overcome this stage and leave. Anyone who has come this far must overcome mental challenges to become safe. At this time, the ghosts of the dead hunters appeared one after another and surrounded Kanghu to ask him how he survived alone. With that power, you were able to save us all, you abandoned us, you coward. This is more unpleasant than I thought. They died because of stupidity and greed, why blame me? I still can't use the Black Moon Trust right now. If I use it in a hurry, my psychology will become unstable. From his chair, Judge Alosk was still observing with his eyes how Kanghu overcame this obsession. The ghosts clung to him more violently and condemned him. It was all your fault, the world collapsed because of you. Kanghu knew that this was just a memory from a novel. It's all just a hallucination, but it's still incredibly uncomfortable. You killed all of us, you bastard. The crowd chased after him, holding his hand and not letting him leave, so instead of trying to endure, let's do something. Kanghu immediately pulled out his weapon and scared the ghosts so that they wouldn't dare to approach him. You are nothing and have no qualifications to demand anything from me. At that moment, a hand patted Kanghu's shoulder and asked, is that true? Or are you just saying that to avoid responsibility? Do you remember who I am? You left me to die, not once, but twice. Tell me, I'm nothing to you. You don't see me as a friend, do you? Then you go and die, to know how we feel. That ghost not only attacks Kanghu verbally, but also knocks him out. Kanghu fell at the feet of other ghosts. He was just like those bastards, the same, he was no better than them to judge. The ghosts that surround and try to hold Kanghu down are like holding a prisoner on trial. Die, you rubbish, you hypocrisy. Kanghu's body stiffens when it is besieged by those ghosts and curses. And then he gets lost in another world. This place looks very familiar. A familiar screen says how this world is extinct. It is the ending sentence in his novel that was once stoned. And the person who was sitting there, dragging the mouse to read each comment, was none other than Kanghu in real life. He turned around and said sarcastically, despicable, you sat in front of the table, looking at the screen like this, watching people die, what a hypocrite. You recognize me, yes, I'm who you are. He kept saying that he was only telling the truth, while publishing such a rubbish work. After all, he was just a failure who couldn't change anything. He forced things that no one wanted on everyone. And trying to repeat that bad guy game again. You did things worse, even I regret making such an ending. None of us are good, we are all equally mean, ha ha ha. Hurry up, give me your hand. Accept reality, it's time to come back, you're real. He is a crippled author of a series, he is not a genius assassin. He had avoided reality long enough, hurry up and return to his true self and reality. It seemed that those words were all thoughts of the ego hidden deep in him, and unable to weakly accept that, he resisted the ghost and said, to me, this is also reality. Until I rewrite the ending of this novel again, there will be no end at all. And it was Kanghu's own hand that killed the first ghost with his rational porcelain. That sent his mind back to the dungeon, where Judge Alosk was still judging. Somehow he had come up with a way to clear himself from the mental attacks that Alosk had just inflicted by injuring himself. The bloodthirsty Nebula Eater has a neutral tendency, and when using it, the more physical strength you lose, the more immunity to mental attacks increases. Haha, I was finally able to use the nebula collected at that time. I will finish it all in one blow. Seeing that Kanghu had found a way to be immune to mental attacks, the Alosk boss immediately launched an attack. That ghostly light can disturb people's spirits and be tormented by what has happened. Well, his attack pattern has changed, but this monster can only mentally attack, not damage himself. Kang-hoo tries to regain his composure by bleeding himself. He tries to overcome the spiral of mental crisis to move forward to kill the monster. The vortex grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed that a bleeding wound was not enough for Kang-hoo to stay awake. He decided to stab himself deep in the leg with a knife. But what the hell is happening like this? Why didn't the bloodthirsty tyrannical force activate anymore? At that moment, the bloodthirsty brutal Nebula appeared and set conditions on Kang-hoo. Without me you couldn't survive. I want you to free me from the space robber after the end of the war, otherwise I won't give you the power and you'll be stuck in this place forever. I can't stand the scene of standing under another Nebula. Is he trying to get rid of being a subordinate of the space robber? At this time, the space robber also appeared and cursed, "Rubbish, I didn't expect you to use the life of the contract to pretend to be a hostage. Playing dirty like that is not worthy of being a Nebula." The bloodthirsty tyrant replied, "Have you forgotten, our Nebula is also fighting, not only hunters." Having endured all the pain, Kang-hoo had to promise him. "Okay, after I finish fighting, I'll free you, and then I have to defeat Alosk first. You know that thought, fake contract." And he kept his promise, giving Kang-hoo the strength not to be mentally haunted by Alosk anymore. Those consecutive experiences are all unpleasant things. You're done struggling in despair. Then die to be free of debt. As he spoke, Kang-hoo raised his weapon and stabbed Alosk directly in the eye, causing him to be killed in a single move. At this time, the Yunghua Society began to enter the dungeon, and on their screen was displayed a list of people who were signaling for help. This is a list of requests for support from the Vanguard team. Guanhyung asked Shiwan what we should do, but he said that what else should we do, we must respect the sacrifices of those people. The area around this place was full of blood, and the Yunghua Society seemed to want to wait for the Vanguard to die before entering to collect the loot. The trained medicine wolves smelled blood. "We can smell blood from here and there must be someone alive." Meanwhile, Cha So-hee was still staring at the screen. She seemed to be looking for two familiar names, Kang-hoo and Jin Hyo-young. Hopefully, those two people are not dead, before losing them to the Yunghua Guild. Then I will kill you two with my own hands. I don't know how long Father So-hee can fight Kang-hoo in this battle when he has already defeated the Alosk boss. At that time, he had accumulated death chi from the corpse, and had recharged the power of darkness to 73 out of 100. The boss is so strong that I have accumulated quite a lot of dark power. I will be able to use the Black Moon Trust thanks to it, but I have to deal with the side effects first. Kang-hoo has won, and now the Nebulae are applauding and giving him many skills. Nebula Strategist is amazed at your abilities and sponsors a slight buff of adding experience by no 2%. Nebula the Father of Music sends condolences to your inevitable decision. Picking up a skill from the target, the psychologist increases the mental attack resistance to 50%. And there is another thing, I don't know if it is a reward or a debt. It was a distorted contract item. A bloodthirsty tyrant appeared and demanded that the false covenant keep its promises. The space robber didn't fit in. He immediately interrupted and said, "You don't need to agree to what his does." The fake contract ignores him. The bloodthirsty tyrant argues, "You don't have to interfere, the promise to a nebula is absolute." The nebulae are really noisy, but wait. Something strange, the main boss has appeared, you have to hurry up. The bloodthirsty tyrant shouted again, "Hey, are you standing dodging, fake contract? I'll keep my word, don't worry. I just need to free you from the space robber."